off limelight. Can she do it? Find out when we grill Space Bunnies Must Die.
And that wacky marsupial Crash Bandicoot is back for a third time. This time he's gone warped. Check out his latest adventure. We've got the review.
Plus, an inside scoop and interview with the people behind Oddworld, Abe's Exodus. Relax your sanity, gamers, because it's game time. Welcome to Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video gaming. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Lauren Fielder. Crash warping through time is definitely something to watch out for, but Space Bunnies Must Die? I bet I know one guy who likes them. John?
Any chance those are Playboy Space Bunnies, Lauren? Anyway, hi, I'm John Villarreal, and we're playing hockey in today's in-your-face competition. As always, we have two hockey specialists vying for bragging rights.
Let's check the game news. Cloud and his friends from Final Fantasy are slated to hit the big screen. Columbia Pictures has announced that they will be making a film version of the hugely popular RPG. The film will be entirely computer-generated using the latest in CG animation technology. The Final Fantasy series has to date sold over 18 million units, and its makers, Square, are hoping to translate that success into celluloid. We have also heard that the Final Fantasy movie is set to be produced in Hawaii. Hey, how do I get a gig like that? A demo of the Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft, is now available online. Eidos Interactive has signed a deal with VCast Incorporated, making the demo available to hungry Tomb Raider fans everywhere. VCast is noted for its GigX technology, which they say ensures a faster download time than an FTP server, and makes a crowded server more efficient. VCast also offers tracking capabilities that enable Eidos to see just who was interested in their latest title. The demo can be downloaded from www.tombRaider.com.
I recently made a visit to San Luis Obispo, California, and got to meet with Oddworld Inhabitants co-founders Lorne Lanning and Sherry McKenna, who created Abe's Odyssey and now Abe's Exodus. So y'all, follow me.
In 1997, Abe's Odyssey from Oddworld Inhabitants seemed to breathe new life into the 2D platform genre.
The truth, it turned out. Now that would blow my mind.
With its immersive environments in GameSpeak, Abe's Odyssey was a critical as well as a popular success.
A lot of what we're after is evolving the video game character, and that's one of the reasons why we started Oddworld, was that we felt like we could be pioneers in the industry in evolving the video game character, and to many degrees that didn't seem to be happening that much. And so what we did was we focused on game mechanics and things of that nature that were more focused on thinking, that involved action and twitch mechanics in a classical sense, you know, so gameplay aspects were familiar and yet involved more puzzle solving with life forms like you do in real life.
We really wanted to appeal to a wider market, and the big, you know, these kind of characters that are the big muscle-bound characters that you see in most of the games appeal to a certain demographic. And so what we wanted to do was we wanted to create a character that would appeal to women and girls and older folks and younger folks, and that had to be someone that you cared about.
Oddworld Inhabitants is run a bit differently than Rupture Farms in Abe's Odyssey and Soulstorm Brewery in Abe's Exodus.
This is the first time that I got to run it the way I wanted to do it. It's my company, we get to do it my way. And that meant communication. To me, the most important thing is communication. And so the reason that the company runs differently is because we hire people that are totally passionate about what they do. They have to care about this game as much as I care.
According to Lorne Lanning, Abe's Exodus is an offshoot of Abe's Odyssey and a prequel to Munch's Odyssey.
The reason it's not part of the quintology, although it is in story, but it's not in our 5 segments, is because each of the quintology games is an Odyssey game.
We're not supposed to be here.
It has 25 minutes worth of movies. It's on 2 CDs. Odyssey had 450 screens. This has 1,000 screens. The graphics are far superior. And the gameplay is a lot more fun. There are more characters. The mechanics are more fun. I mean, we made a concerted effort to really surpass what we did on Odyssey.
Lorne Lanning is not only the creator, he's also the voice of Oddworld.
This bites! can I go home?
You know, he talks Abe, then he talks like a Gluckin, then he talks like the Slig, you know, and he's always thinking of those characters, and he's not very normal either, so it's an odd world after all.
What are we going to do? Yeah. So did you get to meet Abe?
Abe's not real, Adam. Abe's a bunch of pixels.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Really. Well, anyway, Abe's Exodus will be released November 14th for both the PlayStation and the PC. For more information on Abe's Exodus and Oddworld Inhabitants, take a look at the Gamespot TV website inside zdtv.com.
Next up on Gamespot TV, get ready to flash forward to the bleak future of Earth. We'll be taking a look at dystopia in our preview of Uprising 2, Lead and Destroy. And we took a long look at a game that was long in the making but short on delivery. We've got a review of Space Bunnies Must Die.
Hey, Lauren, you know those days where you have no choice but to have to rise up against alien invaders?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. Just the other day, I beat Alf Silly with a stick.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, it appears that someone else with a rebel yell cried more, because we have Uprising 2 in today's PC previews. For those that still have a hankering to lead a full-scale rebel insurrection on an Earth far in the future, the folks at 3DO are bringing out the big guns again with Uprising 2, Lead and Destroy. Despite the uplifting title, the game focuses on the travails of the Rebel Alliance, who, having brought down the Imperium in the original game, now have to fight off even less friendly lizard-like alien beasties who've got an itchin' for human DNA. Uprising 2 has made many changes from the original. The most striking are the graphics, which are now 3D and are designed to fully support 3D accelerator cards like the Voodoo 2. Most appreciated, though, will be the changes to the control structure to overcome the rather arduous format of the original. The keyboard controls are more closely aligned to most action games to draw the player further into the species-saving action. With 40 scenarios and 3 campaigns, a full editor, and 8-player multiplayer capabilities, Uprising 2 could blast its way to the top of the action strategy shortlist on its December 2nd release date. Hey, Lauren, how do you like your rabbit?
Well, I guess you're expecting me to say with capers, white truffles, and a raspberry reduction sauce on a bed of arugula.
Yeah, great. Great. Well, get ready to lick your lips because we're throwing Space Bunnies Must Die onto the grill.
Space Bunnies Must Die!
Space Bunnies Must Die from Jinx and Ripcord is the game with a catchy title that has languished in development for quite some time and apparently needed to stay there far longer. In this 3D third-person perspective adventure game, you play Allison Huckster, another inventively proportioned young lady who must stop alien bunnies that use humans for experimental purposes.
Rubber. Insulation against plasma and electricity.
The problems with this game are manifold. Most basically, the graphical pop-ups are pervasive, and while having a limited effect on gameplay, it lends the game a half-finished ambiance. More importantly are actual gameplay issues, such as an inability to know if weapons fired actually make contact with their intended target, and a lack of reaction from Allison when she is hit herself. More importantly, though, are very poor controls that you must compensate for as part of your strategy. Furthermore, incurring damage seems to be arbitrary, where jumping from a certain height takes points away, but walking off causes no damage. This, in addition to a storyline that could have come from a precocious high schooler, makes Space Bunnies Must Die one to jump over this season. Gamespot TV gave Space Bunnies Must Die an unimpressive rating of 6.3. Outside of the clever name, the game offered little to distinguish itself from similar titles. And with the graphical and gameplay problems, there was little to recommend.
Next up on Gamespot TV, we've got a preview of the cute and cuddly new character in Tonic Trouble. And speaking of cute, but perhaps not so cuddly, we've got a review of the latest warped adventure with Crash Bandicoot. And a look at Xenogears, the latest Square RPG to cross the Pacific.
Hey, Lauren, I had a great idea for a game while eating soup.
Oh, really? What was it?
Chicken and Stars.
Not the soup, the game.
Oh, okay. Well, it's about this adorable character that has a wild adventure in a fantasy world filled with colors, endearing characters, and non-threatening bad guys.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, Adam, but you might want to wait and see what we have in today's console preview.
Lacking in joints, but filled with all the sweet, lovable charm that we need is Ed, the hero of Ubisoft's newest 3D platform game, Tonic Trouble.
Here comes
Ed is an alien of all things, and while imbibing an intergalactic beverage, he unintentionally spills some in his lap and on Earth. Unfortunately, there is reason to cry, as the drink turns Earth into a strange electric Kool-Aid outtake filled with unfriendly vegetables, and it is up to Ed to set things straight. The game involves 11 different levels that are primarily comprised of the traditional walk on precipice and interact with bad guys format we've become accustomed to. Some variations include a snow race and a 100% gliding level. The game has raised a few eyebrows by bearing a strange resemblance to Ubisoft's upcoming Rayman 2. Tonic Trouble looks set to be another contender in the crowded, cute character pantheon in January '99 for the N64 and in February for the PC.
Well, it seems as if every game platform has a mascot. Nintendo has Mario, Sega has Sonic the Hedgehog.
And Sony has Crash Bandicoot, that lovable, what is it?
It's a Bandicoot.
I thought it was a marsupial.
Bandicoot is a marsupial.
Oh, I like kangaroos.
Well, anyway, Crash is back in a whole new adventure, Crash Bandicoot, marsupial, Warped.
Say hello once again to the PlayStation's main marsupial, Crash Bandicoot. Crash is back for his third adventure, and it's one that's sure to give platform game aficionados a thrill. Crash Warp takes our favorite Coot and his sister Coco on a whirlwind tour of alternate times and places. From the first warp station, you'll visit the Great Wall of China, a prehistoric swamp, an underwater grotto, and a medieval countryside. As in previous episodes, Crash and Coco bang through boxes to collect fruit, crystals, and gems. There's a new twist, though. Flag through a level fast enough and you'll get a relic. Collect all the relics and you'll unlock hidden areas. Crash Warped has excellent 3D animation, but gameplay is still linear within individual levels. Of course, you can warp back and forth between those levels if you get stuck. There's plenty of running and jumping in Crash Warped, but Crash and Coco aren't solely at the mercy of their feet. Crash pilots a miniature submarine and Coco rides a jet ski and a tiger. If you're a fan of platform games, Crash Warped will provide plenty of bouncing, high-energy fun.
Gamespot TV gives Crash Bandicoot Warped an 8 out of 10. We were a little irritated by the linear within-level play, but sharp graphics, a great sense of humor, and varied environments make Crash a really good time. Xenogears for the PlayStation is the newest role-playing game from Square, the company that brings, you know, the Final Fantasy series.
Now, I know what you're saying, not another role-playing game, but this one is worth it, and it's our next game on the grill. Square is at it again. Xenogears, their latest release in the role-playing genre, is a definite winner. Unlike other Japanese RPGs, this game is very anime-like in the execution of both the cutscenes and the amazing story. The story takes place in a land where war is an everyday experience. The power struggle between the nations of Kislev and Ave have escalated, and now battles are fought using giant mechs like gears. You play Faye, a young man suffering from amnesia, who after being exiled from his peaceful village begins to search the world looking for more information about his past and the Akira-like power that dwells within him. Interestingly, the game was almost not released in the United States because of the serious and mature themes in the story. Players have the standard RPG combat options to choose from: attack, defend, use magic, use item, or run. After choosing to attack, the player can perform a series of offensive moves which cost 1, 2, and 3 attack points each. using a combination of attacks will result in a more powerful combo. When riding within a gear, the attack options are similar, but instead of using attack points, the gears use fuel points. Since the gears run on fuel, having an empty tank is a problem. To alleviate this, players are given the charge option, which restores fuel. Overall, the primary reason to play Xenogears is the fantastic story. The further you get into the game, the more immersive and interesting the Xenogear universe becomes. Peter Bartholow of VideoGames.com gives Xenogears an excellent rating of 9.0. Peter says Xenogears is an excellent, thought-provoking RPG with enough story and original gameplay to warrant a look.
Role-playing games, or RPGs, can be pretty frustrating and definitely challenging if you're not that familiar with them.
So for those of you who are new to Xenogears or RPGs altogether, the following game breakers will help you complete your game. As with most Japanese RPGs, the story in Xenogears is vast and complex. Players should pay attention to the subtle cues of non-player characters for information on quests and interesting subplots. If you can't seem to fight your way past a certain monster, build up your experience points by fighting lesser creatures. And finally, always equip your characters with the latest and greatest in armor and weapons so that you can triumph over those pesky enemies.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, get ready for Mr. Macho. Today's intro of the week features the man, the mercenary Duke Nukem in his upcoming adventure, Time to Kill. And we've got today's in-your-face competition. We'll be crossing some sticks and knocking out a few teeth with NHL 99.
Welcome back to Gamespot TV.
And now it's time for today's intro of the week. We've got the man you either love or hate.
Yep, it's Duke Nukem, man of macho. We've got his latest adventure, Time to Kill, in today's intro.
Now, if you think that's cool, wait till you see our upcoming review.
Now, Duke Nukem is definitely not for everyone, but if you're a fan of the old buff boy, you're going to want to see this title.
But now it's time for today's in-your-face competition.
Thanks, Lauren. The hockey season is in full swing, so we thought, why not have a hockey competition in the ring? Today's game is NHL 99 from EA Sports. An improvement from last year's model, NHL 99 delivers all the hockey action you can take from any of 27 NHL teams. According to VideoGames.com, players will enjoy the stronger gameplay, better graphics, and improved artificial intelligence. All right, guys, that's the game, so let's check out the players. We're going to turn to Brian Coleman from EA Sports. I'm one-handed today. Thank you very much. Now, tell me, Brian, how are you going to beat this guy today? What's your strategy?
I'm going to go harder than net, keep the stick on the ice, look for the open net, and if he tries anything after the whistle, I'll have to drop the gloves.
I love it. A man that knows his strategy. So let's turn to Billy Delegati. Billy, thanks for coming. Strong words from your buddy over there. What are you going to do to win today?
Well, I'm going to hit him a lot, get the puck, crash the net, and just take a lot of shots.
I like what they're saying. We have the strategy, so let's check the rules. The rules for today's competition are this. First, always, the player who scores the most points in 2 minutes wins the match. Second, no fighting. I know, it's hard to believe, but we want more play time. Lastly, in case of a tie, the player with the fewest penalties wins. Okay, that's the rules. You know the game. We've seen the players. So let's start the competition. You ready, guys?
Oh, I'm ready.
Let's get it on. We've got Brian over here who's going to play Philadelphia, and Billy's going to play Colorado. They're ready for the puck drop.
They drop the puck.
And bam, we're in the action right now. As you can see by this opening sortie here, this is a very quick game. EA has really gone out on a limb and made some great graphics and a fast game. There we see the defensive pair. Oh, now what are they doing? They're playing with some options there. These guys are pros. They're looking for the edge any way they can get it. Okay, we have them set. Another puck drop.
Wow, that's good.
They're pushing it. We've got Lemieux. Look at that.
Strips into the puck.
Colorado's crossing out Philly. Oh. Here we go. Now Billy's going to the opposite end. He's looking to shoot. He's looking to shoot on Brian. Oh, Roy blocks it. Good action, back and forth. You can see how fast this game is really going. The puck is loose on the Philly side. Offsides. You guys are racking up a couple little penalties there, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
We have got 1 minute left. We're looking for some action here. Another puck drop. Lindros facing off.
Everyone.
Oh,
Nice
immediately
try.
shoots on score. Billy's getting aggressive. Now Brian's shooting down the sideline. He's going, he's skating. Jones has the puck. He shoots. No, it's blocked. Richardson has it. Billy's moving it up. He's moving it up. Oh, another shot on goal. That was a good shot. Oh, Leclerc. No, Ozolish moving it to Jones. Look at Brian. He's going. Breakaway. Oh, 30 seconds left. Look at this action. Lindros has the puck. Billy's moving it up. Shooting on Brian. No, that's his fourth or fifth shot on goal. There, right in the middle there. Oh, God, this is great. I love this action. Goal! Trent Klatt. Philly scores. Look at Brian. That's it, Brian. You win the competition. Unbelievable. How'd you do it, man? That was quick, right to the line.
Went to the net, looked for the open net, and shot it.
What a score.
Simple as that.
Oh, my goodness. That's fantastic. I tell you what. We know what you did. Let's check the replay and break it down. All right, Brian, here's the big goal. Now, tell me what happened here. Obviously, he took a shot on your goal. Now, what are you doing?
There he is. Beezer feeds it up to Lindros. Lindros, the big guy that he is, bringing it into the offensive zone.
You're right in front of his goal.
Takes a shot, yeah. Comes back out to Leclerc. Leclerc brings it back in, takes a shot, and then Klatt drives it home on the rebound.
Bam! I love that
Full
shot
wood.
meter.
Yeah, 85 miles per hour.
That was excellent playing. You did it just in the nick of time. Check it out. If you want to be the master of the hat trick at home, here's some tips to remember. Tip number 1, practice your passing and learn the plays. Tip number 2, learn your position, your man on defense. Learn the art of stealing. Lastly, learn the strengths and weaknesses of each team. Hey, that's it for the ring. Back to you, Lauren and Adam.
Thanks, John. For more information on today's show, please visit our website, InsideZDTV.com.
And if you'd like to comment on how we're doing, send us an email or video mail to Gamespot TV, InsideZDTV.com.
So till next week, play hard.
Play smart.
And play it safe.
Bye.
Travel to the future in search of the fifth element. Here we go again, a game spawned by a Hollywood movie. Thumbs up or down? Find out in the grill.
And the San Francisco 49ers and Sony of America teamed up to help some of their young fans. We have an exclusive interview and a behind-the-scenes look at this charity event.
Plus, all the game information you can handle, including a review of Klingon Honor Guard for the PC. Check your phasers, because it's game time. Welcome to a jam-packed edition of Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video gaming. Hello, I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Lauren Fielder. Besides wall-to-wall games, Computer Gaming World's Dave Salvatore checks in with the latest game gears. Now let's check some game news.
San Francisco was the center of schmooze recently as Nintendo, Eidos, and Professional Gamers League sponsored snazzy shindigs. Nintendo celebrated the anticipated launch of the N64's latest installment of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Not only was there whining and dining, but Miyamoto himself, referred to simply as God by loyal fans, flew in all the way from Japan. Down the street from Zelda Bash, Eidos was not to be outdone as their Tomb Raider event got into full swing. Booze, blaring music, and a whole lot of writhing bodies celebrated Tomb Raider 3 going gold. Editors, game designers, and bigwigs lined up at kiosks, when not at the bar, to get the feel of Lara Croft's latest adventure. And speaking of San Francisco, the city also hosted the recent PGL tournament. Gamers competed for over $100,000 in cash and prizes. 32 people competed in single, team play, and clan tournaments. And the big winner was, once again, Dennis Fong, a.k.a. Thresh, who has now won the competition twice in its short one-year history.
What do you get when two powerhouses, the San Francisco 49ers and Sony of America, decide to team up to help less fortunate kids? Lots of money, fun, and of course, video games. We covered the event and captured all of the action.
We're here at the Great Entertainer in San Francisco, California. We're here for a video game event with Sony Entertainment and San Francisco 49ers. Two big names coming together for a charity event. We're going to check out what's going on. They're calling it the In the Pocket event, a night devoted to helping the San Francisco Boys and Girls Club and other Bay Area charities under the 49er Foundation. Sony Computer Entertainment, one of the video game giants, was more than a willing partner. What was the genesis of you putting this thing together?
Well, we're obviously big fans of charities, especially in the Bay Area, being a Bay Area headquartered company. Do a lot of things with the 49ers. They're all big PlayStation fans, and they approached us to see if we could help them out and sponsor the event and raise money for charity, and we obviously obliged. 3, 2, 1,
and here they go.
And what's a 49er charity without any games? The PlayStation Video Game Challenge was the highlight of the night. The pros had a chance to show some of their moves during the racing game Gran Turismo. What do you think about this whole competition, Lee?
Well, I think it's pretty good. I think, you know, we're competitive as anything. We're competitive players and everything. So I think the competition is going to be good, especially when you get some of the players playing between each other.
This video game challenge might look like fun and games, but not if you're a professional competitor.
This is easy, so that changes my strategy a little bit.
I don't know. I've only played the football and basketball games, so we'll see how I handle this.
The pressure's on when the players got in the driver's seat. 12 of the 49ers competed, no holds barred, and all their pride was definitely at stake.
Hey, square lead, square the break.
Pressure and humiliation might be part of every football game that they play. But tonight, the 49ers know that their teamwork with Sony is benefiting many of their young fans.
We're just enjoying it at the same time. All the proceeds are going toward the great Bay Area functions and stuff.
So, no matter who crossed the finish line first during the race, everyone already knew who the true winner would be.
According to the Niners, the In the Pocket event raised close to $50,000.
And the team has 3 charity events that rotate annually and raise about $250,000 a year.
Wow, not bad for the 5-time Super Bowl champs.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, there's another war between heaven and hell, and we've got the preview with Requiem for the PC. And check your port bow, Trekkies. We've got Klingons on the warpath, and they're fighting for their honor on your PC.
So, Adam, when was the last time you crawled down to the underworld?
A couple of weeks ago, I had to pick up some dry cleaning.
Are you sure it's been that long?
Oh, yeah, I had these spaghetti stains on my Van Heusen.
Okay, well, check out this preview and see if anything looks familiar.
Similar in its sacrilegious stylings as other upcoming releases, such as Messiah, 3DO's Requiem for the PC situates you as the protagonist in a Milton-esque celestial battle on an Earth gone oh so mad. In the game, you're cast as the angel Malachi, one of the good angels who must stop the fallen, those of the heavenly host who have become rather bitter and twisted and have an itchin' to destroy humanity. While being a first-person action game, it is mixed with many adventure elements. What initially stands out are the biblical powers that may make one stay up late at night with pangs of inadequacy. Such powers involve the rather mundane lightning, but expand to include summoning locusts and turning others into pillars of salt. With graphics that stand out, especially in the Hell or Chaos levels, Requiem is a game that holds out much dark promise for apocalyptic musings on its January 20th release date. As we all know, Gach is best served live with the Royal Fizz Band, except on Tuesday.
And what are you going on about now?
I'm sorry, I was having a Trekkie moment.
Right. Well, Star Trek fans, get your Batleth ready. Klingon Honor Guard, the new PC shooter from Microprose, is in the grill.
Klingon Honor Guard from Microprose is the first 3D first-person shooter to utilize the Unreal Engine. The game feels like Unreal, however the environments are true to the Star Trek universe. We can't have a game about Klingon honor without including Kahless, savior of the Klingon people. For those Pataks not up on their Star Trek trivia, the intro will help fill you in. Hundreds of years ago, Kronos, the Klingon homeworld, was ruled by Malar. A tyrant even by Klingon standards, Malar was eventually overthrown by Kahless and 3 combat masters. Kahless united the Klingon people and everyone celebrated with a live Gach. The combat masters eventually started their own academies whose best graduates are recruited for the Honor Guard, the organization that protects the High Council.
Ogat, Kolos, and Tokar swore an oath of loyalty to Kahless.
The game takes place generations later. You play a trainee hoping to be inducted into the Klingon Honor Guard. Recently, an assassination attempt was made on Gowron, the leader of the Klingon High Council. In the process, several council members are killed, and Gowron charges you with the task of finding the culprits. There are 10 weapons to choose from in all. Using the hand-to-hand weapons like the Batleth or the Klingon dagger were the most fun. After all, for a Klingon, there is more honor in looking your enemy in the eye when you take his life. Overall, Klingon Honor Guard isn't a bad shooter. Star Trek fans will enjoy the environments and the authentic Klingon characterizations. So if you feel today is a good day to die, check out Klingon Honor Guard. Thierry Guyen of Gamespot.com gives Klingon Honor Guard a rating of 6.4 out of 10. Thierry says Klingon Honor Guard is a decent action game utilizing the Star Trek franchise, but judged on its merit as a shooter, Klingon Honor Guard suffers because of its average design.
So you're having a hard time with Klingon Honor Guard, are you? Well, here are some game breakers to help you make it through.
Pathetic humans, real Klingons don't use cheat codes.
To access the Klingon Honor Guard cheat codes, press the Tab key once and then type in the following codes. Want a cloaking device of your very own? Type in Invisible One and you can sneak up on your enemies and strike out of nowhere. Then type Invisible 0 to disable your invisibility. Can't seem to find those dilithium cells, or maybe you've used up all your grenades on those blue-faced Andorians? Well, type in All Ammo to max out on your ammunition. Coming up on Gamespot TV, it's console time. We have a review of those little green army men. Plus, we've got slicing and dicing action with a review of Bushido Blade 2 for the PlayStation. And we've got a review of the latest film-game crossover, The Fifth Element.
Hey, Lauren, you know what I think are the coolest things around?
I can't even imagine.
Green plastic army men.
Green plastic army men.
Yep, they're dope.
Dope.
They are so fly.
So fly?
I mean, they're the bomb. They are boss.
I really hope this is leading to the Army Men preview.
Yes, pre-adolescent backyard adventuring has made it into virtual format, as we see here in Army Men 3D for the PlayStation from 3DO. As the title implies, the game revolves around plastic army men, but instead of simulating various firecracker-oriented tortures, this strategy action game involves you waging war with the green ones against the nefarious gray, tan, and blue guys. Led by the appropriately generically titled Sarge, your plastic platoon of 4 engages in mission-based play to strategically plan formations and takeovers in various environments. Weaponry is linked to the identity of the various army men, including Rifleman, Bazooka Man, and Grenadier. The damage caused also respects the polyurethane integrity of the little guys. They don't clutch themselves and bleed, they melt and shatter. With missions based on old war movies, the game has adopted an appropriately humorous tone which should carry over to its cooperative multiplayer and deathmatch modes. Look for Army Men 3D on December 29th.
Last year, Bushido Blade took a fresh slice at fighting games. Now Square is back on the attack.
Bushido Blade 2 for the PlayStation comes hard with sharper characters and a killer story.
Forget everything you know about fighting games when you step up to Bushido Blade 2. Most of all, get over the life bar idea. This sequel saves the most dramatic feature of the original Bushido Blade. When someone hits you with his sword once, you die. Bushido Blade 2 builds on the strengths of the original game. You can still choose from several weapons, fighting stances, and characters. The game is set against a tapestry of 2 feuding samurai clans. Each character has an individual narrative thread that you discover.
Sorry, my dear, but it's just not in my nature to fight a girl.
Underestimate me and you'll be sorry. Haven't you ever heard of the name Joe before?
As you fight, supporting characters will appear and offer to help. Successfully using these characters unlocks them so that they can be used in other areas of the game. Each character has his or her own story, fighting style, and weapon proficiency. The first Bushido Blade was a dramatic departure from the fighting game genre. Bushido Blade 2 carries on the tradition, adding complex characters and a rich story that unfolds slowly and often tragically. Whether you're a newcomer to the series or a fan of the original, Bushido Blade 2 is a fighting treat. Videogames.com gave Bushido Blade 2 an 8 out of 10. Reviewer Jeff Gersman thinks that the game's sharp new character graphics, simplified fighting system, and enhanced storyline add up to a sequel that's better than the original.
The Fifth Element was an epic sci-fi film that was released just before summer last year. Now, some thought it was really brilliant, while others thought it was just a high-tech fashion show starring supermodel Mila Jovovich.
The Fifth Element was directed by the famous French auteur Luc Besson, who is known for directing Nikita, Leon, and the awesome ocean fantasy, The Big Blue.
Over a year after the film came and went, the Fifth Element game was released, and we thought we'd fry it on the grill.
Activision's The Fifth Element is a third-person action game based upon the sci-fi action epic of 1997. You begin the game as Bruce Willis's futuristic cabbie character, Corbin Dallas, who comes ready with a pistol and a few dives and rolls to evade enemies. As Corbin, the player's first line of business is to track down and revive Lilu, a living incarnation of the Supreme Being whose mere presence could spell danger or salvation for the universe. At this point in the movie, Lilu is little more than a foot fragment, but not for long.
Perfect.
Behind the movie license, The Fifth Element is a video game fraught with bugs, bad gameplay, and lackluster graphics. The characters and backgrounds in the game are choppy and uninspired, falling short of the spellbinding visuals you'll witness in the movie. The sound effect glitches don't do much to help the overall picture. For example, there are moments in the game where you can't hear your own weapon fire until the enemy has finished attacking. Compound these problems with lobotomized enemies who are practically devoid of artificial intelligence, and what you're left with is a very, very dull game.
I am very disappointed!
Lauren Fielder, that's me, of Videogames.com gave Fifth Element a pathetic score of a 2.4 out of 10, saying that numerous bugs, bad enemy AI, and an unpolished game engine make the game not very much fun to play. If you're looking for something to spice up your PlayStation, a movie title, this is definitely not the one.
Now, I can tell you, playing the Supreme Being in Fifth Element is less than supreme.
Nonetheless, here's a game breaker that lets you open up all the weapons and items in the game, as well as allowing you access to every level and video clip.
Besides the full-motion video clips from the original movie, the only really redeeming thing about the Fifth Element is the following cheat. This is the big cheat that lets you open up every level in the game, gain access to every weapon and item, give yourself infinite lives, and, yes, view all the video clips. To enter the cheat, just go to the main menu, then hit L1, L2, R2, R1, and select in order. When you hear a characteristic chime, you know you've unlocked all the goodies.
And coming up next on Gamespot TV, we've got the latest in gaming hardware with our resident expert, Dave Salvatore. Plus, a look in at the latest indie title from LucasArts. And do you think your town's out of control? Wait till you see Future Cop LAPD in this week's Game Intro.
If you're a traveling gamer, you've probably experienced the painful realization that a lot of the sports and action games are not designed to be played on your laptop.
And you can do what I do and carry your own desktop computer everywhere you go.
You do that?
No. You might want to check out the stinger in today's Game Gear.
Hey there, sports fans. If you spend a lot of time on the road on business and want to play a game on your laptop other than, say, Solitaire, our friends at Gravis might have just the gamepad for you. They call it the Stinger, and between its compact size and its ability to connect any laptop, it might be just the trick. How do they connect it to any laptop, you might ask? Well, it's pretty simple. Here we have a couple of connectors. This one's from a traditional Microsoft gamepad, and it's a 15-pin joystick port connector. Now, that's all well and good, except that a lot of laptops don't come with a joystick port. So how does Gravis solve the problem? Pretty simple. They use a 9-pin serial port here, which will connect you in any laptop because every laptop ships with a 9-pin serial port. So what does this thing look like, you might be asking? Well, as you can see, it's pretty small. It's quite a bit smaller than the traditional Microsoft gamepad, but it has just about all the same functionality, same buttons, and a much more comfortable D-pad, as a matter of fact. I took it for a spin through EA's World Cup 98 here on this laptop, and it played great. So if you're out there on the road and you're looking to play some games and looking for a controller that'll fit nicely in your stuff box, for about 40 bucks, the Stinger might be your guy.
The Gravis Stinger is available for $40. You can also plug in up to 2 Stingers, one in each serial port at once. So if you're a gamer on the go, the Stinger size and performance makes it the perfect travel mate.
Time now for one of our favorite segments in the show, the intro of the week. And this week we chose the opening sequence of LAPD Future Cop from Electronic Arts.
We like the fast cuts, cinematics, and the overall attitude of this piece. Check it out.
Welcome to Los Angeles, rookie. The city of angels. No angels here anymore, unless you count Angel Mendoza. Target moving south on Harper. Angel runs a tattoo salon in Hollywood. He's a recon mutant with 6 hands. Angel gave you this.
So what do you think? Any comments? Send them to us at Gamespot TV at zdtv.com. And if you have a favorite intro, suggest it. And if we pick it, you'll win a prize.
So I practiced my archaeology skills recently when I visited LucasArts and got to converse with Hal Barwood, the myth behind the latest adventure of Indiana Jones.
You know, I was thinking your sagittal crest looks a little pronounced.
LucasArts has a new game in the works, but it won't be another Star Wars title. This time, it's the return of an old friend, Indiana Jones. Specifically, it's going to be Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. Heading up the project is LucasArts' Hal Barwood. We spoke with Hal about Indy's return to the video game arena in his modest Northern California office.
It's another Jonesy story. He always tackles the big questions, and this time he's out to find out why the Russians are digging up the Tower of Babel in Babylon after the war. The CIA has put him up to this because they're worried about it, and there's hints that there might be some deadly force there beyond the atomic bomb. And so Indy's off to find out what that might be. It's a real-time 3D, third person mostly, but not exclusively, an action-adventure game. There's a huge story element, as you might expect from a Jones game, and there's interaction with other people. There's a social component that goes along with the shooting and the mayhem. And there's this sense of discovery and exploration, which I just am very excited about, this immersive sense of being in a world with Indy. In the context of a true adventure game, it's hard to bring those elements in a really successful way. And yet, at the same time, there's no point in making Indiana Jones simply a shooter.
A tiki statue with stubby little arms.
I mean, it's no fun to be a first-person Indiana Jones game, because what are you going to do? Is sitting there at your computer console, are you going to be wearing a hat and have a whip at your side? I mean, that doesn't work. And Indy, part of the whole experience with Indy is to see Indy and see who he is. Indiana Jones is a character, and each story is new and unique. And so although I deal with Indy as a character, I don't have to think barely at all about any other adventures he ever had. It's just a new story involving new characters, and that's great. I love that. I'm not interested in out-and-out first-person shooter games. I'm interested in the combination of character and story and this new immersive world.
It fits.
So I'm very interested in the kind of game I'm doing.
Thanks, Hal. We'll be interested to see the finished product when Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine hits the shelves. Lauren, that takes me back to the time when I was traveling down the Nile and my felucca was attacked by sharks.
Adam, there aren't any sharks in the Nile.
That's why I said it was the Amazon.
Right. Anyway, back to reality. If you missed anything, swing by our website inside zdtv.com.
And let us know what you thought. Send us your feedback. Our email is gamespot@zdtv.com.
And lastly, we'd like to congratulate Mark and Matt, who won some prizes during our online chat.
So until next week, play hard,
play smart,
and play it safe.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles. We'll have the biggest titles in PC and console gaming, as well as the creative talents behind them. The new Star Wars Episode 1 titles, Diablo 2, Quake 3, and Donkey Kong 64 are all here, as well as the next-generation console systems, the Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, and Nintendo's new Dolphin system. Plus, we have a few surprises, so stick around. It's game time.
Here we are. The excitement is everywhere. We're on the floor of the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, California, with a special edition of Gamespot TV.
Yeah, this is E3. This is the one-time-a-year event where all the major players in the industry get together, show off their wares, see what the other guy has, and schmooze. Established by the Interactive Digital Software Association, E3 has become one of the most anticipated events on the game industry's calendar for the past 5 years.
E3 is the mecca of interactive entertainment. It's the trade show that once a year people from all over the world involved in the interactive entertainment, computer game, video game industry converge to see what's new, what's next.
Wow, what a show. At this year's show, IDSA tallied over 2,000 PC and console titles, ranging from id Software's explosive Quake 3 Arena to Hasbro's family titles. Over 400 companies attended, and each one was eager to show off their latest creations.
We're launching today Planet of the Apes. This is the first time anybody's heard about this, and the reaction's been spectacular.
Spread throughout 5 huge floors, 2 levels, and a dozen or so meeting rooms, trying to cover all the games and events was no easy feat. There's a reason why this is a 3-day event. E3 is heaven on earth for gamers, but unfortunately it's a trade show, so if you're under 18, sorry. Get away from me, you filthy But it's no ordinary trade show. E3 is known for its extravagant exhibits. Fox Interactive went all out to promote their new Planet of the Apes PC title.
Chasing humans, I think, has always been my most favorite. Yes, I like to run them down in the cornfields. Yes.
Promoting their console title, WCW Mayhem, EA Sports hired WCW wrestlers Diamond Dallas Page and Sting to do the talking for them. Eyes and ears were glued to the ring in the packed Electronic Arts booth. Several companies hired celebrities and professional athletes to sign autographs and promote their titles.
Of course I played Tomb Raider, and like every other hot-blooded male, I was in love with Lara.
But the biggest buzz came from the Nintendo booth, where they were showing the N64 Episode 1 racer from LucasArts. Nintendo did not hold back any punches and got the best spokesperson they could get. Well, it is definitely an honor to be with Mr. Jedi himself, Jake Lloyd, who plays Anakin Skywalker in the Episode 1 movie. How are you doing?
Good, how about you?
I'm doing pretty well myself. So what do you make of this entire event?
Pretty darn cool.
Now, in the movie, you ride the racer, and in the game, you're riding the racer as well. How would you compare the two experiences?
Well, in the film, my pod racer didn't move that much on the set, so I like this one a little bit better.
Hey, Adam, got any more questions?
E3 is also a place where you can meet some wonderful friends. If you're not doing anything after the show, how about you give me a buzz? But underneath the glitz and thundering music, companies at this year's E3 show were sensitive to the criticism spawned by the shooting at the Colorado high school. Lowenstein believes the industry knows how to handle its problems.
As an industry, we've made a commitment to see if there are things that we can do to restrain some of the more egregious advertising that promotes violence, and I think that's where our responsibility lies.
And E3 is not complete without the big three. Sony, Nintendo, and Sega were looking ahead towards year 2000. It seems that the console war is going to be hotter than ever. Each company will have new games, new technologies, and new machines. Sega's launching the first strike this September and feels confident it will dominate.
We made a lot of promises last year. We said last year we would have the retail support, the third-party support, and that we would bring forward our marketing programs and campaigns. And we delivered that, so I believe we've delivered our mission.
Hundreds of games and new products being introduced, E3 usually provides a glimpse to the future of electronic entertainment. And if this year's show is an indication, we're all along for an exciting, wild ride. definitely think, and I probably would agree, that the big buzz of the show is coming from the console side with the next-generation console systems. You have the U.S. release of the Dreamcast, you have the PlayStation 2, and the recently announced codename Dolphin from Nintendo.
And we'll have more on that later. In the meantime, if you want more E3 news, go to GameSpot's website at e3news.com.
Coming up on GameSpot TV's E3 Special, we find the hottest PC titles on the show floor, including Battlezone 2, Quake 3, and of course, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. TV here at E3 in Los Angeles. Now, Lauren, I was noticing there's a lot of PC games here that were here last year, like Black and White, but it seems the hot title is Diablo 2.
Yes, this is the year of the sequel.
Diablo 2 is a role-playing game.
Deus Ex is a first-person perspective, real-time 3D role-playing game.
The Sims is basically a real-time strategy game that occurs in the home.
Vampire the Masquerade is a 3D third-person RPG.
Right, Asheron's Call is a massive multiplayer online RPG.
Team Fortress 2 is a social multiplayer action game.
The coming years look to be quite interesting for PC gamers. From the hollowed halls of Ultima to the belligerent battalions of Battlezone 2 and onto the depths of Diablo 2 at this year's E3, it seems that sequelitis is alive and well and will be coming to a computer screen near you.
I think the way that I account for the number of sequels at this year's E3 is that someone's accounting for them. You know, I mean, it's an accounting maneuver.
I think there are always going to be lots of sequels, and that way we're kind of mimicking Hollywood a little bit. One of the games we've seen at Computer Gamer World that's really struck us is Oni. It's by Bungie Software, and it's a third-person perspective title, which means you're viewing the action from over the primary character's shoulder, and you're fighting against up to 4 or 5 other people at a time. It's like a multiplayer Quake, but Tomb Raider perspective.
Vampire from Activision, you know, has caught a lot of people by surprise. Looks really beautiful, has a very gothic sort of feel. Another interesting game is the Star Trek Armada game, which is the first real-time strategy game set in the Star Trek universe. And even though to some degree it's a very formulaic, you know, RTS game, it has enough kind of cool innovations and the great Star Trek license, you know, to make it kind of stand out in my mind.
LucasArts has their Star Wars games, and they both have splendid graphics.
Gamers can look forward to the changing PC environment with some long-awaited new titles that are sure to have them running to the store for computer upgrades.
And 3D graphics is just here with us to stay. It's never going away, right? So you're in these 3D worlds, but ultimately a lot of our controls that we have, our existing controls, keyboard, mice, and even joysticks to a large degree, were never really intended to deal with a 3D world. Right? So what you really are dealing with is you need new different ways to approach how you manipulate this character you have in this 3D world, and ways to make movement easier and more intuitive.
With all this flash, what's happening to content and gameplay?
Since the level of graphical quality in games is universally high right now, the game manufacturers are having to really up their game content.
I think in the RPG world, people won't tolerate a game that's all flash and no content. So I think when you see all these great RPGs coming out, they're really more content-driven than a lot of the trends that have come by in the past. So the RPG trend is also a content trend, which is great.
And what can PC gamers expect from developers in the coming years?
Online gaming is back.
I think the biggest trend we're seeing right now is one that started a couple of years ago, but it's really picking up steam, which is the online multiplayer gaming.
Well, I think the number one trend that I've seen at this year's E3 in PC gaming is just really the emergence of online-only games. You just didn't have this variety in terms of genres and also this quality in terms of graphics and sort of sophistication in online-only games prior to this year's E3. So I think that it really is a hallmark of what's to come.
So it looks like PC gaming is heading steadfast into multiplayer and online gaming.
Now, we're going to have more about multiplayer gaming later on in the show. Now, if you want to send us any comments or questions, drop us an email or a Vmail at GameSpotTV@ZDTV.com.
And if you don't have a netcam, that's okay. Join us in our chat next Tuesday. We'll be giving one away.
Coming up on GameSpot TV's E3 Special, we have Star Wars Episode 1 Racer in our E3 intro pick. And we look to the future of PC gaming as we explore the state of online and multiplayer titles. Welcome back to Gamespot TV at E3 in Los Angeles. You know, I gotta say, it's quite remarkable having 1,900 games to choose from, but definitely the one that stood out for me was Soul Calibur for the Dreamcast.
That's a pretty good pick, Adam, and I have to say I'm in the same boat, but I would pick Donkey Kong 64 or a really close second with Ape Escape for the PlayStation. But far and away, the most hype landed on LucasArts with the Star Wars Episode 1 games. So naturally, we picked a Star Wars Episode 1 game as our E3 intro of the week.
And a big turnout here from all corners of the Outer Rim territories. I see the contestants are making their way out onto the starting grid.
There is the reigning champion of the Ultra Classic and the crowd favorite, Sububa. The power couplings are being activated. Our glorious host, Jabba the Hutt, has moved into the arena. Famous Gazgano.
It looks like the young human boy, Anakin Skywalker.
I hope he has better luck this time. And they're off.
Announced another Star Wars Episode 1 game at this week's E3. It's Obi-Wan, and if you want to find out more about it, go to Gamespot.com.
Now, everything at E3 doesn't actually happen on the convention floor. For example, there was a group of renegade gamers that decided to set up shop across the street. As usual, the gathering of developers, also known as God, don't want to toe the line. First, they challenged the industry by giving more royalties to their software developers, and now they're making noise in their makeshift trailer park across the street from E3.
We're having a blast. The whole deal is not taking ourselves too seriously.
And I think it's more honest. Like, we don't have to put on a big show. Our big show is our technology.
Of course, the live music, scantily clad females, and beer didn't hurt.
It's a casual party. It's people who really are into the games as opposed to being in there selling themselves and selling their wares.
It's a place to get out after being overloaded with all this sensory overload.
All that matters are the games and the guys that make the games.
So what did God have to show for itself?
Nocturne is a horror game, first and foremost. We concentrate a lot on action and adventure, but horror is the main key.
The video game that we're making is Heavy Metal Fact 2.
Hey, let's not just do a game that is based on the movie. Let's take it further. Let's take it one step beyond. So the video game is actually the sequel to the movie.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We grew up, we didn't kill people, we just sat in our bedrooms and drew pictures, and so that's where we're heading, back to soft porn, just like the Heavy Metal magazine.
We want to be kicked out and asked not to come back.
Now, don't be fooled. A lot of the games from gathering developers were to be found here on the floor of E3.
At That is true, and you know that God is developing for the Dreamcast now with Max Payne coming out, but all of the new next-gen console systems are adding in that online component.
Now, of course, online gaming is really the strong suit of the PC, and a lot of the games here are either exclusively online or have a very large multiplayer component. And this might beg the question, are we looking at a permanent shift in the industry? Online and multiplayer gaming is here to stay and has made its presence known at this year's E3. This year's crop of titles are sure to change the way we look at online gaming. There are really three types of online games. There's the meta game like Cave Dog's Boneyards.
In the case of our Total Annihilation Galactic War, we have a map of planets, and you and I would be battling for a planet. If I beat you and I win that planet, or several other players and I get up against another group of players and we win, so we take over that planet. But there's 75 planets in this map, and so we've got to go from planet to planet. Pretty soon, if we take over the whole map, then we win.
There's online role-playing, like the persistent world of the upcoming Asheron's Call.
Well, persistent world means that the world is there even when you're not. So just like when you go to bed, the real world keeps on going. Asheron's Call is the same way. It's a huge community. People are online literally 24 hours a day.
And then there are games that players can just jump right into, like Quake 3 or the upcoming Team Fortress 2. But really, what is the appeal of multiplayer and online play?
It's not about running around and killing a lot of people. It's about getting out there and having a lot of fun with your friends.
You have a whole different level of strategy and a whole different level of sort of, I don't know, glory. When you come to the aid of your team, when you come to the aid of your dying compatriot right when he's about to go down and you rescue him. I mean, that's something that you can't get in a single-player game and you can't get in an anonymous game where you're just basically everyone's an enemy.
Clearly, players want more from online and multiplayer gaming. But are companies going to give it to them? What is the future of online and multiplayer gaming?
It's really not games, it's online communities that we want to build.
I think persistence in characters is really important. Figuring out how to scale to larger and larger worlds is really important. It'd be really interesting with a huge number of servers around the internet to figure out how to have an economy that existed between the various servers. Those are some of the longer-term research areas that Valve and some of the other action gaming companies are looking at.
Online and multiplayer gaming is definitely moving towards more cooperative and customizable play. And more than ever, game companies are making it easier for everyone to get online. Coming up on Gamespot TV's E3 Special, we jump into the fray of console wars between Sega, Sony, and Nintendo. We look at the games, the machines, and the future of the next generation console systems. Welcome back to Gamespot TV here at E3 in Los Angeles. Now, Lauren, you've been covering the show for VideoGames.com. What's up with the consoles?
There is so much competition here between the console systems. You've got Nintendo with their announcement, PlayStation 2, of course, coming out, but the first one out of the gate is going to be the Dreamcast.
E3 is more than a showcase for Sega, Sony, and Nintendo. For the industry giants, E3 is a multi-billion-dollar battleground. Laid out side by side, the three biggest exhibits tried to outdo each other with displays, giveaways, and of course, games.
We're going to kick ass this year.
Sega of America's president, Bernie Stolar, backed his claim by having more than 40 Dreamcast titles in Sega's booth, ranging from House of the Dead 2 to Rally 2. Of course, not all are planned to be released in the U.S.
Dreamcast this year will deliver what we believe is not the next generation system, but a new way of playing, a new way of gaming. We're including a 56K modem in this system, which will evolve into a community of gaming.
Perhaps its own battle cry, Sony plays Jammer Lammy loud and proud towards Sega's booth.
We believe that there's still a lot of life in the current PlayStation for the years to come as well. But there are advancements in technology that we want to take advantage of every so often.
That advanced technology took shape in the form of the PlayStation 2, Sony's 128-bit game system due for launch in March 2000. Visitors had a chance to play a mock-up version of Gran Turismo. But between the three, the Hype Award has to go to the Nintendo booth. Besides the usual gaming stations and the massive Episode 1 games section, Nintendo also announced their plans for the next Nintendo game system. Nintendo, Sega, and Sony agree that games, not hardware, will dictate the winner of the console race. Nintendo also plans to stop the competition with Donkey Kong 64, the platform game with roots in the 16-bit era. Donkey Kong 64 will include all 5 original characters, huge levels, and graphic elements that, according to Nintendo, will further push the N64 processor's capabilities. The PlayStation did a little stomping of its own. Electronic Arts previewed WCW Mayhem the only way they knew how. Wrestlers Diamond Dallas Page and Sting gave it the usual endorsement. Milking the cash cow, Sony introduced Crash Team Racing for the PlayStation. The game allows players to race as various Crash characters in 4-player races, typical kart style. And Squaresoft did not disappoint the waiting crowd with a preview of the US Final Fantasy VIII for the PlayStation. As ported from the Japanese game, Squaresoft displayed the new environments, elements, and the seamless movie transitions found in Final Fantasy VIII.
We've always felt from day one, even with the current PlayStation, that software is king. Everything is about software. Technology is important, but it's only a means to deliver the compelling entertainment that you see in software.
E3 this year, I believe, has been Sega's best show ever.
Sega's lineup revealed enough to make skeptics double take. The Dreamcast titles, NFL 2000 and NBA 2000, gave gamers a preview of the dramatic transformation that video games are about to undergo. And Shenmue, the role-playing game for the Dreamcast, was finally shown at E3. According to Sega, Shenmue's depth, animation, and graphic sophistication could give Final Fantasy developers a run for their money. E3 observers think Shenmue could be a must-have title for the Dreamcast. But Nintendo pulled a fast one on Sega and Sony. In a press conference, the company announced its plans for the next-generation Nintendo system, codenamed Dolphin. It's due at the end of the year 2000.
We're going to use DVD instead of the ROM cartridges, which brought applause to everybody that heard the news.
Thanks to that announcement, new titles and new technologies at this year's show, gamers can look forward to another great year of video gaming. Next year's E3 should not be missed.
Nintendo's new system in development, codenamed Dolphin, should be available about the end of the year 2000. And of course, like all of the console systems, the next-gen console systems, they have a really strong online strategy plan. So it'll be interesting to see if they do actually show at next year's E3.
But if they do, we'll be sure to bring it to you. But that's it for this year's E3, and that's it for this episode of Gamespot TV.
So until next week,
bye. Ocarina of Time on your PC? You can. We investigate the world of emulation. Is it legal? And what do you get when you cross a fighting game with the Final Fantasy series? We throw Square's Air Guys on the grill. And speaking of Final Fantasy, we have a preview of the next installment in the epic console role-playing game, Final Fantasy VIII. So stick around. It's game time.
Welcome to GameSpot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video games. I'm Lauren Fielder.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, for a lot of people, playing the 8 and 16-bit games can only happen if they have a game emulator on their PC. But is it legal?
Well, we take a look at the world of emulators, from playing PlayStation games on your Mac to playing The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time on your PC.
At Macworld today, Connectix is introducing the Virtual Game Station. It is software that they're going to sell for $49 that turns your Mac into a Sony PlayStation.
This announcement by Apple CEO Steve Jobs at the last Macworld Expo stunned the audience and grabbed the game industry's attention. But there's more to this than selling Macs. The commercialization of the Virtual Game Station puts a spotlight on emulators and emulation, a quiet underground phenomena that's flourishing under the shroud of the internet. the spotlight heightened the issues surrounding emulation. And what is an emulator?
An emulator is basically a computer program that lets you play a video game system game on your PC using a ROM cartridge, which is an image of the program that was originally used for that system.
The emulation of various game platforms gave birth to a different kind of gaming experience. Equipped with computers and modems, players can easily flash back to the Atari days and play Donkey Kong and Frogger with a click of the mouse.
Fans of retro games basically started this movement to program emulators for arcade machines and classic video game systems.
But times have changed. The fine line between hobby and piracy are being blurred by a new breed of emulators being created to run today's hottest PlayStation and Nintendo 64 titles. After downloading the emulator Ultra HLE and a 32 megabyte file, we were able to run Zelda Ocarina of Time on our Pentium 2 266 with a Monster Fusion board. Zelda the Ocarina of Time is one of the most popular games on the Nintendo 64. The Ultra HLE and the Zelda files were downloaded, free of charge. Running a demo version of the PlayStation emulator Bleem on the same PC, we were able to run Siphon Filter, a current PlayStation game. We had problems running the sound, but the Bleem demo emulator was free to download. Similar to the virtual game station, the Bleem emulator transformed our PC into a PlayStation system. As you might expect, both emulators were not endorsed by Sony and Nintendo. Sony filed suits against Connectix and Bleem, claiming that the VGS and Bleem's emulator violate Sony's intellectual property rights for its PlayStation console. Connectix CEO Roy McDonald believes his product is legal.
Well, Connectix is confident that we've developed this product and marketed it in a way that doesn't infringe on any third party's intellectual property. So we feel that our product is legitimate and we're going to carry on with business as usual.
But after several bouts in court, Sony has won an injunction to keep Connectix from selling their product. Nintendo, on the other hand, plans to pursue legal action against the author of the Nintendo emulator Ultra HLE. Known only as Reality Man and Epsilon, the authors decided to avoid litigation by removing the emulator from their site. The emulators mentioned only touched the tip of the emulation iceberg. A quick search on the net revealed hundreds of thousands of emulation sites for every game system imaginable. According to the trade organization Interactive Digital Software Association, the electronic entertainment industry lost over $3 billion last year to illegal sales and distribution of entertainment software. As an industry watchdog, IDSA leads an anti-piracy campaign that hopes to end the trend that it believes hurts the game industry as a whole. But IDSA will have their hands full. The Internet Underground will be tough to regulate, and free games will always be irresistible. The debate continues. If you're interested in watching the streaming video of our emulation feature, you'll find it at the ZDTV website at zdtv.com/GamespotTV.
And if you have a game question or you just want to let us know what you think about a particular topic, just go to our message boards in the Game Help section and tell the world and us how you feel.
And now, it's time for the game news. In this week's game news, in a staunch display of gamer unity, fans of 3DO's popular Heroes of Might and Magic series have ardently voiced their collective opinions in order to alter the release of an upcoming expansion pack. Armageddon's Blade for Heroes of Might and Magic 3 was originally designed to include a new type of Hamlet known as the Forge Town, whose characters include science fiction-esque fighters like the chainsaw-wielding cyber zombie. Being that the series has thus far centered around fantasy-like play, this change in setting has spawned an email letter writing campaign, which convinced the publisher to remove the sci-fi town and replace it with another, more traditional Heroes one. Videogames.com News has recently learned from Sega that the upcoming Dreamcast title, Geist Force, will be canceled. The production was put to a halt because, says the Sega spokesperson, the quality of the game was not up to par with Dreamcast standards. This is the first Dreamcast title to be officially canceled. The Professional Gamers League Finals were recently held in New York. The PGL gives out prizes to the top players of popular PC games. This season's winners were Guillaume Patry, or Gurr, in StarCraft, and Bon Danon, or Kuin, in Quake 2. Both went undefeated throughout the weekend of finals, and each player took home a check for $10,000. If you're looking for more gaming news, go to the Gamespot.com and the videogames.com website.
And if you just didn't get enough E3, you can go to our website at zdtv.com/GameSpot TV. Check out our PC and console picks from the convention.
And if you have any questions about anything on the show, send us your feedback via email at GameSpotTV@zdtv.com. Coming up on GameSpot TV, are you ready for a game of cat and mouse? We have a preview of the PlayStation title, Rat Attack. And try to stay out of the rough, we have a review of the PC golf game Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge. Welcome back. You know that old style of arcade gaming where you just try to accomplish simple, colorful tasks seems to be something that only exists now on an emulator.
Well, I have heard you're quite a Kaboom fan.
Oh, huge.
Well, Mindscape is attempting to recapture that magic in a game called Rat Attack. But will it work? Like the Cold War of smaller mammals, the rivalry between cat and mouse has been well documented in that wide spectrum between children's stories and Tom and Jerry cartoons. Now Mindscape and Pure Entertainment are jumping into the mix with Rat Attack for the PlayStation and the N64. What you see here is the PlayStation version of the game, which will run in high-res mode at 60 frames per second. As you might be able to tell, the game is aspiring to that old-school coin-op feel. That's why the objective is easy: get rid of all the rats. In order to do so, you must scoop the vermin up and drop them off. Unfortunately, if you get hit by a rat, you drop all of yours. And if you get hit while ratless, you die. But true to form, you get 9 lives. Other classic elements include the dog, Bennett, who surprisingly doesn't like you, maybe because you're a cat. The rats try to disturb him to exploit his feline bias. With kitschy design and even kitschy music, Rat Attack might be trying to recapture the simplistic joys of the arcade games of yore. Will we buy it? Find out when it releases in the fall.
Well, that game was interesting.
The Jack Nicklaus Golf Series has been around a long time, almost as long as Jack himself. And PC golf has really become a viable way for golfers and non-golfers alike to spend time together.
Well, now we have Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge on the grill.
Golf games aren't just for the frustrated business traveler anymore, so gamers should get ready to tee off with Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge. Compared to the earlier versions, Jack Nicklaus 6 is a more streamlined, better-looking game. There are 10 nicely crafted, motion-captured, and hardware-accelerated 3D golfers. The fluid motion and animations look very natural, and they work perfectly in the 2D game world. The club control and physics are great. Players can use a 2-click, 3-click, or dynamic mouse swing interface, and each works fine. The gamer is in total control of the amount of fade and draw, as well as trajectory. In an interesting switch, Jack Nicklaus 6 incorporates some of the golfer profile elements from the Greg Norman and Microsoft golf games. When creating a golfer, players can allot points to power, accuracy, putting, and the short game. This creates a more balanced variety of golfers and gives them more personality. With the course designer, players have complete control over the look and shape of the entire golf course. The game ships with 6 courses, but literally hundreds of user-made courses can be imported with no graphical loss. Overall, Jack Nicklaus 6 not only offers a cutting-edge golf game with multiple courses, but also a stunningly popular course editor. This makes it far and away the greatest value and most replayable game on the market. T. Liam McDonald from Gamespot.com gave Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge a rating of 9.1 out of 10.
What a shot! Now, I'm not a golfer, but that game really does look remarkable.
I think I'm going to hold out for Mario Golf.
Yeah, it does look pretty good, which is more than we can say for this next game. Check out Fighting Force for the N64. Even if you have fond memories of Final Fight and Streets of Rage, you may want to give a good think before playing Fighting Force 64 for the N64. In the game, you play one of 4 characters that have the same basic attacks with a few special attributes and special moves thrown in. Playing the game consists of entering a new area and beating up all the bad guys the game keeps on throwing at you. There are 7 different levels comprised of 25 different stages. This means there's lots and lots of the same thing to do over and over again, And can you believe it, it gets boring real fast. You have to stay in the same area of a level until all the enemies have been defeated, and there seems to be an endless supply of mean fellows to pound. There's no diversity in the manner of their attacks, so the game quickly descends into meaningless button pounding. The graphics are also nothing to scream about. It's a little better than the PlayStation version, but the game suffers from slowdown when there are too many characters and objects on the screen. Fighting Force may have been a good game if the designers had created different types of enemies and offered more attacks for both you and them. Ryan McDonald from videogames.com gives Fighting Force 64 a 4 out of 10.
Well, if that didn't do it for you, seriously, hold out for Fighting Force 2 on the Dreamcast and on the PlayStation. It's already looking better.
Couldn't get much worse.
Jaded. Well, next cheats are in honor of the upcoming release of the Age of Empires sequel, Age of Kings.
Here's some amusing cheats for the Rise of Rome expansion pack.
To access the Rise of Rome cheats, press Enter to open the chat window and then type in one of the following codes. Type in King Arthur and the birds will change into dragons. If you really want to confuse your enemies, type in Pow, Big Mama, and you'll get the infamous baby on a trike unit, which really doesn't look like a baby or a trike. Type in Storm Billy and you'll get the Zug 209 robot unit. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. If you're looking for cheat codes, you can find them on the Gamespot TV website in the Game Help section.
And while you're there, check out our new message boards. You can put up your favorite codes, game tips for other gamers, or just have a good vent about whatever you like. Coming up on Gamespot TV, get ready for lethal yo-yos. We have a review of Squaresoft's ultimate 3D fighting game, Air Guys. And are you ready to go behind enemy lines? We toss commandos beyond the Call of Duty on the grill. Welcome back. Now, as you may have seen with the upcoming Dreamcast title Power Stone, the next generation of 3D fighting games are beginning to use their entire environment as a more integral part of the game.
They're taking it from wrestling games. But, you know, Air Guys is on the way. It's already been released in Japan, and it's definitely fitting in that next-gen fighting territory. But does it stack up?
Ever since its announcement in late 1997, Air Guys has been among the most eagerly awaited games for the PlayStation. The excitement was understandable considering the collaboration of Squaresoft and Namco. Unfortunately, many of those who have been eagerly anticipating the game's release might be disappointed in the final results. The title of the game comes from a sword that represents the strongest fighter in the world. The game follows the pattern of Tekken 3, with elaborate stories and subplots, animated and high-quality motion-captured FMV, and broadens its appeal with the inclusion of characters from the Final Fantasy series. The gameplay follows Dream Factory's Tobal series, in that fighters battle it out in a 3D arena. Although the game includes the addition of an unintuitive blocking system, which requires you to leave the joystick neutral in order to block high, while pressing guard makes your characters crouch and block low. Expect to spend some time getting used to this blocking mechanism, especially considering that you will find yourself with your back to your opponent on many occasions. Graphics in the game are among the best on the PlayStation, yet they are not as impressive as Tobal 2. The game, though, has impressive visuals and high resolution, and it moves at 60 frames per second. At the same time, the camera offers up some of the most awkward angles ever in a 3D fighter. Air Guys is a faithful port of an arcade game that just doesn't stand up to other games in its genre. Despite the impressive graphics, there's just not much of a game here. Che Chu from videogames.com gives it a 5.8 out of 10.
I've played it. It's fun, but my vote is still on Power Stone.
Hey, you still can't rip Tekken 3 out of my hands.
Commandos Behind Enemy Lines was a squad-based game that involved stealth, strategy, and a good use of a sniper rifle. And now Eidos has released an expansion pack.
We have Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty on the grill. Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty is a standalone expansion pack to the original Commandos Behind Enemy Lines. Behind Enemy Lines was a surprise hit. It cleverly combined strategy, puzzle, and action elements to create an unusual and exciting game. And at first glance, Beyond the Call of Duty is more of the same with a few new bells and whistles. The Beyond the Call of Duty expansion pack has 8 missions, while the original had 3 times that many. And this time around, the game is even more difficult. It starts out frustrating and stays that way. The original Commandos was satisfying because its puzzle-like situations had specific solutions. By comparison, the missions for Beyond the Call of Duty seem clumsier. After completing a mission, it often seems like it happened by luck instead of good level design on the developer's part. The interface doesn't really lend itself to multitasking, since the commandos are slow to respond and need to be micromanaged. And it certainly isn't any easier in this game, since all of the hotkeys have been switched around and players are not allowed to customize their keyboards. While there have been subtle changes, many of them adversely affect gameplay. Overall, fans of the original game will enjoy Beyond the Call of Duty because of the inherent similarity to the original. However, gamers new to the series will likely become frustrated with insanely difficult levels and cumbersome controls. Ray Kasavin of Gamespot.com gave Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty a rating of 6.6 out of 10.
If you want to read the full review of Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty, you can find it on the Gamespot.com website.
And if you're looking for the video game reviews, you'll find the latest titles, including Air Guys, at the videogames.com website. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have a preview of Squaresoft's epic role-playing game Final Fantasy VIII. And Dave Salvatore from Computer Gaming World shows us the latest in PC hardware.
Welcome back. Now, you know, Adam, Final Fantasy VIII's been out in Japan for a while, sold like 2 million copies the first weekend, and it's coming to the States soon.
So, here's our preview of Square's Final Fantasy VIII.
For those who've just emerged from under a rock, take note, Final Fantasy VIII is coming. The game from Squaresoft that sold over 3 million copies in Japan will soon be hitting U.S. shores. Final Fantasy VIII's storyline involves students at a military academy who are brought into an elite combat unit set to capture the Galbadian President Daring, who has aligned himself with a powerful sorceress. While the teen beat elements may seem off-putting to some, the story does take on epic qualities. One of the most noticeable things about the game is the graphics that have changed from the super deformed characters of the originals to actual people in correct proportion to their environments. Full motion video segments are well integrated with gameplay to give a seamless playing experience. Of note, in changes to gameplay, is the manner of acquiring money that has changed from just defeating monsters to completing missions and receiving compensation. Get ready for Final Fantasy VIII this fall.
We'll definitely keep watching for more of Final Fantasy VIII. So, Adam, what's in today's Game Gear?
Well, Dave Salvatore's back with a couple of USB devices that can ease some of that PC gaming pain.
One of the great things about PlayStation and the Nintendo 64 is the brain-dead simplicity of connecting and disconnecting controllers. Well, thanks to USB, we now have that simplicity on the PC. Graphics has been making their gamepad for about 4 years, so to look at this one, you'd think there's not a lot new to it. But this one's actually now using USB, and what's neat about it is the driver they use is what's called a human interface driver, or a USB HID device. And what this allows you to do is when you install this guy, there's a driver built into Windows 98 that'll let you get this thing up and running. So when you buy one of these, it actually doesn't come with a driver disc. This gamepad's terrific for sports titles, martial arts fighting titles, and any console-like title that you want to play on your PC. And if you're a PlayStation gamer, the button layout on this guy will look very familiar to that you've seen on your PlayStation. The Graphics Gamepad USB sells for about $30, so you might want to pick up a couple of them and you'll be in business. But all that glitters on the USB bus is not gold. Logitech has brought out what they're calling the Wingman Gaming Mouse, which aside from running on USB and having some driver software that'll let you tweak how many times the CPU pulls it per second, isn't really anything new. It's essentially a warmed-over, older design that Logitech brought out a couple of years ago. But given the Wingman's aging design and its lack of a wheel, you might want to give this one a pass.
Hey, Lauren, remember the TV movie Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park where the band got to use their superhero powers on the carnies?
Oh, you bet. Super Ace Frehley and Paul Starchild Stanley. How could you forget that?
I don't know.
Well, you know, Gathering of Developers is working on its Kiss title, and we have a sneak peek. Check out Kiss Psycho Circus.
show.
Very cool. I just hope there's a Phantom of the Park element in the game.
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
Now, puzzle games can be really addictive, but they can also be very frustrating.
Now, in the spirit of Commandos and Lemmings, Grunts from Monolith Productions is a game that is sure to be challenging.
So here are a few cheats for Grunts.
To activate cheats for Monolith's puzzle game Grunts, press Enter and type in one of the following codes. Want to skip to the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids level? Type in MP, make me some pie. Type in MP, you're so money, and you'll be sent to the High Rollers level. Can't get by the enemy Grunts? Type in MP cloaking device, and the Invisible Man will have nothing on you.
That's it for now, but you can always check us out on the web at zdtv.com/GameSpot.tv.
And don't forget to join us on the web next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern to have a chat with myself and Lauren.
And be sure not to miss next week's show. We'll be showing you a review of LucasArts' Star Wars title, Episode 1 Racer.
Until then,
bye.
Bye. Welcome to Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide, computer and video gaming. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Lauren Fielder. Now, you may remember playing games in the arcade like Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Berserk, Tron, but then again, you may not.
Well, if you've missed them, don't cry, because they're coming back, and they're doing it in 3D.
So we're putting our spotlight on the latest versions of some of the arcade's greatest classics.
If she blinded me with science actually means something to you, or if the name hammer connotes more than just a carpentry tool, then, my friend, you are one of the fortunate survivors of the 80s. But eclectic music is just one of the decade's trademarks. The early 80s is also known as the golden age of arcades. Games like Asteroids, Donkey Kong, and Centipede lined the halls of arcade parlors. It was the time when getting the #1 score meant more than passing the final exam. Now hold on to your parachute pants. Many of these timeless classics are being resurrected in 3D. Computer Gaming World's Johnny Wilson says the reason is pretty simple.
3D enables you to break out of the canvas of the computer screen, if you will. And, of course, the most obvious thing to do in marketing is to grab something familiar. And you grab something familiar and you give it a new twist.
And way before we were babbling about MIP mapping, Z buffering, and twisting 3D, there was Asteroids. Released by Atari in 1979, Asteroids was one of the first arcade games that was designed using vector graphics, the earliest form of polygon graphics. In 1998, Asteroids embraced the third dimension with this Activision remake. Yet even with the new snazzy look, developer Cyrox kept the game close to the original concept. Of course, this modern translation has all the 90s amenities, including power-ups and enough weapons to instill fear in giant flying rocks. The game masters at Atari were on a roll when they launched the arcade tank simulation Battlezone in 1980. Battlezone's graphics and concept caught everyone's attention, including the U.S. military, who commissioned an enhanced military version of the game. As the first three-dimensional first-person game, Battlezone provided a clear window into the future of gaming. And the future never looked so good when 1998's version of Battlezone hit the PC market. As the 80s rehash trend was getting ridiculous, this modern Battlezone provided a deep sigh of relief. Besides the name, the new Battlezone has little in common with its classic counterpart. Developer Pandemic Studios combined action and strategy elements in this new version, a deviation that was welcomed by the PC gaming community.
I'm very, very proud of the way that we pushed Battlezone forward. Now, the original was a revolutionary game, then the game that we created is also considered revolutionary.
Other classics that have made the leap into 3D include the green yet courageous Frogger and the trackball-frenzied mushroom-blasting game of Centipede from Hasbro. But the nostalgic pull of the classics have not ensured success for these modern versions. Ironically, the gameplay that made the classics memorable are considered too simplistic for today's core gamers. the reviews have been mixed.
They get lousy reviews because, you know, those of us who are cynics, you know, have kind of what I call Patch Adams syndrome. As basically, no matter how many people love it, you know, we're going to hate it because, you know, technically it's not as strong as we'd like to see.
Good reviews or not, this yellow game icon and its mesmerizing chomping sound will stop people in their tracks. Pac-Man and his ghost buddies will be sporting a new look this September in celebration of its 20th anniversary. But don't think the 3D facelifts stop here. Namco and Hasbro are actively remaking other arcade classics. And no matter what they look like or how they play, this revival will force some players to reminisce about the days when they were getting blinded with science and dropping their weekly allowances into the bottomless arcade pits.
She blinded me with science!
I don't know if you can believe this, but they're even considering redoing SinStar. So what's next, Pong?
Actually, you're exactly right. Hasbro is updating Pong, and this time it's going to have penguins.
Wow, and a $40 price tag?
$39.95, I think.
All right.
But until then, here's the game news.
In this week's game news, VideoGames.com has learned from Sega that the company will be working to develop and publish titles for handheld game consoles, including Nintendo's Game Boy Color. Sega says the decision to develop for competitors' platforms is due to the need for increased profits, as well as the fact that they have no plans for a handheld system in the next couple of years. Sega says they will not be developing for either the PlayStation or the N64. The recent death of professional wrestler Owen Hart has not prompted acclaim to remove his character from the upcoming WWF Attitude. There will be some changes to the game, such as the removal of the option to select the specific outfit that Hart was wearing when he died. Acclaim will also dedicate the game in memory of the wrestler. In international news, New Zealand's current entertainment ratings legislation, which requires testers to review all of the content of video and computer games, is being revised to allow for ratings based on general impressions. The change comes after many testers complained about not being able to conquer the more difficult levels in some games. If you're looking for more gaming news, go to the Gamespot.com and the VideoGames.com websites.
And if you want to stay nostalgic a little longer, watch a real video clip of our classic arcade games going 3D, and you can find it on our website at zdtv.com/GameSpot.tv.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we go ape in our preview of Donkey Kong 64. And we battle it out in our review of Magic and Mayhem. And you don't want to miss our review of Star Wars Episode 1 Racer when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. Now, you know me well enough. When it comes to console games, my true love is for the 3D platformer, and I haven't felt the same ever since I finished Banjo-Kazooie.
Well, you know, Rare has another one coming out, so for all of you platform fanatics in the same boat as Adam, stick around and check out our next preview. It's for Donkey Kong 64.
If completing Banjo-Kazooie left behind a yearning for another high-quality platform game, then rest assured, one is coming in the form of Donkey Kong 64 from Rare and Nintendo. Billed as being bigger than Zelda, the game will require the RAM pack, which will be bundled with the game. With a number of characters, textures, and real-time lighting effects, gamers can expect to be wowed. The game levels look graphically superior to Banjo-Kazooie and will appear to be the same size or even bigger. The character animations in the game are also of an incredible quality. While it seems similar to Banjo-Kazooie, Nintendo says that it will be less about puzzle solving than trying to get from point A to B. The game will offer 5 characters, and each will come with their own moves. Donkey Kong 64 was a favorite with people at E3 and will most likely be a hot seller when it's released at the end of the year. Now, I've heard all the comments, but I don't think this game is that much like Banjo-Kazooie.
Well, I've played a bit of it, and I can say I think it stands on its own, even at this early stage. But, of course, we'll have to wait for a review to find out.
Yes, well, this next game, it's a real-time strategy game developed in the spirit of Myth the Fallen Lords, though they've taken the very big step of focusing more on spells and fantastical creatures rather than dwarf and mortars and archers.
So, check out Magic and Mayhem on the grill.
Mythos, the makers of the turn-based sci-fi hit XCOM UFO Defense, brings us Magic and Mayhem, a real-time strategy game with a fantasy theme. The player controls Cornelius, a young man who's been apprenticed to his uncle Lucan.
Arriving at Lucan's home to begin the apprenticeship, you find him missing, and this sets you off on an adventure traveling through various realms searching for Lucan and trying to stop the greater evils that possess the land. Each mission is roughly the same. Your goal is to kill an opposing wizard using spells and summon creatures. While the spell system is interesting, the missions eventually descend into a click fest. You summon some monsters, you throw them at the bad guy, they die, then you start over at the next level. Talismans are the focus of Magic and Mayhem's spell system. On some levels, Cornelius will find spell ingredients. Each ingredient can create up to 3 different spells depending on which talisman it's put into. Besides the spell system, the other element that stands out is the music. It's quite enjoyable and adds to the overall feeling of the game. With more control over your allies, more interesting combat, or just a bit more depth, Magic and Mayhem would have been a better game. Overall, the missions are just too repetitive, and the mechanics are just too unrefined for it to be anything more than a short diversion. Ron Doolin of Gamespot.com gave Magic and Mayhem a rating of 6.3 out of 10.
It's too bad they didn't have a Dark Elf Necromancer. Well, anyway, you guys have probably been a wee bit tired of us yammering on and on about all the games affiliated with the new Star Wars movie.
So we finally have something real to show. We have a review of the first title to be released in that Star Wars Episode 1 Racer on the grill.
The biggest scene from the biggest film seems like a difficult act to follow, but Episode 1 Racer from LucasArts for the N64 would appear to meet the challenge. The scene is an obvious choice for a game translation. Ben-Hur-esque chariot races using pod racers, a cockpit dragged forward by huge starship engines. These vehicles reach speeds upwards of 600 miles per hour and fly little more than a few feet off the ground. Unlike the movie, the game offers more courses than just Tatooine. There are 7 additional planets and over 20 pilots to choose from. The gameplay is similar to other futuristic racers, such as Wipeout XL and F-Zero X, except that there are no power-ups and no offensive weapons until you unlock the main boss. You compete in tournaments made up of 4 or more races, where if you place 4th or better, you can move on and earn money to upgrade your pod racer.
I got everything you need, huh?
The main element of the game is speed, and at 60 frames per second, you'll come up on obstacles so quickly you might not know how you avoided them. Despite its difficulty, the speed of the game is controlled by a great physics engine and sublimely elegant controls. The graphics in the game are excellent, even without a RAM pack. In fact, they're so nice that you may wipe out because you're admiring the scenery. There are instances of pop-up that may not cause you to crash, but will keep you from seeing as far as you want to. The game does suffer from music that can best be described as incidental, though the sound effects are quite good. Also of note is that the game starts off easy and then suddenly becomes very challenging and would have benefited from more tracks to help stretch the game out. Even with these complaints, Episode 1 Racer is a great game and is superior to any futuristic racing game on the N64. In fact, it may be superior to the scene in the movie that inspired it. Joe Fielder from videogames.com gives it an 8.4 out of 10.
Well, if that game appealed to you, then stay tuned for our strategy guide later on in the show. And if you're looking for more video game reviews, you'll find the latest titles, including Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, at the videogames.com website.
And if you have questions about anything on the show, make sure you send us your feedback via email at GameSpotTV@ZDTV.com.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we have a Frag Fest ahead with a preview of Quake 3 Arena for the PC. And we have more racing action ahead with a review of Ridge Racer 4 when GameSpot TV returns. Welcome back. Now, while a lot of people have been asking me about Gran Turismo 2, there's still many people out there that like nothing more than an arcade-style racer.
And you're going to have to wait for GT2, so you might as well sit back and watch our review of Ridge Racer Type 4.
No matter what one thinks of other racing games, Ridge Racer has always been the preferred series when it comes to arcade-style driving, and the 4th installment in the series will continue to appeal to fans as it makes improvements while maintaining its same basic feel. The main mode of the game is Grand Prix, where you pick one of 4 teams and one of 4 car manufacturers and then race on 8 tracks. The requirements for continuing through the game change as you play, with you only having to place 3rd or better in the first 2 races to having to place 1st in the last 4. You'll be given 3 attempts on each track before having to race the entire heat all over again. As you complete each heat, you'll be given a newer, faster car whose quality will depend upon your performance in the races. These cars can be used in the 2-player versus mode or the time trial mode. The game includes 2 types of cars, the grip and the drift. Drift cars are faster and meant for power sliding. And grip cars keep better traction to let you compete if you haven't mastered the art of the slide. Graphics in the games are simply great. It moves at a high, smooth frame rate, and tracks are filled with detail, even if some flaws are apparent. The soundtrack is a bit more mellow than in past games, but it still fits in nicely. In the end, if you've cared for any of the games in the Ridge Racer series, then the 4th one is definitely for you. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gives it an 8.7 out of 10. Now, you can get Ridge Racer Type 4 with the Joy-Con controller, where you control a wheel similar to the shuttle on your VCR. But what do you have there, Lauren?
This is a Nedge-Con. Came out first, and it's like a steering wheel. Harder to find, but I think more fun. But now we go from some racing action to some running action, because you do a lot of that in this next game.
As I've learned, because I spent all my time at work playing the beta of Quake 3 Arena. While there never seems to be a lack of first-person shooters, one game that unsurprisingly looks to stand out from the pack is id Software's multiplayer-focused shooter, Quake 3 Arena. Why? First of all, the game looks gorgeous. Colors and textures leap off the screen as players hurtle through the game's deathmatch arenas at breakneck speed. By concentrating on the multiplayer game, id Software is hoping to perfect the competitive quality that so many gamers responded to. No internet connection? Fear not. Players will be able to activate intelligent bots and engage in a solo frag fest. Apart from new graphic effects, such as organic textures, fog, and lighting effects, the game still retains the same visceral gameplay that made its predecessors so good. One of the gaming community's most respected players, Dennis Thresh Fong, explains.
I think it has a lot of the same graphics as Quake 2. It's the beauty of it, and also the gameplay of Quake 1. A lot of people, the community is generally pretty split about these things, and I think Quake 3 is really going to bring together the whole action category and bring everybody together into one.
We'll see if this unity can succeed on Quake 3 Arena's September release.
So I hear you're moving from being a camper to quite a strafer.
Yes, word is out, but even despite my prowess, evil does pop up in all kinds of games.
Well, demons and fallen angels are pretty tough to get rid of.
So here are some cheats for Requiem Avenging Angel. To activate the Requiem Avenging Angel cheat codes, press enter and type in one of the following cheats. Keep running out of ammo? Type in CS ammo and you will have enough mundane firepower to last you to hell and back. It's tough being an Avenging Angel. Type in CS Shroud and you'll get full armor and full health. Tired of being a pawn of the Almighty? Typing in CSYWH will help Malachi save humanity in God mode.
If you're looking for cheat codes, you can find them on the Gamespot TV website in the Game Help section.
And check out the Gamespot TV message boards, where you can put up tips for other gamers or challenge someone to a good old-fashioned frag fest. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have the latest hardware pick from Computer Gaming World's Dave Salvatore. And if you're having trouble with your pod racer, don't worry. We have a strategy guide to help you. This and more when Gamespot TV returns.
Welcome back. PC joysticks are mostly designed for right-handers.
I guess the company's assuming the left-handed people don't play games.
I don't know about that, but we did find a company that's found a way to appease both sides, and Dave Salvatore has the Game Gear.
If you've been getting into flight sims, you may be ready to go out there and get your first joystick. I've got one here called the Jet Leader USB from our friends at Yimo International. This is a USB stick that in some ways isn't so interesting except for one thing. Ambidextrous. If you're a left-handed gamer, this joystick is your friend. Most joysticks are engineered for right-handed gamers, but Guillemot went ahead and engineered this one to be ambidextrous. So left-handed, right-handed, you can game with this guy. It has the usual trappings of a joystick. You got your 2 buttons up here, view hat, 2 front-mounted buttons, and then an additional 4 down here at the bottom. About the only thing we didn't like about this guy was that its throttle slider, which is down here, never completely zeroed out, which means that when you go to idle your plane or your vehicle, the engine throttle will still be at about 10%. Long story short, this is a pretty solid stick, especially for your first stick, and if you're a left-handed gamer, you might want to check this guy out.
Heavy Metal Fact 2 comes from Kevin Eastman of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fame.
And now this post-apocalyptic action game is set to be released this fall, so here's a sneak peek. Now, Adam, this game continues the narrative of the Heavy Metal 2 film that's currently in development.
And on the topic of movies and films, it's Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Here are those strategy tips from Expert Gamer. Don't let Anakin Skywalker fool you. Piloting a fireball at 800 miles an hour is not easy. Episode 1 Racer for the N64 gives players a taste of the nasty sport of pod racing. Non-Jedis need not apply. One way to win is to get an instant boost at the starting line. To do this, hold down the accelerator when the last set of countdown characters fade. Let's try that again. Timing is critical here, so watch the last character carefully. If executed correctly, the pilot yells out and other racers are left eating Tatooine dust. Of course, speed is a big part of the game, but it's only secondary to control. Knowing how to hold the N64 joystick can mean the difference between crossing the finish or being desert bait. To attain high speeds on straightaways, press up on the joystick to put the racer's nose down. To get a better handle on turns, press down on the joystick to lift the racer's nose up. Tight turns, treacherous tracks, and rabid racers guaranteed damages. Players must repair damages as soon as possible if they plan on reaching the finish line alive. To repair the pod, hold down the right shoulder button of the controller until the repair has been made. Take note though, while repairing, the pod will slow down. It will take more than a Jedi mind trick to win races in this game. Use all the tricks you can and practice. Try to use the instant boost. Hold your nose right and repair the pod as quickly as possible. Last but not least, try not to hit the walls.
Well, for the first of the Episode 1 games, not bad, but we'll have to wait and see about the other ones.
Yes, and you know we'll be covering those in the upcoming weeks, and that will include Star Wars: The Phantom Menace.
That's it for now, but you can always check us out on the web at zdtv.com/GameSpot.tv.
And don't forget to join us for our chat sessions next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Until next week, bye.
Bye-bye.
Today on Gamespot TV, we take a look at violence in gaming. Could it have possible links to real-life violence? We hear from game makers about the issue. Plus, we have a preview of the gothic role-playing game Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, which has created quite a stir. And everyone loves the long ball. Earn the admiration of others with our Triple Play 2000 strategy guide. So stick around. It's game time. Welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video games. I'm Dash, your virtual game guide. Violence in games, especially in first-person shooters, has always been a controversial topic. And in the wake of the recent high school shootings, the game industry has received its harshest criticisms yet. So, should violent games be held partly responsible for the tragedies, or are they being used as another scapegoat? We examined both sides of the debate in this week's Spotlight.
Once again, the dormant debate over video game violence has reawakened. The issue revolves around the concept that violence in games translates to violence in the real world. Last April's massacre at the Littleton, Colorado High School fueled an anti-game violence campaign. Some politicians believe that killers Harris and Klebold got the training they needed to commit the massacre from playing the computer game Doom. In another school shooting in Kentucky, first-person shooters like Quake and Redneck Rampage were blamed as to have allegedly trained a freshman to be, quote, an extraordinarily effective killer. Of course, these allegations did not sit well in the gaming community.
It's very easy to attack the video game business. We're a new business. We're rapidly growing. We don't have the kind of political connections of the NRA or the movie business.
Some TV shows have used Sega's arcade game House of the Dead as an example to show how violent video games have become easily accessible to young children. Sega's president recalls one such show.
During that show also, if I recall, one of the reporters said that, you know, a 5-year-old child can come in here and play this game. I don't think so. A 5-year-old child can only get in there with the parent. And so where is the parent?
So in some deeply troubling cases...
And the debate has reached the top. Recently, President Clinton addressed an organization's concerns about the effects of video game advertisements on young children.
So we ought to think twice about the impact of ads for so-called first-person shooter video games, like the recent ad for a game that invites players to, and I quote, get in touch with your gun-toting, cold-blooded murdering side.
We think we can probably do a little bit better job in some of the kind of print ads that we see. We think we can do a better job in educating the public and parents about the rating system.
Lincoln echoes the general consensus of the game industry. That's why in 1994, the industry decided to regulate its games by adapting the Entertainment Software Rating Board system. And although enforcement has been an issue, IDSA's president, Doug Lowenstein, believes government intervention is not the solution.
I think it's very dangerous when the government tries to impose its taste, its morality, its standards on the general public. We think consumers need to make the choices. We need to empower consumers to have the information to make those choices, and we ought to keep the government out of it.
And what do the consumers think about the debate? 57% of the consumers in a study conducted by the research firm PC Data disagree with the concept that violent games create violent players. At Bolt.com, a teen-oriented website, the majority vote was no way. As expected, U.S. senators like Jack Wagner have contradicting studies and research of their own linking violent video games to teen violence. So far, the debate has turned into a war of rhetoric and research. The solution, many believe, begins when we start looking inward.
I think developers should be responsible and at least have some forethought in what they're creating and what might, how it might affect people playing, kids playing.
Agree or disagree, opinions will vary. Violent video games could be the cause of a violent society. Then again, it could also be the reflection of the world we live in.
Recently, President Clinton ordered the Justice Department and the Federal Trade Commission to investigate how the video game, music, and movie industries market violence to children. We'll keep you updated on the story as it progresses. And now, let's check the game news.
The computer gaming industry experienced the wrath of the crippling Worm Explorer zip virus. The virus, which has affected employees' Microsoft Office documents at Electronic Arts, Microsoft, Sega, and others, is spread via an email attachment. When activated, the file, named Zipped Files, begins deleting Word, Excel, and PowerPoint documents while simultaneously emailing itself to other people in the recipient's address book. The companies quickly shut down their clogged servers in order to install proper defenses. The best way to protect yourself from viruses like the worm is to verify that attached files actually come from a trusted source. It was a sad day in the world of online gaming recently when beta testers of Microsoft's much-anticipated Asheron's Call gathered for an apocalyptic end to the world they'd helped create. 6 weeks into the online RPG's assay, Microsoft wiped the entire test servers clean, including the character database, in order to upgrade the beta version. Players gathered in one area of the vast virtual world to say farewell to their experience, hard work, co-patriots, and enemies.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, think you can triumph over alien bugs and save the universe? We have a preview of the upcoming N64 title, Jet Force Gemini. And remember your helmet and leathers. We have a review of the motorcycle racing game Super Bike World Championship when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. When it comes to consistency of quality, Rare sits atop a rather small heap. GoldenEye, Banjo-Kazooie, and the upcoming Donkey Kong 64 are a few of Rare's titles, and here's a look at another upcoming game from these British developers. We have a preview of Jet Force Gemini.
You may recall those days when 8 and 16-bit games focused more on blasting a lot of enemies. Well, Jet Force Gemini from Rare and Nintendo may bring back the magic for the N64. The game comes from the same development team that made Diddy Kong Racing and Blast Corps. You're a member of a team of operatives known as Jet Force, and you're set to stop some unpleasant invading alien bugs. The game plays in areas where a certain number of enemies must be obliterated before exits open that allow you entry into a stage. The game itself is made up of 120 stages. Early on in Jet Force Gemini, one of your tasks is to find parts of Floyd the Robot, who will allow you access to a two-player co-op mode where the intensity of the action and a number of enemies will increase accordingly. Look for Jet Force Gemini late this summer.
Blowing up alien bugs and saving the world sure can be fun. And where else can you find a robot named Floyd? Our next game may not have alien bugs, but I guess you don't need that in a motorcycle racing game. All you really need is speed! You'll definitely find that in our Superbike World Championship. We have Virgin Interactive's Superbike World Championship on the grill.
You might expect Superbike World Championship to be just another arcade-style racer, a fun, flashy game with nothing in common with the sport it simulates. Fortunately for motorcycle enthusiasts, this game is a winner. There are 5 bikes to choose from, and each is evenly matched, but offers a slight variation in instrumentation, engine noise, and color scheme. Players can also modify their bike chassis, transmission, suspension, and tires for optimal performance. But as with most racing games that allow you to modify your vehicle, it's best to leave things alone, unless you know what you're doing. Graphically, Superbike is stunning. The tracks, bikes, and riders all look great, and even the distance rendering is pretty good. And fantastic animations for crashes and turns make the game very lifelike. Unlike arcade racers where brakes are optional, Superbike is all about finesse and control. Most of the tracks are very curvy, so you must slow down to take the turns to move ahead of the pack. Unfortunately, one of the game's notable flaws is the AI. The computer-controlled drivers don't always pose much of a challenge. Superbike from EA Sports has a lot more going for it than a fancy 3D engine and a thumping soundtrack. Super gameplay and a substantial dose of simulation-style realism make this one of the best motorcycle games to hit the PC in a while. Michael Ryan of Gamespot.com gives Superbike World Championship a rating of 8.2 out of 10.
Now, shifting gears from the speed of your bike to the speed of your brain, we have a puzzle game. For all the Hello Kitty fans out there, and I'm not just talking to the people that got them for free at McDonald's, we have Hello Kitty's Cube Frenzy on the grill. Personally, I'd rather hang out with Bats Maru.
In this era, when puzzle games are being held in low esteem, comes the bright, shining luminescence of Hello Kitty in Hello Kitty's Cube Frenzy from New Kid Co. While it may appear to be a Sanrio cavalcade for the little sister gamer, those who still yearn for a good old puzzle game may want to check this out. The game has a story, sort of. Hello Kitty is living out that vacationing fantasy of kicking back on an island when Bats Maru comes along and sends her to a world of gleaming cubes that fall from the heavens. Hello Kitty runs back and forth semi-controllably, and you guide her with the L1 and the R1 buttons. At the same time, you also guide the falling cubes to clear columns and create bridges for Kitty to traverse and collect the various items scattered about and annoy Bats Maru. While it may seem to be mere saccharine kitty fodder, Hello Kitty Cube Frenzy does become difficult and quite devious, and is an extremely long game for the solitude-seeking, serious puzzle gamer. If you can get past the treacly images and the snickers of Silent Hill buying compatriots, or have the appropriate appreciation for kitsch, it's worth checking out. Christian Nutt from Videogames.com gives it a 7.6 out of 10.
Wow, what do you say after a review like that? If you want to read the full review of Jet Force Gemini, on the other hand, go to the Videogames.com website. And if you're interested in learning more about Superbike World Championship, be sure to check out the full review on the Gamespot.com website. Coming up on Gamespot TV, make sure you have a cross and some garlic handy. We have a preview of the PC role-playing title, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. And help save Wally from the Queen and her hordes. We have a preview of the 3D title Centipede when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. From Bram Stoker's Dracula to Anne Rice's Lestat, vampires have intrigued people with their immortality and lust for blood, not to mention their rugged good looks. Our next game from Nihilistic Software should have you running for some holy water. We've got a preview of Vampire the Masquerade Redemption.
No telling yet, but you might manage to refine your sense of gothic ambition with Nihilistic's and Activision's Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. The game is based on the White Wolf World of Darkness tabletop RPG. It begins in the 12th century with you playing the most undead knight Christoph, who unfortunately becomes embraced by a vampire and becomes one himself. The game then takes place in modern-day London and New York, where he becomes further embroiled in the intrigue and treachery that affects the various vampiric clans. The game appears to be staying true to the principles of the pen-and-paper version of the game, especially the turning of the game inwards as you try to have Christoph hang on to what little is left of his humanity. The game will be multiplayer capable and will involve the participation of an online game master, similar to the Dungeon Masters of yore. Look for Vampire the Masquerade Redemption to come out of the shadows at the end of the year.
You know, I think vampires really suck. Our next review is a revamped Centipede for the PlayStation. The original Centipede was one of the most popular games of all time. Retro gaming is still popular, and many classic games of the 80s are being remade in fabulous 3D. So does Centipede 3D live up to its predecessor? Let's find out as we throw it on the grill.
When it comes to gaming nostalgia, Centipede ranks up there at the top of the memory heap, so it should come as little surprise that a 3D update of the game has arrived on the shelves. It should also come as no surprise that it just doesn't have the magic of the original, although it can stand on its own. This time around, Centipede comes with a story. You play Wally, who must pilot the shooter to save you and your fellow wee people from the Queen Pede and her vile hordes. And also in this updated version, you have better tricks at your disposal. You're able to upgrade your main cannon, fire secondary weapons, and use shields. At its heart, though, this is still the same game as before. You turn centipedes into mushrooms, blast spiders, and try not to touch anything dangerous. The game's controls are a little different. You're now able to roam around the entire 3D environment, and the game engine makes strafing very easy. The graphics in the game are adequate and only really come into their own when you play in the close-up view. The music is nothing to scream about, yet the sound effects are carried over from the original game. Centipede also includes a port of the original game, but it suffers by comparison. The graphics are worse and the frame rate is low. What Centipede teaches us is that nostalgia gaming is about vector graphics and a simple control scheme. It feels as if Centipede has latched itself onto extinct gameplay that has taken what could have been a great shooter into the hollow of mediocrity. Ben Stahl from VideoGames.com gives it a 5.3 out of 10.
Those centipedes really make my skin crawl. Is anybody else in here itchy? Well, anyway, here's a trivia question for you. The celebrity spokesperson for the Intellivision system was... Who is George Plimpton, of course? I'll take whoopee for 1,000. This next review is for all those classic gamers out there. We have Intellivision Lives on the grill.
I bet it's great doing all those Intellivision commercials.
Do you have warm, fuzzy memories of the Intellivision and its 16-directional disc pad controller? Intellivision Lives from Intellivision Productions is a travel back to the days before the Atari collapse and 3D cards. Back to the days of pure gameplay and the Blue Sky Rangers. Included on the CD is all the information you would ever want or need on the Intellivision, its hardware, its developers, and Mattel Electronics. Intellivision Lives features 75 different playable games, all of which are completely stable and work equally well on low-end PCs or P3 450. The sounds, while not ultra-modern 3D audio, exhibit the same clean-cut quality as the graphics. They're loud and clear. The games have held up quite nicely over the last couple of decades, and the blocky graphics have aged well and maintain a certain charm.
Introducing Burger Time, the home video game where you're a chef.
Overall, Intellivision Lives is a well-balanced package that contains a great deal of history, personality, and classic games. If you have any sort of interest in the classic gaming consoles of the 70s and 80s, it's an excellent value and well worth a look. Andrew Park of Gamespot.com gave Intellivision Lives a rating of 8.4 out of 10.
Which game was included with the Atari 2600 system? Do you think you know the classic consoles? Come by the Gamespot TV website at zdtv.com/GamespotTV and take our retro gaming quiz. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have the latest hardware picks from Computer Gaming World's Dave Salvatore. And baseball isn't all home runs and popcorn. We have a Triple Play 2000 strategy guide for those players who spend more time striking out than sliding into home when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. Hey, have you ever played with magnetic planar technology? You haven't? Well, Dave Salvatore has. I'm hinting, of course, about what's in today's Game Gear.
Cambridge Soundworks seems to have set the trend in PC speakers lately, moving everyone towards small satellites with a base unit at your feet. But the guys over at Monsoon Multimedia have a slightly different take on things, and it's flat. What? Monsoon uses what's called magnetic planar technology, which comes to us from the hi-fi world, and it's been there for years. So what does magnetic planar bring for gamers? Well, one of the characteristics of these speakers is that their stereo imaging tends to be very tight, which means they do a good job of rendering the sound stage, but you kind of have to keep your head in the sweet spot. Now, where this comes in handy is for rendering 3D positional audio in games like Half-Life and Thief. If you kind of have your head right in that sweet spot, these speakers do a good job of rendering that 3D positional audio. The M700s do a very good job both with musical material and gaming audio, but they are a little bit pricey. There are speaker offerings out there from Yamaha, Cambridge, and even Boston Acoustics for less money that do a good job. But if you're an audiophile and listen to a lot of CDs on your PC, then these might be a good fit.
Well, that little lovable hedgehog Sonic has never looked so good. This week's intro is from Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. Sonic Adventure is slated to be released in the U.S. this fall. Now, if blue hedgehogs aren't your thing, how about baseball? If you'd like to win the All-Star level in Triple Play 2000, you're in luck. Yep, because we got some expert gamer strategies.
So, you think you're the man? The big kahuna of video game baseball, huh? The All-Star difficulty in Triple Play 2000 for the PlayStation might just slap that silly grin right off your face. Because while standard techniques might work peachy in lower difficulties, All-Star is a whole new ballgame.
Hold it first.
The first tip from our expert gamer friends is to recycle the pitchers every 3 innings. Watch out for signs of weakening. If a pitcher's stamina meter turns yellow, don't think. Take him out. All-Star computer batters will rarely chase after bad pitches.
Another ball.
And an All-Star game requires solid performance, especially in fielding. The strategy here is to go for the sure out rather than a double play or a bionic throw to home base to save a run. According to Expert Gamer, the players and the ball in Triple Play 2000 move too slow to pull a double play, so stick to the out. And of course, there's nothing like hitting the big one. You want to be the PlayStation version of Sosa or McGuire? The trick is timing. The computer throws curves, sliders, and off-speed pitches early to get players in the hole.
Curveball down the middle. Pickoff attempt at second base.
So stick with the contact swings. Once it gets behind, the computer tends to pitch the fastball. This is the time to pull out the power swing. As always, there's more to winning an All-Star game than these 3 tips. But stick with these tips, practice, and you can't go wrong. You won't get a shoe or a hamburger deal in the process, but what the heck, you can pretend.
It's going, home run.
With that strategy guide, you will definitely see some improvement in your game. Do you have a gaming question or a cheat to share? Visit our Gamespot TV website and post your comments on our message board at www.zdtv.com/GamespotTV. That's it for today, folks. But remember, when you think you're playing too much, play more. See ya.
This week on Gamespot TV, Final Fantasy VII is one of the biggest titles in the history of the PlayStation. We talked to Squaresoft to find out how they intend to repeat their success. And we have a preview of the Dreamcast arcade-style racing game Speed Devil that features plenty of tracks to tear up with your hot rods. And skateboarding legend Tony Hawk shreds in our behind-the-scenes look at the making of his upcoming skateboarding game. Stick around, it's game time. Hello and welcome to this console edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Lauren Fielder. The epic role-playing series Final Fantasy is in its 8th and soon-to-be 9th incarnation.
Final Fantasy VII has become the biggest-selling PlayStation game worldwide. And there's even a film in the works set in the Final Fantasy universe.
We had a chance to talk to Squaresoft's top man, Jun Iwasaki, and found out what's in store for the epic series and the company's future.
Since 1997, the PlayStation role-playing game Final Fantasy VII has sold over 6 million copies worldwide, making it one of the best-selling video games of all time. Last May at the E3 convention, Squaresoft's president, Jun Iwasaki, gave us a glimpse inside the company's game plan and strategies to keep its competitive edge. And of course, it started with Final Fantasy VIII. No company can survive on RPGs alone, and Squaresoft knows it. To attract more gamers, the company decided to delve into fighting games such as Bushido Blade.
Our main focus is RPG, but also we'd like to expand not only RPG, other genre. For example, we've already launched fighting game, Bushido Blade and Tobal 1, so 3 years ago. So anyway, we try to expand that genre, not only RPG.
And whether you like their games or not, one cannot resist eye candy. Stunning graphics are consistent elements in Squaresoft games. The idea here could be that if gameplay and storyline don't grab you, the visuals will. Parasite Eve's awe-inspiring graphics mask game features that weren't up to par. A safety cushion or not, Iwasaki says that the company has been pushing the technology envelope since day one.
ということで、プレイステーションに、チョイスをした時点で、そういうフィロソフィーで、作ってきているということです。
So rather than there was a time where we decided to develop a game that was more computer graphics oriented. It was that timing that the PlayStation was announced and that a new system was developed. That's when we were able to pull our strengths and our great graphics and to put that into the new console.
By the end of year 2000, Sega, Sony, and Nintendo will have their next generation game systems in place. The PC will be there too. With their track record, you can bet that Squaresoft will be picky.
可能性、いわばスペックを決めているゲーム機を、まずは選択をもう一つのエレメントとして考えています。
And then the second element that we look for is that the console or the specs of the console will have to have the capacity or the capability to handle what Square wants to really develop.
Talk about ambitious. This scene illustrates Squaresoft's biggest goal and toughest challenge for its next generation titles, and that is total immersion. Iwasaki says Squaresoft's game technology will attempt to make the transition from movie to game so seamless that gamers won't be able to tell where the game ends and the movie begins. Gamers will get a taste of this feature in Final Fantasy VIII. As with other businesses, there are no surefire wins. But as a multi-billion-dollar horse race, many gamers, fans, and industry watchers are already placing their bets on the Squaresoft horse to win.
You know what's really cool, Adam, is that Square finally officially announced a sequel to Chrono Trigger. It's going to be called Chrono Cross.
Yes, it could very well cause the same anticipation as the U.S. release of Final Fantasy VIII, which, curiously enough, is being released the same day as the Dreamcast, September 9th.
And now, let's check the game news. In this week's console news, after a difficult launch, the Bleem PlayStation emulator for the PC has been released to retail outlets around the country. Originally only available through the company's website, the emulator has already sold around 20,000 units. Throughout the software's short history, the company has survived 2 legal attempts by Sony to halt its release. Capcom has announced that the new Tokyo Philharmonic Orchestra will perform musical pieces from the Resident Evil series. The concert will showcase music and FMV sequences from the upcoming Resident Evil 3 in Tokyo on August 25th. And Square recently announced a list of talent that will be included in the upcoming Final Fantasy movie. The list includes such high-profile Hollywood actors as Alec Baldwin, James Woods, Donald Sutherland, and Steve Buscemi. Each will provide the voice for a character in the film based on the popular role-playing game series. The animated film is currently in production in Hawaii and is set to release during the summer 2001.
If you're looking for more gaming news, you can always find it at Gamespot.com and Videogames.com.
And don't forget to send in your Pokemon drawings to qualify for our Pokemon contest. We're giving away Pikachu, we're giving away Game Boy Color, Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Pinball, and a lot of other stuff. So pull out your crayons and give it your best shot. Entries must be submitted as an original drawing of your favorite Pokemon character.
And if you're like me and are no Rembrandt, come by the GameSpot TV website and take our Pokemon Trivia quiz for a chance to enter our contest. Entries need to be received by August 1st, 1999. For more information, go to our website at zdtv.com/GameSpotTV. Coming up on GameSpot TV, looking for the elusive Pokemon in its natural habitat? We take a look at the upcoming Nintendo title, Pokemon Snap. And get set for an epic tale. We have a review of the PlayStation role-playing title, Star Ocean: The Second Story.
Welcome back. Our next game is a cross between Disney's Jungle Cruise Ride and Candid Camera.
Here's a review of Pokemon Snap for the N64. With Pokemon all over the Game Boy, it would seem only natural that it would move on over to the N64, and one of the first arrivals will be Pokemon Snap. In a word, this will be a weird game. You play a young, intrepid chap who is trying to capture those elusive Pokemon. Your search lands you on Pokemon Island in Professor Oak's lab. You are then set out to move, as on rails, through 7 environments and snap pictures of the Pokemons you see. Your pictures are then rated by Professor Oak on certain criteria. If the game sounds limited, its concept is expanded upon by the acquisition of devices like apples and irritating balls that help lure out Pokemon and coax them into that perfect Rolling Stone cover pose. The game will be sporting some of the best graphics and sound on the N64, and the Pokemon cries will be taken directly from the television series to fully integrate all facets of the Pokemon experience. Look for Pokemon Snap at the end of July. A rather soothing game.
I think the music's nice.
Yes. Now, while much of the talk has been about the release of Final Fantasy VIII this year, it really is just a year for the RPG all around. And this next one is modeled after the classic variety of the genre.
So sit back and relax. Here's our review of the epic role-playing title, Star Ocean: The Second Story.
Star Ocean: The Second Story is the 32-bit follow-up to Enix's Super Famicom title, Star Ocean, a game released during the last days of the system. At the start of Star Ocean, players can select from one of 2 characters, Claude or Rena. As the story advances, you'll meet up with other key characters. With the gorgeous intro movie and pre-rendered scenes on par with Parasite Eve and Final Fantasy VIII, Star Ocean: The Second Story may play like an old-fashioned RPG, but it sure doesn't look like one. The fast-paced battle scenes take place in front of a full polygonal backdrop. Players can choose from one of 3 settings during combat: Standard, Semi-Active, or Full Active. Standard is for those gamers new to the series, while Semi-Active and Full Active are for gamers who want more control. Exploration takes you through many unique towns and villages. After picking up the necessary supplies, your travels will take you on a 3D overhead map, where you'll need to search for hidden caves and hidden towns. With at least 50 hours of gameplay, Star Ocean: The Second Story has plenty to see and do, and is as engaging an RPG as you're likely to play. James Melky gives Star Ocean: The Second Story a rating of 8.3 out of 10.
See, it's true. There's more to the RPG genre than Final Fantasy VIII.
Yes, and there's more to summer than RPGs. There's also baseball.
So don't forget your peanuts and popcorn. Here are a few cheat codes for All-Star Baseball 2000.
To activate the All-Star Baseball 2000 cheats, enter the following codes into the password entry field. Enter in Tom Thumb, and you'll find out what it's like to play baseball with the Wii folk. And you'll really have angels in the outfield when you type in Fly Away, and all your players fly to the dugout after an inning. Type in BCHBLKTPTY, and baseball fans will find out what it's like playing with big balls.
If you're looking for more cheat codes, come to the Gamespot TV website inside ZDTV.com.
And don't forget, enter our Pokemon contest. Come to the Gamespot TV website to find out how to submit a drawing of your favorite Pokemon character, or take our Pokemon quiz for a chance to enter. Next on Gamespot TV, we have racing action for the Dreamcast with a preview of the Hot Rod title, Speed Devil. And we have Monkey Mayhem with a review of Ape Escape. Plus, Sean Smith from Electronic Gaming Monthly shows off the latest console peripherals. Welcome back. Now, if you've been paying attention, you can probably tell from past previews of Dreamcast titles, a common theme between these games is their speed.
So, how does that speed translate to a good old racing game? It's a natural fit, actually. Watch this next preview.
Speed Devils from Ubisoft is an arcade-style racing game for the Dreamcast that some feel is among the best for the new console system. The game features old hot rods that you drive around tracks inspired by actual locations. In the game, you can buy and upgrade cars with paint jobs and repairs. In multiplayer mode, you also have the option to sell them to other players. The game includes some enjoyable-looking track designs, and the game is catered to those that yearn for a quality, reckless racing experience similar to Cruisin' USA. Speed Devils is based on the PC racing game Speed Busters, but the developers have removed the Buster mode and added the ability to bet against other racers. created 2 new tracks, and has a new intro. Look for Speed Devils in September.
Now, speaking of moving fast, monkeys and time machines can be an interesting combination, at least in H.G. Wells' world. Oh, wait, but those were Morlocks. Well, anyway, I'm sure that's what Sony thought when they were developing Ape Escape.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. So let's see how they fared. We have Ape Escape on the grill. The 3D platformer has been an established genre for some time now, but only recently has it begun to come of age. Ape Escape from Sony Computer Entertainment exemplifies the best qualities of the form, innovation and solid design that should make anyone look past the kiddie qualities and discover an excellent platformer. The game casts you as Spike, a pleasant lad that must reclaim an army of monkeys that have scattered themselves throughout history with the help of a time machine. Under the leadership of Spectre, these monkeys are set to rewrite evolutionary history and make primates the dominant species. The game sends you through over 20 large 3D levels where you must collect the monkeys and send them back in time. Collect a quota of monkeys in a level and it allows you to progress on to the next one. To accomplish your simian retrievals, you are equipped with a lightsaber-like stun gun and a net with 6 more gadgets awaiting you as the game progresses. The monkeys themselves vary in speed and strength and have weapons of their own. Alongside the solid concept behind the game is the remarkable execution. The game requires the DualShock controller and makes use of both sticks. The left stick controls movement and the right stick controls the gadgets. This might sound daunting, but it is intuitive and easy to master. The digital directional and L1 buttons control the camera, and while it can become frustrating at times, they are among the best to be found in a platformer. The graphics are a sight to behold, with a remarkably far horizon line, and it is virtually slowdown free. Ape Escape is without a doubt one of the finest programming efforts for the PlayStation, and the seemingly silly concept of the game should not inhibit anyone from playing one of the most innovative and fun platformers to date. Peter Bartholow from VideoGames.com gives it an 8.8.
Yes! Now, it's rough enough to lose your gameplay to a bad memory card in a platformer, say, like Ape Escape.
But consider the tears you would shed if you lost it in an RPG with 30 hours clocked in it.
But before you panic, PlayStation gamers should check out today's Game Gear.
If you find yourself running out of save game slots in your PlayStation memory cards, and you have a PC, then you should look into the Data Deck by Mad Catz. Like Interact's Dex Drive, the Data Deck by Mad Catz allows you to save PlayStation save files on your PC through a serial connector. But it does have some features that stand out. First, it has 2 memory card slots right on the Data Deck unit itself, so you don't have to rely on the PlayStation to swap files. It comes with a free memory card, and in addition to supporting its own proprietary format, it supports the Dex Drive format. The first thing that stands out about the Data Deck is its design, the nice dark blue with the green memory card. Next, the newest revision of the software works really well, but be aware older revisions are kind of buggy, so check the Data Deck website for updates. And finally, the nicest thing about the Data Deck is that you're able to use Data Deck files as well as Dex Drive files off of the internet. For $40, it's a solid buy.
Let me hear you say, ho! If you liked our preview of Speed Devils for the Dreamcast, come by our website at zdtv.com/GamespotTV and view this segment in real video. And as always, you can read the full preview at VideoGames.com.
Are you looking forward to the Dreamcast US launch? Do you know which Dreamcast titles you're going to get? Drop by our Gamespot TV website, take our Dreamcast poll, and vote for the Dreamcast game you're most looking forward to.
Coming up on Gamespot TV. If you're having a problem mopping the floor with your opponent, we have a strategy guide for Bloody Roar 2. And we go behind the scenes to watch skateboarding legend Tony Hawk's motion capture session for his new Pro Skater game.
Welcome back. Now, if you're playing Bloody Roar 2, you've probably figured out by now that button mashing doesn't work, and it's not that much fun either.
No. So, save your gaming thumb. We asked the fighting gurus at Expert Gamer magazine to give us some strategies. Ever wonder what it would be like to be a wild animal with martial arts skills? Bloody Roar 2 for the PlayStation seems to provide a pretty good answer. Nobody wants to be the pathetic dog meat whimpering as the loser. Take heed to these strategies. When everything else fails, block. Bloody Roar offers two kinds, a light guard and, you guessed it, a heavy guard. A light guard occurs when players don't press any buttons and let the computer block the hits. Light guards allow for quick recovery and counterattacks, but watch out for the opponent's heavy guard break attacks. Heavy guards are the typical hold back the D-pad block, similar to a Street Fighter game. This type does not have a quick recovery time, but will effectively block a guard break attack. Juggles are one of the most effective ways to deliver damage, but you don't want to be on the receiving end. And if you're being juggled like yesterday's ragdoll, just press the punch and kick buttons simultaneously as quickly as you can to get out of the juggle and block in midair to avoid the ensuing combo. Hey, nobody said fighting wild, superpowered beasts is going to be easy. Try to combine these tips with your animal instincts, and who knows? There might be a spot for you in the animal kingdom after all. So, from angry animals to the fuzzy singing variety, we have Disney, which has always been known for the quality of its animation. And since Disney's newly released animated film has a chest-pounding, knuckly dragon hero, it was inevitable that a game would follow.
So let's check how the Lord of the Jungle fares in this week's intro of Tarzan.
Close your eyes. Now forget what you see. What do you feel?
A dream is gone, but when it's home, somewhere something is calling for you.
Our next preview is no ordinary title, and the star is no ordinary actor. We were able to catch up with Tony Hawk, the granddaddy of pro skating, at a recent motion capture session.
We had the chance to get a behind-the-scenes look at the making of Activision's skating title for the PlayStation, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
There's always been potential for skating in video games. I mean, you know, and there have been some decent video games.
On the PlayStation, you've seen just tons of snowboarding games, like one after another. We just decided that it was time to do kind of a realistic skateboarding game, kind of capture what skateboarding is all about. Took a guy from Neversoft who specializes in physics, and for like 3 months, all he did was take the Apocalypse engine and just like try and make skateboarding physics. So we started out basically with Bruce Willis from Apocalypse on a skateboard with his machine gun, just skating back and forth in a half pipe.
They called me and said they're going to start a skating game, and had me come up and look at some samples of what they're doing, and they were already on the right track. The first time I saw it, it was already fun to play all the time, you know, and it didn't even really have any goals yet.
One of the things about skateboarding that we really wanted to capture in the game was just the total freedom, the creativity to do tricks on any obstacle in the environment. So when you're skating in the game, if you see something that looks like you can grind or slide or trick off of it, then you can't. We decided to do motion capture because we wanted to kind of make sure that we got all the signature moves for our skaters and make sure that they were as realistic as possible.
My style will be recognizable because of all the motion capture we're doing. That just highlights someone's pose and their maneuvers so much more than anything. You know, it's like sometimes you'll see something even animated and you can tell who they've animated it after, and once they do it to motion capture, it's obvious.
It's kind of been a crazy challenge because no one's ever really done motion capture on a half pipe before, and there are a lot of different problems that we didn't think that we would have to overcome.
Pretty much every time I fall, at least one of the balls falls off, and we've got to reattach it.
We've been working really hard on getting the bails right, because that's another thing that's, you know, a big part of skateboarding.
I'm just really excited. I never dreamed that, you know, I'd get to be involved in a video game or get to be a character in it, and to have this much support and to be able to do this, I'm just really excited. I just can't wait for it to come out.
If you liked our Tony Hawk Pro Skater preview, go to the Gamespot TV website to see extra footage from the capture session in real video.
And join us on the web next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern to chat with Lauren and myself. Or if you're too shy to chat, come to the Gamespot TV homepage and email us directly. We want to know what you think of the show.
And don't forget to enter our Pokemon contest. Come to the Gamespot TV website to find out how to submit a drawing of your favorite Pokemon character or take our Pokemon quiz for your chance to enter.
And to showcase another budding artist, we had no choice but to show off Shane Nyman from Negaunee, Michigan. He sent this in, and I think he unquestionably captured my inner essence. So, until next time, bye-bye. Today on Gamespot TV, gaming goes Hollywood as big actors go for the small screen. Stars James Earl Jones and Michael Biehn try their hand at Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. We have the exclusive. And there's medieval monsters lurking in our preview of the side-scrolling action title Soul Fighter, destined for release on the Dreamcast. And get ready for it. We have Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Undertaker, and the rest of the WWF pile driving their way onto your console in WWF Attitude. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video games. I'm Lauren Fielder.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, Westwood Studios is utilizing Hollywood's star power to spruce up the in-game movies for Tiberian Sun.
And while celebrities are found in games pretty often these days, we still wanted to go and check it out.
I'm rolling video.
Action!
Set under the hot desert sun in Las Vegas, Nevada, Westwood Studios filmed the movie cutscenes for their real-time strategy game Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun.
1, 2, 3, left!
And just in case storyline and gameplay were not enough to attract gamers, Westwood employed several TV and movie stars, including Hollywood legend James Earl Jones and Terminator star Michael Biehn, who plays the game's hero, Commander McNeil.
Good to see you again, Mac.
We're just telling a story inside of the game, and we're just like, it seems to me what we're doing is we're leading the game player up to a point and say, okay, now you take over, and they take over with the game playing. They cut back to me and go, whew, man, attacking that supply base is really tough. Now I think we should, you know, go rescue Umagan.
God damn it. Makes no sense.
Playing the GDI's General Solomon, James Earl Jones, who was Darth Vader's voice in the Star Wars movies, sees Tiberian Sun as a chance to learn and add something new to his repertoire.
It's a lot of fun. And one learns a great deal, too, about that craft. It's a special craft. And so I suspect that'll happen with the CD-ROM, too.
Action!
As with many of today's movies using computer graphics, the biggest challenge for the actors was acting in front of the blank screens. This forces them to pretend to see, hear, and react to non-existent characters and actions. Other than that, Michael says it's a regular movie shoot.
As far as the acting goes, no, I mean, the camera's the same, the sound's the same. You know, the lighting, the waiting, you know, the call times, the caterer, the lunch.
If I'm cut, do I not bleed?
As many of us expected, Kane is back. The ever-so-subtle leader of the Brotherhood of Nod returns and is played by Westwood's own Joe Kukin. Kukin is also the director of the movie cutscenes.
As a director, it's a joy to work with such actors, mostly from a lazy point of view because it makes my job so much easier. I pretty much plan on sitting in the motorhome and just phoning all my directions in because they're going to be so good. How much of me do they really need?
The third in the series, Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, is a real-time strategy game set 15 years after the first game ended. The storyline revolves around the conflict between the terrorist group Brotherhood of Nod and the Global Defense Initiative.
Get me McNeil.
In-game movies have their share of critics, but the Tiberian Sun shoot seems to have a purpose outside of gaming. Westwood is planning to produce a Command & Conquer movie for the big screen and is actively searching for a movie studio. We can only hope for the best. We've been harassing Westwood to learn more about Tiberian Sun, the movie. So far, no luck, but as information trickles in, we'll keep you posted.
And now, let's check the game news.
In this week's game news, in an exclusive worldwide announcement, VideoGames.com reports that the latest incarnation in Eidos' Tomb Raider series will be called Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Entirely set in Egypt this time, the new title places emphasis on improved gameplay, including more puzzles, and a polygonally enhanced Lara. In addition, The Last Revelation's engine has been given a major facelift, and the game will incorporate seamless transitions between gameplay and FMV sequences. Look for it on both the PC and the PlayStation this November. id Software has released its updated version of the Quake 3 Arena test. This version includes a new map, weapon, team play mode, and improved graphics performance. The test is being used to assess the game's performance before its November release, and players are encouraged to write to id with bugs they find in the test version. And while console hype has been focused on the upcoming launch of Sega's Dreamcast, game publishers have been quietly building teams to support both the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo's Dolphin project. Recently, announcements from Titus, Square, Koei, and Acclaim all imply support for the development of titles on both of these next-gen console systems.
If you're looking for more gaming news, you can always find it at Gamespot.com and VideoGames.com.
And to find our E3 impressions and real video gameplay of Westwood's next big game, Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, go to the Gamespot TV website.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, grab your quarters as we head for the arcade to look at Atari's latest machine in the Rush series, San Francisco Rush 2049. And the elves and humans are at war in our review of Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor for the PC. Plus, get ready for mayhem with our preview of WWF Attitude.
Welcome back. Adam, what was your favorite arcade game?
Well, probably the sit-down driving games like Grand Prix or Outrun, but that tended to get old kind of quickly.
What, sitting down or the games? Well, Atari has added some new features to this type of driver, and we sent EGM editor Wataru Maruyama to check it out.
Hey, we're here at a local arcade. We're checking out Atari Games' latest, San Francisco Rush 2049.
The latest in the Rush series places the player 50 years in the future, and you become a sort of ultra-modern gold prospector in a really fast car. The goal of this racer is, of course, to finish first, but you have the added objective of collecting gold coins in underground mines located throughout the city. There are 4 new tracks in this version of Rush, as well as numerous shortcuts, though we found the shortcuts to be a bit longer than they should have been.
One of the new features of 2049 is the keypad entry system. It allows you to enter a phone or PIN number, and it saves your name, your preference, and also what type of car you selected or what type of automatic or manual transmission that you want. It also networks the information, so you're competing with best times from all across the country.
With its beefed-up hardware, force feedback steering wheel, and the ability for arcade owners to link up to 8 machines, San Francisco Rush 2049 is sure to be a must-have. Look forward in arcades this August.
And now, out of the arcade and into the future.
The cult classic game System Shock is going into its second incarnation, and we have the preview.
February 3rd is the day the magic happens.
The original System Shock was released almost 5 years ago and is considered a cult classic. Since then, Shock's loyal fan base has been clamoring for a sequel. Well, it looks like the squeaky wheel does get the grease because System Shock 2 is soon to be released.
Imagine being able to travel to distant star systems in a period of weeks.
Like the original, System Shock 2 can be considered a first-person shooter with heavy role-playing elements. And like its predecessor, Shock 2 will use a system of email, logs, and cutscenes to tell the story. In addition, gamers will also see ghostly apparitions who will act out past events.
Please, let me out of here.
While System Shock 2 will be an interesting single-player experience, it will also support up to 4 players in multiplayer mode and offer a co-op mode for those players who enjoy working as a team.
I am Shodan.
And of course, fans of the original can look forward to the return of Shodan, the computer personality that terrorized players and made it hard for gamers to sleep at night. Look for Shodan when System Shock 2 is released August 11th.
From supernatural space odysseys to the classic Quest, our next game takes you into the realm of fantasy.
So, prance through a land of elves and goblins. We have Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor on the grill. Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor follows the same formula as past games in the Might and Magic series. There are a lot of monsters to fight, lots of quests to undertake, and lots of levels to be gained. But this time out, New World Computing has added something that had been lacking in previous versions, a cohesive story.
Killed at least half a dozen of them.
Might and Magic 7 takes place in the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Kingdom of Arathia. Humans and elves are at war, and as a Lord of the Realm, you are responsible for naming a successor after the Arbiter of War dies. Your decision will have a dramatic effect on the rest of the game. Each side has advantages and disadvantages. Areas that may be safe for the followers of light are treacherous for the followers of dark, and vice versa. Graphically, the engine is crude by today's standards, and even with 3D acceleration, the game doesn't look that great. However, character portraits have been improved, and the animated renderings when you enter a building are really nice.
Please be on the lookout for our missing contestants.
The combat system remains the same as in number 6. Players can alternate between real-time combat and turn-based combat, and gamers should prepare for a lot of combat. Overall, Might and Magic 7 is an enjoyable and compelling game that doesn't stray far from the Might and Magic formula. Ron Doolin of Gamespot.com gave Might and Magic 7 Blood and Honor a rating of 8.3 out of 10.
Run for your lives.
Are Bats Maru and Pandava getting the best of you?
Well, I'm having real trouble seeing all of Kitty's different outfits.
Don't fret, Adam. This cheat may just help you out.
All right. Having trouble getting past those cute yet frustratingly difficult levels in Hello Kitty's Cube Frenzy? When the push start graphic appears on the title screen, press up, up, down, down, left, right, down, up, and you will hear a sound. Then press start, and you'll be able to access all characters, hidden modes, and most fulfilling of all, discover whatever became of Bats Maru and the ending FMV sequence. Coming up on Gamespot TV, you better recognize just who the hell they are. We have D'Lo Brown, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and The Undertaker in the upcoming release of WWF Attitude. And we're going on an epic journey in our review of the medieval strategy title, Total Annihilation Kingdoms.
Welcome back. It's time for some pile-driving action with the likes of The Undertaker.
Yep, if you haven't guessed already, we're responding to your endless stream of emails. It's soon to be released, so we're showing you a preview of WWF Attitude for the N64. There are some things that can get gamers salivating, and one of them's pro wrestling. And there is little doubt that one of the most anticipated titles of the summer will be WWF Attitude.
Nice slam there.
What you see here is the N64 version of the game, coming from the same team at Acclaim that brought you WWF Warzone.
Goldust, it's game!
And if you played Warzone, then you can expect there to be a long list of big-name wrestlers from Stone Cold to The Undertaker. In fact, there will be 41 named wrestlers in all, with the addition of 15 jobbers. Fictional characters who come in to get their faces smashed.
Bring me a body bag.
All wrestlers will have signature moves, and all superstar wrestlers will have one finisher and 1 to 3 trademark moves. All in all, you'll have 400 moves at your disposal. Unlike in Warzone, weapons will be available at all times. You can turn them on or off, or just grab a chair or table and swing with all your might. The creative player mode has been expanded. You'll now have separate eyes, noses, and mouths to choose from, as well as moves, including the signature moves. In effect, you can make a wrestler that plays like a combination of all your favorites.
Cow Patty's in a tough spot now.
On top of all this, you can save your creation and truck on over to your friend's house for a rumble. The game will include 19 game modes and promises to run at 30 frames per second. Plus, it promises to include as much speech as the PlayStation version.
You better recognize!
Get ready to talk smack to the screen in late August. Now, the PlayStation version of Attitude has just hit the shelves, so you can expect the review very soon.
And now, if you're a real-time strategy fan in search of an epic quest, you may want to pay close attention to our review of Total Annihilation Kingdoms.
Friends, fear not the dead.
In 1997, Cave Dog Entertainment had a breakthrough hit with the real-time strategy title Total Annihilation. And now they're trying to reclaim the interest of fans with Total Annihilation Kingdoms. Kingdom's single-player campaign spans almost 50 missions, each of which is preceded by nicely executed documentary-style cutscenes. And while the cutscenes are compelling and set the stage for upcoming battles, the missions themselves are just not as interesting.
All hell broken loose.
The graphics in Kingdoms are more detailed than Total Annihilation. However, because the units are of a more organic nature than the robotic units of the original, the graphics come off looking jagged and indistinctive. The Kingdoms 3D engine is an only slightly enhanced version of the original. It makes limited use of 3D acceleration and really doesn't take advantage of your card. Probably one of the most disappointing aspects of Kingdoms is the way the sound is misused in the game. Clearly influenced by Blizzard's character-driven strategy games, the sound effects and audio cues in Kingdoms are mediocre and sometimes just plain non-existent. Better sound would have gone a long way in giving the game a personality and depth. Overall, while Kingdoms does include 4 different factions and an interesting story, the gameplay just doesn't stack up to the original. Greg Kasavin of Gamespot.com gave Total Annihilation Kingdoms a rating of 6.6 out of 10.
You know, Adam, there are plenty of games developed for both the PC and the console. There's Tomb Raider, Rogue Squadron, a bunch of sports games.
Yes.
Just a couple.
Well, some of them are good, and some of them do not translate all that well. Now, Command & Conquer has made it to the N64, so how will it fare? Real-time strategy has been a staple of PC gaming for years, but whenever these games have tried to make their move to a console system, the result is always lower resolution and shoddy controls. Command & Conquer for the N64, while having some clunky qualities, almost manages to skirt these problems. Affirmative! The story is an involved one, detailing the loveless relationship between the GDI and the Brotherhood of Nod. And like any real-time strategy game, it focuses around resource management. You earn money by harvesting Tiberium and turning it into everything from machine guns to tanks. Those who are familiar with the previous console versions of Command & Conquer should be pleasantly surprised with its presentation on the N64. Completely in 3D and supporting the expansion pack, it's much easier to tell if you're looking at a minigunner or a grenadier. The speed and frame rate vary throughout the game. It almost scrolls too fast in the beginning of missions, but starts to get choppy when major confrontations occur. The control is the best thought out for a real-time strategy game on a console. The C buttons are used to assign and recall various teams, and the analog stick controls your pointer, though it's not as precise as the mouse. The game features both campaigns from the original game and some separate special ops missions, and while the game lacks multiplayer, it is sensible since the split screen would prevent surprise attacks. All in all, if you can handle clicking and dragging with the analog stick and the A button, this Command & Conquer is worth checking out. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gives it a 7.6 out of 10. For the full review of Command & Conquer for the N64 and the full preview of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, go to the videogames.com website.
And if you want to watch the real video of WWF Attitude again, just go to GameSpot TV's website, where you'll also find our interview with D'Lo Brown. He stopped by the GameSpot TV office and gave us the scoop on what's going on.
Coming up on GameSpot TV. Having trouble with your moves? We have a strategy guide for air guys. And there's medieval monsters lurking in our preview of 3D action title Soul Fighter, destined for release on the Dreamcast. Welcome back. It's time now to battle skeletons and unpleasant monsters.
We have a preview of the Dreamcast fantasy title Soul Fighter.
Once upon a time, side-scrollers were all the rage, from the 8-bit NES to the 16-bit SNES. But then times changed, and the genre faded from the radar screen. Clearly, this affected the folks at Piggyback Entertainment, because their game, Soul Fighter, for the Dreamcast, attempts to recapture the joy of those early gaming days. Soul Fighter takes the gameplay of games like Golden Axe and Final Fight and gives a medieval fantasy setting, and throws in motion-captured animations and a horde of enemies for good measure. The game will include over 40 different enemies, with each having 44 different respective animations. This will all be played over 6 worlds each, with 10 sub-levels. As the player, you can choose between 3 characters who come with their own special moves, weapons, animations, and endings. While the game is looking good, the big question surrounding it is whether or not it will support multiplayer play, or just focus on single-player slash-em-ups. Look for Soul Fighter when the Dreamcast is released in September.
Whether it's the Dreamcast, the N64, or the PlayStation, there's a veritable cornucopia of controllers out there. And arguably one of the best is Sony's DualShock analog controller. But what about the others on the market?
Yes, are they any good? This is why EGM Sean Smith is back with yet another PlayStation controller.
If you're looking for a new PlayStation controller and you want an all-in-one package that has dual analog support, shock support, and motion sensing technology, then take a look at the Tilt Force 2 by Pelican Accessories. On top of having all the standard features you'd expect in a PlayStation DualShock controller, the Tilt Force 2 also has motion sensing technology, which means you control games by moving the controller up and down and left and right. For $30, the Tilt Force is a high-quality DualShock type controller by itself. The motion sensing technology is really a bonus.
I think the DualShock analog controller still holds its own.
I think so, but even with a great controller, you still can have problems with the mini games and air guys. So we have some expert gamer tips for you. Multi-hit combos and super moves can wear down even the best console fighter. Trust me, I know. Air Guys by Squaresoft has these little gems, and we shall call them mini-games. But don't underestimate the test. Winning them can unlock various secrets. Prepare for the challenge with these expert gamer strategies. To get the most points in the Infinity Battle, try to get perfects in at least the first 4 matches. This will allow the character to build up his or her life meter reserve. Expert Gamer recommends using Yuffie or Sasuke for their unblockable attacks and combos. The strategy in winning the Battle Runner minigame is avoid fighting, just run the race. During the race, run close to the inside, set the laps to 3, and choose the basic loop for an easier win. If you're a fast button tapper, you're a Battle Beach shoo-in. Winning all the events unlocks a new character costume. Go! Another tip is to beat the opponent at the start. The player must start tapping the buttons at the exact time the announcer says go. Battle Panel is like a fast-paced game of Othello. To win, you must surround your opponent's color with your color. It's probably the most challenging of the mini-games. To get the edge, quickly analyze the board, attack your opponent to slow him down, and concentrate on getting the edge and corner pieces. So, fighting fans, don't get intimidated. Give your brain a little exercise, because in these mini-games, size doesn't matter.
If you want more strategies, just pick up an issue of Expert Gamer. And for more game help, drop by the GameSpot TV website for cheat codes.
And if you want to chat with me and Lauren, join us on the web every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And don't forget to enter our Pokemon contest, where you have a chance to win a Game Boy Color and more. Go to our website for more information.
So until next week,
bye.
Bye.
Final cut. Do I not believe?
Gamespot TV. Think you have to leave your toys at home when the school bell rings? From the Game Boy Color to the Palm Pilot, no one will be left behind in our look at portable gaming. Plus, our favorite swashbuckling turbaned prince is back. We have a preview of Prince of Persia 3D. And hold on to your souls and lock your doors. We have a Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver preview. So stick around. It's game time. Have the gaming blues hit you hard? Don't worry. School days don't have to mean the end of your gaming days. Hello and welcome to this special back-to-school edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Dash. Kicking off today's show, we take a look at some portable gaming options.
Frivolous gaming comes to a screeching halt once the familiar yellow school bus arrives. It means the beginning of homeworks, mysterious lunch meats, and wedgies. Painful as it may sound, it's not the end of the world for many gamers, thanks to several portable gaming options.
Game Boy Color.
Of course, the big daddy of portable gaming is Nintendo's Game Boy and the Game Boy Color. For a measly $80, tax not included, gaming withdrawals can be easily soothed in a matter of seconds with the Game Boy Color. Currently, there are 70 games available for the Game Boy Color, according to Nintendo. That doesn't include the over 450 Game Boy titles that can be played on the GB Color. This might be a little better than lobbing spitballs at each other, and less messy, too. Hello? Yes, you are on TV. Rather than looking at the camera lens like a deer seeing headlights, SNK is offering a more entertaining diversion called the Neo Geo Pocket. Going for $70, tax not included, the Neo Geo Pocket uses a joystick rather than a directional pad for controls. Last time we counted, there were 19 games available for the system, ranging from fighting to gambling. In addition, the system will also have a built-in calendar, world clock, alarm, and horoscope. If you're a gamer that has too many friends and are missing too many meetings, Tiger wants you to check out their GameCom Pocket Pro system. There are about 15 games available for the GameCom Pocket Pro and 15 more slated to arrive. The GameCom Pocket Pro is selling for $30, making it the cheapest of the portables.
Okay.
For the college-bound gamer agonizing over the open book test on biothermonuclear theories, several websites are offering games for the Palm Pilot and the WinCE devices. Yep, believe it, those pocket organizers are not just for mundane tasks like organizing your life. You can actually play tons of games on them. Visiting various websites, Windows CE users and Palm Piloteers can download anything from board games to sports to action games. The selection is a mixture of freeware, shareware, and demos that can be played for a limited time. So whether you're just learning that A squared plus B squared is indeed C squared, or that DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, it's nice to know that wherever you are, you'll always have a chance to PLAY.
Now a word to you younger viewers. Don't play video games during class time. Try playing during those long, dull recesses. All right, now that I have your attention, let's check the game news.
Psygnosis is set to release the DVD game Lander. Though other games such as Wing Commander 4 have used DVD features, Lander is the first game built specifically for DVD technology. The DVD offers full Dolby 5.1 surround sound as well as MPEG-2 cutscenes. Lander will also feature multiplayer modes for up to 8 players over a LAN or internet connection. For those who don't have DVD drives, Psygnosis will offer both the DVD and CD-ROM versions in one package. In other game news, Eidos has officially canceled the release of Omicron for the PlayStation. The game features the talented music icon David Bowie.
You're not the first video game player to get your soul trapped in this dimension.
Developers at Eidos found the current PlayStation hardware insufficient in handling the substantial amount of art and detail within the game. However, Eidos says the PC version is on track for a November release.
If you're looking for more gaming news, you can find it at the Gamespot.com and VideoGames.com websites. And if you stop by the GameSpot TV website, you can take our portable gaming poll as well as watch our portable gaming feature in real video. Coming up on GameSpot TV, watch out for those velociraptors in our blood-curdling preview of Dino Crisis, the dinosaur horror game that will make you think twice about hugging Barney. And Douglas Fairbanks Jr. has nothing on the Prince of Persia. Watch our swashbuckling preview of Prince of Persia 3D when GameSpot TV returns. Welcome back. In light of the recent Japanese release of Soul Calibur, fighting games are very popular, and there's never a shortage of them. And another Dreamcast title is Power Stone, which will be available for the launch. It has a uniquely cartoonish take on the fighting genre. Here's our preview.
When it comes to fighting games, Capcom is old hat, though most of their games have been in the 2D format. Power Stone for the Dreamcast, while not being the first three-dimensional game from Capcom, is most definitely unlike anything they've done before. The single-minded emphasis on abuse displayed here in the import version of Power Stone clearly shows that it is a fighting game, although with some rather crucial differences. Firstly, there are no blocking moves. All of your defensive maneuverings consist of the very intuitive running away style of self-preservation. The game also lacks true special attacks, and most of your interactive combat involves the hurling of objects at one another. The game's control makes these moves very simple. There's the 3 jump, punch, and kick buttons, which leaves the remaining 3 buttons to execute combinations of the first 3 buttons. The game is really about the 3 Power Stones, which when all collected by the same fighter, generates both a costume change and increased strength. Fortunately, if you beat down your animated nemesis enough, they will drop what stones they have collected, so the balance of power can be in a fair state of flux. The graphics are clearly quite impressive. Polygonal fighters never looked this good or this cartoony. Look for Power Stone to come out as a launch game with the Dreamcast September 9th release.
What happens when you cross the makers of Resident Evil with dinosaurs? Why, you have a Dino Crisis, a game that's sure to have gamers sleeping at night with their lights on.
Even as we await a Resident Evil frenzy with Resident Evil Code Veronica and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, one of the more interesting of Capcom's entries into the world of survival horror is Dino Crisis. Conceived and directed by Shinji Mikami, the mastermind behind the Resident Evil games, Dino Crisis will be very familiar to those trained in the art of zombie bashing from the Resident Evil titles. This time around, though, there are some differences, such as fully polygonal backgrounds and shifting camera angles rendered on the fly. But the real difference is found in the dinosaurs. These aren't the lumbering drunks that characterize the zombies in Resident Evil. These are fast and cunning velociraptors and like-minded counterparts. And although the controls are more or less the same, there have been some changes made to help you respond to the lightning-fast lizards. The R2 button will allow you to do a 180 to confront your pursuer, and you will also be allowed to walk with your gun drawn. So while the game will certainly appeal to fans of Resident Evil, Dino Crisis looks like it could be a winner on its own. We'll find out when it's released this September.
You might outrun a zombie, but a velociraptor is another matter altogether. And you can reason with a zombie! Prince of Persia 3D takes place in a world of swordplay, dangerous traps, and lots of bullies. That sounds like my grade school. Well, you enjoy this preview, and try not to remember getting crammed into that locker.
First released for the Apple II in 1989, the innovative action-adventure game Prince of Persia is considered one of the best games of all time. And now, everybody's favorite swashbuckling, sword-fighting prince is back, eluding dangerous traps and solving tricky puzzles in the action-adventure game Prince of Persia 3D. Blending Middle Eastern mythology with an Arabian Nights feel, the stunning environments of Prince of Persia 3D includes gorgeous Arabic architecture and beautifully detailed textures. And this time around, there is more combat, and the Prince has a wider variety of weapons. In Prince 3D, gamers will fight 30 different types of opponents over 15 levels. With its 3D environment and gameplay with a Tomb Raider feel, Prince 3D is sure to please a new generation of PC gamers. players can look forward to our turbaned hero when Prince of Persia 3D is released this fall.
That trap's good enough to keep people out of my room. The Final Fantasy series is one of the most popular role-playing series in gaming. In the first weekend alone, Final Fantasy VIII sold over 2 million copies in Japan. And while the story is always a deep, rich one, the graphics in this game are reason enough to check it out. Here's a preview.
For those who've just emerged from under a rock, take note, Final Fantasy VIII is coming. The game from Squaresoft that sold over 3 million copies in Japan will soon be hitting U.S. shores. Final Fantasy VIII's storyline involves students at a military academy who are brought into an elite combat unit set to capture the Galbadian President Daring, who has aligned himself with a powerful sorceress. While the teen beat elements may seem off-putting to some, the story does take on epic qualities. One of the most noticeable things about the game is the graphics that have changed from the super deformed characters of the originals to actual people in correct proportion to their environments. Full motion video segments are well integrated with gameplay to give a seamless playing experience. Of note, in changes to gameplay is the manner of acquiring money that has changed from just defeating monsters to completing missions and receiving compensation. Get ready for Final Fantasy VIII this fall.
While in the U.S., we await the 8th incarnation in the series, Japan is already working on Final Fantasy IX. What's up with that? And now, in honor of Back to School Week, we want to keep you organized this fall. So we're giving away VTech's new PDA, the Helio. All you have to do is go to the ZDTV website, where you'll find more information on the 5 very special ZDTV quizzes. Coming up on Gamespot TV, get ready for a little reaving. Soul reaving, that is. We have a preview of Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. And put down your pencils and prepare for serious role-playing. We have a preview of Diablo 2. All this and more when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. It's been 3 years since Legacy of Kain Blood Omen was released, but in Nosgoth, it's been 1,000 years. So take a look at our preview for the long-awaited, but not that long-awaited, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver.
Some games taunt gamers with missed release dates that could raise the dead, but one of the titles to demonstrate the benefit of taking the time to perfect the game is Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. This game from IDOS and developer Crystal Dynamics continues the story from Blood Omen with some significant changes. Most notably in this game, you do not play Kain, but one of his lieutenants, Raziel, who becomes something of an undead maverick and develops the ability to fly, which angers his leader. As a result, he is banished to the Bottomless Vortex, where he is approached by the disembodied voice of the Elder, who is equally annoyed that Kain and his vampiric empire are using up all the souls that the Elder subsisted on. So now Raziel returns to Nosgoth and sends the souls he finds to the Elders. The game, while having many of the trappings of an action title, is really trying to be an RPG in the tradition of Zelda and Metroid. The 3D world improves upon the dated look of Blood Omen and also attempts to deal with the notorious load times that prevented many players from finishing the first game. With advertisements for the game finally running on television, it might be safe to say that Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver might very well be released soon.
Released in late 1996, Blizzard Entertainment's Diablo went on to become one of the most popular games of 1997. With its hack-and-slash role-playing, this popular game was a hit with critics and fans alike. So let's take a look at the long-awaited Diablo 2.
Blizzard Entertainment's role-playing game Diablo was one of the most popular games of 1997. And with Diablo 2, the Blizzard team hopes to keep Diablo's fun hack-and-slash experience while expanding and improving the game. This time around, players are questing to save not just a town, but an entire world. Diablo is now free from his entrapment below Tristram, and has assumed his original appearance, but with much greater power. As the game begins, he is somewhere in the east, raising an army to conquer the whole world. And what can we expect? Bill Roper, executive producer at Blizzard, has this to say.
So the game is very much more driven by the players than the original was. The world's a lot bigger. We're supporting 8 players multiplayer, a lot more quests. The quests are all integral to the storyline, so it really increased the role-playing abilities in the game.
Gamers can look forward to Diablo 2 this fall.
If you're looking for a good multiplayer game to play over your school LAN, there are quite a few out there. Okay now, pay attention to our next preview. It's Unreal Tournament, that is.
In the ever-increasing array of online exclusive gaming, the great counterweight to Quake 3 is getting ready to take its place in cyberspace, and that's GT Interactive's and developer Epic Mega Games' Unreal Tournament. This game involves the playing of various multiplayer games in levels here called arenas. The modes of play include Deathmatch, Capture the Flag as seen here, and Last Man Standing. The game also offers Assault Mode, which is reminiscent of a sci-fi D-Day invasion with 2 teams, one attacking and one defending, and both having a time limit to achieve their objectives. Domination Mode has 2 to 4 teams vying over control points, where certain areas must be occupied for a period of time to be possessed, and the winner is the team with the most control points. And for the lonely and internet-phobic, don't despair. Single-player modes are available to compete against computer-controlled bots that have been touted as being most impressive. With the addition of an interface designed to ease the anxieties of newcomers to internet play, Unreal Tournament will have much to offer the masses upon its late summer release.
With school time once again upon us, like a dark, looming cloud, it's time for that lightning rod of academic fanaticism, college football. And who wouldn't want to help out their alma mater in order to make their taunting all the more satisfying? Here are some cheats for NCAA 2000.
For that added edge to your college football experience, try out these following cheats for NCAA Football 2000. Enter picks galore to have the defense always intercept and cause uncontrollable outbursts of school spirit. To prevent declarations of incompetence, enter in gimme the ball to have receivers always catch the ball. And enter bad call to knock down the referee for 1 point and further do away with good sportsmanship.
If you're looking for more cheat codes, you can find them on the Gamespot TV website in the Game Help section. And if you want more games to play after school, check out Computer Gaming World's September issue and their feature on 100 hot new games for fall. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have the latest console peripherals from Electronic Gaming Monthly's Sean Smith. And get out your clubs and hope for an eagle. We have a strategy guide for Mario Golf when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. Electronic Gaming Monthly, Sean Smith is back. You know what that means, right? Console Gears! This time, Sean has a device for PlayStation gamers hungry for more space to save their games.
If you like the unlimited save capabilities devices like the Data Deck and Dex Drive give you, but you don't have a PC, then consider the VMem Virtual Memory System by Interact. The VMem is roughly the equivalent of 60 PlayStation memory cards. It's easy to install. Just plug into the back of the PlayStation right here. Once it's in, the PlayStation automatically detects it when it boots up, and the VMem interface comes on. The VMem interface is kind of clunky. The VMem's interface is pretty clunky, and the way the manual's written doesn't help much. But once you get the hang of it, it does work like a charm. So for 40 bucks, it's worth looking into.
One of the coolest games to play with your friends is Parappa the Rapper. Its sequel, Jammerlammy, is set to be released in the U.S. this fall. And here's its wacky intro.
sure was fun. Part 1 was good too, but this one had more juice. What's wrong, Lammy? You seem down.
Oh, I wish I was that strong.
Lammy, you're already strong as is. You should be more confident. Nobody beats Lammy when she's on the guitar. My son.
But that is the truth.
Hey, don't forget, we are milk cans. With my son's beats, Lammy's guitar, and my almighty bass combined with that distinguished voice, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Squirrel! Yeah! Well, what do we have here? Plenty of munchies for everyone, right? Yeah! Not only munchies, but a little babe, all dressed up for us. Ain't that right? Right!
Lammy, here! See? The guitar rules again.
Golf is a popular sport in the U.S., and even Nintendo's mascot Mario is getting into it. So if you have the new Mario Golf game for the N64, we have some strategies to cut strokes off your game.
Good shot!
That's so wonderful. Eat your heart out, Tiger Woods. Once I'm done training with Mario Golf, you're next. It might sound like a wimpy way to start my training regimen, but mark my word, you're going down.
Stuffed it.
Okay, that was ugly. But the golfing gurus at Expert Gamer magazine are on my side, and I have the beginner strategies to prove it. Before whacking the ball to Kingdom Come, learn about the golf clubs. Woods are usually used for hitting the ball long distances. The irons differ in trajectory and distance. Winning will depend on your skill and knowledge of the club.
Chip in. Nice. Eagle. Myself a 5. Ready to go.
The first skill you want to hone is your driving. Nope, not the golf cart, but with golf clubs. Use the zoom feature, scope out the landing area. To get a better look, go for the overhead view. And unless there's extreme winds or rain, try conserving your power-ups on the par 5s. Putting is all about finesse. Before hitting the ball, examine where the hole is situated. Are you putting uphill, downhill, at an angle? These factors will determine how hard or soft you need to hit the ball. It's no rocket science, really. You just have to practice to get the feel for the ball. Golf is tougher than it seems, so don't underestimate. As golf veterans would say, 80% of golf is using what's between your ears. Man, I'm in serious trouble.
Oh, too bad.
That's all the time I have for our back-to-school special. But if you can't get enough of academia, you can go to the ZDTV website for a chance to win VTech's new PDA. All you have to do is take one of 5 ZDTV quizzes, and you'll be automatically entered. And lastly, don't forget to tune in next week for our Pokemon drawing to see which lucky viewer will get the Game Boy Color. We had such a huge response, and there have been some really amazing Pokemon drawings. Until next time, remember, if you think you're playing too much, play more. See ya.
Launching its new 128-bit system, the Dreamcast, and we put it through the test. Will the new console live up to the hype? We go to the experts to find out. We look at the hardware, the machine's online capability, and the games being released at the system's launch. Plus, we examine the future of the Dreamcast. Will it take the lead in the console wars? Stick around to find out. It's game time.
Is the Dreamcast Sega's ticket to a comeback, or is it Sega hype? Perhaps the real question is, should I buy it? Hi, I'm Lauren Fielder, and welcome to Gamespot TV's special Dreamcast edition. Adam is out and about on the Dreamcast trail to find out if Sega's new system is the real deal.
The Dreamcast, Sega's new game system, is only about 2.5 inches high and 7.5 inches wide. But this little gray box holds the faith of a company and the future of an industry. For the next few months, it will be difficult to miss the hype surrounding the new game system. Sega reportedly poured $100 million on marketing and advertising. With cash and flash, the company hopes to allay any doubts of success and erase memories of its sordid past.
Don't make me hurt you.
So, after the experience of the Saturn, what have you applied now to the launch of the Dreamcast?
I think the primary lessons we learned were retail distribution, making sure that the right partners got the right amount of product at the right time, as well as marketing.
Skeptics and critics had a field day after the Dreamcast's disappointing launch in Japan last November. The unimpressive game lineup led to speculations and seemed to spell the end for the video game giant.
So what do you think of all of the controversy and the criticism and all the media attention that has surrounded the Dreamcast for the past 6 months?
I love the fact that people have an opinion, and rightly or wrongly, it's better than being blasé. And so opinions about Dreamcast will never make it, it'll never launch, PlayStation 2 will blow it out of the water when it comes, Dolphin will be along eventually. It's a vibrant business, and if nobody cared, then the business wouldn't be growing to the level that it's at right now.
The turnaround came around this year's E3 event. Like a veteran prize fighter, Sega got its second wind and dealt a wake-up punch.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Showcasing over 40 Japanese and American titles in its booth, Sega made skeptics do a double take and turned doubters into believers. Videogames.com editor Jeff Gertzman was one of them.
Back when the system came out in Japan, I mean, the launch lineup in Japan was weak. The games that were coming out, you know, even months after the system was out in Japan, were also pretty weak. But, I mean, the U.S. lineup is really stellar. It's like every single journalist in this business said, you know, if Sega doesn't come out with the biggest console launch in history when it comes out in the U.S., they're dead, they're finished, they're over. But they did that.
The Dreamcast is expected to launch with 16 titles, ranging from sports to fighting. Judging from the smiles, grins, and yahoos from several game editors, the U.S. game lineup will be far better than Japan. Now, even with all these great games, there are some publishers that just aren't comfortable with the new system. You have EA, which has said nothing publicly about developing for the Dreamcast. And then there's Namco, that even on the strength of Soul Calibur, have no future plans for any titles. Then again, there's some other companies that are far more comfortable.
I think it's a great system. I think there's a very unique opportunity for Sega right now to come back, much like they did with Genesis, and make an impact, have an impact on the market. And again, it's a question of can they sustain their marketing effort through the fall.
Capcom plans to deliver 3 Dreamcast titles this year, and 1 slated for early next year. Changing attitudes? Yes. But Sega and the Dreamcast face other issues and hurdles that could steal away some thunder from its U.S. launch. The much-anticipated Final Fantasy VIII for the PlayStation ships the same day as the Dreamcast launch. Sony and Nintendo just dropped their system's prices to $100, and the abrupt departure of its U.S. president are raising some eyebrows. But if you're a gamer who just wants to play the best games money can buy, these issues should be invalid. What do you say to the viewer that doesn't have that much cash at their disposal and they're looking only to be able to get one of the next generation console systems? Do they wait for the Nintendo and the Sony, or should they go ahead and get the Dreamcast now?
They should steal a bunch of money from their parents and run out and buy a Dreamcast.
Man, stay off the light speed.
My bad.
Based on what you've seen of the system, would you buy a Dreamcast? Have you ordered one already? Visit the GameSpot TV website and take our Dreamcast poll. And if you'd like to learn more about the Dreamcast, go to the Dreamcast dossier feature on videogames.com.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, Sean Smith from Electronic Gaming Monthly examines the Dreamcast hardware and peripherals. And we run down the top games for the new console. With graphics reaching new heights, who's been concentrating on gameplay?
Welcome back. Time to check out just what makes the Dreamcast tick. Can the system withstand the test of time, not to mention the long hours gaming? Adam and EGN's Sean Smith dissect the game system and give us the lowdown.
Well, you've seen the games and you've heard all the hype, but now let's check out what's driving the Dreamcast. We brought in Sean Smith from EGM all the way from Chicago.
How's it going, Adam?
It's going really well. Now, what are you making of the design of the Dreamcast?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's just a gray box, but I like it. You've got the 4 controller ports in the front for multiplayer games, a couple buttons on top. There's nothing really cluttering the system. One thing I'm concerned about is the fan. The system tends to get pretty hot, so I think there may be some heat issues in the future. But overall, I think it'll get the job done.
So the CPU of the Dreamcast, that's a 200 megahertz microprocessor. What does that translate to?
Well, hopefully it'll translate into better quality games. It's a Hitachi 200 megahertz processor. I mean, it's something that we've never seen on a console system before. So I mean, you're going to find that's 2 or 3 times faster than the PlayStation of the N64.
Now, the Dreamcast is using a GD-ROM drive.
Right.
And CD-ROM, and it's not a DVD-ROM. Why did they choose that, and what does that mean?
Well, it's basically a disk that holds 1 gigabyte, which is 1,000 megs of data, opposed to 650 megabytes that's on a standard CD. The other reason is that it's a proprietary format for Sega, so pirates are going to have a harder time copying these discs.
Now, the operating system is Windows CE. What's that going to do for the Dreamcast?
Well, apparently it's a pretty easy operating system to program for, especially for PC game developers who want to port their games over to the Dreamcast. But in addition, I mean, I guess it's just a robust operating system to begin with. In fact, Microsoft has more employees working on Windows CE than they do on Windows 98.
Please check the number and dial again.
So, the modem. What's your verdict on it?
I think it's the most exciting part of the Dreamcast at this point. I mean, it's a 56K modem. Console gamers have never had anything quite like that. And with the port's expandability, I mean, you can put an ISDN modem, a DSL modem, or even a cable modem in there in the future. It's really going to open up a lot of doors for online gaming for console gamers.
So expandability, what's the potential for the system to grow?
Well, since it's based on a Windows CE operating system, it's got all kinds of ports for expansion. I think the Dreamcast is going to go places where console game systems have never gone before.
But real, bottom line, when are we going to have to see a new console system?
Well, you know, 4 or 5 years from now, I think the PlayStation's been around that long. But another thing to consider is that 4 or 5 years from now, console gaming is going to be a lot different. And I think, at least in part, it'll be thanks to the Dreamcast.
Until now, online gaming has been the domain of PC users. Well, that's about to change with Sega's online Dreamcast network. So what's it all about? Watch this.
We believe in the power of the internet and the power of social gaming via the internet.
Oh, yeah! By including a 56K modem in every Dreamcast, Sega has set the stage for a revolution in console gaming. Peter Moore, Sega's Senior VP of Marketing, believes that the Dreamcast will push console gaming further than it has ever been.
We do not believe that in-home gaming will stay the same as it has been over the past few years. Internet will be the future of gaming. The internet opens so much promise for global gaming, and that's a major part of our strategy going forward. We have an incredible and unique opportunity to take online gaming to the next level.
I think the online play is going to turn out to be really, really popular. I think that's one of the things that on the PC side they can offer up that they haven't been able to offer up on the console side. The ability to get in there and you know, team play with your friends.
Yahoo! Well, I think a lot of consolers are really hyped up about the internet features.
Initially, Dreamcast owners will only be able to use the Dreamcast network for chatting, message boards, and previews. But next year, Sega will open up the multiplayer aspect of the Dreamcast network. With the impending release of the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo's Dolphin, Jeff Gersman of VideoGames.com believes the Dreamcast network is essential to the system's future.
Provided that the connection speeds move up, it will be very crucial. If it stays at 56K, it's like that's good enough for certain games, but some first-person shooters, you're not going to really see optimum performance. You know, racing games, you might see a little lag here and there. But if they can get the speeds up, if this whole network that they're supposedly building for online support works out, I think it's really going to bring a lot to the gameplay.
The quality of the games look really good. If Sega can make sure
the packets are fast, so the games appear fast on your console side, everyone's going to jump on every internet game that comes out as it comes out to the market.
So how will Sega's new direction in console gaming influence the gaming industry? Joe Fielder from VideoGames.com believes it will be a directing force in future game development.
No, I can definitely see that driving the direction of the games. I can see the more developers find they can do with the online component of the Dreamcast, the more they're going to develop into it. You know, you might see games like Quake 3 Arena, where the single-player side of the game is a lot less important than the multiplayer, where it's really designed for multiplayer.
I think the modem is pretty significant, where multiplayer is the in thing now, and it has been on the PC, so it's going to be even bigger on the Dreamcast.
Did those last segments whiz by a little too fast? Come by the Gamespot TV website at zdtv.com and check out our Dreamcast online and hardware specials in streaming video.
Coming up in our Dreamcast special, more than 15 games are being released with the new 128-bit console system. But which ones do you want to spend your cash on? We run down the top 5 to break your piggy bank for.
Welcome back. So the Dreamcast itself looks pretty solid, but what about the games? We spoke to the editors at VideoGames.com and got their favorite picks for the Dreamcast launch.
In 5th place is House of the Dead 2, the follow-up to the less-than-spectacular arcade port of House of the Dead on the Saturn. Once again, it's an on-rails shooter where you waste the various zombies and beasties that the game throws at you. And what it throws looks very, very good. This is a Japanese version of the game, but the only differences you can expect are the addition to unlock the option to show red blood instead of green. But really, what ooze do you think zombies bleed? The game will offer several modes, such as Arcade and Original, which is the arcade game, but with the option to customize some elements like clip size and damage. The game also comes with a training mode, which is made up of puzzle training levels that are almost as much fun as the game itself. The game is intended to be played with the light gun, though Sega has chosen not to release its peripheral in the US. Third-party guns, however, will be available at the launch. There are some who have found the game to suffer from its unnecessary difficulty, yet there is little question that House of the Dead 2 will become the premier console gun game. NFL 2K could mark the return of Sega Sports. The game includes such an unprecedented amount of detail that you can actually see individual people in the crowd and on the sidelines. The game's physics engine is sophisticated enough to mimic how players would act in the real world. The game has more than 1,500 motion-captured animations and uses AI that learns how to play and then responds. Collision detection is actually on the body rather than in the form of a cylinder around the player. The playbook for the game was designed by the Raiders defensive coach, and the game is definitely one of the first-party titles that Sega has very high hopes for. While there will be more than enough pigskin options for the Dreamcast, NFL 2K is definitely one to check out. Ready to Rumble, despite what you may think, is unquestionably one of the stars of the Dreamcast launch. This over-the-top boxing game comes with 2 modes, Championship and Arcade. Championship mode is a single-player mode that lets you take a boxer from the bottom of the ranks to the top of the list. Arcade mode is what you'd expect, straight boxing. The game's controls are exceptional and simple. The analog stick moves you about the ring, the triggers block high and low, but when used with the analog stick let you weave and bob, and the buttons on the face of the controller execute high and low punches. These controls let you jump right into the game and start landing slightly realistic combos. The visuals also look great. There are more than 120 facial expressions, so you'll know when you're on top and when you're really hurt. Blood and sweat fly off the bodies, and the crowd actually looks like people rather than a bad impressionist painting. Even if you've played boxing games in the past, there hasn't been anything like Ready to Rumble in a long, long time, and it sets a welcome and brand new standard for the sweet science. It makes complete sense that along with the new Sega system will be a new incarnation of the great Sega mascot, Sonic the Hedgehog. And as most know by this point, the little blue speedster is returning in Sonic Adventure. The game takes the linearity and structure of a 2D game and brings real speed to a 3D platformer. You play 5 characters, including Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, who, when played through, will clarify the entire story of the struggle against Dr. Robotnik and the water monster Chaos. The game will consist of standard Sonic gameplay tied together with some adventuring areas that offer exploration, help advance the story, and provide bosses to fight. The levels vary from character to character, with Sonic levels being similar to the 2D Sonic, and other levels offering comparisons to Jumping Flash. The Japanese version of the game suffered from camera problems, but Sega of America brought in a developer to tweak the viewpoint issues. There's no denying, though, that a platform game never looked like this. It won't take much to convince you that Sonic Adventure is a 3D experience above the rest.
We'll have our #1 pick after the break, and you probably already have an idea. But if those Dreamcast games whet your appetite, check out some more eye-melting Dreamcast footage at the Gamespot TV website. Simply go to our main page and then click through to our Dreamcast preview page.
Next in our Dreamcast special, if you could only buy one game for the console, what's it going to be? We have our top pick. And we've examined the system inside and out, but what will be its future? And what games can we look forward to? Find out when Gamespot TV returns.
Welcome back. All right, it's time to fill you in on what looks to be the top game launching with the Dreamcast, and it should come as little surprise.
You take one look at Soul Calibur from Namco, you'll quickly realize why there's no doubt that it's the most impressive game launching with the Dreamcast. This follow-up to Soul Blade is a game that even exceeds its arcade counterpart in every way imaginable. The game's graphics enhance the arcade versions with improved polygon counts and high-resolution textures. Each character moves around the stage looking tougher, larger, and more solid than before. Details like hair, clothing, and accessories all move together in rhythm with an extremely realistic physics model. Not satisfied with just improving the quality of the characters, the programmers also added new animations to their movements.
There's muscle flexing in the game now, so you'll see like certain parts of the body when they're doing moves. When he's coming out with a sword, you'll see, the muscles kind of ripple and flex and things like that. It's really pretty amazing to watch.
The stages themselves complement the characters with 3D backgrounds and ultra-high resolution, and the game also comes with additional moves not found in the arcade. The good looks are matched with controls that benefit from their similarity to the PlayStation controller. The need for precise input makes the D-pad preferable, but the game can be played using the analog stick. Response times are right on the money, with the only problems found in the character Maxi, but they can be overcome once you anticipate his quirks. Characters in the game include members from the original roster, with newcomers that are primarily enhanced clones of the characters they replaced from Soul Blade. The house that Pac-Man built has outdone itself by taking the best fighter in the arcades, improved it, and brought it home for under $50. This is the game to show the world just how powerful the Dreamcast is.
Namco, this will be their first and probably one of the few Dreamcast games they'll do if they are going to do any more. And they really went all out on the system.
Simply put, Soul Calibur is an essential addition to any gamer's collection.
If you can't get enough of Soul Calibur, you're struggling with the rest of us. But don't worry, here's our Dreamcast special intro pick. You think that looks good, you should see the game. And we've seen the top 5 games of launch. Our next segment will give you a taste of what's to come after launch.
With Sega's Dreamcast network and more than 15 titles on launch, it looks to be an interesting fall. Can Sega keep up the momentum?
This one's huge!
I'm really looking forward to, beyond launch. I'm looking forward to Resident Evil Code Veronica. I think that's going to be really neat.
Once again, Claire Redfield is in trouble, and this time around, gamers can look forward to fully polygonal backgrounds. You can help Claire save the world when Resident Evil Code Veronica ships early next year. Because of Sega's plan to release a total of 7 fighting games in 1999 alone, the Dreamcast is a fighting fanatic's dream. Marvel vs. Capcom has already created a buzz with its spectacular 2D graphics and its huge lineup of Marvel superheroes and classic Capcom fighters. So pick up your favorite character and prepare to do battle when Marvel vs. Capcom is released this October. Shenmue looks to be the killer app for the system. Its focus on story development and the incredibly detailed graphics inspired Sega to devise a new genre just for Shenmue called Free. Free stands for Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment, and gamers can experience its Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment when Shenmue ships this December. And sports fans will not be left out in the cold with the lightning-fast speed of NBA 2000. Promising to play at 60 frames per second, NBA 2000 will have more than 400 individually modeled players and 28 NBA teams. Gamers should get ready for a slam dunk when Sega Sports NBA 2000 is released October 13th. While Sega plans to release 25 more games by the end of 1999, there are still a few titles gamers would like to see released in the U.S.
I really hope that Seaman gets announced for the U.S. market because just the whole thought of hooking up a microphone to Dreamcast and talking to a crazy fish head thing sounds like a lot of fun. Beyond that, I really hope that Namco decides to do Tekken Tag tournament for the system.
There's no doubt the Dreamcast games are spectacular and flashy, but the question is, will the system have legs enough to compete against Sony's PlayStation 2 and Nintendo's Dolphin?
KO! Now here's something I'm excited about. Sega has announced that Seaman will be released in the United States, though a date has not yet been set. Well, that wraps up our special Dreamcast edition, but you can always go to the Gamespot TV website for more on Sega's new system. And if you have something to say about the new console, come to our chat on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Till next time, bye.
The light speed.
Selling series in the history of the PlayStation. And Laura is back in action. The buxom babe is setting off on a new adventure in Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation. Is it just more of the same? Plus, we pull a few punches in our strategy guide for Ready to Rumble, the over-the-top boxing game for the Dreamcast. Stick around, it's game time. Hi, I'm Dash, and this week on Gamespot TV, we turn our spotlight on the third-person action genre. From Lara Croft to Oni and Indiana Jones, this genre has attracted a huge audience. So why are these games so popular?
They look a danger in the face and laugh. They right the wrongs, protect the innocent, and save the world in their spare time. They're the heroes in today's third-person action games. There are many, and it seems that the genre is growing thanks to a spunky British lady. Yep, you guessed it. Miss Lara Croft and her adventures in the PlayStation game Tomb Raider brought attention and a much-needed boost to the third-person action scene. Of course, other game companies are following the money trail. PC game developer Raven Software decided to deviate from the first-person perspective and made players play the hero of Heretic 2 from behind. In Drakan, players not only assume the role of the adventurer Rin, but also her dragon during flight and battle. Again, the game gives players the view from behind, a standard camera angle in most third-person action games. And to the delight of many gamers, the buck doesn't stop there. Bungie Software aims to shake the genre when it releases Oni, an action game that will involve both firing weapons and hand-to-hand combat. Designers of the game dubbed the concept full contact action. The concept will give players the option to choose whether to fight mano-a-mano or blast their opponents with a weapon. A concept that, according to Oni's project leader, Brent Pease, requires the third-person perspective.
There's two main reasons we went with a third-person view. The first was to help the player identify with the character, to help tell the story. I think the story is much more believable when you're actually witnessing the character, very similar to a movie.
And imagine how disorienting it would be if you're playing this game while in a first-person view. The flips, slides, and fancy moves could make players lose their lunch. A third-person view is almost mandatory. In the What Took Them So Long category, LucasArts is close to releasing Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, an action-adventure PC game based on the blockbuster movie series. Players will assume the role of the fedora-wearing, whip-wielding adventurer Indiana Jones. In this third-person action-adventure game, set after World War II, Indy's job is to foil the Soviets' plan to acquire the secrets of the Tower of Babel. As with Tomb Raider, the third-person view in Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine should give players fantastic views, cinematic camera angles, and dramatic action sequences.
Something's in there.
The main challenge in third-person action games, however, has been camera placement. In the past, walls, trees, and other obstacles have obstructed the view from behind. Brent Pease believes they've solved that problem in Oni.
We let the camera go anywhere in the environment, and when the camera is obstructed by a wall, we make the wall translucent, so you can see through the wall.
For Indiana Jones, LucasArts went around the problem by switching camera perspective to a first-person view when Indy's back is against a solid object. The view springs back to third person as soon as Indy moves forward. A no-brainer solution, according to production manager Wayne Klein. As with any industry, the third-person genre had to grow, adapt, and experience growing pains. And with new technologies and concepts, game developers are getting more resourceful in solving problems associated with the genre. From where we're sitting, the view from the third-person action genre is looking very good.
And if that whets your appetite, stay tuned. We'll be checking out several new and upcoming third-person action games. But first, let's check the game news.
Eyes all over the gaming world were focused on Japan recently for the industry's largest event of the year, the Tokyo Game Show. With 74 different companies showing off 450 new titles, the show was a sight to behold. Unlike America's premier gaming event, E3, the Tokyo Game Show is open to the public, giving game lovers the chance to see, hear, and play the newest of the new in gaming. The most popular booth at TGS was by far Sony's, as the official unveiling of the PlayStation 2 occurred just 1 week prior. The booth held the actual console with playable versions of Gran Turismo 2000, Tekken Tag Tournament, and Drum Mania, and the results were very impressive. But for all the attention that Sony was getting, Sega did its best to attract curious console zealots. The list of Dreamcast titles continued to grow, with Sega showing off Virtual On, Rayman 2, the arcade port of Crazy Taxi, and the impressive Resident Evil Code Veronica. And of course, the PlayStation proved it's not dead yet, as the Sony booth showed off Chrono Trigger 2, Chrono Cross, Gran Turismo 2, and others. While only a fraction of the titles shown at the Tokyo Game Show will make it over to the States, it is usually a good indication of what is to come in the console gaming future.
If you're looking for more on the Tokyo Game Show, go to the news section of Gamespot.com and throw in your 2 cents on the third-person adventure genre. Come to the Gamespot TV website and take our newest poll. Coming up on Gamespot TV, get ready for some serious shredding. Thrasher Magazine and Rockstar Games have teamed up for the new title, Skate and Destroy. And we take to the sky in our review of Draken, Order of the Flame, to a place where winged ones roam, when Gamespot TV returns. Even as I extol the virtues of gaming, I must admit I still have fond memories of the simpler days of play, like making my Hot Wheels fly off stairways and inspecting the damage. Now we have Hot Wheels Turbo Racing for the PlayStation. Will it make me wistful? Check it out.
As anyone who has ever played with Hot Wheels knows, it's not about collecting, but about popping the cars out of their packages and speeding them off anything that might constitute a cliff. This is not lost on the developers of Hot Wheels Turbo Racing, which captures the look and feel of the little cars and throws in some surprisingly excellent gameplay along the way. At first glance, it seems like a regular racer. It has the standard options, but the cars and tracks are what make it so different. The cars all look like real Hot Wheels from the past and present. The tracks are filled with twists and turns, with a few loops and corkscrews thrown in for good measure. Many of the tracks look like actual Hot Wheels tracks and are kept interesting with shortcuts and big jumps. The big jumps aren't just for show. Once you catch air and you can pull up crazy stunts, and the better the stunt, the more turbo boost you earn. The physics of the game make pulling off the stunts a real blast. Graphically, the game does a good enough job. It could have been faster and cleaner, but it gets the point across and doesn't detract from the gameplay. Sound effects are filled with all types of tire squeals, engines, and explosions, and the choices of music is a nice touch. Hot Wheels Turbo Racing is almost destined to be dismissed due to its license, but the driving is great, and the stunt aspect gives it a skateboard-like feel. This is poised to be a sleeper hit. Jeff Gertzman from videogames.com gives it an 8 out of 10.
If you're a skateboarder, then you know what Thrasher is. It's an old-school skate magazine that's been around since, well, forever. Now Thrasher is teamed up with Rockstar Games for Skate and Destroy.
Rockstar Games has teamed up with Thrasher Magazine for Thrasher Skate and Destroy. While Tony Hawk's Pro Skater will appeal to fans, Thrasher Skate and Destroy is hardcore. The game sports 16 different street environments, including well-known skater havens in San Francisco, New York, and Germany. Each level begins with simple free skating, where you can scope your environment for places to do tricks. Each level is packed with objects to ollie over, grind on, or wrap your body around, depending on your skating level. Once you're ready, you start a 2-minute run. To pass a level, you'll need to earn a certain amount of points. The game doesn't end once your time runs out. Instead, the cops show up to take your board away.
I see one! Here, hold my bear claw.
If they can catch you.
You are in violation of San Francisco Civic Code 141-80.
Look to do some serious shredding when Thrasher Skate and Destroy is released in November 1999.
Any game with Africa Bombata is going to get my attention. Now, while it doesn't have the avatars of Electro Draken, Order of the Flame, it does have a dragon that you get to fly around and burn troll things with. But is that enough to make it stand out from other fantasy fare?
You awaken me, Erok? Bond a dragon of Heron?
Draken, Order of the Flame, is another fantasy game with dragons, but this time round they aren't something to slay, but a companion to do your bidding. If it weren't for the multitude of beasties populating the landscape, this game would make for a wonderful vacation spot. All the settings are beautifully detailed with realistic weather and lighting effects. The creatures are your typical sword and sorcery fodder, but they are distinctively designed. It's Rin herself that doesn't look that good. Her absurd Barbie doll figure and poker face just don't deliver much personality. In contrast, her dragon companion Erok is more articulate and looks great in every regard. Control in the game is good. The hacking and slashing is well suited to a keyboard and mouse configuration. You can just run or fly about and perform simple special moves to keep things interesting. The enemies themselves aren't terribly bright, but you can expect a serious fight nonetheless. The huge levels contain a fair amount of puzzles and traps, and you'll find yourself having to dismount from your flying beast to find a means to get him into the next area. On the whole, the game is challenging and enjoyable most of the way through, though it relies a bit too much on its shallow story. The game has its share of technical problems, which are most evident in the unpolished multiplayer game. But to its credit, the game does hold together in spite of these issues. Greg Kasavan from Gamespot.com gives Draken, Order of the Flame a 7.5 out of 10.
If you'd like to read more on Draken, check out the review on Gamespot.com. And if you need some extra grinding, you can find our Thrashers Skate and Destroy preview facing off against Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on the Gamespot TV website at zdtv.com. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we review Outcast, the sci-fi action-adventure game featuring a wisecracking hero out to save a distant world from tyranny. And Liz Croft is back in all her glory. In action, we've never seen her look like this before. All this and more when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. In keeping with the third-person theme in the show, Outcast, the new PC action-adventure from Infro Games, is sure to have players wishing they lived in parallel worlds.
Outcast, the new action-adventure game from Infogram, may not do anything new, but what it does do, it does extremely well. And the result is a unique, interesting, and fun experience. You play wisecracker Cutter Slade. You control Cutter with the arrow keys, and you control the camera view with the mouse. The control scheme takes some getting used to, but it works quite well.
Well, let's count. I lost my crew, can't find the probe. My equipment is being used by the natives as rosary beads. And
Cutter has been commanded to lead a group of scientists on a rescue mission to a parallel world, a la Stargate. Things go wrong, and Slade finds himself alone and defenseless in the strange new world of Adelpha. The natives offer to help, but only if Cutter agrees to save them from the tyrannical Pharaon.
I would suggest that you stay here in Shamazar until you feel you are ready to travel into the other regions.
The 6 regions of Adelpha are all very diverse, and the inhabitants are an interesting group. The majority have distinct personalities, and at first, players may find it difficult keeping up with all the alien terminology. Fortunately, the game keeps extensive notes for you.
Many soldiers have been seen now that you are known to be alive.
The use of sound in Outcast is great. Every character speaks, and the voice acting is quite good. In addition, the game's dynamic soundtrack is excellent. The bottom line is, while Outcast can be frustrating at times, it is just plain fun. With a spirit more in line with Adeline's Twin Sun games, Outcast presents you with a huge and interesting world to explore, which results in a very enjoyable time. Ron Doolin of Gamespot.com gave Outcast a rating of 8.6 out of 10.
If you like fishing, or you don't like fishing, or you like playing fishing games anyway, pay close attention, because it's all in the casting.
In case you haven't noticed, there's quite a few fishing games on the market these days, and if you're looking for a new way to control them without having to use your standard controller, consider the Rumble Rod for the N64 by Madcast.
Oh yeah, that's the way to start the morning.
As you can see, the Rumble Rod's pretty much a standard N64 controller. It has all the buttons you'd come to expect on one, as well as an analog stick and a digital pad. The difference is how it reacts to games that support it. Games like Bass Hunter 64 and Bassmasters 2000, for instance. When you see a fish on the screen and it starts to tug on your line, you feel it in the controller. And when you add a rumble pack to the bottom, it really does complete the whole fishing experience.
He slammed it. Oh yeah.
The Rumble Rod will work with any fishing game, although you will not get the force feedback with some of them. For you fishing fanatics out there, for 30 bucks, it's a controller to look into.
Ah, there's nothing like catching a virtual trout. If only I had a virtual grill. Now, if you want to contact any of us at GameSpot TV, perhaps you have a question, or you want to tell us how big the fish you caught was. I'll call a 17.12-pound bass on my Dreamcast. Just email us at gamespot@zdtv.com. Coming up on GameSpot TV, Laura is back. We have a preview of her latest adventure, Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. What will Laura's polygon count be in her 4th incarnation? And we review the epic role-playing masterpiece, Final Fantasy VIII. Stunning animation, developed storyline, and seamless motion set this title apart from the rest when GameSpot TV returns. Welcome back. Now, you'd think with Draken we'd filled our quota of curiously proportioned gaming heroines, but no! Some of the guys from Eidos stopped by to give us an early peek at the new installment in the Tomb Raider series, and we're being kind enough to share with you what we saw.
Like hurricanes in the fall, the return of Lara Croft is one of the things you can always rely on. And so, time is upon us for the next installment in the wildly popular Tomb Raider series, Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Now don't fear, that revelation is not the end of the series. This version of the game will keep Lara in one locale, Egypt. The one exception will be a training level where you get to play a young 16-year-old Lara in Cambodia. Eidos is aiming for the game to be the definitive Tomb Raider, combining elements of 1 through 3. The game will be more focused on puzzle solving, where you solve puzzles to move on to the next room, rather than collecting keys and backtracking for miles. Also, you'll never have to worry about pushing or pulling blocks anymore. The game will also use a new targeting system, so you won't be automatically aiming in the direction of an enemy. Enemies themselves will be fewer, but with more advanced intelligence, and will share the same abilities as Lara. Now, while you're watching footage from the early PC version of the game, Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation will also be available for the PlayStation, and will reveal the quality of the game when it's released in November.
$99.99 may have been D-Day for Sega, but for Final Fantasy fans, $99.99 is the day Final Fantasy VIII was released.
At a recent pre-launch event in San Francisco, Final Fantasy fanatics waited for more than 2 hours just to get their hands on a copy of a game that is sure to monopolize their time into next month. And what do you do after standing in line for 3 hours and plopping down money for the game, a strategy guide, and maybe an action figure or two?
I gotta go home and play my game.
What is it about Final Fantasy VIII that has everyone drooling? Find out in this review.
The Final Fantasy series is considered the most successful console role-playing series of all time. Known for its epic stories and dramatic themes, it has also led the way in the quality of gameplay and graphics. Now with Final Fantasy VIII, Square has designed a masterpiece. The core of any Final Fantasy game is the story, and the story in Final Fantasy VIII is the best of the series. With 7, Square showed that it had mastered the epic, and now with Final Fantasy VIII, Square has mastered the personal. Squall Leonhardt is a student at Garden, the world's foremost military academy. After a successful training mission, Squall and his classmates are sent on a mission to assist a rebel organization in the capture of the Galbadian president Delling, who is set to announce an alliance with the powerful sorceress Edea. The story may be great, though what really sets the game apart are the breathtaking graphics. The background detail and battle sequences are unbelievable. Battles take place in the traditional RPG active time system. Your characters and enemies take turns unleashing spells and weapons against each other. And with FF8, Square introduces a few new systems to learn: the Draw system, the Guardian Forces systems, and the Junction system. While the Draw system is FF8's magic system, the Guardian Force, or GF system, is the game's way of handling summoned monsters. Each Guardian Force is like a sub-member of the party. They gain levels and skills and earn achievement points. The Junction system works with the GF system to give you varying skills and abilities. Each GF can be joined or junctioned with a character. Junctioning a GF automatically gives you access to the magic, draw, and items commands. Without a Junction GF, characters have no battle commands except fight. Overall, with its fantastic story, amazing graphics, and solid RPG gameplay, Final Fantasy VIII is a welcome addition to the Final Fantasy series. Andrew Vestal of Videogames.com gave Final Fantasy VIII a rating of 9.5 out of 10.
If you look really, really close, you can see Carol Ann. All right, now don't get me wrong. Firing an arsenal of missiles from your shoulder blades is impressive, but it's the gritty, sweaty pummeling in the ring that'll really impress them. So we rustled up some strategy tips to wow your friends with Ready to Rumble!
It doesn't get any tougher than this. Face to face, fist to fist, and a bell to start the trip to La La Land. If you're brave enough to step inside the ring, bite your mouthpiece hard, and pray that one of these tips work. You want to go the distance and win your rounds? Then stick your moves. Learn how to get in, throw your shots, and get out. It's a rhythm thing. As the boxing great Muhammad Ali said, fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. This technique is especially helpful in the solo games. Try to adopt a less predictable technique when you're playing a human player.
Let's rumble, Holmes!
And before you start singing the theme to Rocky, learn the combo. Each character has his and her own special combo moves. The combos can be executed by pressing the correct directional pad and button sequence. Applying them at the right moment can demoralize your pathetic opponent. A little self-confidence helps too.
Better stay down.
No Ready to Rumble bout is finished without using the mighty Rumble Flurry. Seeing R-U-M-B-L-E spelled out could make you lose all bodily function, but try to contain yourself. Watch the clock, your opponent's health, and manage the use of the Rumble Flurry. Use it when you think the Rumble Flurry will be most effective.
I'm ready to conquer El Toro!
So whether you plan to relive the Thriller in Manila or reenact all of Raging Bull, remember the combos, stick your moves, and manage the Rumble Flurry. Oh, and watch out for the right hook.
If you want to see more on Final Fantasy VIII or watch our Tomb Raider The Last Revelation preview, go to the Gamespot TV website. There you'll also find the latest column on the Dreamcast. And register to win a free USB Netcam during Netcam Week 3 by visiting our site at zdtv.com. So until next week, remember, if you think you're playing too much, play more. See ya. But sure to be racy, Heavy Metal game. Most film game tie-ins are just afterthoughts, but not this one. Heavy Metal Fact 2 begins where the movie ends. And dinosaurs run amok in the spooky Resident Evil-style thriller, Dino Crisis. Plus, Goldberg and Sting get frisky in the ring. It's our review of WCW Mayhem. Stick around. It's game time. Hello and welcome. I'm Dash. This week on Gamespot TV, we have a look at the upcoming game that's a sequel to a new sequel. Confused? Well, you may remember the Heavy Metal movie from '81, or perhaps you know the magazine, or maybe you weren't even born yet. Well, now Kevin Eastman of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fame and B-movie star Julie Strange are hard at work on Heavy Metal Fact 2.
Darkness, we almost drowned. Time was at an end. It all seemed lost on the melting pot.
Controversial maybe, but death and destruction are favorite themes for many of today's PC games. But the guys at Ritual Entertainment say, you ain't seen nothing yet.
The video game that we're making is Heavy Metal Fact 2. It's based around Kevin Eastman's animated feature film that's coming out at the end of the year called Heavy Metal Fact 2.
I wanted to do this, a story that took place on a planet called the Melting Pot that really no rules or logic applied there, that you could get away with anything. Basically, it was an excuse not to draw humans and human-like characters.
But Kevin manages to squeeze in one human. Fact 2, the hero who must protect her planet from the invading gift industries.
I brought this female character in based on my wife, Julie Strain, and made her into the lead character, the likeness of her, and her attitude, her heart and soul, and, meshed it around into the movie that's Heavy Metal Fact 2.
Heavy Metal Fact 2 is being designed by guys who created the game and levels for Sin, Quake add-ons, and Duke Nukem 3D. Given a lot of creative freedom and the Quake 3 technology to work with, level designer Tom Mustaine says the challenges were easily solved.
Not many hurdles initially. It's just been a real flow for us since the beginning. That's one of the reasons why we jumped on this license. It's a definite, we love it.
Besides making the game look great, the team's main goal is to stay true to the heavy metal world that Eastman created.
Essence, when you open that magazine up, transfer it into our media, it's gonna be kick-ass. I mean, if we can accomplish that, then we're gonna do a damn good job with this property.
But the same devotion could also be the game's Achilles heel. Staying true means nudity and violence, and lots of it. The attention could be detrimental or not.
We make games for ourselves. We make games for people in our age group who love action films, who love animated violence on games. It's a way of getting out our aggression in a safe and somewhat positive way.
We're going to try and get away with as much as possible, but a lot of it is like the Statue of David is not a naked guy standing there, it's art.
As a game veteran, Richard Gray believes video games, violent or not, are nothing but harmless forms of entertainment.
We figure with all the retribution from all this violence to head back to me being 41, growing up in the 70s, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We grew up, we didn't kill people, we just sat in our bedrooms and drew pictures, and so that's where we're heading, back to soft porn, just like the Heavy Metal magazine.
As adults, we're saying, hey, this is what we like, and this is what we're going to do.
Although Kevin Eastman has set some guidelines on the game.
I just said they couldn't kill any small furry animals. That's all. That was the only thing I said. You do anything you want, just nothing small and furry.
Oops. We'll take the fur off.
Heavy Metal Fact 2 is set to hit the civilized world this winter. Brace yourselves.
The $15 million animated movie Heavy Metal Fact 2 will hopefully open by the end of the year. Check out Ritual's website for more info. It's time now for some game news.
In this week's game news, Square has announced that the first Final Fantasy title for the PlayStation 2 will be playable online. EA and Origin Systems have announced a third sequel to Ultima Online with beefed up graphics and animation. Pac-Man turns 20 this year, and to celebrate that event, Namco will be releasing a 3D version of the game for the PlayStation October 14th. And in response to accusations of a Lara Croft breast reduction, a core spokesman claims that the developers have done nothing of the sort for the upcoming Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. It's merely an illusion created by an increase in polygons and improved lighting.
If you're looking for up-to-the-minute news from the gaming world, go to the news section of the Gamespot.com website. And if you're interested in more about Kevin Eastman or heavy metal and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fame, go to the Gamespot TV website to see our in-depth coverage on Heavy Metal Fact 2. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we lose a few teeth in our raucous review of NHL 2000 and talk smack in our review of WCW Mayhem when Gamespot TV returns. Peter Molyneux was one of the originators of the God game genre, but he hasn't been resting on his laurels. Let's see what he's been up to with his new company, Lionhead Studios. Here's an early sneak peek at Black and White.
Black and White will be the first release from Peter Molyneux's new company, Lionhead Studios. Known for his interesting and quirky game designs, from Populous to Theme Park, Peter Molyneux is making the God game to end all God games. But how did the idea of Black and White come about? Peter had this to say.
I can remember very, very clearly when I was a kid coming up to this ant's nest and just initially getting this stick and shaking it around in this ant's nest, and all the ants would, get all angry and bubble and boil. And after a while I realized if you put a bit of sugar out, then the ants would come out and start eating away at the sugar, and you could get a magnifying glass and burn them. And it was, in a way, as a kid, it was like controlling a little world, and that's a little bit of what is in Black and White.
Graphically, the 3D world of Black and White is amazing and extremely detailed. From the tiniest worm to an overall look at the planet, players will be able to have a complete view of the world. The design of the world and citizens will be directly influenced by decisions made by the player. In Black and White, players will grow and train their very own creature. The creature's personality and look will change depending on how it is treated and how the player acts in the world. In addition to their creatures, players will also have their very own worshippers.
The idea that that just like in an ant's nest, I can go and stir it up. You can just be mean and vicious, and just like in an ant's nest, you can go and feed them. You can be really nice.
Black and White's single-player game is planned as an open-ended set of events based in a persistent world. There will be no levels, just an expanding playing area for you to try to dominate. And both the single-player and multiplayer games will be interchangeable, allowing players to take their creatures back and forth between the two. Overall, Black and White looks to be an innovative and exciting new game on the horizon. Would-be deities can look for Lionhead Studios' Black and White, second quarter 2000.
Moving on to fantasy creatures on a smaller scale, next up we have Chocobo Racing, a game that combines fast cars and fast chickens. The game's not exactly brilliant, but we dug the intro. Now, if racing along with cute little animals just isn't your cup of tea, and you thirst for hard ice and cold blood, take a look at this review of NHL 2000 for the PC.
On goal, and the game has been played pretty evenly so far.
At first glance, NHL 2000 looks a lot like NHL 99, but rest assured, this is definitely not the case. With NHL 2000, EA Sports comes closer than ever to achieving a perfect balance between realistic gameplay and graphic appeal.
Adam gets possession.
Compared to previous versions, the computer opponents in NHL 2000 are craftier, quicker, and more skilled. Watch out for those hip checks, because this time around, computer opponents forecheck more aggressively and get back into a defensive position after a turnover. Graphically, NHL 2000 is beautiful. New animations for shots and checks are augmented by a new face mapping system that makes every player look like his real-life counterpart. And better yet, you can import a picture of yourself and have it mapped onto a custom player of your own creation. One new significant feature is the internet multiplayer support, complete with an EA-maintained lobby system. The gameplay can be choppy, but it does work.
Adam drills a shot from the left. He's stopped.
The only thing NHL 2000 deserves to be criticized for is the high number of injuries that take place during an average game. Although it does force you to manage your roster by trading for new talent and juggling lines to bolster an injury-riddled squad. Overall, NHL 2000 is the best hockey game EA Sports has ever produced. For veterans and rookies, this game is worth the investment. Michael Ryan of Gamespot.com gave NHL 2000 a rating of 9 out of 10.
Tonight's first star for Boston, number 15, Adam.
If you'd like to read more on NHL 2000, check out the review on Gamespot.com. And if you fancy yourself a bit of a sports game expert, come to our message boards and share your tips and strategies with other gamers. You'll find the message boards in the Interact section of our website. Coming up on Gamespot TV, giant leftover lizards are living on a remote island. Can you survive the horror? The horror. We review Dino Crisis. And we visit the Velodrome in Trickstyle, the futuristic hoverboard game for the Dreamcast. If you like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, or any of the other games in that Sleep with the Lights On genre, you'll most likely be into our next game. It's full-on horror with a reptilian touch.
Dino Crisis is an excursion into the world of survival horror. Conceived and directed by Shinji Mikami, the mastermind behind the Resident Evil games, Dino Crisis has a similar feel to Resident Evil, though the shuffling zombies have been replaced by velociraptors and other big lizards with lightning-fast reflexes and huge appetites. Dino Crisis is played through the eyes of the heroine Regina, a special forces agent sent to investigate an island which happens to be a paleontologist's playground. The game is quite cinematic, and the camera angles are designed to provide the maximum tension possible. The soundtrack provides chills and thrills. The simple act of walking down a hallway becomes a terrifying experience when the violins start playing. The backgrounds in Dino Crisis are fully polygonal, the character models are well done, and the excellent light sourcing effects give Regina and her posse a solid feel. The use of polygonal backgrounds also works to enhance a feeling of fear. Dino Crisis pays close attention to detail, including character damage. If Regina takes a beating, she'll hold her side and limp. If she takes a lot of damage, she'll stagger about and drip blood on the floor, which adds to the realism of the game. Fortunately, there are plenty of power-ups like health kits and weapons. Dino Crisis' storyline is sound, and the replay value is high, with 3 different endings to reveal and a multitude of secrets to find. James Melky gives the creepy dinosaur chiller an 8.5 out of 10.
Going from creatures of the past to lifestyles of the future, we have Trick Style for the Dreamcast. This title combines young hipsters and hoverboarding, and it may trigger memories of Wipeout XL.
Trick Style for the Dreamcast is a futuristic racing game that lets you roam around exploring various spaces on your hoverboard. You choose a racer and a board, and then go to the main staging area called the Velodrome. From there, you enter into different rooms to select the challenge you're going to tackle next. The game is divided into 2 different tasks, challenging the Velodrome trainer to unlock new tricks, and racing the tracks to unlock new areas and boards. The racing tracks are spread across 3 different countries, Japan, the USA, and the UK. Once you've raced the 5 races in each country, you'll unlock a boss race, which usually isn't a race at all, but a Velodrome-like challenge. Beating these will unlock new hoverboards for you to race with. Trick Style has everything you would expect from a boarding game. Rails, ramps, loops, impossible jumps, and 1080-degree spins. Unfortunately, the tricks in the game aren't really eyebrow-raising, and the game's biggest problem is that it's too easy to beat. Graphics are Trick Style's biggest asset. The tracks, backgrounds, and board effects all look great. The soundtrack is chock full of outstanding techno, though the sound effects are trite and unappealing. Trick Style doesn't do a whole lot of revolutionizing, and ultimately ends up being just another boarding game. Ben Stahl of VideoGames.com gave Trick Style a 6.4 out of 10.
Inspired as we were with the way Trick Style dolled up skateboarding with futuristic bells and whistles, we couldn't help scrounging up some cheats to soup up Madden 2000 for the N64. And the results were, well, just watch.
To enter cheats, go to the secret code section of the menu and plug in the following letters. If you truly believe that the body is evil, type in guillotine and enjoy headless footballers from Minnesota or wherever. And if you're bozo for the pigskin, then type in scary clown for that big top game experience.
Here's that kick.
And if you think that size doesn't matter, then type in mice and men for the David and Goliath style of footballing.
Check his medulla oblongata.
His helmet flew right off. Look, it's rolling down the field.
If you're looking for more cheat codes, go to the Game Help section of our website. There you'll find everything from Aliens vs. Predator to Zelda. And if you have cheats of your own, send them to us at GameSpot@ZDTV.com. Coming up on GameSpot TV, we visit the realm of Nosgoth in our review of the follow-up to Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. And the boys of the WCW put in a ringside appearance in WCW Mayhem. You better recognize. Welcome back. Well, it's been a couple of months, so of course it's time for another wrestling game. This time it's the WCW's turn in the ring, accompanied by a new developer. Let's check out the result.
After a rather high-stakes game of musical chairs where THQ acquired the WWF license, EA was able to step in and grab the WCW license and produce the new game WCW Mayhem. The company has taken the same approach it typically does with all sports games, which is to be as faithful to the source material as possible. The result is a very good first effort, but still feels like a first-year title. Mayhem contains a load of rings, all based on WCW television and pay-per-view events, and there are a slew of wrestlers that get to battle it out. The main focus of the game is the ability to get out of the ring and fight your way to the backstage area, which is filled with chairs, tables, tasers, and other objects to bash your opponent's head in with. Mayhem is more arcade-like than other wrestling games, but there's still plenty of strategy involved. Reversals are easy to perform, but very hard to master. If your opponent hits a button to execute a move, and you hit the same one shortly thereafter, you'll reverse his attack. Reversals aside, the game really does boil down to who can execute a move first. While the arcade-style play does offer an alternative, it's not without its flaws, such as the introduction of a momentum meter that tells you how well you're doing in the match. The more momentum you get, the harder it is for your opponent to stop you, and when it's full, you can execute finishing moves. This really just makes it harder to come back from a deficit. The real problem with the game is computer AI. It's completely stupid. It may get off a few punches or kicks, or maybe even a reverse in the hardest difficulty setting, but it's possible to pull off a finisher in the first 30 seconds of the match. Graphically, the game looks good enough. There are collision problems, but the game has a pretty good camera. All in all, it's a pretty fun game that leaves you wanting more. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gave it a 7.6 out of 10.
The PlayStation version of Mayhem received a 7.7 from VideoGames.com. Check out their site for the review. And speaking of down for the count, we have a vampire game. Ooh, well, anyway, it's Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. It's been out for a bit on the PlayStation, and now it's available for the PC.
Those who play Legacy of Kain Blood Omen not always enjoyed it, but were compelled to play due to its remarkable story. The 3D sequel, available for both the PlayStation and the PC, as seen here, shifts the focus and complicates rather than recycles pre-existing themes. Kain's world of Nosgoth is on the brink of destruction, as his son Raziel, who you play, returns to seek vengeance upon his father for condemning him to a watery abyss. This world, even in its state, is a wonder to behold, with its decrepit architecture. And while seams do appear from time to time, it's a minor complaint. This is especially true when you consider how the game never pauses to load new scenery. Raziel himself looks equally good and controls tightly and responsibly with both the keyboard or a gamepad, and it's a pleasure to watch him jump, crawl, or glide through the game. These talents that Raziel has are numerous and should have led to this game never slowing down, so it does become disappointing when he is reduced to having to perform such menial tasks as arranging blocks to unlock doors. The game is less focused on combat than you may think, and Raziel's ability to shift from the material to the spectral plane makes for some very inventive puzzles. But the action that comprises the first half of the game gives way to badly contrived puzzles, and gives the impression that far more work was put into the first hours of Soul Reaver than the last. But even with these problems, it doesn't change the fact that Soul Reaver is original, enjoyable, and an excellent game by any standards except its own. Greg Kasabian from Gamespot.com gives it an 8.2 out of 10.
The PlayStation version of Soul Reaver received a 9 out of 10 from VideoGames.com. If you want to check out the review, go to the website. And now, if you're having trouble with your hedgehog, we have the strategy guide for Sonic Adventure.
If you are one of the fortunate to have played Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast, you know that acquiring and understanding all the items and information in the game can be a bit daunting. Getting an A on a level can be tough. So here are a couple of tips to help you increase your hedgehog's happiness. One of the keys to maximizing your coin collecting boss beating potential is to find the hidden items for each character. Each item gives the character special abilities. For Sonic, go into the sewer in front of City Hall to find the Lightspeed shoes. These allow you to charge up and capture any linear series of rings, no matter how it may seem to defy gravity.
Ready, go!
Next, get the crystal ring from the second floor of the hotel.
This is the crystal ring.
This item greatly reduces the time necessary for Sonic to charge, making for faster attacks and takeoffs.
Ready, go!
Finally, find the ancient light on the floating island part of Mystic Ruin. The light lets Sonic attack enemies while in the ball form, preventing accidental hits due to careless cruising.
This is the ancient light.
Tails, Knuckles, Amy, EO1-2, and Big the Cat all have similar hidden items to increase their abilities. Find them and take advantage. Know and learn each character's strengths, such as Tails' ability to fly, and use that to get through the levels faster, get more coins, and beat the bosses. And if you find yourself getting a bit lost, just ask the glowing hint balls. They will point you in the direction you need to go.
Did you walk around the whole city?
If you're in need of more cheats, tips, or strategies, go to the Game Help section of the Gamespot TV website. There you'll find out how you can win a free USB Netcam just by visiting ZDTV.com and registering for Netcam Week 3. So until next week, remember, if you think you're playing too much, play more! See ya. Gamespot TV. We go to Texas to find out why hundreds of hardcore Quake fans gave up sleep, showers, and the comfort of their living rooms. And we have backflips, front flips, ollies, grinds, and the Judo Madonna in our review of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Plus, we have a strategy guide for Quake 3. John Carmack gives us his tips for fragging your friends. So stick around. It's game time. Would you drive 13 hours straight to Texas for a chance to play the latest text versions of Quake 3 Arena? As long as there's running water in my room, I think I would. Hi, I'm Dash, and welcome to GameSpot TV. This year's QuakeCon 99 did not disappoint. GameSpot TV found out that there's more to this event than winning prizes.
Bye-bye.
It was a pilgrimage of sorts.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
Last August, QuakeCon 99 became the gaming mecca for over 1,000 PC gamers itching to play the latest test versions of Quake 3 Arena in a multiplayer land battle.
All right, let's just pack it up right over here.
Sponsored by id Software, CEO Todd Hollinshead said QuakeCon events give them a chance to meet players face to face.
It's really just a way for id Software to give something back to the fans. We've got a lot of supporters out there, and this is really an event just to show off what we're working on right now, to give people an opportunity to come together and play together.
Besides playing, QuakeCon 99 participants had the chance to compete against and worship Doom and Quake creator John Carmack.
I still do like doing games that are easy to pick up, you know, that people can just sit down and play. And a very large part of it is because I don't have the time to be obsessive about a game, you know, to go in and like learn all this. I want a game that I can jump in and have a good time playing, you know, play for 5 or 10 minutes or something and get out of it.
Held annually in Mesquite, Texas since 1996, QuakeCon fans braved the desert heat and traveled from hundreds of miles away.
I heard about QuakeCon about 6 months ago, got registered, got lucky to be one of the first 1,000, called up my buddies and said, let's go down there. I'll drive. We drove 27 hours straight from Vegas, 1,300 miles to get here. And we're having the greatest time of our lives.
It's really big in the UK. I say it's, you know, it's only a small country, but there's a lot of people playing. We've got so many leagues, and we've got people playing all the time.
Sue Joy and the rest of his 1,000 playmates brought their own computers and paid their own way to participate in the event, test their Quake skills, and maybe win prizes. For some, it was a 3-day all-play, no-sleep, no-shower marathon. For others, it was a test of mettle and hygiene endurance.
They're kind of new to it, so they're not quite seasoned enough to, you know, be able to hang. But, you know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, so you sacrifice.
Look at it! Look at it!
And contrary to popular misconception, most QuakeCon players say that the main reason they attend QuakeCon is not to kill or learn how to kill, but to meet friends and create new ones.
A lot of my friends are coming here, so I'm here kind of to meet them. We know each other over the internet almost exclusively, so getting a chance to come together and actually shake hands is nice.
But amidst this sea of network computers, cables, and players, the biggest disparity we observed was the lack of female competitors. Out of the 500 people competing in the tourneys, we found one, Cornelia.
There are a lot of females who play Quake. I don't know why they didn't sign up for the tournament. Actually, I was the only one who played.
Cornelia was no lightweight. She made it to the intense finals, a spot most of the guys can only dream of.
All these people right here.
And after 3 days of competition, 510 were eliminated, and only the top 2 were left. Die Hard and 1134 Bane. A rocket launch signaled the start of intense action.
Can you back up a little, please?
Stay calm, stay calm. Yes!
After an impressive 15-minute frag fest, Die Hard from Canada came out the victor. The secret, he says, was mental focus.
Basically controlling all the armor and trying to win every battle. Basically not trying to do my best with my aim. That was my key.
The QuakeCon 99 experience is difficult to put into words, unless you're one of the articulate few who has the gift. The most popular remark?
QuakeCon rocks ass.
I guess that covers it.
QuakeCon winner, Die Hard, won a nice trophy, a cool leather jacket with the Quake logo on the back, and a tour of id headquarters in Mesquite, Texas. And while we were at QuakeCon, we picked up a few strategies from the players and John Carmack, which we'll have later on in the show. But before that, let's check the game news.
In this week's game news, Paul Rubens, a.k.a. Pee-wee Herman, is said to be hosting an upcoming television game show based on the Berkeley Systems You Don't Know Jack trivia game series. No word yet as to which network will carry the show. Are you feeling impotent when it comes to training your pocket monster? Toys R Us is now offering free 6-week training sessions for kids who want to master their Pokemon. Kids can learn from more experienced players or become instructors themselves. Nintendo has reported it expects to lose nearly $475 million in the first half of the next business year due to price drops of the N64 in the U.S. and a delay in upcoming Game Boy games. Could this mean a delay in their next-generation console system, the Dolphin? And pay attention, mech fans. Hasbro Interactive and MSN Gaming Zone are hosting a Mech Warrior 3 competition at the end of this month. 2-player teams will battle it out online for prizes, including 2 Harley-Davidson motorcycles.
If you want to find out what's up in the gaming world, go to the news sections of the GameSpot and VideoGames.com websites. And if you want extensive Quake coverage, go to the Gamespot TV website. There you'll find real video of QuakeCon, as well as an in-depth interview with id Software big man, John Carmack. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we check out Speed Devils, the arcade-style racing game for the Dreamcast. And there's more Quake 3 action to come. We have strategies from the master himself, John Carmack. Welcome back. Are you a fan of conspiracies and black ops? Well, our next game is sure to have you watching your back. Here's an early sneak peek at Ion Storm's Deus Ex.
Warren Spector, the game designer who brought us the classic role-playing game Ultima Underworld and the cult classic System Shock, is working on something new. Deus Ex takes place in a dark and dismal world full of secrets and conspiracies. It's Earth 2052. You are a rookie agent named J.C. Denton, who's been enhanced with nanobots and works for the United Nations Anti-Terrorist Coalition.
He's fresh out of the academy, you know. Thinks he knows what's right and what's wrong. Starts working for an anti-terrorist agency and quickly discovers that the world is very much shades of gray and black and white really doesn't apply. And as he explores that world of gray, he discovers that the agency he works for is really the tip of a conspiratorial iceberg. And as he gets deeper into that world, the conspirators start, finding him a little dangerous.
Deus Ex is a first-person role-playing game, and your player skills are very important. Players will be able to choose from over a dozen different skills. The more you use a skill, the more points you can use towards your next skill level.
And you can be stealth boy, lock-picking lad, and demolitions dude, and those choices are expressible in the game world too. And the choices allow us to solve the same game problems in very different ways. And what that means is I can tell a completely linear story, which means I can tell a good story. But the minute-to-minute gameplay is completely different for every player.
Using the Unreal Engine, the Deus Ex team plans to keep the world small but extremely detailed. So when you're walking through Hong Kong, don't be surprised when it really feels like the Hong Kong you know.
We actually did get blueprints of the Statue of Liberty in the White House, and we're building them as realistically and as believably as it is possible.
Conspiracy fans can look forward to Deus Ex when it's released next summer.
Futuristic, but without any conspiracies or discernible plot, is the Wipeout series. Wipeout XL is considered to be the apex of futuristic racing. So how will Wipeout 3 fare?
There was a time when the folks at Psygnosis weren't sure if Wipeout would return to the PlayStation, but with the advent of the analog controller, the PlayStation code optimization utilities, and some imagination, Wipeout 3 is here on the aging system. Once again, the game involves futuristic racing with sleek anti-gravity hovercrafts on some very windy courses. The game has offered a new element called the Hyper Thrust. By hitting the R1 button, your craft can achieve incredible speeds. But it drains shield energy to do so and makes you more vulnerable to crashing or being blown up by opponents. This balance between thrust and shield is the first main difference between Wipeout 3 and its predecessors. The next difference is in the difficulty level. The first tournament is so easy, you can beat it without ever using the Hyper Thrust or a weapon. The second tournament then becomes unbelievably hard. The learning curve in the first two games was gradual, but in Wipeout 3, there's no middle ground. You can hone your skills for the difficult tracks by playing the challenge mode, which has race, weapon, and time categories. It's almost more enjoyable than the main game, and it's almost necessary in order to complete it. The two-player game has improved by allowing split-screen play. It's a fantastic addition that allows for a huge amount of replay value. The graphics are a little grainier, but there's no pop-up at all in single player. And while the soundtrack isn't as good as the incredible one for Wipeout XL, it's a doozer nonetheless. While the series seems to be moving from an arcade racer to something brainier, Wipeout 3 should appeal to longtime fans of the series who are looking for a new challenge, although it may alienate new players with its difficulty. Joe Fielder from videogames.com gives it an 8.3 out of 10.
From futuristic racing combat to good old-fashioned four-wheeled competitive driving, we're about to take a gander at the first automotive racing game for the Dreamcast. We've seen boats and hoverboards, but what about the car?
Speed Devils, the Ultra Dreamcast version of Ubisoft's Speed Busters for the PC, is in the same style of arcade racers as Midway's Cruisin' series and California Speed, except it doesn't suck. In Speed Devils, you play as a hotshot racer who has been sponsored by a mysterious benefactor who gives you money for a car to start with and then shows up throughout the game to set various tasks. You race through a series of progressively difficult tournaments, which you compete in for prize money. Money is awarded for placement, highest speed, and time spent in the lead. You can also win money for exceeding the speed limit on certain stretches of road. Your opponents will also wager on races for money, your car, or theirs. The money you win can be used to buy new parts for your car, or buy a new car, but much of it will be spent on repairing the damage from the previous race. The game's graphics are fantastic. Each car comes with a dozen distinct paint jobs, and each course has at least 3 different elements working against or around you, such as weather conditions and unsolicited projectiles. The game is pop-up free and can only be faulted for cars that seem to float over the track and never seem to get dirty. The real problem with the game is the multiplayer. It caps out at 2 players. You can't use cars you built up in the tournament mode, and there's no computer-controlled cars to join in. While this does impact the replay value of Speed Devils, it still has an excellent single-player game that sucks you in. Joe Fielder from videogames.com gives it an 8.2 out of 10.
System Shock 2 is a sci-fi role-playing game with plenty of bad guys. Here are a few cheats, because we can all use a little help battling mutants and insane computers.
Here's where you make your choice, soldier.
No matter who you choose to be in the beginning of System Shock 2, you can get free items with these codes. To enter codes, press and hold the Shift and semicolon keys and enter the following into the console. Running out of nanites? Type in summon OBJ 20 nanites and you will soon be the richest person on the Von Braun. And you can enter summon OBJ Psi Pistol and you can protect yourself with the pistol. And if you're not a Psi, or you are and misplaced your Psi amp, You can get one by entering Summon OBJ Siam to blast away those evil hybrids.
If you want more cheat codes, go to our website and look in the Game Help section. And take our first-person shooter poll. With all the games on the market, who blows away the competition? Quake 3? Half-Life? Unreal Tournament? You decide. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have a review of the follow-up to Rainbow Six. Rogue Spear pits the Rainbow team against a new wave of terror. And Bond is back. We join him in his latest adventure in our preview of Tomorrow Never Dies, when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. Well, just in time for the release of the new Bond film, the game from the last film is about to hit the shelves. It's Tomorrow Never Dies, and we have a preview.
While the temptation does exist to compare Tomorrow Never Dies with GoldenEye 007, it's not sensible. For starters, it's on a different system, the PlayStation, and it's styled more like Siphon Filter in its gameplay. Developer Black Ops has taken an unorthodox approach and starts the game after the movie ends in order to maintain the mystery elements of a good Bond film, where you slowly piece together the tyrannical machinations of a madman. The game will include 10 missions that take advantage of the globe-spanning, world-saving skills of the debonair hero, and includes truly Bond-esque scenes, such as a ski chase down the lovely slopes of Russia. Videogames.com recently received the latest build of the game and found it to have good detail, dexterous enemies, and nice lighting effects. The AI and some camera movements still showed problems, but there's time to work that out before Tomorrow Never Dies hits the shelves.
And now, stepping away from 007 and into the arcade, we fast forward in time to a futuristic Los Angeles.
We're at the Wonder Park in Milpitas, California, and we're checking out Sega's LA Machine Guns.
Set in a futuristic Los Angeles, LA Machine Guns places you on the side of a helicopter gunship. You play a machine gunner whose mission is to save the president from kidnappers. The enemies range from soldiers in jetpacks to whole ships, and the intensity of the fights help to make the game interesting. The difficulty level is selectable from the start, so while there are only 4 levels, it does have replay potential. Flying low through the streets of Los Angeles has never been so much fun or graphically interesting. Sega went all out to make this a very good-looking game. The hardware works to keep frame rates high, even with an immense amount of moving objects on screen.
LA Machine Guns Thank you. LA Machine Guns features intense force feedback both in the gun and also the platform. So no matter how good the rumble technology gets on the home consoles, it'll never compare to the experience you get in the arcade.
The rumble technology, coupled with the great audio of rattling guns and explosions, definitely makes this an attractive play. But firing a machine gun that never runs out of bullets can get boring. There's little strategy other than aiming true, as movement through the environment is dictated by computer-driven helicopter and not by the player.
You might have a little trouble finding the game at your local arcade, but if you're looking for mindless action, you can't do much better than LA Machine Guns.
While action-crazed shoot-'em-ups have been a perennial favorite over the last few years, squad-based action games have become quite popular. And Red Storm Entertainment's Rainbow Six really set the tone for a genre that combines stealth, strategy, and suspense. So here's our review of Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Rogue Spear.
Let's get back in one piece.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six was a unique game that won over many people despite its noticeable flaws. And now with Rogue Spear, Red Storm Entertainment has created a sequel in many ways superior to the original, but not without its problems. The gameplay is very much like the original. You're given a mission, you choose your squad, and then you play your mission. While planning the mission, players can now see the map with an improved 3D view. But even with the new 3D view, you really don't get a good feel for the operation area. And this time, with improved character animation, the 3D models not only look better, but their movements are more lifelike. Your team members can now move in a crouched position and limp when wounded. Players will also be able to crouch and peek around corners, which is quite helpful when trying to be stealthy, and look into rooms before entering them. And be prepared to be stealthy. Red Storm has significantly fine-tuned the enemy AI. Terrorists act more realistically to everything that happens around them. They also have faster reaction times and are excellent shots. Overall, while Rogue Spear does have some problems, it does retain the original game's unique charm and style. The new features are really good, especially the addition of snipers and crouch movement. Michael Ryan of Gamespot.com gave Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Rogue Spear a rating of 8 out of 10.
Mission failure. Your team was wiped out.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater has been released, and it's the bomb. We flip, ollie, and grind in our review. And we got the tips straight from the legend himself. John Carmack gives us strategies for Quake 3. All this and more when Gamespot TV returns. Welcome back. Between Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and Rockstar Games' upcoming title, Thrasher, Skate and Destroy, it looks like we're in the middle of a skateboarding renaissance. Here's a review of the first one off the rail.
Between Tony Hawk and Rockstar's upcoming Thrasher, Skate and Destroy, it looks like we're in the middle of a skateboarding renaissance. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater takes an arcade-like approach to the world of skateboarding. The game features 10 real-life pro skaters, which have been broken up into two styles, vert skaters and street skaters, each having slightly different tricks. The game has various modes, including career mode, free skating, single session, and two-player mode. The object of the game's career mode is to collect videotapes. You can enter each stage as often as you like, but can only skate around for 2 minutes before having to start the stage over. Free skating lets you take a little more time to examine a level and master tricks. Single session mode is pure score competition. Two-player mode works on a vertical split screen and has 3 different modes in it. The large levels have lots of extravagant areas for combos, while the smaller levels are tightly packed with rails, ramps, and bowls. The soundtrack is filled with songs by bands like the Dead Kennedys, Goldfinger, and Primus, and the sound effects are really outstanding. The game's graphics are very good, and the camera rarely gets in the way. The game also runs at an excellent pace. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is a game for skaters and non-skaters alike. Jeff Gertzman of VideoGames.com gave Tony Hawk's Pro Skater an outstanding 9.3 out of 10.
Once again, you don't have to be a skateboarder to enjoy the game. Guys over here who don't even know what a skateboard is enjoy playing Pro Skater. Competing in Quake 3 multiplayer games, on the other hand, is a different story. You need strategies? Okay, you got it.
Quake 3 Arena is a game of speed and accuracy that involves a sack full of strategies. It's actually a souped-up chess match, if you can believe that. The only way to survive fierce competition, according to the top players, is to think, think, think. K9 Alcazar says players should polish their aim and learn resource management.
There's armors on the map that you have to make sure you pick up. There's weapons that you have to make sure you dominate, and a lot of it's positioning. So against all my opponents, I'm always kind of keeping timers going and making sure that I'm picking them up whenever they're available, and trying to keep resources from him at the same time.
For Cornelia, taming the power of the lightning gun is the ticket to victory in close quarter combat.
The lightning gun, if you miss, you can kind of adjust your aim while you're firing. If one of your rocket misses, then you have to wait another second and fire again. The lightning gun, you can just kind of track people.
id Software CEO Todd Hollinshead adopted a strategy shared by most of the GameSpot TV crew.
Avoid people with the railgun.
It turns out the Quake maker himself is afraid of this one particular creation.
You know, I'm just scared of the railgun people. You know, it's like you're walking around, it's like, ow, God damn it. And it's like, I can't do that at all. I can't use the railgun worth a damn.
Carmack confessed that he plays a running gun type of game.
I play a fairly defensive game. Make sure that, don't jump into a battle unless, you've gone ahead and stocked up. Avoid until you pay attention, make sure you don't click and run out of ammo if you can. Get some armor before you go into a fight unless you're sure that they're wounded and you want to go after them like that. And, I don't mind running away and disengaging from a combat. I'm not necessarily in it to the death there. But that's the scary thing on the really good players. They come bounding after you and it's like you're running away and they're nailing you in the back, and it doesn't work against the great players.
I guess it's surprising to some that this seemingly mindless game requires a fair amount of thinking. But don't think too much. Practice against other players online. Quake 3 Arena servers are free.
You want to see those Quake 3 tips again, and we know you do. They'll be up on our website, along with our QuakeCon feature and a full-length interview with John Carmack. And if you want to issue a Quake 3 challenge to other gamers, go to the Gamespot TV website and post it on our message boards. Well, that's all for this week, folks. Until next time, remember, if you think you're playing too much, play more. See ya. Gamespot TV's special edition, our whole show is packed with tips, cheat codes, and strategies. We have tons of cheat codes for the hottest games, including Tomb Raider 2, StarCraft, and Turok 2. Plus strategy guides for the fantasy epic EverQuest, the action-packed punch-em-up Street Fighter Alpha 3, football action with NFL 2K, and first-person shooter fave Quake 3. Plus a whole lot more. So stick around. It's game time. Hello and welcome to this special edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Dash, and this week our show is completely dedicated to helping you with your game. That's right, it's an all-tip, strategy, and cheat code special. And first up is Ready to Rumble, the sweaty masterpiece for the Dreamcast.
It doesn't get any tougher than this. Face-to-face, fist-to-fist, and a bell to start the trip to La La Land. You're brave enough to step inside the ring, bite your mouthpiece hard, and pray that one of these tips work. Let's get ready to rumble! You want to go the distance and win your rounds? Then stick your moves. Learn how to get in, throw your shots, and get out. It's a rhythm thing. As the boxing great Muhammad Ali said, fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. This technique is especially helpful in the solo games. Try to adopt a less predictable technique when you're playing a human player.
Let's rumble, Holmes!
And before you start singing the theme to Rocky, learn the combos. Each character has his and her own special combo moves. The combos can be executed by pressing the correct directional pad and button sequence. Applying them at the right moment can demoralize your pathetic opponent. A little self-confidence helps too.
Better stay down.
No Ready to Rumble bout is finished without using the mighty Rumble Flurry. Seeing R-U-M-B-L-E spelled out could make you lose all bodily function, but try to contain yourself. Watch the clock, your opponent's health, and manage the use of the Rumble Flurry. Use it when you think the Rumble Flurry will be most effective.
I'm ready to conquer El Toro!
So whether you plan to relive the Thriller in Manila or reenact all of Raging Bull, remember the combos, stick your moves, and manage the Rumble Flurry. Oh, and watch out for the right hook.
Stepping out of the ring and into the endless levels of Turok 2 for our next cheat code. Pay close attention to the cerebral bore.
To activate the big cheat in Turok 2, go to the Enter Cheat screen and enter Oblivion is out there with no spaces. Now you can have access to all the cheats in the game. Activate Juan's cheat and you'll see one of the programmer's heads in some unlikely places. Turn on invincibility and even the most formidable monsters won't be able to harm you. Finally, turn on all weapons and you'll have the entire Turok 2 arsenal at your disposal. Yes, that includes the cerebral bore.
Fighting games are hugely popular. By far the most recognizable fighting series is Street Fighter. So in order to prevent an embarrassing butt kicking, we have the following strategy guide for Street Fighter Alpha 3.
Considered as the best PlayStation port to date by our buddies at Expert Gamer, Street Fighter Alpha 3 could be the perfect elixir for your itchy knuckles. But with a ton of new fighters, new styles, and modes, this game guarantees a butt trip to the floor without proper guidance and practice. Here's some knowledge. First and foremost, learn the isms. SF Alpha 3 has 3, the X, the A, and the V ism. Knowing the advantages and disadvantages of each ism can give players the upper hand. The The fantastic super moves in Street Fighter Alpha 3 sets it apart from previous versions. Often fighters wait for the bar to be at the full level 3 before activating a super move. Expert Gamer says, don't gamble. A better strategy is to use 3 level 1 super moves. The recharge rate will be faster, and if they connect, players can actually deliver damages more often. Going on the world tour, pack enough ice and muscle cream for bruises.
Go for it, man!
The survival mode pits players against 2 opponents at once. Is it fair? No. Time to get sneaky. The strategy here is to sweep, keep both of them off their feet, and keep them on the same side of the screen. The Xism mode is the best mode to fight in. Street Fighter Alpha 3 seems to be the thinking man's fighting game. The game offers a new twist and dimension to the aging 2D genre. So practice the moves, practice the combos, and don't forget the isms.
Game over.
If you want to watch the streaming video of our Street Fighter Alpha 3 strategy guide, go to the Gamespot TV website. There you'll also find our latest column on the upcoming contest between the multiplayer shooters Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have balls up for action with a strategy guide for the top-rated football game, NFL 2K for the Dreamcast. Laura gets her quad bike out in our Tomb Raider 3 cheats, and we help you battle tiny gnomish thieves in our strategy guide of EverQuest when Gamespot TV returns. It's football season, and if you don't fancy actually going out on the field and getting tackled by some tank, you do have another option. NFL 2K. It's a football game for the Dreamcast that almost deludes you into feeling like you're down there on the field. Here's a strategy guide to get you into the game.
If you like taking brain-numbing, teeth-jarring hits left and right, well, welcome to football, baby. If you're new to this console genre, NFL 2K is just the game to break you in. But before humiliation makes you lose all sense of being, let Coach Adam give you some beginner tips to spruce up your offensive tactics. First, pick your favorite team, then learn and practice their offensive and defensive plays. Don't be overwhelmed by the number of plays in the playbook. Get familiar with at least 3 plays that you can use interchangeably. Study the speed and routes of your running backs and receivers, as well as the power and accuracy of your quarterback. This will come in handy when time is running out and you're 3rd and long. Football is a game of yardage, but every inch counts. After catching the ball, don't let the first hit stop you. Rewind, please. As you can see in the slow-mo, our player managed to slip away from 1, 2, and then finally brought down, but not after gaining extra yards. The secret is in the timing. Apply your move or speed burst as soon as a tackler gets close. That extra inch could mean the difference between winning or losing. A typical beginner's mistake is pulling the quarterback too far back after the snap. If you're sacked, you can easily lose 10 to 15 yards, even if you're using a great QB like Dan Marino. Try to stay in the pocket as long as you can. With practice, you'll learn to smell the attack. That's when you should run, skip, dance, and do whatever to get the ball to a receiver. Lastly, have fun with the game and be creative with your play selections. Taking a gamble at 4th down can be exhilarating, especially if the play works. If it doesn't, you can always hit the power button.
In case you're wondering, NFL 2K for the Dreamcast received a rating of 9.9 out of 10 at videogames.com. Now, going from the leagues of the NFL to the star of Tomb Raider, we have some cheat codes to get Laura into places you may not even have known existed.
Want to ride a quad bike in your own house? After entering Laura's humble abode, go to the library and move the book sticking out to the right. Now, climb up the fireplace and follow the passage to a room with blocks. Move the block to reveal a passage to the attic. Then turn around and move the lever outside. Now quickly run to the door that just opened and enter it. Get the key from the aquarium and find your way to the labyrinth. Once there, open the door and you'll enter Laura's personal racetrack. Now you can ride around to your heart's content.
Didn't get that whole cheat in one go? Don't worry. Go to our website where you'll find it all written out. And now get out the peanuts and popcorn. Stepping up to the plate are cheats for All-Star Baseball 2000.
To activate the All-Star Baseball 2000 cheats, enter the following codes into the password entry field. Enter in Tom Thumb, and you'll find out what it's like to play baseball with the Wii folk. And you'll really have angels in the outfield when you type in Fly Away, and all your players fly to the dugout after an inning. Type in BCHBLKTPTY, and baseball fans will find out what it's like playing with big balls.
System Shock 2 is a sci-fi role-playing game with plenty of unpleasantness. Here are a few cheats, because we can all use a little help battling mutants and insane computers.
Here's where you make your choice, soldier.
No matter who you choose to be in the beginning of System Shock 2, you can get free items with these codes. To enter codes, press and hold the shift and semicolon keys and enter the following into the console. Running out of nanites? Type in summon OBJ 20 nanites and you will soon be the richest person on the Von Braun. And you can enter summon OBJ Psi Pistol and you can protect yourself with a pistol. And if you're not a Psi, or you are and misplaced your Psi amp, you can get one by entering summon OBJ Psi amp to blast away those evil hybrids.
Online role-playing took a giant leap forward with the release of EverQuest. And so, for those new to the game, the world of Norath may be a wee bit overwhelming. Here are a few rules to live by.
Warriors, are you tired of getting killed by scrawny gnolls? Enchanters, is your mana level leaving you feeling a little blue? Well then, welcome to our version of a Little Red Schoolhouse. Today, students, we will be focusing on the massively multiplayer world of EverQuest. The following are a few strategies to help those new to Norath. Our first lesson is simple. Play your character. EverQuest is a role-playing game. Get it? Role-playing. Delicate elven wizards shouldn't act like burly human fighters, and burly human fighters should not act like tiny gnomish thieves. Any mistake may end in a quick and untimely death. What makes EverQuest fun is pretending to be something you are not. This is probably the only place where you can brag about triumphing over a bunch of ogres without your friends looking at you kind of funny. When you see a dark troll talking about last night's episode of Ally McBeal, it just doesn't make sense and ruins the game for those players who are trying to enjoy the experience. Our next bit of advice can be summed up as don't bite off more than you can chew. The road from Freeport to Kinos is not an easy one, my friend. The paths are littered with corpses of well-meaning, low-level souls who just wanted to see what was around the next bend. For beginners, it's smart to stay close to your home base at least until you are stronger and better equipped to handle some of the nasties that you may encounter in Norath. And last but not least, have fun and don't rush through your levels. The point of EverQuest is not to get to 20th level before the next guy. This isn't an arcade game. It's all about interaction. Talk to people, go on quests, join a party, and enjoy the world.
If that got you hungry for more cheat codes, move on over to our website and look in the Game Help section. Coming up next on Gamespot TV's special All Cheats and Strategy show, find out how to be a real mech warrior in our strategy guide to Mech Warrior 3. We'll show you how to use your robot's weapon system. And we'll be showing off our camera skills in our strategy guide to Pokemon Snap. Welcome back to Gamespot TV's All Cheat Code and Strategy Special. If you're a new fan of the giant robot sim, then you might need a hand with your mech. So here are some strategies from GameGuides.com for Mech Warrior 3.
Cut the cheese and pour the champagne. You're a mech warrior. You know the perks of being a giant roboteer. The fans, the parties, the all-you-can-eat buffet dinners. But then, of course, there's the bad side. Excruciating pain, or worse, obliteration. Don't fret. GameGuides.com was kind enough to offer these butt-saving strategies. Before you go ballistic, study the different mech weapons. Sample the lasers. Find out the range and damage capabilities. The Gauss rifle and autocannons are some of the most effective weapons as long as you know where and when to use them. Learn how to manage your ammunition and heat sink so that you can effectively customize your mech for battle. If you're outnumbered or just want to get a leg up on your enemies, go for the snipe. Target by using your zoom window. Once the crosshairs turn yellow, take the shot. Sniping can damage your enemy severely and give you the upper hand in close combat. Hey, if nothing else, sniping can irritate the heck out of the other guy. Listen up. Here's a good tip for solo games. To keep your lance mates from dying off, don't order them to attack powerful close-range mechs like the Annihilator or Thor. These mechs could make mincemeat out of your lance mates. Instead, order them to follow you. This way, your lance mates will fire their long-range weapons to attack the enemy mech once you get within range, thus preserving their hides. There's no turning back now, Mech Warrior. Your mommy can't help you out here. Learn your robot's weapons, systems, and mechanism. If not, your mech is nothing but a giant walking coffin.
Nothing could be further from the stunning graphics of Mech Warrior 3 than the 2D crude cutout characters of South Park. But then again, there's nothing cooler than a cow launcher. Here's some cheats for those crass little kids.
If you want to open up all the available cheats in South Park for the N64, enter Bobby Bird at the game's password screen. Activate invincibility and none of your cartoon adversaries, not even Kenny, can harm you. Turn on all weapons and everything from projectile plungers to cow launchers will be yours to play with. Switch on pen and ink mode to see a wireframe version of the game. Finally, turn on all character mode and all the South Park residents will become selectable during a multiplayer match.
If you fancy running over things, perhaps even including Kenny, then the Twisted Metal series is for you. Here are some Twisted Metal cheat codes.
Interested in a few secret levels? Enter the following passwords, then return to the main menu and select Deathmatch, and then choose any level or car. For the Club Kid's house, press left, 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 square, square. Or press square, 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 left, left to open up the warehouse level. Interested in hidden characters? To unlock Sweet Tooth, enter left, 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 right, right. To play as Minion, enter up, start, down, L1, and square as a password.
If you're looking for more cheat codes, go to the Game Help section of our website. There you'll find everything from Age of Empires to WWF Warzone. And if you have cheats of your own, send them to us at GameSpotTV@ZDTV.com. Coming up on GameSpot TV Special Cheat Code and Strategy Edition, we have a strategy guide to help you entice those cute little Pokemon out of their hiding places. Tired of cute? Frag 'em! We have a strategy guide for Quake 3. Top players and the legendary John Carmack give you their tips for multiplayer survival when GameSpot TV returns. Welcome back to our GameSpot TV All Cheats, Tips, and Strategy Edition. Real-time strategy games require thought and endurance, but who cares? Here are a few tips for StarCraft to help get you through your missions.
This should be good.
In order to better compete in the species-shoot-species world of StarCraft, here are some cheats for Blizzard's real-time strategy game. Press Enter and type the following into the message prompt. For good old God mode, type in Power Overwhelming and start to enjoy omnipotence.
Oh, yeah.
For infinite energy, type The Gathering and begin to feel your vibrancy. To bask in greater scenic beauty, type Black Sheep Wall to view the entire map. And if you gotta go, type in There is no cow level to complete your current mission.
And now, it's time for Cute. Here are a few tips to help you win the Pulitzer in Pokemon Snap.
If being being inundated by Pokemon commercials and toys is not enough for you, then well, hey, how about taking a picture of the little monsters with the N64 game Pokemon Snap? Boy, what will they think of next?
Meow. Welcome back.
But I guess the basic snap and shoot is not enough for this game. To get more points and bonus, you have to catch their good sides. Just like shooting a Polaroid of Aunt Betsy, Pokemon photographers should center their subjects before snapping. If you're lucky and see the name appear, you get a technique bonus. How about that? Want more bonus points? Try to cram as many Pokemon of the same type in one shot. The more you get, the better your bonus points will be. You want to stomp to take the pick? You can't. Your vehicle doesn't have any brakes, but there is a way to stall temporarily. The trick? Run into a Pokemon. Keep them down by hitting them with pester balls or by using your turbo to keep them under the vehicle. There's nothing like a camera-shy Pokemon to ruin your day. Try to toss the food close to the Pokemon to make them turn and face you. Hopefully these techniques help in your Pokemon hunting. May your snapping days be as gratifying as mine.
The Madden series has always been known for its realistic football action, good graphics, and excellent control. But did you know you can play with just your head?
To enter cheats, go to the secret code section of the menu and plug in the following letters. If you truly believe that the body is evil, type in guillotine and enjoy headless footballers from Minnesota or wherever. And if you're bozo for the pigskin, then type in scary clown for that big top game experience.
Here's that kick.
And if you think that size doesn't matter, then type in mice and men for the David and Goliath style of footballing.
Check his medulla oblongata.
And now it's time for Quake 3. We went to QuakeCon 99 and got the tips and strategies from the best Quake players in the world, as well as legendary Quake guru John Carmack. Stay away from the railgun.
Quake 3 Arena is a game of speed and accuracy that involves a sack full of strategies. It's actually a souped-up chess match, if you can believe that. The only way to survive fierce competition, according to the top players, is to think, think, think. K9 Alcazar says players should polish their aim and learn resource management.
There's armors on the map that you have to make sure you pick up. There's weapons that you have to make sure you dominate, and a lot of it's positioning. So against all my opponents, I'm always kind of keeping timers going and making sure that I'm picking them up whenever they're available, and trying to keep resources from him at the same time.
For Cornelia, taming the power of the lightning gun is the ticket to victory in close quarter combat.
The lightning gun, if you miss, you can kind of adjust your aim while you're firing. If one of your rocket misses, then you have to wait another second and fire again. The lightning gun, you can just kind of track people.
id Software CEO Todd Hollinshead adopted a strategy shared by most of the GameSpot TV crew.
Avoid people with the railgun.
It turns out the Quake maker himself is afraid of this one particular creation.
You know, I'm just scared of the railgun people. You know, it's like you're walking around, it's like, ow, God damn it. And it's like, I can't do that at all. I can't use the railgun worth a damn.
Carmack confessed that he plays a run and gun type of game.
I play a fairly defensive game. Make sure that, don't jump into a battle unless, you've gone ahead and stocked up. Avoid until you pay attention, make sure you don't click and run out of ammo if you can. Get some armor before you go into a fight unless you're sure that they're wounded and you want to go after them like that. And, I don't mind running away and disengaging from a combat. I'm not necessarily in it to the death there. But that's the scary thing on the really good players. They come bounding after you and it's like you're running away and they're nailing you in the back, and it doesn't work against the great players.
I guess it's surprising to some that this seemingly mindless game requires a fair amount of thinking. But don't think too much. Practice against other players online. Quake 3 Arena servers are free.
If you want to see those Quake 3 strategies again, they'll be up on our website. And while you're there, check out our QuakeCon feature and full-length interview with John Carmack in the GameSpot TV archives. And if you have cheats or tips you'd like to share, post them on our message boards at the GameSpot TV website. Well, that's it for this week. Until we meet again, remember, if you think you're playing too much, play more. See ya.
Seven days ago, Adam Sessler left the television studio to investigate the world of horror games. Adam Sessler left for the woods and was not seen again. After an extensive search by the Gamespot TV crew, 1 week later, a box of digital tapes were found in a small secluded grove in Golden Gate Park, along with Adam's favorite shirt. The Gamespot TV crew pieced together the events leading up to Sessler's disappearance, and this is what they found. Welcome to the Adam Sessler Project.
Hello and welcome to Gamespot TV's special horror edition. As you can see, we've come to the woods to better appreciate all those things scary in gaming. And with the monster underneath my bed and the vampire trying to come through my window, there really is nothing more basically scary than those things that go bump in the night.
Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining perhaps my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins.
Mom?
The devil, who saw him a fit instrument to perform mischief as a wicked fiend, pleased with the desire of wrong and destruction, gave unto him a girdle which, being put around him, he was straight transformed into the likeness of a greedy, devouring wolf.
Hey, Mom! In Werewolf, you play a boy who becomes a werewolf, or he is a werewolf and doesn't realize he's one. The idea in the White Wolf game of the werewolf is that it comes from an internal rage. It's kind of like an Incredible Hulk sort of thing. When you work yourself up into such a rage, certain people will assume the form of a werewolf. In the pen and paper game and in the computer game, the werewolf can assume different forms, and that's going to be a big part of the gameplay, is shape-shifting at the appropriate times. There are certain times where you're going to need to morph into this gigantic beast-type thing, and there's other times when you're going to need to assume your human form.
Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves into the black apartment and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. The thing in the coffin writhed, and a hideous blood-curdling screech came from the open red lips. The body shook and quivered and twisted in wild contortions. Sharp white teeth chomped together till the lips were cut, and the mouth was smeared with a crimson foam.
Vampire the Masquerade originally was a pen and paper game made by White Wolf, a company back east, that specializes in these role-playing games, the live-action role-playing games that people actually sit around a table and play together. It begins in the Middle Ages, and you are playing a vampire hater and killer, a very religious man in Prague. And in the course of hunting down some vampires as the game opens, you are bitten and you become a vampire. You become the very thing you hate. The horror is coming from within in this game. It's asking you, can you be a monster? Can you do bad things and yet still be a good person? It's a tough question.
By the dim and yellow light of the moon, as it forced its way through the window shutters, I beheld the wretch, the miserable monster whom I had created. He held up the curtain of the bed, and his eyes, if eyes they may be called, were fixed on me.
So if you want to find out more about scary game creatures or all things scary in gaming itself, then come by our website at zdtv.com/GamespotTV. I wonder if this was Coming up on Gamespot TV's Special Horror Edition. Demons, dinosaurs, the undead, they're all part of the survival horror genre. Can you get out alive? Welcome back. One of the most popular forms of console gaming is survival horror, where you, well, survive against an onslaught of various nasties in dark, brooding, nighttime environments. What was that? The dead have come back to life and are feasting on human flesh. Survival horror is all about staying alive, whether that means disemboweling demons, battling zombies, or dodging dinosaurs.
This isn't a joke, you idiot. We were just attacked by a big-ass lizard.
Survival horror reaches deep down into the dark recesses of the soul and touches your primal fears. Resident Evil series birthed the survival horror genre. It offered a story-driven action experience full of fear and suspense, and spawned a plethora of imitations. Survival horror encompasses dark third-person action-adventure titles, games with a morbid storyline where the player must find clues, solve puzzles, and fight something dark and evil.
Man, what a mess! What could have done this?
Resident Evil dishes out some truly frightening, skin-crawling moments. As does Dino Crisis, where shuffling zombies are replaced with lightning-fast velociraptors. Dino Crisis puts you on the edge of your seat, with a chilling soundtrack, noir lighting, and foreboding sound effects. Expect the unexpected. Other survival horror games have taken the Capcom formula in another direction. The horror in Parasite Eve comes from within. Biology has run amok, and the evil parasite mitochondria are taking over humankind. Silent Hill is perhaps the scariest horror game to date.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it.
Silent Hill frightens you on an instinctive level. The crackling of the radio, the music, the lighting, and sound effects combine to create a dark, claustrophobic atmosphere which puts you on edge.
What is this? What's going on here?
The film, survival horror makes you afraid of what's around the corner. If you'd like to see the survival horror piece or anything else from today's show, then please come to our website at zdtv.com/GamespotTV.
Since I left the town of Tristram behind me. Since then, I've tried to forget the terrors I beheld beneath the cold earth, and the twisted nightmares that have haunted my every waking moment. There's something dark within me now.
Coming up on Gamespot TV's Special Horror Edition. The truth is out there. We explore the world of the extraterrestrials in gaming. And bad guys have more fun. We pick our favorite villains of all time. Welcome back. Well, aliens have been with us since the beginning of gaming, and the relationship has been less than amicable, with us trying to obliterate them before they have the chance to harvest our bodies. So let's take a look at those who live among us.
Let's face it, the Space Invaders didn't have a good plan. Moving from right to left in formation wasn't a terribly sophisticated strategy, but it did get the ball rolling for a series of attempts to rid Earth of us and pave the way for extraterrestrial happiness. Yep, the boys over at SETI really have found their jobs to be easier since way back in '78 when the aliens started coming to us. Defense systems were established like XCOM, a multinational group of heroic types who recognized the need to defend the Earth from organized space strangers. With the remarkable scientific resources, XCOM was able to research enough about the invaders to provide proper assistance to the troops, who rid them from farmlands everywhere. And Earth raised a glass to our heroes and breathed a sigh of relief for a short time. Yup, things only got more complicated when the invasion from beyond started. Now, like their predecessors, these guys were invading, but this time they were from beyond. You see? So, the necessary steps were taken. Get into a ship and shoot down the unfriendly space buddies while rescuing the always useful scientists. Notice also the change from the traditional invader thumping sound to the more effective buzzing that can annoy humans into servitude. Now, while the alien threat has traditionally been focused on our big blue marble, actually, all otherworldly misanthropes dislike humans equally, no matter where they are. So going into space has proved problematical. Going aboard the Von Braun sounds like good fun. You get to check out the furthest reaches of space on a ship that's going faster than light. That's really, really fast, you know.
It's a great day for mankind.
But wouldn't you know, people seem to be dead everywhere, and mutants with bad attitudes appear to be plentiful. There are ways to avoid this misfortune.
Get away.
A. Don't go in for space travel involving callous mega corporations. B. Don't go in for space travel with mega corporations that have a history of designing homicidal computer programs.
Security forces have been alerted to your presence.
And C. Don't go in for space travel. Unfortunately, this information didn't reach the Marines, who traveled way too far into space and found some mucus-covered nasties with a real grudge against humanity. Apparently, we taste pretty good and offer fertile tissue for breeding. This is doubly unfortunate when you consider that they have a knack for climbing walls and can move with the speed of a rocket. So if you happen to have forgotten not to go into deep space, then at least remember to bring guns. Lots of them. Though, most importantly, keep in mind that if it isn't broke, don't try to go and fix it.
Roger that. Let's run like hell.
When your friend calls you to say, hey, do you want to check out my new device to travel through space and time? No, especially if they work for top-secret government organizations. This has happened before, and it's usually left up to one scientist guy to save the entire planet from an unpleasant invasion. Who knows how many more of these talented individuals are left? But in the end, the tried and true is typically found to be the best. The Space Invaders have returned with nicer ships, but still retain that same good old-fashioned distaste for carbon-based biped. You'd think that after trying all this time, when they finally do take over, they'll feel right at home.
Well, games have always been populated with nasty individuals, and in honor of these nefarious types, we put together a look at some of our favorite game villains.
Avast there, you lubbers! Set sail for my stronghold on Monkey Island.
The battle of good versus evil has been a constant in electronic gaming. Conflict creates drama. And what better way to have conflict than to have two characters with diametrically opposing views? In the beginning, end-level bosses like Bowser from the Mario series and M. Bison from the Street Fighter series were the norm. You saw them at the beginning of a game, but more often than not, you wouldn't see them until the very end with the final confrontation.
My favorite game villain is probably Donkey Kong, and I mean, he's since reformed and gone over to the hero side. But back in the original Donkey Kong, it was just it was the best.
Since then, villains have become more complex.
Final cut. Why not bleed?
One of my favorite villains is probably Kane from Command and Conquer. He wasn't particularly scary, but he was very charismatic. He was evil, but yet fighting against him, you still believed in his cause.
It is my destiny to lead the way for all mankind.
Mankind has forgotten you, Kane.
my favorite game villain is the Guardian from the Ultima games. There's a lot of mystery around him, and he really runs a thin line between being kind of a cliched villain and actually being a really effective evil presence.
My favorite game villain is Shodan from the System Shock games. Shodan is just really evil.
You will learn more about pain than you ever wanted to know.
I know your plan, Ripburger. You're waiting for me to die so you can take over my company. That's horrible.
My favorite game villain by far is the Purple Tentacle in LucasArts' Day of the Tentacle. Because he was a little purple guy about this high, he was really just one little tentacle of a octopus, and he had delusions of ruling the world.
I feel like I could take on the world.
LucasArts can always be counted on for interesting villains and criminal masterminds. From the Pirate LeChuck in the Monkey Island series to Adrian Ripburger in Full Throttle. LucasArts always has memorable villains.
Subverted sailors, 'tis good to be dead.
Villains may come in all shapes and sizes, but they have to be believable.
I think villains should be kind of human for them to be at their most effective. I think they need to talk a lot and, you know, explain themselves a little bit.
You are indeed a fool to want Britannia. Once I have finished with it.
There has to be something in the villain, I think, that you can relate to as well. Some trace of their former humanity, you know, something that they're scarier because it could be you.
So the bottom line is, being the good guy isn't bad. You get to save the world and be a hero. But let's face facts, villains have all the fun.
If you have a favorite game villain, let us know via email at gamespot@zdtv.com.
Coming up next on GameSpot TV Special Horror Edition, our Fright Fest continues with a look at the psychology of game horror. Don't watch it alone.
This guy's been eviscerated. Something tore his intestines straight out.
So we've seen that there is much fright and terror to be found in gaming, but as we all know, while games may look scary, only some truly are. Oh my. So let's take a chance and look at what makes games truly scary.
I think the first really scary game, was probably Doom on the PC for me. I mean, I've been playing games for years before that, but I mean, you know, the graphics really hadn't gotten to a point. There was no real element of surprise. But I mean, you get in the dark and you turn up your stereo really loud and you play Doom, you know, for the very first time.
The scariest game I've ever played is Konami's Silent Hill. It's just got so many different elements that contribute together to make it really, really frightening and really, really creepy. Things like the monster designs. About half the monsters in it I don't think have skin, and the other ones are disturbing for other reasons. The sound is really frightening, it's really creepy, and just the overall atmosphere is just really eerie.
Half-Life on the PC that had some scenes where you'd be playing it, you know, in the daytime or nighttime, doesn't matter, and I'd just jump out of my seat. You'd be walking down a hallway or like an air vent, and you had just finished killing like 3 or 4 Marines, and so, you know, the adrenaline flow is gone, and you're just relaxed, and you're walking, and, you know, like a little head crab or an alien would just drop out of you out of nowhere.
I really think it's the surprise factor. I mean, with a story, you can only do so much. You can sit there and try and tell a scary story, but if you don't have any really scary kind of like elements to back it up, it's really not going to be that frightening. I mean, you might get creepy, but I don't think you would get scared.
One of the primary ones would be the unexpected. You know, anytime there's a feeling that something could happen at any moment, that's going to be tense. That's not necessarily going to be creepy or scary. There are other elements you'd have to combine to make it that. But that's one of the very first things is unpredictability, the unknown, you know, or something that's beyond the normal experience. All of those will create tension, and tension is sort of the base for creating creepiness or scariness on top of it.
if a designer wants to make a game scary, all he has to do is strip away those powers somehow, or create some sort of villain or obstacle that it just makes those powers void, and all of a sudden just makes the person playing the game, who's been relying on these abilities for so long, all of a sudden they don't work anymore, and the person playing the game will all of a sudden be scared and won't really know what to do.
I think the most important element of making a frightening game after playing Silent Hill is the environment, just the overall creepiness. Because any game can really, just kind of pop something out at you and scare you. I mean, Resident Evil does that a lot, and it's cool. But the overall environment, being scared all the time, is something that Silent Hill does very well.
When used properly, sound and music can make a game really scary.
There are certain games like Thief, The Dark Project, that don't necessarily look that great, but they sound so good. That game actually has one mission later on where you're working your way through a haunted cathedral, and there are all these ghosts with their clanking chains walking around making these really scary noises, and that mission just came across as just unbelievably tense.
Again, it's all in how it's used, in not being too ham-fisted, not being too over the top. Because that's where tension comes from, is not giving people too much, giving them just enough that they're wondering what the rest is, and then holding back. And if you do that effectively, then yeah, I think you can definitely make an experience that most people will find unnerving at the very least and scary at best.
Designers can really mess with the players by having stuff happen off to the sides, forcing them to turn and look, kind of this weird claustrophobic feeling.
When you can start putting sounds beside and behind people, that's even more unnerving because they can't see it, and once again it's playing with the unexpected.
I think if you come to a certain point in a game when you just have to stop playing, or get up and turn the lights, or check the closet, or see what that noise upstairs was, then I think you're playing a scary game.
That's it for today's show. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. You can always join me for a chat at 8 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays, if I actually get out of here. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll never leave the studio again.
That's disgusting.
Edition of Gamespot TV. We look back at the year that was on the PC and on the console, and run down the best games and the biggest disappointments of '99. And we have an in-depth look at hardware with the fastest graphics cards, processors, and latest innovations. And if that doesn't have your brain spinning, we look to the future of gaming. What can we expect in the new millennium? Stick around. It's game time. Hello and Happy New Year. I'm Adam Sessler and welcome to Gamespot TV. Well, it's now the year 2000 and games sure have come a long way since last century. With processors faster than ever and graphics capability closing the gap on realism, the world of PC gaming is going as strong as ever, even if there are a few bumps along the road. 1999 saw the release of some truly excellent titles, as well as some that should have stayed in the development room. Let's have a quick look at the PC highlights of 1999.
99 was a big year in the realm of the first-person shooter. Games like Quake 3 Arena, Wheel of Time, Unreal Tournament, and Half-Life Opposing Force pushed the envelope of the Frag Fest and made the first-person shooter the most popular genre on the PC. Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament battled it out for top position in the multiplayer arena, and Half-Life's add-on pack Opposing Force, with its reliance on suspense, left the player on the edge of their seat. No! The other terror title of '99 was Aliens vs. Predator, which had more than a few moments that made you want to run like hell. There are some excellent PC RPGs in '99. Long-awaited System Shock 2, with its emphasis on story and suspense, pleased critics and fans alike, and the RPG Planescape Torment kept gamers in the prime material realm of Dungeons & Dragons. Online role-playing came to the forefront with the release of sword and sorcery RPGs EverQuest and Asheron's Call, and Space Sim Supernova with the release of Free Space 2. Perhaps some of the best games of '99 were released in the field of real-time strategy, with some of the best titles including Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings, and the turn-based heroes of Might and Magic 3, and Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. Another surprise hit on the PC was Ubisoft's Rayman 2, whose cute but dismembered character Rayman stood out graphically and was just a lot of fun to play. Giant robots made their appearance on the horizon again in '99 with MechWarrior 3 and Heavy Gear 2. '99 saw a surprise hit in the form of amusement ride variants with Roller Coaster Tycoon, a game that lets you create your own theme park. And on the adventure game front came the sleeper, Outcast, whose in-depth story and interesting characters made gamers take note. The much-anticipated Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun was released in '99, but unfortunately, not even its big Hollywood stars could boost its mediocre gameplay. Other disappointments of '99 included Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, which was just another Tomb Raider ripoff, and there's Ultima Ascension. Heralded as the last single-player Ultima game, it could have been great, but it had more bugs than a dog's backside. All in all, it wasn't a bad year for the PC, but we're looking forward to 2000.
Now, if you think the PC side has come a long way, the past year saw some major advancements in the console arena, including the release of the first in the next generation of console systems, the Dreamcast. Here are some of the best console highlights of 1999.
9/9/99 saw the release of the Dreamcast, and with it some great game titles, including Sonic Adventure, Ready to Rumble, and Sega Rally 2. The definite #1 top-rated game on the new system, however, was without a doubt Soul Calibur. With graphical environments taking solid gameplay to new depths, Soul Calibur was jaw-dropping. Another kickin' title on the Dreamcast was Marvel vs. Capcom, which brought superheroes a whole new arcade look. 9/9/99 also saw the release of the long-awaited role-playing title Final Fantasy VIII, the follow-up to the biggest seller ever on the PlayStation, Final Fantasy VII. Though somewhat overshadowed by the launch of the Dreamcast, Final Fantasy VIII did not disappoint fans who waited in line for hours to get their copies. The world of survival horror saw some excellent releases in '99. The Velociraptors of Dino Crisis, the zombies of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and the demons of Silent Hill made it a good year for gore games. '99 was a big year for wrestling, with Federation titles being released on the N64, PlayStation, and the Dreamcast. While Acclaim had some success with their WWF license, WCW Mayhem was only a moderate first effort. Skateboarding had a gaming renaissance. With their completely different approach to skating, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and Thrasher Skate and Destroy thrilled skateboarders and hardcore gamers alike. Those with the need for speed found their appetites quelled with a plethora of driving games. Sega Rally 2, Crash Team Racing, Ridge Racer Type 4, and the eccentric Beetle Adventure Racing had something for everyone. Sports fans made out big in '99, NFL 2K, Madden 2000, and the excellent hockey title NHL 2000 made sporting titles some of the best of the year. Another noteworthy title of '99 was Medal of Honor, DreamWorks' World War II first-person shooter title that showed it was possible, though difficult to bring the first-person shooter genre to the PlayStation. Star Wars Episode 1 was big in '99, and as part of its marketing machine, LucasArts released the rather good Star Wars Episode 1 Racer and the abysmal Phantom Menace. Adventure wasn't left out in '99. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, Siphon Filter, and Ape Escape were a few of the outstanding titles released last year, and there are also some great platformers, including Rayman 2, Sonic Adventure, Donkey Kong 64, and Spyro 2. And if that wasn't enough cute in '99, there was the adorable and mind-bending Hello Kitty Cube Frenzy. And of course, Pokemon, the craze that swept the world, with the cute little Pikachu and the adorable Pokemon Snap.
Now, if you're tantalized and now looking for in-depth reviews of all the games featured in our console and PC packages, you can find them at Gamespot and videogames.com.
And you can see our console and PC features again in real video at the Gamespot TV website inside zdtv.com. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we reveal the results of our viewer poll on the best games of the century. Who will take the prize? Pong, Half-Life, Final Fantasy. And later on in the show, we'll be running down the latest in hardware technology to keep you on the cutting edge. Welcome back. Now, when I celebrate the end of the century, I like to celebrate with a good best-of list. But I don't like to celebrate all alone because that's lonely. So we decided to ask you, oh loyal viewers, to let us know what your thoughts were on the best game of the century. And now, the moment of truth. Because we at Gamespot TV were too weak-willed to take it upon ourselves to identify the best games of the century, we called all viewers to arms to choose for us. And so the votes poured in, and we worked with the tenacity of Dig Dug to tally the results. And with commentary from some of our more loquacious viewers, here are the best of the century. The first in our fourth place tie helped move PC gaming into the mainstream by refining the first-person shooter to its purest essence, running and shooting. While the games did have their single-player mode, that's not why they're on the list. It's the multiplayer shoot-em-ups, the thrill of combat against real people in virtual spaces that keeps many a gamer glued to the monitor well after their corneas have shriveled up and blown away.
By far the most wicked game of the century has to be Quake 2 for the PC. It has been extremely influential and is way better than Quake 1. Quake 2 pushed PC technology to its limits and pushed my abilities as a player to the limits too. Sergeant Rich Puglia.
Our second tie for fourth place is the timeless hero of all things pipe-oriented, Mario. The great plumber who has been with us since his days of rescuing maidens from angry primates and continues to stomp Goombas and defeat Koopas. Super Mario Bros. Was the beginning of his rise to fame.
It revolutionized the gaming industry with its incredible fun factor, Elliot.
But the crowning achievement was Super Mario 64, when our universal little buddy stepped into the third dimension and made a game that is a classic to this day. In third place are two of the greatest role-playing games of all time, Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII. Many viewers were forever changed with the epic stories that drove both games through 40 to 60 hours worth of gameplay, if you were good.
I found myself only sleeping 2 or 3 hours a night, and went stretches of 10 hours without food. As I have grown up with these games, they are growing up with me. Anthony Sweat.
While Final Fantasy VII was groundbreaking, number 8 was a towering achievement with its emotional narrative and a change in the graphics from the super deformed to a new level of detail.
You can even see characters blink.
The excitement that preceded the release of Final Fantasy VIII also lends credit to Axel's claim that
millions and millions will agree with this. The game is just awesome.
And the sales figures will also tell you the same. The second place game is the undisputed masterpiece of the first-person shooter. Valve's Half-Life presented a nail-biting story wrapped in some vicious AI to create an altogether gripping gaming experience.
The storyline is just so incredible, I didn't sleep for a night. Galahad.
But outside of unpleasant beasties and humans, the game delivered a pervasive sense of dread from beginning to end, placing you somewhere on the edge of the end of the world, with the game only making life worse and worse for poor Gordon Freeman.
Half-Life will always be the greatest, even when it's said to be a classic. Mike Rock, 11.
But the undisputed favorite game of GameSpot TV viewers stars a less than full-sized hero in a simple felt outfit. Link, the hero of the Zelda series, which has been with us since 1986 and has held on to the imagination of gamers ever since. Many people sent in impassioned votes for the SNES title The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past as an example of when the series matured into a masterpiece for the system. But the overwhelming number of levers pulled were for the N64's Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
The graphics convey Miyamoto's vision in a vivid, involving world. The non-linear gameplay and having to adapt to any situation the game throws at you makes for something that seamlessly blends puzzle solving and combat in a complete package, making Legend of Zelda the Ocarina of Time the game of the century, not Jerome.
And so the democratic wheels have been spun here at Gamespot TV, and we commend all those who raise their voice and cast their vote for the game of the century. And since chess is already a few hundred years old, we couldn't agree with you more. If you're looking for the full results of our Viewer's Choice poll, come to our website. We'll have the list of games you voted for, as well as our Viewer's Choice feature in real video. And if you didn't get a chance to cast your vote, don't worry. Come take our Year 2000 poll and let us know what game you're most looking forward to this year. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we explore the present and future of gaming hardware. How will graphics cards and processor chips change the face of gaming in the near and distant future? Welcome back. It can be argued, and you know we will, that computer and video games are the primary force behind high-tech innovations. PC games continue to push the envelope with the latest graphics cards and sound cards. Now, game controllers have gone beyond the typical button pressing and pointing with new game peripherals that let you feel that bass fighting when you're fishing, or feel the bumps of the road when you're driving. Now, it's hard to imagine what the future holds, but crazy as it may seem, we've only scratched the surface. It just seems like yesterday when the ability to point and shoot were enough to play computer and video games. Today, the level of sophistication of gamers has grown exponentially, and the demand for immersion has never been louder. The demand has yielded exciting new technologies. The advent of force feedback in the mid-90s enabled players to feel the game through jolts and vibrations. Using gears and motors, force feedback-enabled controllers, for instance, can simulate G-force when playing flight sims or road and car conditions when racing, and it will get even better.
I even saw a demo where they specify, for example, a low blow around the knees if you're a football player feels different than a block to the chest or to the head.
Great idea, Woody. In addition, future game systems like the PlayStation 2 will integrate force feedback and analog design to its controllers.
The new PlayStation 2 controller is also going to feature analog buttons, so depending on how hard you press the button will translate into how hard your character punches on screen or how hard he accelerates on the gas.
And similar to any car race, speed is king in electronic gaming.
Right now, I think the fastest card on the market, the GeForce from NVIDIA, pushes 15 million polygons a second. Down the pipe, 3DFX has a card called the Voodoo 5, which is rumored to push 1.5 billion pixels per second.
The trend in both PC and console gaming is to render as many polygons and pixels as fast as the game platform will allow. New and upcoming graphics cards for the PC are being designed to do all the number crunching to free up the main processor. The upcoming console system from Nintendo, codenamed Dolphin, hopes to render fast and produce high-quality graphics by using IBM's Micron Copper technology and a new graphics chip from ArtX. As impressive as these graphics might be, 3DFX co-founder Scott Sellers believes we've barely scratched the surface of graphics technology.
Clearly, as far as we've come, we are way away from being able to render those sorts of digital Hollywood special effects in real time on a PC. So we see that, until we can do a Toy Story in real time, before we can do a Matrix in real time, that's the level of expectation that the broader market is expecting, and that's exactly what our vision is moving forward to be able to accomplish that.
Everyone agrees that the internet is the future medium of gaming, but have you ever tried playing through the archaic analog phone system? Industry watchers see gamers moving to DSL or cable lines as the next trend in gaming. And when everything is said and done, GameSpot editor Amir Ajami foresees a shift in where electronic gaming is played.
PC gaming will move away from the bedroom or the office and into the living room. It'll have a convergence with consoles.
One thing is for sure, electronic gaming is on fast forward without any stop sign in sight. Of course, electronic gaming is not just an indoor activity. Portable gaming devices like the GameCon, the Neo Geo Pocket, and the ever-ubiquitous Game Boy Color are great options for the busy gamer. The next step in mobile gaming might not just be portable, but wearable. Here are some possibilities. You wear it, you play it. That's a nice ring to it, right? The emerging technology of wearable PCs could open up a myriad of possibilities for gamers.
IBM, for example, has that commercial running in the San Francisco area of the person wearing sunglasses, selling and trading and buying stocks. You know, that can move on to gaming as well.
Wearable PCs like the Cybernaut has a portable CPU you can carry around on your belt and a monitor in front of your left eye. The latest version that they are testing can be worn around your wrist and is good enough to run Windows 98 and videos. So hey, why not run a wholesome adventure game during downtime? Think of the potential gaming applications of a sophisticated product like the glove, which reads subtle hand gestures. NCR's M bracelets allow users to share files with a mere wrist shake. Players could store cheat codes, new levels, and characters in what it calls eye buttons. With further design modifications and power, these wearable PCs could be in our gaming future. If you'd like to see our hardware feature again, log on to our website where you can watch the streaming video. And if you have a hardware question that needs answering, send us an email at GameSpotTV@ZDTV.com. Coming up on GameSpot TV, we look at the future of gaming. What can we expect in the next generation of console systems? And what are going to be the hottest titles on the PC this coming year? Welcome back. While everyone is recovering from the holiday season, we at GameSpot TV have huddled together to start thinking about the next year. What will the year 2000 bring?
Pokeball, go!
While 1999 has been quite a year for the electronic entertainment industry, a new century looks to be quite a time for games. Development budgets are getting higher and higher, and it's not going to stop anytime soon, as is evidenced by Final Fantasy VIII sales of 6 million units worldwide. One part of the industry gaining every day in popularity is online gaming. From the role-playing of EverQuest to an Unreal Tournament deathmatch, it looks like playing games over the internet is here to stay. In fact, it's been estimated that within 4 years, online game playing could be worth $5 billion in the United States and Europe.
We're very excited about the internet, and I see that as one of the most fundamental social changes in my lifetime. And it's going to be continuing and ongoing for the next several years.
People are now really looking to get into this whole gaming community online. I think that, plus just the fact that with the systems becoming more powerful, developers are really starting to do some really amazing things graphically and technically to get those game ideas across.
Every game will be multiplayer. We know it's going to be huge.
Until recently, online gaming had been solely in the PC domain, but now the console companies are getting into the act. Sega already has a head start with its Dreamcast and the Dreamcast Online Network. However, Sony and Nintendo are close behind.
The PlayStation 2 will revolutionize the what and the how of the in-home entertainment experience. In addition to offering consumers software choices and entertainment choices on CD-ROMs and DVD-ROMs, we are going to be offering a vast array of PlayStation and PlayStation 2 titles through a e-distribution model.
Set to be released March 2000 in Japan, Sony's PlayStation 2 will have a 128-bit Emotion engine plus the potential of a modem add-on. Sony hopes the PlayStation 2, with its DVD technology, will become a permanent part of your home entertainment center. Permanent, that is, until another system comes out. With the tentative fall 2000 release of the Dolphin system, don't count Nintendo out yet. While Sony is focusing on an all-encompassing entertainment system, Nintendo's Dolphin, also using DVD technology, will focus solely on gaming. With the leaps in technology over the last few years, there is no doubt that graphics are more amazing than ever. In the coming year, gamers can look forward to a number of innovative titles.
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies.
Blizzard Entertainment's long-awaited role-playing strategy game Warcraft 3 could change the way you look at real-time strategy.
You
In Warcraft 3, Blizzard decided to downplay the typical RTS fare of resource management, huge armies and base building, in favor of questing, hero recruitment, interactive environments, and a more integrated story. Another title to watch for, and one that could become the Dreamcast killer app, is Shenmue. Already pre-selling 100,000 units, its focus on story development and the incredibly detailed graphics inspired Sega to devise a new genre called Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment. For PC gamers that are wondering if graphics could get any better, all they need to do is just take a look at Halo. Its unbelievable 3D engine will transform character animation and physics modeling in games. So next year definitely looks to be an interesting year. But the real question is, are you prepared for Y2K? Well, that's it for our New Year's show. Now, I don't know about you, but I think it's time to go lay on the couch and recover from last night like everyone else. Or perhaps just a game of Unreal Tournament. See you next time and have a happy 2000. Bye-bye.
Never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies.
Welcome to this edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler, and in today's Spotlight, we explore the world of hunting sims. Originally commissioned by Walmart to sell to gun enthusiasts, Deer Hunter became a top-grossing game in the U.S. and spawned a plethora of other hunting titles. So why are these games so popular? Believe it or not, PC hunting simulations are a multi-million-dollar phenomena. Started by the now infamous Deer Hunter PC game, the scent of green has attracted a flock of game companies to develop for the genre. This trend has left many game editors scratching their heads in disbelief, including video games editor Ryan McDonald, who says the success of Deer Hunter is not rocket science.
There was a bunch of reasons. One was it was only $20, and it could run virtually on any computer you had, just as long as it had a CD-ROM. Also, they had the best retail outlet for it. They had it sitting right up there on the Walmart gun rack. It was sitting right there, and it was $20. How could you pass it up?
Rated as a $65 million market and with 15 million potential buyers, game publishing giants such as Electronic Arts and Activision have packed their 4x4s to join the hunt.
Oh boy, I missed that one big.
Continuing with the series, Wizard Works has released Deer Hunter 3: The Legend Continues. With the new 3D facelift, cyber hunters can tackle the wild in Missouri and Utah. Players will have access to a bevy of firearms and bows, as well as decoys and hunting equipment. Activision and the hunting experts at Cabela plan to net players with Big Game Hunter 3. The series' association with Cabela gives it a leg up through Cabela's popularity and equipment catalog. Using full-motion video clips, players can hunt 11 big game animals, from bighorn sheep to black bears. Crawling from behind, Electronic Arts released their first PC hunting sim, Deer Hunt Challenge. The game giant set its game apart by offering both a simulation and somewhat of an arcade challenge mode for players looking for instant action. But beyond the exotic locations and authentic firearms, the genre's main focus is the realism of the hunt. From animal movements to behavior patterns, the games have to mirror real-life situations.
If you don't have the right boots, for example, and it rains, your feet will get wet, and you'll have to go back to the camp or the tent and actually get the right boots, so it'll shorten your hunting trip. Just everything that you would have to think about in an actual hunt, you have to think about in Cabela's.
Not surprisingly, the quest for realism has brought unwelcome criticism. Animal rights organizations such as the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals strongly oppose hunting simulations, believing that hunting sims trivialize the reality of killing animals for sport.
The game companies deny these allegations and say that the titles are not about blood and gore, but teaching hunting rules and safety.
Deer Hunt Challenge and EA Sports wants to promote safe hunting techniques. And so if, for example, you are shooting at a doe, it's not in season, or at a fawn, it will fail you on that level, and there's no reward for that.
There are well over millions of hunters in the United States, and that's who we cater to. And people who are anti-hunting, again, we just don't get involved in that because it's a much broader issue than just actual playing. I mean, in the end, on our game, it's a computer game.
Oh boy, I missed that one big.
This controversy doesn't seem to affect sales. The hunting sim genre seems to be on track and on target. What does the future hold?
You can only go so far with hunting, but I guess you can only go so far with anything. So basically, you can get it to where it's photorealistic and the graphics get better, and they understand how the deer behave better, and I think they'll reach a point, just like anything, I think it'll keep going until somebody stops buying it.
And as an added note, if you feel sorry for the deer, there is a game out there that gives you a slightly different perspective. It's Deer Avenger, where you play Bambo, a deer with a big gun and a grudge against humans. So now, let's check the game news. Epic Games will be releasing a free expansion pack for Unreal Tournament. Epic programmer Brandon Green Marine Reinhardt reports that the finishing touches are being applied to the pack that includes new models, maps, and runes. Epic will not be selling the add-on in stores and can instead be downloaded from their website. A recent study has concluded that computer games are not responsible for prompting people to act violently or aggressively. The 4-year study conducted by the Australian government was commissioned to seek out the effects of video and computer games on people for censorship purposes. Through direct observation, interviews, and focus groups, researchers examined the reactions and feelings of over 1,300 Australians playing arcade games. While slightly aggressive behavior was found in about 3% of those examined, most people had a sense of satisfaction and joy by learning skills needed to succeed in a game. Researchers also stated that the games aided in the development of coordination and analytic skills in children. If you're looking for the latest news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot.com website. And if you'd like to see our Spotlight feature on hunting sims again, come to the Gamespot TV website, where you'll find it in real video. And while you're there, go to our message boards and tell us how you feel about the genre. Do you think it's just harmless fun, or perhaps you're a vegetarian and find the genre rather distasteful? Here's a good place for you to vent. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we review Planescape Torment, an RPG for the PC where you play a character who has had many lives, but must piece together his past in agonizing glimpses. And we go underground in our review of Urban Chaos, a third-person action shooter set in a dystopian universe full of thugs, gangbangers, and kung fu call girls. Welcome back. Planescape Torment is a PC RPG about a man who has lived thousands of lives, yet can only glimpse his past in bits and pieces. And as you might expect, he's having a rather hard time unraveling who he is. Set in the Dungeons & Dragons universe of Planescape, Planescape Torment is well worth having a look at. Planescape Torment from Black Isle Studios is a traditional role-playing game with an uncommonly detailed story and first-rate graphics and sound. The game is set in the complex and interesting Advanced Dungeons & Dragons universe of Planescape, a patchwork of wildly different dimensions surrounding a sprawling city that connects them all together. Torment uses the same graphics engine as Baldur's Gate. However, the game's top-down isometric perspective is much closer to the ground than Baldur's Gate, which means all the characters appear quite large on screen. Each character is carefully animated and cleverly designed. The game has a consistently cold look that can even be unsettling and uncomfortable at times, but the bleak environments work to motivate the protagonist's desire to escape from the claustrophobic confines of the city of Sigil. To allow for Torment's bigger characters, most of the game's interface is invisible until you right-click to bring up the circular pop-up window that lets you use items and cast spells, among other actions. Torment is a long and involving game with an original plot, well-written dialogue, and likable characters. It's fortunate that the game's dialogue reads well because there's a lot of it. And although the graphics are evocative and often beautiful, the game's most vivid events are actually written out rather than shown on screen. Planescape Torment is clearly the best traditional computer game to come out of 1999,
and is bound to become an all-time favorite for mini gamers. Greg Kasabian of Gamespot.com gives Planescape Torment a rating of 9 out of 10. Aspirin won't help that. But there are some other games that by title alone I'm tempted to dismiss. A game called Urban Chaos either makes me think of a late Charles Bronson movie or my apartment. But as I learned, you can't judge a game by its name alone. Urban Chaos is an attempt to meld the side-scrolling arcade beat-em-ups such as Double Dragon and Final Fight with a modern third-person action game. It involves a trek across a metropolitan dystopia, baseball bats and life bars, and the experiment works. The game takes place in Union City, where a gang of thugs called the Wildcats are running rampant through the streets. Of course, you find yourself in the dramatic position of being rookie cop Darcy Stern, who must uncover the Wildcats' devious plot and take them down. This takes the form of a series of assignments to be performed at various locations in Union City. None of the objectives are time-sensitive, allowing you the opportunity to explore the sections of Union City and discover skill-building bonuses. As you can imagine, most missions involve a lot of hand-to-hand combat. The developers have designed an excellent system for fighting multiple opponents in 3D. Combat is initiated when moving within range of an enemy, and a life bar appears and you are locked in until someone is subdued. As you can imagine, a gamepad is necessary to control all your moves effectively. The graphics in the game are incredible. The textures, architecture, smoke, and lighting effects do an admirable job of making you feel as if you're heroically wandering around your city. What's even more appealing in the end is that Urban Chaos is a third-person action game without switch flipping, box pushing, or key finding, making that reason enough to purchase it. That it's funny, gorgeous, and even tactical makes it a must for anyone that can enjoy mindless console system action. Eric Wolpaw of Gamespot.com gives it an 8.3 out of 10.
Why can't I be a fireman?
Kids, whiners can't be firemen. It's a fact. Look it up. This next preview is important in two ways. It's one of the bigger games to come out for the Dreamcast in way too long, and it's going to keep me from wasting my quarters at the arcade. It's Crazy Taxi. One of the types of games that Sega has been best known for in arcades are racing games. Outrun and Daytona USA are two examples of their fast, graphic-intensive racers. And now one of the latest arcade titles, Crazy Taxi, is about to hit the Dreamcast with a host of new additions over traditional racers. In Crazy Taxi, you are no longer restricted by a course or someone else's finish line. All you have to respect is the ever-diminishing clock as you try to get your passengers where they need to go, even if that means jumping fences or running lights. This game is all about mayhem. The mini passengers you pick up will offer varying amounts of dough, depending on how far they need to go, so you need to keep in mind your time and the desires of your victims, passengers. Crazy Taxi is visually stunning as you careen through a highly detailed city at 60 frames per second without any pop-up. The art in the game has a distinct hardcore look to it and was designed by the same crew that brought out Sega's Top Skater. The music is also appropriately chosen, with such bands as The Offspring and Bad Religion providing the soundtrack. Crazy Taxi will come with an original mode, like Sega's Bass Fishing and House of the Dead 2. The Crazy Box mode puts you in different minigames that challenge you to complete various objectives. The game is set to arrive at the beginning of February and looks like one of those much-needed titles to give the jolt of energy to the Dreamcast. Wow, it's just crazy. Well, you know, I always wanted to be Travis Bickle. Anyway, if you want to see that preview again, just go to our website and watch the streaming video clip. And while you're there, find out how to send us a V-mail. Send us your tips, cheats, or do a quick review of your favorite video game. And if we use your V-mail on the show, we'll send you a nifty GameSpot TV t-shirt. Coming up on GameSpot TV, it's over from Japan. We have the preview of Resident Evil Code Veronica, the gore game where you get to send the undead back to their graves. And if you're a fan of the Colony Wars series, stick around for our preview of Colony Wars Red Sun. It has more epic action, more weapons, and 5 entire solar systems to blow things up in. Welcome back. Now, while Crazy Taxi is just about to arrive on the Dreamcast, another even bigger game is waiting in the wings. It's Resident Evil Code Veronica. And if you saw last week's show, you did watch last week's show, didn't you?
Well, then you probably want to see more. Here you go. Resident Evil Code Veronica takes place 3 months after the events of Resident Evil 2. Once again, playing Claire Redfield, you attempt to fly off to Europe to investigate the disappearance of your brother Chris. Unfortunately, though not too surprisingly anymore, things don't work out all that easily, as she is abducted and taken to a tropical island where some familiar rotting friends start showing up. The game will ship on 2 GD-ROMs and will feature a slightly modified version of the zapping system from Resident Evil 2. Players can play as different characters for each disc, with each character's story intertwining with the other. The 2 characters will be Claire and her brother Chris. The game will cover 10 major areas and will be 1.5 to 2 times longer than Resident Evil 3. New features in the game will be the ability to hold a weapon in each hand and shoot at 1 or 2 separate targets. As is pretty evident, the graphics are stunning. All the backgrounds are done in full polygons, allowing the camera to move with the action. Code Veronica also makes use of the special effects of the Dreamcast hardware, like dramatic lighting and shadow and characters with skin, so you don't see the jagged polygon edges. When gunshots are fired, the blast actually affects the lighting. Once again, the always important sound effects are back in necessary form, making anyone feel right at home, albeit a really unpleasant and frightening home, just how we like it. Look for Resident Evil Code Veronica later this year. You know, the graphic capabilities of the Dreamcast just make flesh-eating zombies look so good. It just makes you wonder. And now if you're a fan of deep space and alien worlds, this next game may be just what you're looking for. It's the latest installment in the Colony Wars series, and it's called Red Sun. Here's the preview. The new Colony Wars installment, Colony Wars Red Sun, will boast improved textures, a soundtrack performed by a live orchestra, 30 new weapons, 8 fully customizable ships, 5 entire solar systems, and more of that dramatic full-motion video that provide the epic cinematic tone to the series. In this new version, you aren't part of the League or the Navy. Instead, you play Valdemar, free man and space pilot that bears some similarities to Han Solo.
Valdemar, God almighty.
How then does this work in a mission-based military campaign? Well, as a mercenary, your allegiances are part of your own self-interest. The game will build upon the dynamic mission tree structure from the second game, Vengeance, where divergent paths will result in different endings. In Red Sun, you may side with the Navy, with the League, or neither. The game is still mission-based and boasts a whopping 50 missions, but the overall directives will be more open-ended. So you may wonder, will Psygnosis go all the way to allow those most shrewd space cowboys to play both sides against the middle? We'll discover the game's pompatus of love when it hits the shelves this spring. Now, leaving the realms of deep space, we step into the Nordic past to join a Viking chap in the up-and-coming PC title Rune. This is a third-person adventure using the Unreal Engine, and when I saw it for the first time, it looked clearly to be a promising title. Here's a preview. If all of Wagner's Ring Cycle can't satiate your need for classic Nordic excitement, then the very impressive-looking Rune from developer Epic Games and Human Head Studios might be your own private Valhalla. In the game, you play Ragnar, a Viking lad who is about to take that fateful journey into manhood and rightfully proclaim himself as warrior of the village. The remarkable look of the game is due to the use of the Unreal Engine. Plus, skeletal modeling for both characters and objects will lend a greater physical realism to the environment. Furthermore, the control scheme for the game could be the best yet for a third-person adventure on the PC. Using a setup similar to a first-person shooter, the game seems set to overcome one of the greatest flaws in most games of this type. Options to plant the camera at one point to explore a room and to adjust the distance from the character using the mouse wheel should go a long way to avoiding disgusted abandonment on the part of the player. Look for Rune later this year. If you'd like to find out more about the upcoming gathering of developers titled Rune, go to our website at ZDTV, where you'll find the streaming video. And check out our preview of Resident Evil Code Veronica. Not only do we have the preview, but we also have the intro, which is very impressive. And while you're browsing our site, click on our spy cam and check out and see what the Gamespot TV minions are up to. Coming up on Gamespot TV, they're just good old boys with a bad guy car, and they have themselves their own PlayStation title. We have the intro. And we have a strategy guide for one of the best platformers ever made for the N64. It's Donkey Kong, and we have the tips that will keep you from monkeying around.
Welcome back. Now, this next theme song is likely to ring a bell, though the game itself got gonged due to a lot of bugs. But we thought the intro was pretty hilarious, and we just had to show it to you.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Straightening the curves, flattening the hills. Someday the mountain might get 'em, but the law never will.
Well, that brings back memories when Gary Coleman made me laugh and Green Machines got me where I needed to go. Now, getting somewhere in Donkey Kong 64 can be more difficult because there's no green machines and it's really, really big. So here's a few tips to help keep your knuckles dragging a little less. Due to its immense size, Donkey Kong 64 is one of those games that can be very daunting, especially when it comes to finding all there is to find and defeating all there is to defeat. These tips will hopefully assist in this sometimes helpless abyss. I call it my 7 strategic steps to Donkey Kong success. The first tip seems obvious enough, but is often overlooked when playing console games. Turn up the sound on your television. Nearly every important item and location in the game makes a different kind of sound. So learn the sounds and follow them. They will undoubtedly lead you to something you've missed. 2. Due to the camera and controls, using Diddy Kong's jetpack can be extremely frustrating. To aid in this aviary debacle, here is a tip. Don't throttle and turn at the same time. Just turn, head in the direction you want to go, then throttle. And instead of slamming on the gas, simply tap the throttle for better control, keeping the camera in line. 3. It's sometimes difficult to get through the giant levels in Donkey Kong 64. One way to know if you've explored an area is if you find bananas or balloons lying around. If you see a banana, keep going. You've probably overlooked this part of the level. 4. One key part of finding all the booty in DK64 is to use the banana ports wisely. If you find one that isn't working, you know you need to keep exploring the level to find the other one. Also, be sure to use all the Kongs in all the banana ports, as in later levels, there are areas that can only be accessed through them. 5. This can be a lifesaver. If you find yourself running low on health, simply find a character switch barrel, enter it, and even if you haven't switched Kongs, you will have replenished your melons. It's a cheap fix, but worth it. 6. Blowing up balloons to procure their bountiful bananas is done best by shooting it at the end of its trail, while it pauses to turn back the other way. For circular path balloons and other flying objects, fix your sight on the path and wait, sniper style. And finally, strategic tip number 7. Don't choke when it comes to beating the bosses. Like most computer-generated, artificially learned creatures, the bosses in DK64 have movement patterns that are predictable. So, instead of freaking out and mashing your buttons till your thumb calluses, you must be at one with the boss. Breathe slowly, observe, then attack. I call this the Sessler method. So remember, listen closely, finesse the throttle, use the banana ports wisely, manage your melons, bust the balloons, and last but not least, use the Sessler method. You know, some say the Sessler method's a myth, but hey, I know. If you want to see the Donkey Kong 64 strategy guide again, go to the Game Help section of our website, where you'll find it in streaming video, along with hundreds of tips and cheat codes to help you with your game. And if you're thinking of rushing out and buying the Dukes of Hazzard title, we recommend that you wait until you see our review on next week's show. And if you can't wait till next week's show, join us in our chat session Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and I'll give you my personal opinion on the Dukes of Hazzard and any other game you want to ask me about. So until then, bye-bye. We have an updated preview of Shenmue, a title that takes game realism and interactivity to a whole new level. And we have a review of Ultima 9 Ascension. Origin has hailed it as the last single-player game in the long-running series. Is it only for fans? And join Surge and a whole new cast of adventurers as we preview Square's Chrono Cross. a long-awaited follow-up to the 16-bit SNES RPG Chrono Trigger. Stick around. It's game time. Hello and welcome to this edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, recently, Computer Gaming World and Electronic Gaming Monthly held Game Blast 2000, an event to recognize the best PC and console titles and the most talented game designers of 1999. Gamespot TV went out for a night on the town to find out who won the coveted awards. So, what do you do when you have too many fun games to play in just 1 year? Well, you have an award show. So CGW and EGM got together to give us Game Blast to honor the best games that were around in 1999. I'm joined here by Joe Funk, editorial director at EGM. So what's your assessment of console games from 1999?
Well, 1999 was the biggest year we've seen yet in the video game industry, and there's tons of great games coming out, and we're here tonight to celebrate the best games that did come out.
Role-playing game of the year, Final Fantasy VIII by Square EA. Fighting game of the year, Soul Calibur by Namco.
Nightmare was seriously wounded, but the soul still burns.
You know, trophies aside, I'm really here for the marzipan niblets. Ooh, fudge. We're joined now by George Jones, editor-in-chief of Computer Gaming World. It's good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too.
Now, how do you assess the 1999 year in PC gaming?
Very good, very good. Typically, over the course of a year, there's one game that kind of stands out head and shoulders above the rest. This year, 3. So we're sitting here, you know, trying to figure out which is the best game, and it was really a difficult task this year. Racing game of the year, Need for Speed High Stakes by Electronic Arts. Sports game of the year, High Heat 2000 by 3DO.
There's a liner to center field.
So, what does it take to choose the game of the year? Well, for example, CGW started with 90 games and set up a lab so that they could replay them all. Then they whittled it down to a nice 15. But even from that point, it wasn't that easy. And Pokemon, what is the
I have to go like
essence?
this. I have to go like this if Pokemon's on the camera. Pokemon is at its core, Pokemon is a really strong, old-school role-playing game. And I have these little cute Pokemon that you collect and all that, but at its core, it is a great game. A game that I think a lot of PC role-playing game makers could really learn a couple of lessons from. And I'm not just saying that.
No, I believe you. I believe you, George.
The winner for Game of the Year on the PC platform is Unreal Tournament.
All right, I'm here with James, Cliff, and Tim from Digital Extremes and Epic Games, the people behind Unreal Tournament, the game of the year. Well-deserved, and congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So, has this been something of a surprise to you, like the huge reception that Unreal Tournament's gotten?
Oh, in the back of our heads, we're all deeply hoping for it, and having it happen is kind of a fruition of all our dreams, I think.
It did turn out to be a surprise, though. We knew it was good, but we were, and especially this tonight, getting this, we were just really blown away. We honestly didn't expect it.
So, with the new console system and online gaming at the helm of this year's award show, it's a good indication of what we can expect in the years to come. So take my advice. Save your pennies. You're gonna need them. If you'd like more info on Game Blast 2000 awards, then come to our website where you'll find a complete list of award winners, as well as our spotlight feature and streaming video. And if you want to know what happened backstage, come to our chat session Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and I'll tell you all about it. But now, let's check the game news. Lover or lover, Lara Croft is coming to the Dreamcast. Sega announced that Eidos Interactive will ship Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation for the new console system in the spring of 2000. Sega also announced that Lara will be remodeled in the new Dreamcast version and that she will be displayed in high resolution to match the game's lavish environments. You wonder exactly what that means. In other console news, Sony announced that it's offering replacement discs of Gran Turismo 2 for those who purchased early production copies. The earlier discs angered gamers who were confronted with gameplay bugs. Sony says that the latest batch of Gran Turismo 2 discs are free from technical problems. And if Mac gamers are feeling left out, they are soon to have a title to keep them glued to their machines for hours upon hours. Westlake Interactive has announced that the Mac version of Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri has gone gold.
If you're looking for the latest news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot.com website.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have a review of what Origin has said will be the last single-player game in the series. We review Ultima 9 Ascension and find ourselves a little disappointed. And we have a preview of Chrono Cross, the long-awaited RPG from Square.
Welcome back. Now, the Ultima series has a long role-playing history on the PC, including its relatively recent online version. But now the final single-player game of the series is on the shelves. So let's look at the swan song, Ultima 9 Ascension.
Ultima 9 Ascension is one of the most important games to be released in years. It's not only the first installment in half a decade of the Ultima series proper, but it's also the final game in the highly respected, long-running line of role-playing games.
The final battle for the destiny of Britannia.
Origin has also announced that Ultima 9 will be the last single-player game it will ever release. There is also more at stake because the last Ultima incarnation abandons the series' traditional top-down perspective in favor of a third-person, fully 3D engine. Fans of the series will find that the new perspective is mostly unobtrusive, and the 3D interface for jumping and climbing is quite effective. Ultima 9 looks so good that its sacrifice of performance for the sake of quality is almost worthwhile. However, the game does have a few problems. The voice acting in Ultima 9 is terrible.
Who's there? Please help us.
Almost every character speaks in an awful accent that trivializes the game's premise and the characters themselves.
Lord British has always been a music lover.
Even the avatar's voice sounds inappropriate with its deadpan delivery.
Thanks for the information. Goodbye.
The dialogue is not the only problem in the game. The combat system is totally inept. You draw your weapon and hammer the left mouse button as quickly as you can, which wouldn't be so bad if the game did a decent job of giving you some visual feedback. In addition, dodging your enemies is completely impossible. Ultima 9 comes across as an epic and a farce. You'll try to take it seriously as you play because the game's beautiful scenery and grave situations demand it. But the game doesn't want to be as serious as it thinks it is. Greg Kasavin gives Ultima 9 Ascension a rating of 6.3 out of 10.
Excuse me? What did you say?
If you notice those performance problems with Ultima 9, and how could you not, you should note that that was played on a P3 500 with a Voodoo 3 and the patch downloaded. Something to note if you're interested in picking up the game. And speaking of performance problems, the Dukes of Hazzard games got plenty of that, and not even real short shorts can save it.
It should have been one of the easiest games to make. Take the Great Hicks and Car Chases TV show and make a mission-based driving game out of it. Hence, the Dukes of Hazzard Racing for Home could have been an outstanding game, but it's simply too buggy and easy to succeed. The game's story is told by pre-rendered cutscenes that are cast with lifeless Android TV lookalikes. The game moves from plot point to plot point until it jumps back in time to tell a new story with a villain. It doesn't work. The AI driving in the game is simply terrible. While the cops will ram the General Lee, they spend most of their time driving into walls over and over again. Other bugs are prevalent throughout the game, like a truck that will amazingly warp ahead of you when you pass it. Also, the analog control is frequently disabled between levels. While the game looks fairly solid graphically, there are some seams and glitchy polygons that appear on the side of the screen. The game does run at a decent speed, and music, mostly new, fits in nicely with the overall spirit of the TV show. The development of this game switched hands shortly before completion, and they were probably instructed to make sure the game didn't lock up so it could make it to the stores before the holidays. With more polish, it could have been fun. As it stands, it's way too buggy and too easy to stay fun for long. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gives it a 4.9 out of 10.
Roadster's trophy for the N64 is also not one of the best racing games out there. In fact, it's really more of a rental than a purchase. But there are some cheat codes for the game that make it a lot more fun. So here are a few.
Roadster's trophy for the N64 is more hidden than on the surface. With these next cheats, you may find there's more to the game than you thought. Here are some codes to get you moving. If you enter the codes correctly, you'll hear, congratulations.
Congratulations!
If you're looking for a bird's eye view, rename any character Chopper at the character selection screen, and you'll get a helicopter view. If you think the Force is with you, then rename any character Skywalker at the character selection screen, and you'll get to play in a hovercraft car. And finally, if you need some extra gripping action, then rename any character Big Wheels at the character selection screen, and you'll get extra big tires.
If you want more codes, come to the Game Help section of the Gamespot TV website. There you'll find codes and strategies for all the latest games, including Roadster Trophy. And while you're there, find out how to send us a V-mail. You can send tips, cheats, or a quick review of your favorite game. And if we use your V-mail on the show, we'll send you a Gamespot TV t-shirt. That way, you can be cool.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have an updated preview of Shenmue, a Dreamcast title which is taking game realism to new depths. And we have a look at the long-awaited follow-up of the SNES RPG Chrono Trigger. Square has released Chrono Cross in Japan, and we have the preview.
Welcome back. If you like games that twist your brain, then this next title may be of interest to you. It's Shanghai Second Dynasty, and here's the review.
Activision Shanghai Second Dynasty is the second helping of its 3-year-old predecessor, Shanghai Dynasty. And though it has a few new tile sets, a number of new layouts, and some new game modes, it probably won't seem like much of a value to those who already own Shanghai Dynasty. But for those not yet familiar with the Shanghai PC game series, Second Dynasty's colorful graphics, soothing music, and encompassing array of both Mahjong and Shanghai variants are reason enough to recommend it to enthusiasts of either or both tile-based games. Second Dynasty includes 2 main sets of games, the age-old Chinese tile game Mahjong, and the equally venerable tile-matching game played with Mahjong tiles, Shanghai. Second Dynasty offers a number of variations on each game, and every single one of the previous game's modes of play, including Classic, Arcade, and Kids Shanghai. Those who don't own the previous game should find that Second Dynasty is worth putting in your puzzle library. Andrew Seyoon Park of Gamespot.com gives Shanghai Second Dynasty a 7.1 out of 10.
Now, Tomba was a surprise hit of 1998 with its 2D platform gameplay in an increasingly 3D world. Well, the game is back. It's a little less 2D, but it still has pigs.
Tomba 2 is pretty much the same game as before, but this time it sports more quests and a spiffy new 3D engine. Once again, the pigs are back, and this time they've kidnapped Tomba's childhood friend. So Tomba is there to stop them with his curious technique of fighting pigs while solving a panoply of puzzles and performing numerous fetch quests along the way. The game is once again an unusual hybrid of the platform and adventure genres. Along with bagging pigs, there's 137 quests to perform. While moving through the game world, Tomba can talk to characters and perform curious tasks. While the perspective to the game is less 2D, the game still controls like a 2D game. Tomba moves along a 2D path until he is prompted to switch to a new path when it intersects. On the whole, the camera and perspective are excellent, but there are the inevitable moments when jumps are made harder than they should be. The game does have a few minor problems. Some of the less necessary puzzles are downright difficult, and the number of quests you can run into in a short time can feel overwhelming. The graphics in the game are some of the best for the PlayStation right now, making the game feel like a 3D animated cartoon. The camera pans smoothly, and there are few signs of typical 3D issues. Tomba 2 may be repackaging of the original game, but it's a slick and refined job. Fans of the original are in for a treat. Peter Bartholow of VideoGames.com gives it an 8.4 out of 10.
What exactly does he do to those pigs? Well, you probably heard us here at Gamespot TV wax poetic about Shenmue, and it doesn't look like we're going to be stopping anytime soon. We got our hands on an import copy of the first chapter of the game, and of course I couldn't understand a thing, but it sure looked good.
Long seen as a standout game for the Dreamcast since the beginning, Shenmue's first chapter has finally made it into the hands of Japanese Dreamcast owners, allowing us another look at this title. The game begins on November 26, 1986, with Ryo Hazuki's father being murdered by an evil and powerful martial artist who also lifts a mysterious jade medallion. Ryo then leaves his high school existence for revenge against the assailant and slowly uncovers a vast international conspiracy. As you have probably heard, the official genre for Shenmue is free, standing for Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment, something we all can call an adventure game. You guide Ryo through his hometown of Yosuka, solve puzzles, and probe the populace for information. The environments themselves in the game are virtually like games in themselves, as they offer endless drawers to open, trinkets to buy, and things to play with. The game also has action sequences called quick-time events, which are reminiscent of Dragon's Lair by testing your reflexes when prompting you to tap a button. The game is designed to be very accessible and hasn't been found to be all that difficult. If you fail to succeed in a battle, there are an unlimited number of retries available. Even if you know how much money it costs to produce this game, you can't help but be impressed with its production value. It's hard to imagine many other games looking this good. The world is massively detailed and seamlessly integrated with very delicate modeling and texture everywhere. The sound is equally as impressive, both with the musical soundtrack and the fact that everything in the game has a unique sound associated with it. The game is set to arrive in the US this year, and it's recommended that players wait for the domestic version unless they have a good handle on Japanese. Some who have tried it bemoan the absence of Chapter 2, but regardless, a technological marvel is on its way to the Dreamcast.
If you'd like to revisit Ryo's adventures in the Kanagawa province, come to the Gamespot TV website where you'll find the streaming video of Shenmue. And while you're at our site, stop by the Gamespot TV message boards and discuss your thoughts about this upcoming game.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have the preview of Square's Chrono Cross. The long-awaited follow-up to Chrono Trigger is sure not to disappoint fans and newbies alike. Plus, we grind a few rails with cheat codes for the excellent skateboarding title, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Welcome back. This next game has generated many an email asking for a look. It's another RPG from Square. It's a sequel to a SNES game. It's going to make you all stop asking me to preview it, right? All right, now that that's settled, here's Chrono Cross.
Chrono Trigger for the SNES has been a favorite for RPG fans since its debut. Using a dream team of designers from Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and Dragon Ball Z, the game has provoked cries for a sequel ever since. Well, one is coming. And while the presence of only one designer from the original and the prominence of new characters instead of the old ones has made many skeptical, its perfect score for the import from Andrew Vessel from VideoGames.com should allay those anxieties. The story focuses around the hero Surge, who was thrust into a parallel world where he had died under mysterious circumstances a decade earlier, and teams up with a rowdy adventurer Kid to seek out the frozen flame that lets the user reshape time and space at will. Suffice to say that that's the bare bones plot, and with 40 playable characters, you can imagine it gets pretty intricate. One of the interesting elements in the game is a battle system that dispenses with the active time bar and replaces it with stamina points that determine your possible attacks. Also, the battles are pseudo-real-time, with characters and enemies capable of taking turns at any time. Also of note is that battles are visible on screen before they occur and can be left at any time during the encounter, including boss battles. Perhaps the nicest element is that players have the option to heal at the end of a battle by having the game dig through available inventory and spells. Although the game is in Japanese, it has been noted by those fluent that the text is surprisingly unique and no generic assorted party member speech is evident. Let's hope that the translators are up to the challenge. Graphically, the game is a stunner. Different from Final Fantasy VIII, it offers a more gritty, organic feel. You're allowed to explore every nook and cranny of all the environments. With its flagship Final Fantasy series getting the lion's share of the attention at Square, Chrono Cross's developers have apparently been left to themselves and have captured the spirit of the 16-bit RPG. How will it be when it finally crosses the Pacific? You'll have to wait until later this year.
This week, our intro comes from Planescape Torment. The game has well-written dialogue, an intriguing plot, and one perplexing lead character. So that makes the game one well worth checking out. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was one of the hottest titles on the PlayStation last year. With excellent gameplay and tons of moves, this title is a must-have, especially if you're into skating yourself. So here's some codes to get you even more replay value. If you want to do outstanding tricks right away without having to build up your special meter, then this cheat code will get you grinding. To have your special meter always full, pause the game, then hold L1 and press X, triangle, circle, down, up, right. If you enter the code right, the pause screen will shake. If you're impatient for more and want to see everything straight away, enter this next code to unlock all the levels, FMV sequences, extra characters, and more. Pause the game, then hold L1 and press circle, right, up, down, circle, right, up, square, triangle. From here, you can even entice Officer Dick out of the donut shop. Lastly, if you want to play as a scantily clad Private Carrera who has full stats and great specials, start a game in any mode with Officer Dick. Pause the game, then hold L1 and press triangle, up, circle, up, left, triangle. Exit the game and return to the character selection screen. Private Carrera will appear in place of Officer Dick. If you're looking for more Tony Hawk Pro Skater codes, you'll find them at the videogames.com website. And if you want to see Officer Dick shredding it all over again, come to the Gamespot TV website and watch him and Private Carrera in streaming video. And while you're there, take our No Fear downhill mountain bike racing quiz for your chance to win a copy of the game and a Rincon mountain bike. You can find more details on the contest at our website. So that's it for now. So until next week, bye-bye.
Thanks for the information.
Strategy guide for you. We'll be schooling you as a master in the Fragadelic arts with our graduate school for Quake players. And those evil mitochondria are back in our preview of the sequel to Parasite Eve. The cinematic cutscenes are sure to get your cells mutating. And Lauren Fielder shows us a music game for Konami that's all the rage in Japan. It's Guitar Freaks for the PlayStation, and it takes air guitar to a whole new level. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, there are more than a few music games out for the PlayStation. There's Parappa the Rapper, where you get to play as a cute little 2D dog whose songs get stuck in your head. Then there's MTV's Music Generator, where you get to make your own tunes. And then there's Bust a Groove, where you get to shake your booty to some hip beats. But this next title lets you be a rock star in a whole new way.
Hi, I'm Lauren Fielder. Now, whether you're into games or not, you can probably tell this isn't a PlayStation controller. Well, actually it is if you're playing Konami's game Guitar Freaks. We're going to tell you about it. Was out in the arcades in Japan. Now it's out on the console system, the PlayStation, in Japan, but it's not coming to the U.S. What it's about is that you have several tracks of music to choose from. You've got surf music, punk music, heavy metal, some cute little tunes, and you have to play the guitar in sync with the tracks being shown on the screen. If you do so successfully, then you get new tracks to play.
You're the greatest!
You can play as a novice, you can play intermediate, or you can play as a guitar pro, and I think we have one right behind me. How you play the game is that you choose your song, then you coordinate your left hand to the tracks being shown, to the chords being shown. If you're seeing a red chord, then you press red. If you're seeing blue, blue, green, green. The game's definitely inspired by, or perhaps will remind gamers of games like Parappa, where you have to use controls to in sync with what's being shown on the screen to successfully get through a song. So we have 3 words for Konami. What's the deal? We love this game. You have to bring it out to the U.S.
If you really want to see Guitar Freaks in the U.S., well, you'd better email Konami and demand some satisfaction. And by the way, if you're looking for a music game that is available in the U.S., come to the Gamespot TV website, where you'll find other games that will help you get a groove on, including Space Channel 5. But now, let's check the game news.
In this week's game news, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer is headed for the Dreamcast. LucasArts says an enhanced version of the popular racing title will be available this spring. Origin has officially closed their Ultima 9 Ascension message boards. The bulletin boards were originally set up to discuss the buggy game's technical issues, give hints, and post solutions. Origin says the latest patch cures Ultima 9's ills, and the company would like to focus their resources to further develop future titles. Square recently held their Millennium event in Japan. The company showed off Final Fantasy IX for the PlayStation and Final Fantasy X and XI for the PlayStation 2. While the details of Final Fantasy XI are not yet known, it was announced that it will be an online-only RPG. Square also unveiled plans for their new internet gaming software, dubbed Play Online. The Japanese release date for Final Fantasy IX is this summer, while 10 and 11 are set for release in the spring and summer of 2001. No word yet on the U.S. release dates for the titles.
If you're looking for the latest news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot.com website.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we just can't stay away from the undead, but perhaps these unwieldy zombies should stay in their crypts. We have a review of Zombie Revenge for the Dreamcast. And there are huge hunks of steel on the horizon in our PC preview of Metal Fatigue.
Welcome back. Now, when pretending to be a big robot, you may have felt the urge to tear off another robot's mechanical arm and beat them with the wiry end. Well, something along those lines is possible in this upcoming game.
In the world of real-time strategy games, more has not always translated into better. Nonetheless, Psygnosis has discounted such advice for their compelling new title, Metal Fatigue. The game puts you in the driver's seat for one of 3 corporate nations, or corporations, who are vying for alien technology found on several worlds. While the game does have its structure building, resource gathering, and ground combat, it has more, like big customizable robots called combots. One of the more pleasant aspects of the game is that when you're hacking, shooting, and hammering other combots, their parts come off. You can then pick them up and fight with the new abilities. The transferable components allow you to customize your own combot, and the game seems balanced enough to prevent the dreaded optimum designs. The game has only 2 resources: metajoules gathered from sunlight and lava pools, and manpower, which is always available as long as you have new crew quarters and can thaw out your people as they are frozen during travel. The AI for the game is being designed by the legendary Mark Baldwin, and it looks to be good, if not better, than many of the top games in this genre. And the look of the game is something to see. So get ready to stay awake when Metal Fatigue is released this year.
Another nice feature of Metal Fatigue is a pre-build phase to start construction with your existing resources and have them ready before the scenario starts, something most real-time strategy fans will appreciate. But appreciation is pretty hard when it comes to this next game. You think after Code Veronica previews that anything undead is a winner. Think again.
Zombie Revenge is a near-perfect arcade port of the side-scrolling beat-em-up with a few exclusive home-only features. Does this make it more than a gussied-up arcade port? Not exactly. You play one of 3 characters who all perform roughly the same, with slight variations in their hand-to-hand combat. This translates to them all performing equally as bad as one another. The biggest problem is the control. Given that you are pitted against an unfair number of opponents, you'd like to move a little faster, even if they are the slouching undead. The Y button controls hand-to-hand combat and suffers from the worst canned animation possible. meaning that you're trapped watching the animation until you can point her in the right direction. So why not run from battle? That would be good if the button to run wasn't the same as the block button. You can only run when you're in motion and press X. But if you time it wrong, you can end up standing still in a block. This would be easier to handle if the A button was even used. Zombie revenge is also a painful exercise in repetition, with each zombie absorbing 10 to 15 shots that can't be fired all that fast. Yes, the game comes with an original mode filled with neat little gimmicks, but that just means it's a severely flawed game with a severely flawed extra mode. But the game looks pretty good. James Melky from videogames.com gives it a 5.7 out of 10.
Game sequels have proven to be a mixed bag. Some improve upon the original, while others seem to cash in upon its former glory without appreciating what made them so good. And it's with that in mind that we throw Battlezone 2 on the grill.
Activision's Battlezone combined elements of real-time strategy and action to create a unique, intuitive, and fun hybrid. Unfortunately, sales were disappointing, and in what must have been an effort to make the sequel more marketable, developer Pandemic Studios attempted to fix something that wasn't broken. As a result, Battlezone 2 is a disappointing, dumbed-down version of its predecessor.
Roger that, Condor 5.
From the very beginning, it is clear that something isn't right. As you play, you are given conflicting orders and put in harm's way more than necessary. Then you're told to remain silent about your operations.
What was that thing?
That the campaign story is interesting enough to motivate you from mission to mission is a good thing, because Battlezone 2's missions themselves are often boring. Whereas Battlezone was entertaining precisely because of the sheer amount of control it put in your hands, Battlezone 2 is dull because it isn't as flexible. Early missions typically tell you what to do step by step and lack any of the base building and resource gathering that made the first game fun. Instead, you just follow your commander around and perform various small tasks and listen to reports of other, more interesting activities as they occur elsewhere in the field. Ultimately, by trying to appeal to some mythical mass market, the designers have neutralized the fast pacing and complex mechanics that made the first game so fun. As a result, the game is completely generic. Ron Doolin at Gamespot.com gives Battlezone 2 Combat Commander a rating of 6.6 out of 10.
If you want more tank action, come to the Gamespot TV website where you'll find the streaming video of our Battlezone 2 review. And if you have a quick review of your favorite game or a handy cheat code, send me a V-mail. If we use your V-mail on the show, you'll get this snazzy Gamespot TV t-shirt.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, there's more gore galore as we look at the role-playing horror title from Square, Parasite Eve 2. And still ahead, we have our definitive strategy guide for Quake fans. There won't be one player left unfragged. You can master these tips.
Welcome back. While horror-oriented console games are usually dominated by zombies, there have been exceptions like Silent Hill and another title from last year, Parasite Eve. Well, the sequel to the game has arrived in Japan, and we got an early look at this next chapter of biological terror.
The original Parasite Eve was an attempt to blend a role-playing game with action-adventure elements that many found to be an unsuccessful hybrid. The sequel will, for the most part, dispense with the majority of the RPG elements to focus on the action-adventure elements, bringing it more in line with the Resident Evil series. The sequel takes place shortly after the end of the first, with you still playing Aya and the world still in the grip of an epidemic that causes people's mitochondria to awaken with a vengeance and die, or, you guessed it, mutate into something more interesting to look at. The game once again uses pre-rendered backgrounds, but with an impressive amount of detail. As to be expected, the drama in the game is brought forth through the use of very intriguing camera angles. The battles in the game are now in real time, and you'll typically see your enemies before you have to engage them in combat. Switching targets will be controlled by the square button. Firing the weapons will be controlled by the right shoulder buttons, offering primary and secondary attack options. There are no longer levels to gain, but experience points can be earned to unlock the Parasite energy powers. Aya can also earn bounty points from killing enemies, which can then be traded in at convenient locations for armor or weaponry. The game will also feature multiple endings and new modes once completed. Though to enjoy that, it'll need to arrive here in the States, which should happen sometime this year.
There's definitely something about sequels this week. Our next review is the sequel to Mario Party, one of a handful of third-party games for the N64 last year that used characters from Nintendo's stable. So, is it another reason to invite friends over for root beer and graham crackers? Let's find out.
The sequel to Mario Party doesn't change the fundamentals of the original, but it's an attempt to improve upon what players liked about the original and trim back on what they didn't. And it's more than a partial success. The original and the sequel are the video game equivalent of board games, where players take turns rolling dice to move on the playing field. The object is to earn as many stars and coins as you can. The board is spotted with random characters that can help or hinder you in your quest. But it can get more complicated when you can acquire items for additional rolls of the dice, or when you hire a boo to steal coins from an opponent. This, mixed with other random elements, keeps the game in a good state of flux. But the heart of the game are the mini-games. They occur at the end of every round and at other special times. The mini-games involve keeping a chain chomp from waking up, or collecting coins thrown by a hammer brother. Sometimes you work with other players, but usually it's every man for themselves. Mario Party 2 has 40 new mini-games, with 24 returning from the original, and gladly, the most annoying ones have stayed away. While some of the less favored are still here, there are enough games that you don't have to play them all that often. Other nice changes are practice rounds for the minigames so you can figure out what to do, and duel bouts between players who have landed on the same space. But in the end, the best part of the game are the mini-games, which you won't get sick of, giving the game way more replay value. And since the game's all about replay, that's good news. Joe Fielder from VideoGames.com gives it a 7.8 out of 10.
Ambition is good in most cases, and this next game is definitely a testament to ambition. It's D2 for the Dreamcast, and it's already available in Japan. So we ran over there and picked up a copy to show you this upcoming title.
D2 was originally conceived and partly developed for the ill-fated 3DO M2 console system, and it's now been in the works for over 3 years and has just recently been released to Japanese consumers. The 2 in the title would imply that it's a sequel, though it only bears a resemblance to its predecessor by holding on to the main protagonist, Laura. The game is an attempt to blend CG, full-motion video, real-time third-person adventure, and first-person shooters into one game. The game begins with Laura aboard a plane high above the Canadian mountains. Unfortunately, it gets hijacked, which causes a disruption. But things aren't over yet because there's a meteorite that blows a hole through one of the wings, making it crash. Then Laura finds herself in a frozen Canadian expanse with unpleasant beasties making things difficult for her. The game uses ample FMV sequences, interspersed with third-person perspective exploration using a Resident Evil-style control, and there's first-person combat. Battles occur randomly as you progress through the game, and you cannot move or strafe in combat and must keep the creatures in view using the X and B buttons, and then firing with the X. The game is very much driven by the story, and is spread over 4 discs, so prepare for D2's chill when it arrives later this year.
Gotta watch that miracle grow. Well, if you want to check out the D2 preview again, it's up on our website, along with all the other previews from this week's show. And while you're at our site, you may want to let us know what upcoming title you just can't wait to get your hands on. D2, Seaman, Metal Fatigue? You can argue your case with other gamers on the Gamespot TV message boards.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we revisit a rather bizarre title from Japan that's more of a science experiment than a game. And we go to Quake School to become masters in the art of the frag. Bring your Twitcher finger and your brain for our advanced Quake 3 Arena strategy guide.
Welcome back. Next up, we have a very strange God game that's making its way over the ocean from Japan, when we just don't know exactly. It's a title that might beg the question, is it okay to turn off my Dreamcast?
Hi, I'm Lauren Fielder. You might be wondering what's brewing in the background. It's Seaman, a Sega Dreamcast title that's out in Japan that you've probably heard something about. Japan-based Vivarium brought the game out earlier this year, and a lot of people started paying attention to it. You're raising a fish that has a man's face. What are you doing? You're talking to him. You're using the Dreamcast voice recognition system. You drop him in the aquarium. That's how you start out. And then things just happen. There's no manual. There are no rules. And what you put into it is what you get out of it. What you do is you use the controller to feed the Seaman to adjust the temperature of the water, and, well, things just start happening.
Eventually, when they start growing, you can teach them how to speak, and when you talk with them, they start conversing with you. 叫んじゃダメよ。The small fishes started hatching, and here they are swimming around in the aquarium. There you go. It started crying again. They're just newly hatched, so they're really curious.
And eventually you're going to have a lot of crazy little fishmen on your hands.
Yes. They really talk like human beings.
Sega is bringing the game out in the U.S. We're really excited about that. It's coming out the first quarter of the year 2000, so hopefully we'll see a lot of this in the future.
Some games make you want to sink into the couch, and others just make you want to get up and dance. Here's the intro to Space Channel 5.
こちらチャンネル5、スペースシップ遭難事故の行方不明者、最後の一人を発見しました。よく頑張ったな。もう一人じゃないぞ。
I just don't see it getting better than that. So, have you been using the same lame tricks over and over for Quake 3 Arena with no visible results? Well, our friends over at Computer Gaming World gave us a few doctorate-level strategies for your Quake 3 success.
So you spent the last couple of months improving at Quake 3 Arena, but feel you're getting into a rut. Does that one pesky player keep edging you out? Sounds like you need to go back to school for your MFA. That's a Master's of Fragadelic Arts. Chapter 1, Defense. Even though there are character models of all shapes and sizes, Quake 3 player models are bound by a box that is exactly the same for each. Therefore, choosing a skinny model will not decrease your chances of accruing damage. You can, however, reduce the hit area of your character by 75% by simply crouching. This technique can work in some instances, but reduces you to a painfully slow speed, making you an even easier target. The solution? Jump. Jumping and bounding adds another direction that your opponent has to aim, making you more difficult to hit. Speaking of jump moves, find a place you can continually bounce, then pepper your opponents below. This can be extremely effective with weapons such as the grenade or rocket launcher. If you've mastered the rocket jump, try doing it off a bounce pad and with quad damage. You'll be performing tricks you've never thought possible. Chapter 2, Motion. One key piece of advice is to move, move, move. If there's anyone within sight, do not stop. One place novice players often get fragged is the momentary stick after landing an accelerator jump. To alleviate this and deke out your foe, hit and hold the jump key while in the air. This will cause a quick power slide with no sticking. Also, stay away from walls. A rocket blast against the wall next to you can be devastating, but with nothing to stop a near miss, the rocket keeps going. With this in mind, aim for your enemy's feet. A direct hit to the feet inflicts as much harm as a direct hit to the head. The final chapter, dirty little secrets. If you're getting low on health or just need a little breather, find a place on each level where you can get a frontal view and not be surprised. Camp for a while, nab a few frags, grab some health and armor, then re-enter the action refreshed. But don't hang too long, since while you wait for someone to come by, your opponents are racking up frags. One last sneaky piece of advice, deprive the enemy of resources. How? As you approach an unused health, knock off a few of your own with a rocket blast, then eat up the icon. There will be nothing left for the person following you. It's a bit underhanded, but hey, it's do or die, right? So remember, move, jump, power slide, aim for the feet, and deprive. The Quake 3 Arena world is full of challenges, and graduating from this institution will take you far in this world. So study hard, practice often, and don't forget your advanced tactics.
Didn't take notes? Well, come to the Gamespot TV website to see our Quake 3 strategy guide in streaming video. You'll also find tips from the pros, including the Quake master himself, John Carmack. And don't forget to take our no-fear downhill mountain bike racing quiz for your chance to win a copy of the game and a Rincon mountain bike. You'll find details about the contest at our website. So until next week, bye-bye. I bit my...
Today on Gamespot TV, there's WrestleMania and our preview of WWF SmackDown. This title adds new features to the genre without sacrificing the pile-driving action of old. And if you're having a problem with your past lives, don't lose your head. We have a strategy guide for Planescape Torment. Plus, we review Will Wright's latest title, The Sims. If you thought controlling a Metropolis was hard, you don't know the half of it. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, it should come as no surprise that driving games are pretty popular. You can see that in the arcade with long lines to sit in a plastic car or sit on a simulated motorcycle. And of course, it's very popular for home on a console or a PC. You can see that with Gran Turismo or even the more lighthearted action of Mario Kart. But we asked ourselves why? Why are driving games just so popular?
Nowadays, it seems you can't throw a rock at a stack of video games without hitting a driving game. The appeal is fairly clear-cut for youngsters who are not yet of legal driving age. For them, it's a chance to get behind the wheel, a taste of things to come. But for others, the draw is not so clearly defined. Could it be a case of forbidden fruit? Might a video game be a person's only chance to get behind the dash of a prohibitively expensive Aston Martin, or even a taxi? For a licensed driver, it may simply be an opportunity to break a few rules. Thrill-seeking at its most harmless. Nothing I can't handle. With unlimited afterlives and no real consequences for collisions, driving games rule. In fact, both high-speed hijinks and recklessly running from Johnny Law are popular themes in driving games. But when developing an appetite for all things of a vehicular nature, you must first acquire a taste for the flavor, the essence of which is the race. Racing games rely heavily on the notion that game players are already familiar with the basic concepts: starting point, competitors, track and finish line. The objective already ingrained in the player's mind. Carrying over from its quarter-munching arcade heritage, the checkpoint race requires players to cover a certain distance of track within an allotted amount of time. As unlifelike as this may seem, by design, this type of gameplay rewards players for precision driving. Walking hand in hand with an arcade-style gameplay is an arcade-style physics model for the cars.
Generally speaking, this allows for a kinder, gentler consequence with rough and tumble behavior. Contrasting this is the more realistic racing sim. Gone, of course, are the checkpoints in favor of longer "it ain't over till it's over" races. And players are often given finite control over their vehicles, right down to the use of manual transmission. Wrap these elements into as many video games as there are glamorous professional races, and you can begin to see the appeal of the racing game. But the phenomena doesn't end here. Driving games have evolved into some very exciting and entertaining directions. For example, how fun would it be to take those 120-mile-per-hour speeds out into a traffic-congested highway? And how much more fun would it be to add the element of law enforcement into the mix? The truth is, driving games are limited only to the game designer's imagination. How about we do away with the racing aspect altogether and just drive around blowing stuff up?
Just a good old boy.
Heck, we could even license characters from a popular television program, if we can find something that's affordable.
Fighting the system like a true modern-day Robin Hood.
And why pay for a license if you can come up with your own characters and simply put them in familiar automotive tight spots?
Stop! Look at the time!
Whatever the game companies decide, it's the game fan who does end up winning. And I suspect driving games will survive as long, if not longer, than their real-life counterparts. One of my favorite driving games is Beetle Adventure Racing for the N64. It's lighthearted fun and excellent advertising for Volkswagen, but it is something worth checking out. Enough about me, though. Let's check the game news. Infogrames announced another Alone in the Dark sequel, which will be available on multiple systems, including the PlayStation and Dreamcast. Sierra Studios announced that a Homeworld expansion pack titled Homeworld Cataclysm is currently in the works. Sega of America has officially announced that the action puzzle game Choo Choo Rocket will be hitting U.S. stores March 2nd, 2000. It is the first Dreamcast game to make use of the multiplayer capabilities of the Dreamcast network. In other gaming news, Sony Computer Entertainment recently revealed that the PlayStation 2 is not fully backwards compatible with all current PlayStation titles. Reasons for this incompatibility has not been specified, nor how many of the current titles will not work with the PS2. For the latest in gaming news, make sure you check out the Gamespot.com website. And if you can't get enough of those driving games, come see our driving games feature again at the Gamespot TV website at zdtv.com/GamespotTV and check it out in real video. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we lose a few teeth in our review of NHL 2K for the Dreamcast. If you're into hockey, you're gonna love this. welcome back. Now you might ask yourself, what do Barbie nail designer and a post-apocalyptic world hurling towards the sun have in common? Well, we have the answer for you. It's Mattel Interactive, who's coming out with Earth 2150. European developer Topware Interactive brings us Earth 2150, a real-time strategy game that takes place in a future where years of warfare between three factions have knocked the Earth off its axis. As a result, you must transport your people off Earth to search for another inhabitable planet. The three factions are made up of the Eurasian Dynasty, the United Civilized States, and the Lunar Corporation. And as in most RTS titles, resource gathering is used to not only build up your military and your bases, but to also build a transport ship to help your people escape. The game will have sea, air, and ground units, and players can choose to let the computer be in charge of construction and any secondary tasks if they prefer a more action-oriented game. The game has a complete 3D engine with total terrain deformation. Over the course of the game, as Earth is being pulled closer to the sun, the landscape becomes more parched and barren. Already released in Europe to excellent reviews, the American version will include improved AI and a complete multiplayer experience. You can look forward to searching out for a new planet when Earth 2150 is released May 3rd. That many Europeans can't be wrong. Well, this next game has had many a hockey fan waiting in great anticipation. It's NHL 2K for the Dreamcast. Now, we know they can probably combine the speed and graphics of the Dreamcast with the excitement of a hockey match, but can it live up to the standards set by NBA and NFL 2K? Let's find out. Riding into the Dreamcast world on the coattails of NFL 2K and NBA 2K, NHL 2K has some pretty impressive shoes to fill. Along with superior graphics, NHL 2K brings to the world of Zambonis and chip teeth gameplay that rivals the best hockey games out there. With the standard Rookie, Pro, and All-Pro settings, as well as 3 speed settings for the game, one may tailor the pace of play to their specific needs. The control in NHL 2K seems simplistic at first, but upon further examination, it reveals a subtle and complex system. Movement, shooting, passing, and team management that takes advantage of the entire Dreamcast controller. Moving is reliant solely on the stick. There are no buttons for decks or direction changes, so you must rely on the speed of your left thumb to snake through the defenders. A shot can be placed to a specific part of the net by changing the direction of the analog stick while releasing the fire button.
Carries the puck up through center. Nolan blasts it from the point.
But these kind of features aren't what makes the game feel like the real thing. This is done through the skilled execution of the game's physics. The checks in the game are momentum-based. Therefore, a slow-moving player will have little chance of resisting the hit of a rapidly skating opponent, even if the opponent is smaller. Along with this, the computer AI is based on true hockey situations.
Feeds the puck over to Housley. And they get the goal!
The graphics in NHL 2K are by far the best to date for a hockey game, but are a bit rough when compared to the other 2K cousins. What really stands out are the animations, watching the puck skitter across the ice, players diving to block shots, and checks that will all make your jaw drop. This game looks great. 800 players have their faces mapped, and there are over 700 motion-captured animations. This said, NHL 2K easily lives up to the standards expected from Dreamcast owners, though the game does lack some of the intricacies of NFL 2K and NBA 2K's creative player mode. It more than makes up for it in the look and gameplay. Claiming it a must-have for DC folk, Brian McDonald of VideoGames.com gives NHL 2K an 8.6 out of 10. As a point of comparison, you also may want to check out EA Sports NHL 2000 for the PlayStation and the PC. Now, Final Fantasy Tactics was a strategy RPG that came out in 1998 and was very well received. Now, the same team is back with the same engine, but this time it's a combination action-adventure RPG game. A lot of people are excited about this one. It's Vagrant Story. The closest equivalent to Vagrant Story in design philosophy and gameplay is Konami's Metal Gear Solid. In a sense, it's a tactical espionage action game set in the Middle Ages. The story follows the charmingly named Ashley Riot, a member of the secret group Riskbreaker. Ever since his family was killed, he has devoted himself to work. Unfortunately, now he's been framed for death and hostage-taking, forcing him to clear his name while becoming consumed by revenge.
Combat in the game uses location-based active time battle systems, similar to the original Parasite Eve, with a mix of Tobal 2's torso and limb targeting system thrown in the mix. Ashley can upgrade weapons, which also possess memory, so that using a weapon against certain types of foes will make them better attuned towards those enemies in the future. Currently, the import copy of the game has impressed many with its sound, graphics, and gameplay. It's a very cinematic game and has clearly reinvented the Final Fantasy Tactics engine for a full-on 3D experience. Look for Vagrant Story later this year. It would look like there is good reason to be excited. So if you'd like to see the preview of Vagrant Story again, come on down to the Gamespot TV website and relive the magic in real video. And while you're there, find out how you can be on Gamespot TV. If you have a cheat code or a short review that you'd like to share with us, then send us a V-mail. And if we do receive it, we'll give you a Gamespot TV t-shirt, making you a very happy man, just like Mark of Hayward, California.
Hi, this is Mark from Hayward, California with some Unreal Tournament cheat codes. These codes only work in the single-player tournament or practice sessions. Press the tilde key to bring down the console. To start packing, type in Loaded and you'll get every weapon in the inventory. If you want to take some shortcuts along the way, type in Ghost and you'll have the ability to walk through walls. For more cheat codes, go to the Gamespot TV website.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, there's Warriors and Wizards in our preview of the Diablo-esque RPG for the PC, Nox. Welcome back. Now, Westwood Studios' new title, Nox, takes place on a Renaissance Earth filled to the brim with magic and beasties. Now, we're still playing the game and giving ourselves carpal tunnel in our mouse hands, but we decided to give you a taste of the things that are to come. It's fair to say Nox from Westwood Studios is Diablo-like, but it's a far cry from a clone. Nox has its own personality and it plays differently from Diablo. In the game, you play Jack, who has been transported from a South Florida trailer to Nox, a Renaissance Earth with magic. In the game, you can play one of three character classes, Warrior, Wizard, or Conjurer. One of the interesting elements of the game is the true sight system, which only allows you to see as much of a room as if it was in a first-person perspective. The game is driven by the standard experience points and level gain system. As you gain experience points, your 4 character attributes, health, intelligence, strength, and speed, will increase depending on your chosen class. Diversity seems to be a key element in Nox, and playing the different classes makes for a different game. The first few hours of play is entirely different for each class, with different locations, characters, and quests. So far, the game is a lot of fun, and it will probably appeal to fans of Diablo's simplistic role-playing style. The game also has a kind of offbeat humor, which is well appreciated also. Now, the Need for Speed series from EA is a well-appreciated title in a genre that can put out some pretty boring games. Now, we got an early look at the Need for Speed's new title, Porsche Unleashed, for the PC. EA's Need for Speed Porsche Unleashed for the PC is the sequel to last year's High Stakes. Porsche Unleashed looks like it will not only be an improvement on the last in the series, but will contain all the amenities that gamers wanted but couldn't get.
As the title implies, the game focuses on that infamous German mainstay, the Porsche. Pulling from the last half-century of the company's engineering, you're able to race over 80 car models on 12 different roads and tracks. Porsche Unleashed brings the gamer back to point-to-point road races that fell absent through the last Need for Speed games, while continuing the tradition of closed-circuit tracks. An all-new graphics engine helps to make this an exceptionally good-looking game. Increased polygon count, dynamic sky movements, and a damage model that not only affects the look of the car, but the handling, all work towards a very realistic driving experience. When it ships, EA's Need for Speed Porsche Unleashed will contain a history of the Porsche company, making this game ideal for the hardcore auto fan and ready for the casual gamer. Look for it in March.
It's a little cheaper than buying one for yourself. Now, it would seem that there are more wrestling games out on the shelves than ever before, which is not necessarily always a good thing. But this new title is using an engine from a Japanese wrestling game, and it seems to be far better looking than most I've ever seen. This is WWF SmackDown. WWF SmackDown will offer more than 30 selectable wrestlers, including The Rock, Mankind, and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Elements that stand to set the game apart include a story mode which will help model the game after an actual WWF television show, with events in the backstage areas and conversations between characters telling the story. You can also leave a match and go backstage to areas that include a parking lot and a boiler room. This is different from WCW Mayhem in that you can actually choose where you want to go. Visually, the game looks different than other PlayStation wrestlers. While the look may be grainy, the animations are pretty good and promise more natural movements. An early build of the game also showed that collision detection was impressive. The game also appears faster than other titles, and grappling has been replaced with moves executed from the standing position. Simply hitting the circle button and a direction will let you grab and hurt the opposing wrestler. Now, while the game looks cool, the gameplay is still something that is yet to be determined, but you can expect us to take the game to the mat by its upcoming release. Now, if you noticed a bunch of gibberish that was up on the screen that was coding for the game, sometimes that shows up in an early beta copy like we had for SmackDown. But if you'd like to see that preview again, then come on down to the Gamespot TV website and check it out in real video. While you're there, take our preview poll. Which of all the many, many previews on the show do you want the most? Coming up on Gamespot TV, it's your chance to take over the burbs. We have a review of The Sims, and if you're in anguish over the PC role-playing title Planescape Torment, stick around. We have the strategy guide.
welcome back. Well, The Sims has definitely proven to be a very habit-forming game as you find out all the potentially interesting combinations of little people in a house. Here's our review. The Sims from Maxis is about creating, managing, and controlling the lives of tiny computerized people who dwell in miniature homes. The game's excellent music, detailed scenery, and cleverly created characters go a long way towards fulfilling this intriguing premise. The game takes place entirely within a small suburb just outside of Sim City, and the streets, houses, and fixtures are all colorful and detailed in style, consistent with the Sim City games. Your Sims can get into all sorts of trouble depending on what choices you make in their design and actions. If you make your Sim messy, be prepared to micromanage his hygiene and household chores. Or if your Sim is not very active and outgoing, it's going to be tough for her to make friends. There are 10 career paths available to Sims, including science, entertainment, and sports. One of the most important things to do is to buy things, whether they be appliances or furniture for the interior of your house or walls, windows, or even a second story for the outside. There's quite a variety to choose from, and Maxis intends to continually provide new household goods for download. Overall, The Sims is an addictive and interesting game to play. Gamers and non-gamers alike will find themselves engrossed in The Sims' bright-looking, real-sounding, and highly detailed world of miniature people. Andrew Park of Gamespot.com gives The Sims a rating of 9.1 out of 10. Like monkeys and heavy machinery, claymation and gaming just don't make for the best combinations. But nonetheless, Neverhood and Skull Monkeys are games that really do have quite a following. Now, Boombots is the latest from the Neverhood team. It's not a very good game, but actually does have a pretty watchable intro.
Go fish.
You better not be cheating.
I don't cheat. It's Dr. Pig.
Who's the missing tree?
Raspberry.
Now, for a newcomer, a game like Planescape Torment can be a very difficult game to get used to. So we have some tips for all those newcomers to the game. They can help you get started and keep you going. Planescape Torment is one of those role-playing games that once you start, you'll find those other things in life, like eating and sleeping, will quickly be overlooked. But facing the large and challenging world of the plains and its deceased inhabitants can be daunting. Choosing the right character attributes, making the right decisions, following the true path to righteousness, the path out of Sigil is no easy feat. I'm here to tell you, hang in there, Nameless One, there is hope. Your first challenge in Planescape Torment is selecting the attributes to define your character. The thing to remember here is that there are no wrong answers. No combination will necessarily yield better results. Some people tend to try and match their character to their own personality. That way the decisions you will make will be more intuitive. Sure, this will work, but hey, this is a role-playing game. Try other combinations. If you are by nature a thinking person, try boosting your strength and leaving the wisdom and charisma lower. You may find it very easy to hack and slash your way through the game, but will limit the amount of outsmarting your opponents. By filling your charisma and adding to wisdom, you'll become a smooth-talking charmer, capable of nabbing the essentials from your foe simply by talking. No aggression necessary. By boosting your dexterity and intelligence and adding a bit of charisma and wisdom, you'll find getting past the less cunning opponents to be a snap. Do not feel as though you need to remain within the character class that you started with. Your character is dead. You've lived through all the classes already, and interacting with the Planescape environment will trigger past memories.
Perhaps in death I still hold some shred of use for you.
This means you can easily shift focus from one kind of specialty to another.
Along the way, you'll encounter the chance to get tattoos. These help you in various ways and should be gotten when possible. They can increase your experience points or hone skills such as aim or remembering past events. Also, remember that the game is designed with virtually no wrong answers, and while you can die in the game, it has enormous replay value, and thus starting over is a lot like starting a different game. So remember, get tattoos, don't be afraid to try new things, and don't fixate on saving. Look at the game more like a walk in a really bizarre park, and not a race to the finish line.
Just wish I could increase my strength and dexterity that easily. Well, if you have more tips on Planescape Tournament, bring them to our chat Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. And remember, this is the last chance for you to enter our No Fear Downhill Racing Bike Quiz. Come to the Gamespot TV website and enter it by midnight, Sunday, March the 5th. So until next time, bye-bye.
Today on Gamespot TV, we take a look at Pokemon Stadium. The game will soon be out, and it looks like there's no stopping the Pokemania. And we carry on battling with our spotlight on wrestling. There's body slamming and grapples galore as we run down the best and worst wrestling games to date. And pedestrians, take cover. There's even more mayhem ahead in our strategy guide for Crazy Taxi. Stick around. It's game time.
Welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now it's been passed off as a fad, but it would appear that professional wrestling is now a mainstay of popular entertainment. And the same can be said for the video games, which will last as long as wrestling is still popular. But what exactly makes these games tick? What makes the masses keep on returning for more sweaty, pulverizing entertainment?
Professional wrestling. Not the collegiate or Olympic variety, but the testosterone-soaked, gut, glory, and girly girl assortment. The phenomenon has grown to titanic proportions over the last couple of years. Cable television executives devote more and more valuable programming time to broadcasting the various showdowns. And retailers worry only about how much shelf space to free up for all the different wrestling merchandise. In the past, professional wrestling has taken a back seat to sports like football and basketball, but the times, they are a-changing. And currently, wrestling is among the biggest of big business. Big show business, that is. It seems professional wrestling has arrived, and with it comes some potentially lucrative licensing opportunities. Video game companies who are lucky enough to hold interactive publishing rights for a wrestling franchise spend a good deal of development time trying to ensure that their game will stay true to the look and feel of their real-life counterparts. For example, why buy a WCW game if it isn't going to be stacked with real-world WCW personalities? The same is true for the WWF and its respective properties. Game fans want to see their heroes perform their signature moves. And they'll be expecting the villains to talk smack.
Do you smell what the Rock is cooking?
But all familiar cosmetics aside, game players are expecting some serious action in their wrestling games. Professional wrestling itself is a smorgasbord of aggressive maneuvering and wild stunts.
Now, where grappling is well served in both wrestling and its video game counterparts, there are other relevant ing words that find their way into these types of beat-em-ups. Punching, kicking, roping, throwing, slamming, and pinning are all well represented. And additional welcome flourishes appear in the form of jumping from high places, cheating, ouch, and whenever possible, even more cheating. Tag team play and specialty arenas get a nod of the hat as well, but doing it as only video games can. The ability to create your own wrestlers and take them into a professional circuit are among the more welcome innovations. Unfortunately, the only other ing word occasionally associated with wrestling video games is, well, disappointing. But with a new year of games ahead of us, we can hope that fresh interpretations of the wrestling game will somehow live up to the excitement of the license. And as the dramas of good versus evils and right versus wrongs continues to dominate our popular culture, stay comforted in the fact that in video game wrestling, unlike real wrestling, no one knows the outcome until it's over. Now, if our features only stoke your desire for more wrestling games, fear not. ECW Hardcore Revolution is out, and we have the review later on in the show. And out there on the horizon is WWF SmackDown, which you can be assured will come under our close scrutiny. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, and first, check the game news. Are the pocket monsters innocent or insidious? Reuters reports that the Catholic Archdiocese of Mexico claims Pokemon incites violence and illicit behavior in children. The Mexican Catholic publication Desde la Fe said that certain references in the series failed to take into account children's level of maturity and comprehension. If there were any questions as to whether the PlayStation 2 was going to be a success, they were answered recently when Sony Corporation was forced to shut down its company website. The server was flooded with 100,000 hits in the first minute that pre-order sales of the PlayStation 2 went online. Nintendo of America has announced that Perfect Dark for the Nintendo 64 has been delayed again. Originally due out on April 10th, the game has now been pushed to release May 22nd. According to a Nintendo spokesperson, the extra development time will allow the game to be everything N64 owners have come to expect. For more gaming news, always go to the Gamespot.com website. And if you want to experience more wrestling bliss, see our feature again at the Gamespot TV website. And while you're there, take our wrestling poll and let us know which game you have pinned down as your favorite. Coming up on Gamespot TV, there's speed ahead in our review of Ridge Racer 64. Now Nintendo fans can get their hands on a PlayStation favorite. And still ahead, we have a preview of Pokemon Stadium. Are you ready to do battle with Mewtwo? Welcome back. Now, the Ridge Racer series has been a popular and well-regarded arcade-style car racer for the PlayStation, and now there's a new version coming to the N64, a system with a less lustrous library of impressive car racing titles. But put your skepticism aside, the results are pretty impressive. The first of the series to come to the Nintendo 64, Ridge Racer 64, brings the solid driving game experience to the console. Instead of being a port of the latest PlayStation Ridge Racer Type 4, this new title combines some of the best features of the series with the addition of a couple new ones. There are 3 racing modes to choose from, including Grand Prix, Car Attack, Time Attack, and Multiplayer. The tracks are derived from the original Ridge Racer, as well as Revolution, and there's one entirely new track to race. One of the features that has set Ridge Racer apart from other arcade racing games is the emphasis on the drift style of cornering. Ridge Racer 64 adds a drift mode that allows you to make a complete 360 while drifting around a turn. The game's graphics are not exceptionally impressive, though the single-player mode maintains a very smooth frame rate, regardless of what perspective you're using. This becomes appreciated as the tracks get faster and faster as you progress through the game. With up to 4-person multiplayer, the game does begin to get choppy, but handles the speed pretty well. The music in Ridge Racer 64 lacks some of the variety of the other titles in the series. The songs generally fit the gameplay, though those sensitive to company-appointed tunes may opt to turn down the music and use their own inspiring source. Overall, Ridge Racer 64 is a great introduction to those new to the series. The combination of tracks and features from previous Ridge Racer games means the N64 owner doesn't have to feel like they're jumping into the middle of something that is already established. The good graphics, tight gameplay, and arcade feel make Ridge Racer one of the best racing games to hit the console. Jeff Gertzman at VideoGames.com gives it an 8.4 out of 10. Ridge Racer 64 really is a game worthy of its namesake. Now, most hardcore gamers are probably throwing a hissy fit over the idea that Regis Philbin and his happy, simple little Who Wants to Be a Millionaire PC game is outselling every single other game on the PC market. But face it, kids, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is the people's choice. But is it ours?
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Much like the TV show, and perhaps like Regis Philbin himself, Millionaire the computer game appreciates its own mediocrity and executes its blandness extremely well.
All right then, let's play.
The game doesn't reproduce the social drama of the TV show, but makes do with bare-bones gameplay and has some of the design qualities of the developer's signature product, the much better You Don't Know Jack. Each aspect of the television show is recreated in the game in some fashion. In single-player mode, you go to the hot seat, where you must ascend a ladder of 15 multiple-choice trivia questions to win.
And you're right.
When you feel stumped, you have 3 lifelines to use throughout your climb. The 50-50 option removes 2 of the 3 wrong answers to a question. You can ask to poll the audience, or the most impressive recreation is the Phone a Friend lifeline, in which Regis calls one of his friends, who then struggles to offer a suggestion that may or may not be right.
They said he was the all-time best, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they said his name was Peyton. So
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is a faithful and entertaining simulation of the television show.
Yes, that's it. Oh, how about that? You're a millionaire.
Steve Smith of Gamespot.com gives it a 6.2 out of 10.
You're a fake millionaire. But you had a good time, didn't you? What else do you want?
I want $1 million, Regis. That's what I want. But let's not gripe about what we don't have and instead celebrate what we do. We have Ray from Grand Rapids, Michigan, who sent us an email with his tips for The Sims.
Hey, my name's Ray Weigel from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I got a cheat to get you $1,000 on the new Sims game. Press Shift, Control, and C to bring up the cheat console, and then type in Cautious, and that should do it. If $1,000 ain't enough for you and you want more, you can bring up the cheat console again, enter exclamation, semicolon, exclamation, semicolon over and over, and hit enter and just watch the dough roll in.
For more cheat codes, come to the Gamespot TV website. Or if you have your own cheat code or perhaps a short game review, send us a V-mail and follow Ray's lead. If we use yours on the show, you'll receive this snazzy Gamespot TV t-shirt and a chance to stun your local social circle with fashion savvy. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we party with Mario, Luigi, Donkey Kong, and Yoshi. They've thrown another party this year, and we have the review. And we have our strategy guide for the game that gets you behind the wheel in the most precarious of ways. Crazy Taxi is still to come. Welcome back. Now, for those of you who missed our Mario Party 2 review and those who want to see it again, and I know there's quite a few of you out there, we are happy to present you with an encore presentation of our Mario Party 2 review. The sequel to Mario Party doesn't change the fundamentals of the original, but it's an attempt to improve upon what players liked about the original and trim back on what they didn't. And it's more than a partial success. The original and the sequel are the video game equivalent of board games, where players take turns rolling dice to move on the playing field. The object is to earn as many stars and coins as you can. The board is spotted with random characters that can help or hinder you in your quest. But it can get more complicated when you can acquire items for additional rolls of the dice, or when you hire a boo to steal coins from an opponent. This, mixed with other random elements, keeps the game in a good state of flux. But the heart of the game are the mini-games. They occur at the end of every round and at other special times. The mini-games involve keeping a chain chomp from waking up or collecting coins thrown by a hammer brother. Sometimes you work with other players, but usually it's every man for themselves. Mario Party 2 has 40 new mini-games, with 24 returning from the original, and gladly the most annoying ones have stayed away. While some of the less favored are still here, there are enough games that you don't have to play them all that often. Other nice changes are practice rounds for the minigames so you can figure out what to do, and duel bouts between players who have landed on the same space. But in the end, the best part of the game are the mini-games, which you won't get sick of, giving the game way more replay value. And since the game's all about replay, that's good news. Joe Fielder from VideoGames.com gives it a 7.8 out of 10. Now, with wrestling on the mind this week, it seems only fair that we check out the new game Attack of the Extreme Championship Wrestling League. This is a league that tries to distinguish itself from the kiddie-friendly federations by having a grittier form of mayhem. But does it exactly translate to the game? Acclaim's ECW Hardcore is very similar to their WWF Attitude, and it's impossible to shake that feeling as you've played this game before, except now it has different wrestlers and different sound effects. The game is lacking any of the extreme elements that distinguish Extreme Championship Wrestling from the WWF or the WCW. Any finisher that requires an object isn't in the game, and no one's going to fly off the top rope out into the crowd. The only difference between this and Attitude is that the game is slightly faster. It's easier to toss someone out of the ring, and the language is a little dirtier. Like Attitude, the game uses the same system of grapples and reversals that keep you from using the same basic moves over and over. The game uses an advantage bar, which increases as you swing the match in your favor, making it easier to pull off grapple moves. As you wear down your opponent's health bar, you'll eventually be able to pull off a finisher.
The graphics are a notch above Attitude, with nicer colors for wrestlers and arenas. The sound is good, and the announcer Joey Styles works alone, so there's less speech to match up with the action. ECW Hardcore Revolution isn't a bad game by itself, but it in no way represents the style of wrestling that makes up the ECW. The Federation and the fans deserve something better than the same Acclaim engine for 3 years with just a few tweaks added. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gives it a 4.2 out of 10.
Now, if you want to follow your heart and see the ECW Hardcore Revolution review, or perhaps tell a friend to check it out before they buy the game, go to the Gamespot TV website and see it in real video. And while you're there, why not come by the Gamespot TV message board? There you can gripe about that game that you really, really wish you hadn't spent all your hard-earned pennies on.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we do battle with the Pokemon gang in our preview of Pokemon Stadium. And stay off the streets. We get behind the wheel of a crazy taxi. The game is driving you mad. No worries. We have a strategy guide.
Welcome back. Well, if Pokemania hasn't run you ragged, there's much to be excited about. Pokemon Gold and Silver are on their way to the Game Boy Color, and the Pokemon's most anticipated excursion onto the N64 is imminent. It's Pokemon Stadium, and here's a look.
Just in case you were wondering if there was enough Pokemon goodness to go round this year, your fears should be allayed with the imminent arrival of Pokemon Stadium. Based upon the Japanese Pokemon Stadium 2, the game is pretty much a 64-bit 3D Pokemon Arena turn-based battle game. More or less an RPG without all those story, character, and quest elements getting in the way. In this title, you don't have to concern yourself with wandering around the countryside looking for your Pokemon. They're all right here for you to use. The game will ship with a Game Boy transfer pack that will allow you to import data and play your carefully trained creatures from Pokemon Red, Blue, and even Yellow, which was not possible in the import version. Even if you are new to the Pokemon phenomenon, you can use Pokemon available in the game.
A psychic blast!
So all your favorite Pokemon are there for you to gaze at in a fully rendered and very colorful 3D world. Look for it to invade your life March 7th.
Now, if you're interested in Pokemon Gold and Silver, come to the Gamespot TV website and check out some video we have of the upcoming titles. Now, last week we gave you a first look at the new game Nox from Westwood Studios, and we hope to have the full review for you soon. But in the meantime, let's check out its quirky intro.
Hail, Sabrium, trapped in the dark. Hail, Sabrium, adrift on thy bark. Dark words banish, thy reign is nigh. My time to bring thee orb would die. My undead lords within the core, your name I hail, enfold the orb.
What the heck?
Donande tak, donande tek, erumenta la sed. Damn.
You know I do. Damn TV.
Lousy second-rate candle makers. Kill them all when I rule the world. What sort of half-baked operation do they think I'm running here? Now, where was I? Denanda-tat, da. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I call upon the power of one dark name, one black heart, one grievous soul. I call upon the power of Tremora Santissima. What the? At last, the power of the orb is mine.
Now, many of us who picked up our copy of Crazy Taxi when it came out have probably found that the joy of careening into just about anything in the game has now given way to a desire to drive with a wee bit more finesse. And it's with us in mind that we went to our friends at Expert Gamer to give you this strategy guide.
Alright, it's been a while since you picked up Crazy Taxi from the store. You've played a few levels, but you just can't seem to get that crazy rating. Listen up, kids. Time to stop sulking. Dry your crying eyes and buck up. I've got some insane moves to help you help yourself. The first step to mad cash is to change the way you think about Crazy Taxi. It's not a simple driving game, but a complex puzzle-like fighting strategy sim requiring split-second decision-making and ample dexterity. Make yourself one with the controller. Oh, and learn Sessler's 6 steps to taxicab transcendence. Step 1, the Crazy Dash. This speed burst is gotten by slamming your car into drive while at the same time stomping on the gas. The burst of speed can be helpful, not only when starting from a standstill, but also to get that extra burst of speed while exiting turns. Step 2, the Crazy Stop. Decelerating using only the brake button will waste valuable seconds that could best be used getting tips.
I could do better.
Thus, to stop on a dime, slam into reverse while simultaneously braking.
That was some serious speed.
Add this to the Crazy Dash, and you'll spend less time in those lonely speeds between fast and stop. Step 3, the Crazy Drift. To turn in a hurry, crank your wheels around, slam it into reverse, then back into drive. All the while never taking your finger off the gas. You'll begin sliding sideways across the pavement. This not only lets you take corners at high speeds, but offers your passengers a few moments of G-force-induced bliss. Step 4, the Crazy Drift Jump. If you're ever in the situation that calls for turning after a jump, try this. Right at the edge of the jump, perform a crazy drift. Then turn your wheel the direction you need to be going. Tack on a Crazy Dash, and you've just saved precious time. Step 5, the Crazy Drift Stop. During a crazy drift, perform a crazy stop by slamming in reverse and braking. Point the car in the direction you want to be going next, and you've got yourself a super fast pickup.
That was some serious fun.
Finally, step 6, Crazy Drifts. A crazy through is simple. Get as close to other cars, either moving or parked, and watch your tips go up. The idea here is to boost your max combo meter. Once it's at its height, you'll be getting maximum pointage from your passengers. So there you go. Still a lot to absorb, and none of that easy to master, but practice and persist. That crazy license can be yours if you follow the 6 steps. Crazy dash, stop, drift, drift jump, drift stop, and crazy throughs.
No one prepared to do
It's just so easy. Well, if you want to review those crazy taxi strategies again, come on down to the Gamespot TV website. And while you're there, also check out our tips for Quake 3 and Gran Turismo 2. And also, become a part of Gamespot TV. Come join us for our online chats every Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. So until next time, bye-bye.
Time, didn't you? What else do you want?
We talk to programmers, game designers, and independents to discover the future of gaming. And we review WWF SmackDown. The latest installment in the recent barrage of wrestling titles gives new life to the genre. Plus, we show up the latest hack and slash for the Dreamcast. Stick around. It's game time. Hello and welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, the Game Developers Conference, formerly known as the Computer Game Developers Conference until recently, is the premier gathering place for those technical and creative minds behind the games we play. Now, the name was changed to reflect the increasing presence of console games at the conference. And as we'll see, that was definitely the case this year. Amidst all the hype from game publishers and the rabid interest of gamers themselves, it's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the games. And so we're here in San Jose, California for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
This is the 14th Annual Game Developers Conference, and it started with actually a couple of individuals in their living room, and now has grown to over 10,000 international attendees. It's the place where games start. The developers come here to exchange ideas and create the next generation of games. We're definitely seeing the industry mature. It has become an $11 billion industry, and so as gaming becomes more popular and more mainstream entertainment, we certainly see more and more developers in this community.
I remember the CGDC many, many years ago, where it was like just a little auditorium, and this is like a little different.
The very exciting thing about the lectures and the roundtables at the Game Developers Conference is that it is defined by the developers themselves and presented by the developers themselves. So it's very much a peer-driven agenda.
I wouldn't trade the opportunity of coming to the GDC for anything. To some extent, I actually prefer it to E3, because E3 is so huge, and there's so many people that you can. I mean, often you can't find people that you know if you want to network, talk about game design, go out and party, have a good time with them. And I mean, that's what GDC seems to be a lot about. It's about the community. It's about, you know, everybody sharing knowledge and showing off stuff and having a good time.
Well, the GDC does provide an opportunity for game developers to discuss programming and game design. It's also a place to see the latest in software and hardware technology. It gives the developers a sense of what they're developing for.
One of the things is recruiting, you know, but I mean, we really want to show exactly what we're all about, which is game.
Here we go!
We're showing all the latest stuff, third party and first party, but you know, we're basically here for the developers. We want to get people interested in the machine.
Well, this is a conference that's, you know, the premier conference for the development community, and we as developers are here. We're here working with our developers. We're here attending a lot of the technical sessions. There's a tremendous amount of valuable information here. It's more a conference for us in which we are participating and garnering information and working with our key partners in the development community.
I'd say the GDC's changed tenfold since I think it was about 94, 95 when Miller Freeman actually wound up purchasing, I don't know if it was the rights or whatever, to the GDC. Things have become a lot more commercial. It's really exploded into almost like a mini E3. It's really getting crazy, but it's, you know, I go here to network with people and to show off our new technology and to maybe, you know, share my information about things that I happen to work on or to learn something from somebody else.
And this wouldn't be the GDC 2000 without somebody taking advantage of all the media attention and making a big announcement. And as you probably know, this wasn't just somebody.
So I'm announcing the Xbox, which we're modestly titling. The modest tagline here is the future of console gaming. And so this is a device for the living room. It's a device that'll come out in fall 2001.
Well, I think it really goes to the core of what we're trying to do with Xbox. We wanted to make a platform that was designed by game developers for game developers. And so what better place than to deliver it to the home of game developers at GDC? You know, we had Bill G out there, Mr. Gates, and he was up talking to all the game developers. And, you know, it's a platform that's so developer friendly. That's what we wanted to create.
You know, the longer you are in this industry and the longer you wind up knowing people and everything, I mean, you really start feeling like a real sense of community and almost family. It's kind of eerie. There's so many people and there's so many wacky personalities that it kind of grows on you. It's almost infectious.
Now, do not fear, there will be more on the Xbox later on in the show. And come check out our extended coverage of the Game Developers Conference by coming to the Gamespot TV website. There you can check out our Spotlight feature on the GDC in streaming video and enjoy full interviews with more game developers and should be legally allowed in one conference hall. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we preview the latest hack and slash for the Dreamcast. This game is not for those with weak stomachs. And we have a cheat code for Lunar Silver Star Story that unlocks a whole new kind of game. Welcome back. Now, our first preview is a game based upon the popular manga from Japan called Berserker by Kentaro Miura. The developer is Yuke's, who's responsible for WWF SmackDown. So the result, as you may imagine, is pretty, but pretty gruesome as well. Many of the Final Fight-inspired 3D games brings to mind the tedious experience of fighting Force and Zombie Revenge. But it would seem that disappointed fans of the genre may have a winner on their hands. Controls in this game are pretty simple to figure out. You can jump, block, and swing one mighty-looking piece of blacksmith ingenuity. At its heart, the game is just a straightforward hack and slash, where you just rely on your basest of instincts. Chop the enemy to bits and pieces, and try not to have the same thing happen to yourself. The game also will provide you with an endless array of things to chop up, with soldiers, undead creatures, monsters, and many a mutated thingamajig. The berserk mentioned in the title is a condition that comes over Gatsu when he has incurred enough damage. Suddenly, the screen turns blood red, and everybody regrets picking a fight with this guy.
One of the best elements in the game is the sound, especially the sword cutting through the air. If you have a subwoofer, you're going to feel it in your chest. Voice work in the game should bring back some memories of Eidos' Soul Reaver through the numerous cutscenes found in the game.
Now hurry and squash them.
Needless to say, the graphics look really good. And while not a deep game, Sword of the Berserk Guts Rage might provide one of those satisfying, mindless experiences. We'll tell when it's released. It should be terribly reassuring to all of us that Eidos has promised that they've increased the gore factor for Sword of the Berserk by 30% over the Japanese version, simply titled Berserk. Now, this next game is for all those fans of Homer, the poet. This next game uses quite a few gods and heroes from Greek and Roman mythology, which would make it sound quite promising, but unfortunately, it didn't deliver quite as we would have liked. The mythology that interplays in Invictus wraps itself in is rich in potential, combining role-playing elements into a real-time strategy vehicle based on the universe of Greek and Roman gods and goddesses. In Invictus, game players assume the role of a not-so-lucky human who's cast as the primary in a wager between Athena and a vengeful Poseidon, the gist of which is to impress Poseidon enough so as to prevent him from drowning the whole of civilization. To accomplish the task at hand, you're allowed to recruit two famous heroes from the text of ancient mythos. These two combined with ones you meet along your quest and the more regular variety of men for hire will form the basis of your fearless army in a series of single-player events, with additional multiplayer matchups available through M-Player. But where one battle might be against the clock and another against those who would keep you from a person or a much sought-after item, unfortunately, some of Invictus' largest battles are against boredom. Poorly executed. Steve Poole of Gamespot gives Interplay's epic Invictus a 4.7 out of 10. All right, perhaps we were a little harsh, but if you want a good strategy game, you cannot go wrong with Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. And if you're an RPG fan, you might have been playing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, and you might find that you need a break from the very heavy narrative. So here's a new way to have quite a bit of fun with your favorite characters. The PlayStation version of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete has been regarded as one of the coolest anime-style RPGs ever featured on a console. But did you know that Lunar also makes for a great retro arcade game? Go ahead and pop in your Making of Lunar CD, and as the video starts, press up, down, left, right, triangle, start. Then you'll be thrown into the maelstrom that is Lords of Lunar. Here you get to play a game that looks like the love child of Pong and Breakout as you try to defend your castle from bouncing balls. If you didn't get that cheat down fast enough, come on over to the Game Help section of the Gamespot TV website where you can get your own Lunar Silver Star Story Complete cheat, as well as more strategy guides that you can shake a joystick at. Coming up on Gamespot TV, John McClane is back to clean up Sin City. Die Hard Trilogy 2 has hit the shelves, and we have a review. And get ready for it. We have more wrestling action in our review of WWF SmackDown. If you're a fan of the WWF, you better recognize. Welcome back. Now, if you're a fan of Bruce Willis or the Die Hard films, or you enjoyed the first game in the Die Hard Trilogy series, you may think to rush out and buy the newest installment for the game. But we suggest you wait until you see our review. Considering all the excitement inherent in the Bruce Willis-driven Die Hard movies, it's no wonder that licensing monster Fox Interactive will be looking to cash in a second time with their latest endeavor, Die Hard Trilogy 2. Like the original Die Hard trilogy, number 2 scatters its energies combining 3 different types of games into one, with varying degrees of success. Familiar enough are the third-person levels, where players pilot John McClane through various objective-based missions. Similarly, the gun game levels, where players are invited to use an optional light gun peripheral to blast their way through the overwhelming odds, retains a likable enough charm. But the driving levels, where players are asked to drive around ramming pesky terrorists, for example, fall somewhat short in the thrills department.
Differing from its predecessor, however, Die Hard Trilogy 2 lets players sample the 3 different types of gameplay individually with a new arcade mode, or lets you experience them in their linear progression with the movie mode. Yippee-ki-yay! 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 In all, light gun owners may want to give it a whirl, but Die Hard Trilogy 2 may perhaps prove a better rental than a purchase. VideoGames.com's Joe Fielder gives it a 6.3 out of 10. Now, if you haven't tried out the original Die Hard Trilogy, I highly recommend it. It might be a little dated by today's standards, but it definitely is an exceptional game and a classic. Now, Messiah is one of those games that always seems to be about to be released, but it looks like developer Shiny is actually on the verge of giving us its finished product. And here's a look. The idea behind Messiah is an inventive one. You play a cherub named Bob who has been sent to a despairing post-apocalyptic world to prevent the arrival of something really bad. While Bob himself is not the most sturdy of warriors, he does have the capability to possess any character you encounter in the game. While not limitless, this gameplay device opens up many options in the game. You need to take into account who Bob is possessing and how welcome they will be in certain environments. So sometimes characters should be chosen for their stealth benefits, and other times you just want the burliest gun toter and open fire on everything. The game uses a new engine called the Real-Time Deformation and Tessellation Engine, which will measure a computer's processor capabilities at the beginning of each level, and then reduce or increase polygon counts in visible characters to maintain a constant frame rate in the game. With the amount of hype following the game for its 2.5 years, developer Shiny has a lot to prove. But it looks like we can all find out if it is the second coming very soon.
Hey there, little fella.
Now, the quirky sense of humor in the game definitely seems to have come from the minds that made their most famous title, Earthworm Jim. Now, it always seems that when you turn around, there's another wrestling game on the shelves. WWF, WCW, ECW. Well, if you're only planning on buying one wrestling game this year, this is the game for you. Wrestling shows are some of the highest-rated programs on television today. Game company THQ is looking to parlay some of that popularity into the video game arena with their latest endeavor, WWF SmackDown. Many of your favorite wrestlers are represented: Mankind, Triple H, Chyna, and The Rock, to name a few. But game players will also have a chance to create a wrestler, and it's significant to note that hidden wrestlers uncovered in the season mode will show up as usable parts in the assembly. Once in the ring, SmackDown allows for all the familiar showdowns: Exhibition, King of the Ring, 3- and 4-way tangling, and a lengthy season option, which may be one of the best career modes ever in a wrestling game. Add to this mix a couple of pin anywhere matches, which encourages wrestlers to get the job done in a variety of out-of-the-ring locations, plus an opportunity to referee, and you have more choices available than Mankind has headlocks. Setting THQ's new title apart from the other previous wrestling game ventures is SmackDown's noticeably speedier gameplay. The improved reaction times lend urgency to the proceedings that other titles have been unable to encompass. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. The rock-solid gameplay, fast animations, and attention to details makes THQ's WWF SmackDown a worthy contender for the Game Belt in 2000. Nicely done. VideoGames.com's Jeff Gertzman gives SmackDown for the PlayStation an 8.7 out of 10. Well, if you don't agree with our WWF SmackDown review, then slam a message on the Gamespot TV message board at the Gamespot TV website. And while you're there, check out our preview of Messiah and a review of Die Hard Trilogy again in streaming video. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have more from behind the scenes at the Game Developers Conference, including Microsoft's mysteriously shrouded new gaming machine, the Xbox. Well, as we all know, the PlayStation 2 has already been released in Japan, and it will be arriving on our shores sometime in the fall. But until then, here's a look at what's to come. This is the intro for Ridge Racer 5 for the PlayStation 2.
tuned to 76.5 on your FM dial. This is RIDGE FM, broadcasting live from Ridge City. This is for all you race fans out there. Here are the Boom Boom satellites coming straight at you with some wicked beats. Check it out now.
As we mentioned earlier, the Xbox was announced at this year's Game Developers Conference. But some of you may ask, what exactly is an Xbox? So to answer that, here's a look at the newest entry in the console gaming arena. Rumors that Microsoft was developing a console system swirled around the gaming world for months. Insiders speculated on if and when an official announcement would come. When Microsoft chairman Bill Gates took the stage to deliver the keynote address at the Game Developers Conference, the time was right and the rumors became reality.
So I'm announcing the Xbox, which we're modestly titling.
Okay, so Gates has made it official, and it is called the Xbox. But in a world with Sega, Nintendo, and the Sony PlayStation, what's going to make this machine stand out? Its impressive hardware specifications definitely place it in a league of its own. The customized central processing unit will be a minimum 600 megahertz customized Pentium 3 technology. That's twice as fast as the PlayStation 2. The graphics processor, or the X chip, will be developed by Microsoft and NVIDIA. It will be 300 megahertz and...
This graphics processor can do 1 trillion operations a second.
Most significant is that unlike any other console system, the Xbox will also include an 8-gigabyte hard drive.
And that's something that I personally fought really hard for, because you've got this incredibly powerful graphics processor, but you got to support it by getting data behind it. You got to be able to turn around, you got to be able to look backwards, you got to be able to run through this alley and into some new place. And as the graphics capabilities come up, that's meant more memory, more memory. You've got to have a way to get that data in very quickly. Having the hard disk there to support that is what's really going to make this, I think, really going to make the platform special.
With this hardware and Windows-based operating system, it's understandable that one might perceive the Xbox to be a powerful PC game machine hooked up to their television. But Microsoft is adamant that this is a console gaming platform.
We're really focused on that core console gaming market, that core console gamer. And really, they're a different audience than the PC audience. I think what you're going to see is a lot of very original content for this platform that's really focused on, that gamer, console gamer.
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC. But what I wound up seeing very much excited me. Everything looks really smooth. It looks really sharp.
Now, there's little question that the Xbox will be a very impressive machine, but there's already 3 console companies fighting for the gaming dollar. So the question is, if you add a 4th, will they all survive?
There's only room for first place and second place, and that's about it. And it's going to start getting real scary. If anybody can pull the collective rug out from Sony's basic ownership of the industry, it's Microsoft. But Nintendo, I would not underestimate Shigeru Miyamoto and the design talent. They have Pokemon. They create absolute phenomenons. I wouldn't underestimate them. And Sega's got some really good guys in their camp. They have Shenmue and Yu Suzuki and a lot of those great titles, and they're actually going ahead with their online strategy. So it's going to be really interesting, and the ones who win are the customers and the developers in the end.
If you want to find out more about the Xbox and the Game Developers Conference, come on down to the Gamespot TV website and watch both our GDC spotlights and streaming video. And while you're there, read up and learn more on all the next-generation console systems, from the Xbox to the PS2 and the Nintendo Project Dolphin. And come to our chat at 8 p.m. Tuesdays Eastern Time and discuss what you think will be the winner in the console wars. So until next week, bye-bye.
Today on Gamespot TV. We get up and dance. Ooh La La has kicked up a storm in Japan and will soon be dancing her way into the hearts of gamers everywhere. We talk to the creative mind behind Space Channel 5 about life, the Mongolians, and everything. And we review Pokemon Stadium. The combatants are in the field, but have we just had enough of Pikachu and pals? Plus, we go off-roading with some rather amusing cheats for Colin McRae Rally. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, gamers in Japan are grooving to a whole host of music and dance-oriented games, and one which is definitely standing out is Space Channel 5 for the Sega Dreamcast. Now, we were able to talk with the game's creator, Tetsuya Mizuguchi, to find out just how this original game came about. With so many darkly violent video games filling our consoles, it's refreshing to see a game like Space Channel 5 on the horizon. It's full of retro pop images, creating a colorful gameplay environment. Sega game designer Tetsuya Mizuguchi created this future retro title with a clear vision of its look and play.
I wanted to put some kind of message, happy feeling. It's kind of like cheerful emotion or something. And that's why, I created Space Channel 5.
This emotion is evident in the game design as well as the gameplay. The graphics have a future retro look to them, and you can get everybody dancing, so it starts to look like something from Austin Powers. During gameplay, your job is to make your character, Ooh La La, rhythmically follow the moves of the evil alien dancers as they call out choreography like a fast-paced Simon Says. Once you mimic the dance successfully by punching in the right key combination on your controller, the colorful little critters disappear. Your fellow humans are then set free to join you and become your backup dancers. And I've always wanted my own set of backup dancers. The design team decided to go with a mix of hand-drawn and motion-captured animations to create the smoothest possible moves for Ooh La La.
We had so many stages of Ooh La La's creation. So the first time, she wear a helmet like that, and it's not so sexy. Finally, she looks like sexy and cute and have confidence. Game character is very difficult to create because it's not a movie. You play, so we paid much attention to create the Ooh La La.
What they ended up with is a dancing heroine who's bound to show up again like a few other virtual feminine icons we all know. But there's more to Space Channel 5 than just hip characters and graphics.
If graphics and the sound gorgeous, getting gorgeous, but the gameplay the same, I think it's boring. We have to think about that as creators. What is entertainment?
For those of you who like a fast-paced shooter, fear not. Once you've outdanced the Mongolian aliens, you can blast them with your laser gun, but in strict rhythm, of course. Space Channel 5 has a unique look and gameplay that takes music and dance-based games like Parappa the Rapper and Bust a Groove to the next level. The tunes and light attitude give it a universal appeal that can't be denied.
People really love, always dancing and singing. I hope this game, will be getting popular in this country and any country in the world.
Space Channel 5.
Now, it's interesting to note that Mizuguchi also designed Sega Rally and Sega Rally 2, just a wee bit different from the dancing rhythms of Ooh La La. Now, also note that Space Channel 5 will be available for your Dreamcast in June. But now, it's time for the game news.
Don't try to predict me, man.
If you're wondering what it's like to be a bartender in New York, you can now live the experience with Last Call, the game recently released by Simon & Schuster. Players learn how to mix up more than 100 drinks in the setting of a busy Manhattan bar. The object of the game is to interact with patrons in the hope of earning as many tips as possible before closing time. It should be noted that even though the legal drinking age in the United States is 21, you can purchase the game if you're over 17.
I'm back. For more news from the gaming world, come to the GameSpot website. And if you want to catch more of that Space Channel 5 happy vibe, dance on down to the GameSpot TV website. There you can see our entire Spotlight feature in streaming video, as well as the complete interview with Tetsuya Mizuguchi, and enough gameplay footage to keep you dancing all day long.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we run down the hottest PC demos that you can lay your hands on. And Gabe Logan and Leanne Zing are back with a new mission. If you're a fan of Siphon Filter, stick around for our review of Part 2.
Welcome back. Now, one of the benefits of being a PC gamer is downloadable demos. They offer you a chance, without any charge, to have a sneak peek at a game that you're very excited about, or an opportunity to check out a game that you're not certain is worth your hard-earned cash. And we, gracious people that we are at GameSpot TV, have put together a look at some new demos available to you.
Evolva is a squad-based shooter designed by Computer Artworks, a London-based company who have never designed a game before, but do have computer graphics experience in designing special effects. One of the best reasons to check out this demo is for the wild design of its overly organic alien environment. Even though it is an action game, expect to stop shooting to better inspect the novel permutations of reptilian and insect life forms. This game is set to ship in May, and it's a great taste to whet your appetite. We previewed Metal Fatigue on the show, and the playable demo further demonstrates this game's promise. This 3D real-time strategy game places you as a member of a corporate nation, mining a planet of its energy resources and defending yourself from other corporate governments. The catch of the game is in the giant combots, which you must assemble and then use in combat against the enemy. The demo allows you this opportunity to put your metal behemoths in action. While only a demo, it's not perfect yet, but it's a welcome look at a potentially innovative real-time strategy game set to arrive in the spring. Roll Cage Stage 2 is the follow-up to the original and rather well-received Roll Cage for the PlayStation and the PC. It's an arcade racer where the cars have the ability to leave the road and climb up the walls. This is in addition to a host of weapons you can use to help ensure yourself a victory. The demo is a small look at the game, but it's definitely a fun and inventive driving diversion for those that are finally tired of the Midtown Madness download. Half-Life Opposing Force has already been released and received a positive review from us, so why check out the demo? Well, it is possible that some of you out there haven't played one of the best PC games, period. That's Half-Life. While developed by another company, Opposing Force unquestionably captures the thrill of playing Half-Life, and it's a harmless way to experience what everyone else is babbling about. Also, if you're put off by mission packs or feel uncertain of Gearbox's handling of the Half-Life license, you can get a sense of what you've been missing.
Now, all those demos we just showed you are available at the Gamespot TV website. Just check the front page. Now, last year saw the release of Siphon Filter. The game had some similarities to Metal Gear Solid, but was much more action-oriented. It was a very successful game and has now spawned a sequel in short order. And it's with the curse of the sequel in mind that we check out the review.
Down the hard way.
Siphon Filter 2 brings us back into the action-filled world of Gabe Logan and his assistant, Lian Zing. It brings us so back into that world that if you haven't played the first game all the way through, you might be a wee bit confused.
What do we do then?
Simply put, both heroes have been sold out by the mysterious agency, and the Siphon Filter virus is making Lian a wee bit ill. The story is explained through extensive video between levels. Enough video to put it on 2 discs, although the gameplay itself is actually quite short. The mission design of the game is rather bland. It alternates between lackluster action sequences and stealth missions. The stealth missions require you to go unnoticed by an enemy or else start the level over. These missions have an annoying trial and error feeling as you play them over and over.
We have a security breach.
The control in the game is largely the same as before, but Gabe can now walk. He also jumps automatically over gaps, which can prove to be a real hassle. Graphically, the game is unchanged from the first installment, which is to say it looks good, but the animation and textures are a little stale. The voice acting, though, is definitely inferior.
Damn it!
If you were a fan of the original Siphon Filter, number 2 is worth checking out, but it does suffer from poor mission design and a convoluted story. If you missed the first game, pick that one up instead. It's much better and probably a lot cheaper. Videogames.com gives Siphon Filter 2 a 6.6 out of 10.
Now, the original Siphon Filter is selling in most places for about $20. And if you haven't checked out that game, I do highly recommend it. Now, Colin McRae Rally is a game that isn't exactly for everyone. But if you do have a copy of the game, these next cheats would spice up anyone's gaming experience.
Colin McRae Rally is a racer that gives the gamer a change of pace from the asphalt-based Gran Turismos and Ridge Racers. To get more life out of this off-road challenge, use the following cheats. If you want to race rally or time trial modes in a wobbly green jelly car, enter Blancmange as your name. If you care for a look that's more like Back to the Future, enter Hovercraft in rally or time trial, and you'll get a floating car. If you want something practical, enter Open Roads, and you'll be able to unlock all of the tracks. If you want to race in the dark, enter the name Knight Rider. You'll even find that some of the blocked-off roads are now open.
If you want more cheats, tips, or hints for Colin McRae Rally or Siphon Filter 2, come on down to the Gamespot TV website and check out the Game Help section. And make sure you take a chance and download some of the demos featured on our show. You don't have to dig any deeper than the front page of the website.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have more of Pikachu and Pals. The anticipated Pokemon Stadium has been released, and we've had a look. Game Boy Pokemon fans may rejoice, but we wonder if the craze is on the wane. And we land in the green in our review of Hot Shots Golf 2.
Welcome back. Now, once upon a time, golfing games didn't really inspire most gamers to rush out and forgo their quality time with Mario or Sonic. Now, things have changed in large part due to games like Hot Shots Golf and Mario Golf. They were designed with a broader audience in mind. And now, Hot Shots Golf 2 has been released, and it seems that the audience can keep on cheering. With Hot Shots Golf, the gaming world finally had a golf game that both sim fans and arcade fans could appreciate. Now the sequel is out, and Hot Shots 2 boasts a whole new array of changes and add-ons that improve on an already excellent title. Hot Shots Golf 2 stands out in its realistic gameplay. The lie and spin on your ball, as well as the wind direction, are taken into account with every shot. Easy camera switching gives you an advantage when planning your shot. When you're ready to hit, the tried and true power accuracy meter comes into play. Here you can set the ball's spin, providing advanced gamers the option to hit around obstacles or make the ball stop on a dime. When you're near the green, the game places you in approach mode, allowing for an accurate short game. Graphically speaking, there's a noticeable improvement in Hot Shots Golf 2. Developer Claphands Limited has virtually eliminated both slowdown and polygonal breakup. The camera work is more dynamic, and the characters have been more distinctly designed. Players will most likely enjoy playing with friends rather than the computer, which displays an inconsistent AI, submitting triple bogeys and eagles on the same scorecard. In the end, Hot Shots Golf 2 was no quantum leap from the original, but it is an exemplary sequel. Sensible revisions are evident, while the formula remains intact, further providing a place for arcade-style golfing. VideoGames.com gives Hot Shots Golf 2 an 8.0 out of 10. Now, even if the game of golf isn't your cup of tea, you still want to check out this series. It is a lot of fun. Now, if you're turned off by Pokemon, this next game is not worth investigating. This is the long-awaited Pokemon Stadium, bringing the Game Boy experience to the N64. And love 'em or hate 'em, here's the review.
Let's get underway with Pokemon Tournament Petite Cup.
The big hook for Pokemon Stadium is the Game Boy Transfer Pack, which fits into your controller and has a slot for Game Boy cartridges. The interface then lets you take Pokemon from the red, blue, or yellow versions and place them and their stats onto the N64. Having done that, you can place them into one of 4 tournaments, where you are put against 8 trainers, all of whom possess Pokemon League badges. Simply put, if you come out on top, you move ahead. If you lose, you use a continue. Also, there is the option for multiplayer play as well.
Its rage is unleashed.
The turn-based fighting is handled just as on the Game Boy. Before a round, a combatant chooses their attack or chooses a different Pokemon. Each Pokemon and their attacks are given types, which help determine their strengths and weaknesses, lending a rock, paper, scissors strategy to the affair.
What's the point of splashing?
The game also comes with mini-games that make the mini-games in Mario Party look very sophisticated, and primarily involve hitting the A button over and over until someone is declared the winner. The Pokemon do look great, although the fighting animation is a little drab. It would have been nice if the competitors would get a little bit more down and dirty with one another. The sound leaves a lot to be desired, and you may wonder why nothing from the television show was included. If you're fond of the Pokemon team you built, Pokemon Stadium is worth owning. But given the wide variety of Pokemon activities already available, Pokemon Stadium doesn't have any new Pokemon activities to offer, like a larger storyline. VideoGames.com gives it a 5.7 out of 10.
If that review has inspired you, then come on down to the Gamespot TV website and take our Poke Poll and vote for your favorite pocket monster. Or you can come to the Gamespot TV message boards and post up your real feelings on Pokemania.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, Peter Parker Lives. Our favorite Web 1 will be climbing walls once again in Spider-Man. The game won't be out until summer, but we have a look. And Die Hard fans looking for extra action, stay tuned. We have your cheats that will transform your enemies.
Welcome back. Now, a surprise success in the days of yore was Tenchu Stealth Assassins. This game cast you as a ninja in feudal Japan, committing all sorts of nastiness very quietly. And now the sequel, or prequel as it is in development. And here's an early look at the follow-up. Taking place 4 years earlier, Tenchu 2, Birth of the Assassins, is a prequel to the original Tenchu. As with the original, Tenchu 2 revolves around you sneaking through various environments, performing tasks for your master, and taking out anyone who gets in your way. The stealth element is what made the original Tenchu so appealing, and once again, it remains the focus of the sequel. This new game will also provide a new host of unpleasant tools of death, such as exploding arrows and blinding dust. This is in addition to new skills you need to master, like swimming and setting traps. The complaint that the first game was too easy to complete should be resolved with the 32 levels in the sequel, and the ability to design your own levels with a mission editor. Graphically, the game has improved, having better resolution and more detailed environments. Most important, though, is that the draw-in distance has been increased from 16 to 28 meters. Will this make the difference? We'll see when Tenchu 2 sneaks up on us this summer. Now, this next game also stars a character with well-honed skills, if not the stealthiest of designer garb. It's Spider-Man, which is coming to the PlayStation and the N64, hopefully sometime this summer. And it looks like we don't have another Superman game on our hands. If your spider senses are tingling, it may be in anticipation of the Spider-Man game being developed by Neversoft for the PlayStation and N64. Due to be released in June of this year, the game utilizes the Tony Hawk Pro Skater engine of Neversoft fame. What you get is the web slinger fighting crime in the urban jungle. And like his comic book doppelganger, the game version of Spidey uses his webbing to swing freely from and around skyscrapers. The New York cityscapes have been rendered with a decent depth of field, and the buildings look tall and mighty. This makes for a delightful sense of vertigo when you're climbing up the side of one of them. Besides the obvious use of webbing as a means of transportation, Spider-Man also uses his web for such things as tying up the bad guys to better pummel them, and as shielding when the bad guys fire their guns at you. You can expect to have run-ins with many of the classic comic book anti-heroes, such as Dr. Octopus, the Scorpion, and the Lizard. Currently, Activision and Neversoft are looking into other villainous additions to add to the lineup. So then, how do they expect to deal with the issue of spider sense? Dual shock, of course. Whenever danger is at hand, you can expect a rumble, so to speak. Overall, the Spider-Man game looks to be quite a marvel. You think of the Phantom Menace game, you know about the Curse of the Movie game tie-in. And such is the case with Die Hard Trilogy 2. The game still has some stuff to recommend it, and here are some cheats, if you have it, to help liven things up. Die Hard Trilogy 2 puts you once again in the shoes of Bruce Willis, a.k.a. John McClane. So if you need help defeating the bad guys, listen to these next cheat codes. If you want to give your enemies big heads, pause the game and hit R1, R1, L1, L1, triangle, triangle. And if you want to be a skeleton, pause the game and hit circle, square, triangle, triangle, square, circle. Now, if you have a cheat code you would like to share with us, or you just want to have that 15 seconds of fame, then send us a V-mail with your cheat, and if we use it on the show, we'll give you an ultra-snazzy Gamespot TV t-shirt. And if you have a cheat or an opinion about a game you would like to share, then come join us for one of our chat sessions. They're at 8 p.m. on Tuesdays Eastern Time, and I'll be there so we can hash it all out. So until next time, bye-bye. Well.
This is Aiden from Nacogdoches, Texas, and you're watching my favorite show, Gamespot TV.
Today on Gamespot TV, is your PC coated with Quake 3? If not, don't worry. We have a few tips to get your gaming machine up to speed. And take care, he's sneaking around in your PC. Yes, Garrett is back in the shadows in our review of Thief 2. And we have the review of Dead or Alive 2. It looks great and plays even better. Tecmo has definitely come up with a winner. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, anyone playing PC games knows that the newer games are making more and more demands on your computer's hardware, and it's a little difficult to try and keep up. And how do you decide the best way to improve your game performance? Well, to answer these questions, we caught up with top ZDTV lab rat, James Kim. Well, James, let's say I have to upgrade my PC. I have a P2 233, and I want to give it more punch. Given the way the games are now, let's look at memory. Is 64 megs of RAM appropriate enough for playing games?
It's sufficient, but overall you want to add the RAM. Extra RAM doesn't hurt, and anywhere from 96 to 128.
All right, graphics cards. Let's just start. What does the graphics card do as opposed to the microprocessor?
They take a lot of the burden off of the processor. They have their own processing units on the card itself. That's why you'll see fans and heat sinks because they get very hot. They have their own graphics chips.
Now, if I'm playing games, say like Unreal Tournament, is frame rate the big issue in that game, or looking at the 32 versus 16-bit resolution?
The most important factor here is frame rate, especially when you're online. Games like Flight Simulator, where detail and things are moving very slowly, and you want to be able to see all the lines in exactly the way they were supposed to be represented, those require a little more graphics crunching, less frame rate time.
Right here we have the TNT2 card. This is one that's in many people's machines. So what's it made up of, and what is the appeal of it?
It's just a good all-around card. If you look here, this is a heat sink. So these chips underneath there, they're generating a lot of heat here. If you look at this card right here, this is based on the GeForce 256 chip.
What is it that makes it such a powerful graphics card?
A lot of things. The chip itself, you're able to, there's new texture and lighting mapping.
Okay.
These are things that are going to take advantage of way down the line.
But even now, when you're playing a game like Quake 3 Arena, you really have these new textures that you really haven't been seen before that are very detailed.
Exactly.
Is this able to grow upon that?
Definitely. Existing games and future forward.
Now, a lot of people already have their graphics cards, and they're looking at something else to try to boost up their system, and there's sound cards available. So we have the Diamond, and we have the Creative Lab sound card. What should the gamer be looking out for?
They're both high-quality multi-channel cards, which will allow for hooking up like four satellite speakers to create that 3D environment. Today, 3D games, the audio is an integral part of the experience. So anyone without a sound card or a decent sound card should upgrade. Bundle that with a couple speakers. These particular pair right here come with a subwoofer. These are ultra thin. They're very directional. They're not, we like four satellites too to create that total environment. But these are really good because they really pinpoint the sound towards you.
Are there any more sort of frivolous peripherals that are available out there?
These are the 3D Revelator glasses from Elza. We reviewed these on Freshco too. Basically, the combination of software and hardware allows you to take most games and turn them into 3D games. So when you see the game on the screen, it's a little blurry.
Like a 3D movie.
But when you put these on, you're just totally thrown into a 3D environment. I use that using Simulator 3, and it was pretty amazing.
Well, thank you very much, Dan.
Glad to help.
So I guess with that advice, in a couple of years, I might actually be able to play my copy of Trespasser, assuming I wanted to. And if that glimpse of Thief brought back such fond memories, stick around. We have the review of Thief 2 later on in the show. But first, let's check the game news.
Sega announced recently that consumers who sign up to the new Sega.com ISP will receive either a free Dreamcast console or $200 rebate for their existing Dreamcast system. Subscribers will also receive a free Dreamcast keyboard and a Dreamcast mouse later in the year. Subscription terms require subscribers to sign up for 2 years of service at $21.95 per month. Sega says the service will launch soon after August 1st. In other news, Quake 3 Arena is set to be released for the Dreamcast, and this will be the first time that PC gamers can play against console gamers via network gameplay. The title is expected to ship later this year. And for all you Buffy fans out there, Fox Interactive has announced its plans to publish Buffy the Vampire Slayer for the PlayStation, Dreamcast, and PC. The game will be a third-person action-adventure game and is scheduled for a fall 2000 release.
Well, if you'd like to keep yourself further updated on all the goings-on in the gaming industry, point your browser to the Gamespot website. And if you'd like to review all our advice on turning that rumbling old PC into a settled gaming machine, then go to the Gamespot TV website and see our upgrade feature again in streaming video, and read a spotlight article by ZDTV lab rat James Kim.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we go into the shadows to see what Garrett is up to. The thief is back in a new adventure, and we have the review.
Welcome back. The original Thief was considered one of the best PC games of 1998. It was fashioned like a shooter, but it had a twist. The game de-emphasized combat in favor of sneaking around in the darkness undetected. And like all successful games, it has a sequel now. But it looks like it's a welcome return.
If Thief 2 has a real problem, it's that it's too similar to the original Thief. That's not a bad thing, though, considering how good the original Thief was. Nonetheless, the game reuses many of Thief's elements, like the mission briefing screens. This is all made up for it, though, in the game's excellent mission design, which is among the best in any game to date. The designers have gone to great lengths to emphasize the thieving element in the gameplay for the sequel. The 16 missions involve breaking into mansions and burglarizing storage warehouses, among other tasks. One of the wonderful elements is that there is rarely any one correct path to take. It's left up to your ingenuity, providing a wonderful sense of satisfaction upon completion. All of these missions are much longer and more involved. They take place in some enormous environments, though as a result, there are far longer load times. The highly detailed missions are what make the story itself seem weak in comparison to the original. Once again, Garrett is reluctantly forced to stop a great evil. The story is very linear and doesn't use the opportunity to fully explain the fascinating world that the game takes place in. The game has some new elements, like a scouting orb and a mechanical eye, but they aren't terribly useful. The fact that there's not much new, though, isn't a big complaint, since the original was so good. Though the engine is slightly dated and the story is weaker, on the whole, Thief 2 is a better game. GameSpot gives it an 8.6 out of 10.
Now, as we mentioned earlier, the Thief games are all about the audio. You need to listen carefully to the action around you when you're hunkering down in the shadows. So if you're interested in playing the game, check to see if your sound card is up to scratch. Now, while the Thief 2 followed hot on the heels of the original, the same can't be said for Force Commander. It's been languishing for quite some time in development, as is evidenced by its connection to the earlier Star Wars films. And now, this real-time strategy game has been released. But if you've been holding your breath, well...
2 years ago, Force Commander's graphics would have been state-of-the-art. The design of the AT-STs and sandcrawlers looked like they did in the films. At the same time, though, the structures are simple shapes lacking much detail, and the terrain is similarly unimpressive. Visually, the least impressive element is the on-screen interface, which takes up about a third of the screen. The interface looks unfinished, and its functions are nondescript and counterintuitive. The game also suffers from some serious camera problems. The view default is set up so that the AT-STs look nice, but it's entirely non-functional for gameplay purposes. You'll primarily use it zoom back and raise high like any other real-time strategy game. As a result, most units will shrink to a minuscule size, and you'll have to squint to find them during battles. The game is fun to play sometimes. Battles are fast-paced, and your units do a good job of defending your interests. The game also has some unique play mechanics where units and structures are acquired through command points earned primarily by killing enemy units and completing secondary objectives. Reinforcements are supplied from orbit, so you can get them into the action very quickly, but it takes a long time for your units to get anywhere due to their poor pathfinding and slow speed that cannot be adjusted. Force Commander does have a very involved campaign, but in the end, the graphics, camera, and other problems make it very difficult to recommend. Gamespot gives it a 6 out of 10.
Now, if you need to check out Force Commander for yourself, or you just can't get enough of Thief 2, come to the Gamespot TV website and check out our streaming video footage of both games. And if you're feeling really crazy, send us your own opinion on games with a V-mail, as you might have your face on Gamespot TV.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, grinding on the coattails of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater comes Street Skater 2. You can't do much worse than the original, but is it worth more than a rental?
Welcome back. Last year's Street Skater was one of the first skateboarding games to come out in a long time, and it didn't exactly do wonders in trying to revitalize the genre. Well, the sequel is out now, and it is better, but Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is in most people's PlayStations, so is the game good enough?
Much of Street Skater 2 is a race against time as you attempt to get from point A to point B in a particular number of seconds. The catch is, you need to finish the course in time while also attaining a certain level of points by performing tricks. The game can be seen as an attempt to strike a balance between speed and style. The level design in the game is nice. It contains mini-ramps and objects to ollie over and grind on, as well as smack into. The levels also offer shortcuts, as well as a variety of breakable objects. You can pick from a few different skaters, each of which has a set number of tricks. But executing tricks isn't that difficult, as your skater homes in on the lip of what you're skating on, making it rather difficult to wreck in a pipe. The trick is to hold down L1 and R1 as you're airborne. Then start jamming on as many directions and buttons as possible, and then let go of L1 and R1 before you land. The game will automatically straighten you out, making this almost too easy. On top of this, there's also an auto trick mode to even further reduce the challenge. Graphically, the game is an improvement over its predecessor, but nowhere near as fluid as Tony Hawk. Moves just don't transition well into one another. Street Skater 2 would seem better if another, far superior game called Tony Hawk Pro Skater didn't exist. That said, it has some merit, and it is a good way to kill time until Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Videogames.com gives it a 7 out of 10.
Now moving on from something physical to something mental, this is the next game from the Sonic team, the people who brought us the Sonic franchise, and nice. Now while Choo Choo Rocket might not be as grand as those titles, it teaches you that Tetris and Bomberman are not the end-all be-all of puzzle games.
Controlling your chaos is the key to making a classic puzzle game, and Sega's Choo Choo Rocket follows on this tradition. Choo Choo Rocket is a puzzle game based around the internal conflict of cat versus mouse. The player's job is to guide mice into their rocket, and whoever has the most mice in the end wins. This is done by laying arrow tiles on the ground and guiding any character that walks across it. But beware of the cats, for they'll try to consume your mice and your score. The simplicity of the game's premise helps make the game easy to learn. Spicing up the game are the pink mystery mice. These mice create a random effect whenever one enters a ship. Mouse or cat populations might skyrocket, rockets can switch places, cats might be given to your opponents, and things might slow down, speed up, or even freeze temporarily. The variety of modes is one of Choo Choo Rocket's strong points. The regular game can have up to 4 players, computer or human. There's also a team version where you pair off, a puzzle mode, and there's even an edit mode that allows for customizing your own puzzles.
Sonic team has achieved a rare feat, a party experience that draws in friends for potentially limitless head-to-head action. Videogames.com gives Choo Choo Rocket an 8.2 out of 10. Choo Choo Rocket is also the first game you can play online through the Dreamcast network. But there are some problems with it. It takes a very long time to join a game, and once in there is a significant lag time between hitting a button and having that action register on screen. Now, High Heat Baseball for the PC was one of the favorite PC baseball games of last year. It's returned now with Sammy Sosa's name attached to it, but the gameplay is still intact. The fever's pitch of baseball season is upon us, and the latest version of High Heat Baseball hits home with a series of improvements over last year's edition. Though still flawed, Sammy Sosa looks to be the favorite of baseball sims for the PC. Visually, the 2001 version has been improved in a number of ways. Big players look big, and little players look appropriately petite. Other new animations include outfielders who smack into walls and drop their balls as a result, and diving fielders who hold up their gloves to show they made a catch. On the downside, while some players actually have their own faces, others have the standard expressionless face of a lesser athlete. As fans of High Heat know from prior experience, it isn't the game's graphics that make it the MVP of baseball games. It's the realism of the on-field action. For example, players perform as they would on the true diamond, hitting for power when necessary, and they even register accurate win-loss records on the mound. The computer opponent plays a crafty game. You never know when it'll surprise you with a sneaky move. Dramatic pitcher battle confrontation can leave you in a bind to find the right pinch hitter and bullpen ace. As good as the game is, there are still a few flaws and bugs that need fixing. The computer pitchers can hit their corners regularly, but it's extremely difficult for the human players to do so, which makes for a lot of balls instead of strikes. Not fair. Not only that, but even when you try and throw lousy pitches, you end up tossing some serious home run balls right down the middle. Many of these problems stem from the game's sketchy controls. Aside from these minor irritations, 2001 is essentially an improvement over last year's offering, curveball notwithstanding. Gamespot.com gives Sammy Sosa's High Heat Baseball 2001 an 8.7 out of 10. If you can't satiate your appetite for GameSpot TV reviews, come to the GameSpot TV website where you can check out C2, Choo Choo Rocket, and Sammy Sosa's High Heat Baseball 2001. And while you're there, tell us what you think is more hardcore on our poll, PC gaming or console gaming or checkers. Coming up on GameSpot TV, Soul Calibur has a contender in Tecmo's new masterpiece for the Dreamcast. We have a review of Dead or Alive 2. And we add more mileage to Crazy Taxi with some amusing cheat codes. Welcome back. The original Dead or Alive caught many gamers' attention with its innovative fighting system and its innovative character design. The well-respected Sega Saturn version never made it to U.S. consoles, though a lesser version did make it to the PlayStation. Well, now the sequel is out for the Dreamcast, with both innovations embellished upon, and the result is something to behold. Dead or Alive 2 shows that Tecmo has raised the bar on its own expectations to create a fighting game for the fighting game-happy Dreamcast that even exceeds elements of the incomparable Soul Calibur. Immediately noticeable is the use of multi-tiered environments. If you're too close to a ledge or a stained glass window, you can fly through and land 5 stories below with a sixth of your life bar missing. Also present are uneven surfaces on which to fight, which may not be innovative, but have considerable effect on your strategies. The game also has the Tekken Tag Tournament Tag Battle Mode, which lets up to 4 characters engage in on-screen mayhem. With the tap of the tag button, you can switch back and forth between characters, allowing the one taken out to recover health. Familiarity between characters allows you to find a good balance between partners, which can create devastating combo options.
The game is also one of the few reasons to have 4 Dreamcast controllers. The fighting mechanics in the game have taken the ability to counter an opponent's attack with the free button and expanded on it. Now the player must anticipate whether the attack will be high, medium, or low range to effectively launch a counterattack. Timing is also an issue, as hitting the button too early or too late can leave you painfully open. As you may imagine, Dead or Alive 2 is one of those games where button mashers don't last very long. The graphics are simply amazing and include stunning facial detail. The environments are equally well designed, all in resolution to make Sonic weep. One should note that Dead or Alive 2 is for hardcore gamers only. The story mode is laughable, and it doesn't have the cachet of options and unlockables like Soul Calibur, but all that is made up for in reams and reams of nuanced gameplay. VideoGames.com gives it a 9.7 out of 10.
To help you enjoy more eye candy, our intro of the week comes from Galarians. This game plays like Resident Evil, but it has some Akira influences. Sounds interesting? Check it out. Definitely one of the best games to come out this winter was Crazy Taxi for the Dreamcast. Now, those of you who want it probably already have it, but here are some cheats to help spruce it up and get even more mileage out of the game.
If you're too lazy to complete Crazy Taxi's Crazy Box, here's the cheat that shows you what you're missing. On the Tabby Select screen, press and hold L. Then while holding L, press and hold R. Release L, release R. Repeat this 2 more times. Before the time runs out, choose your cabbie. Then you will hear a bell chime.
We're gonna have some fun.
When the city loads, you'll find yourself in this snazzy bite-drawn cart. And it's not just any bite-drawn cart. This puppy's stats are better than the other cabs, though its traction is terrible. If you want a real Crazy Taxi challenge, on the Cabbie Select screen, hit the R trigger once. Then hold it down while selecting your cabbie. The message, Another Day, will appear. This allows you to play in a mode where you'll find your passengers wanting new destinations.
For more tips and tricks, go to the Game Help section of the Gamespot TV website. And while you're there, be sure to check out our extended Galarians coverage. And don't forget to join me in a chat every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and we can argue about what's hot and what's not. So until next time, bye-bye.
Yu Suzuki. You've been playing his games in the arcade for years. Now his title Shenmue is taking gaming to new directions. And we catch up with our disjointed little hero, Rayman. He's been on your PC and N64 for a while, but he's never looked like this before. And Code Veronica is finally out, and we're definitely not disappointed. This game will make you sleep with the lights on. Stick around. It's game time. Welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, many games boast of that total immersive experience where you're entirely brought into the world of the game. But most of the time, we don't have much of an opportunity to interact with that world outside of trying to meet our various objectives. Well, the new game Shenmue for the Dreamcast is trying to come closer to that ideal, and we had a chance to meet its creator to find out more about it. There's a new genre of gameplay called Free. It was developed for the new Sega title Shenmue, produced and directed by Yu Suzuki. Free allows the user to interact with almost everything in the game environment. Shenmue is potentially the most revolutionary game of the year. After 5 years of development, it's said to be the largest and most expensive title ever developed. and is rumored to have cost between $20 and $40 million to produce. Hundreds of people work to develop Shenmue's free environment. Free meaning full reactive eyes entertainment.
The basic concept of free is to have a high level of freedom. Freedom in being able to walk around where you want to, being able to select what you want to play. Full reactive means things in the game will always react to your actions. We limited down movie scenes, which are non-interactive, and we wanted to have everything fully reactive. Our ultimate goal is to make a new genre of games by merging the reality of movies with the interactivity of games.
In the case of Shenmue, free basically means you can interact with any object you see in the game. Like real life, if you get bored, check out the arcade for a quick game of Super Hang-On. What really makes Shenmue special is the revolutionary melding of narrative storytelling and 3D gameplay. You can't label Shenmue as just an RPG or an action game. It's more of a hybrid, combining different styles and immersing the player in the game.
I joined Sega in '83, and ever since have been working on arcade titles like Hang-On, Outrun, and Virtua Fighters. In arcades, I have to keep the average time of gameplay to 3 minutes. I figured it was about time to make games that have no limit of time.
Shenmue is definitely a long-form game. Your character is Ryo, searching for the man who killed his father. You take Ryo through the streets of Japan and onto Hong Kong to elicit clues from various other characters. In this free environment, there are over 1,200 detailed rooms to explore and 350 unique characters to interact with, each with their own voice and personality.
Hi, my name is Mark.
The level of interactivity in this game opens up new worlds of play. This high level of interactivity and realism brings up new questions of morality and advertising in games.
If sponsors get too strong and try to affect gameplay, this is bad. On the other hand, money paid by the sponsors will help game developers to create new games, which is good for the user. Now, in realistic games such as Shenmue, it's only natural for there to be vending machines because they exist in real life. I think as games get more realistic, this kind of sponsorship will become much more popular.
There are issues of morality in the messages that this kind of free environment can send.
Most of our users are children still developing their character. The more realistic the games get, we should be trying to send messages about what love is, or how to save people. We should focus more on having to teach children elements like that.
Ryo has his fair share of hero action. Though the high level of interactivity in a free environment lets the player drink at the neighborhood bar. In any case, this game really looks and feels like a film. The plot unfolds as you penetrate the Shenmue world.
Films and games will eventually merge together, and by doing so, the level of freedom will increase. There will be a virtual reality world inside the game. In the future of games with free, there will not be just one storyline, there will be multiple storylines. You'll be able to go in any direction. It will evolve into games where you are playing around in this virtual reality world. People will be wearing head-mount displays and walking around virtual reality towns.
Now, the official release date for Shenmue is October of this year. And why is the wait so long? Well, remember, there's 350 characters in the game voiced by 200 Japanese voice actors. That's a lot of translating to do. And also, this is only the first chapter in the Shenmue story. But now, it's time for the game news. Origin confirmed recently that co-founder and designer Richard Lord British Garriott has left the company to pursue other interests. According to an Origin spokesperson, Garriott's departure was amicable. In addition to other projects, Garriott participated in the development of Ultima Online, which currently has 165,000 paid subscribers. Eidos issued a statement announcing that Angelina Jolie will be starring as Lara Croft in the upcoming Tomb Raider movie, although reports stated that Jolie had turned down the role because of her recent Oscar win. For more news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot website. And if our Shenmue Spotlight feature left you craving,
we have something to whet your appetite. It's time to release the poet inside of you and enter the Gamespot TV Haiku Contest to win one of 3 Shenmue prize packs. All you have to do is write a haiku about your favorite video game. Come to the Gamespot TV website for more details.
Coming up on Gamespot TV. Batter up, all you baseball fans, we have a review of Triple Play 2001.
Welcome back. Well, as you probably know, baseball season is upon us, and to recognize this fact, there's a whole new crop of new baseball games. Last week, we reviewed Sammy Sosa High Heat Baseball 2001 for the PC, and now it's Triple Play 2001 for the PlayStation. All I want to know is, why 2001 and not 2000?
As the new season gets into gear and baseball games crowd the shelves like rabid fans at Yankee Stadium, EA's Triple Play again steps up to the plate as the one to beat when it comes to PlayStation baseball games. Similar to prior releases, you can control batting angle, height, and the power of your swing. Controlling stance position, a sketchy experience in prior releases, is now a valuable strategy. Triple Play 2001's pitching and fielding are both just as simple to learn and difficult to master as the offense. You have the choice of 4 stock pitches. After selecting the pitch, you can then alter both the throwing angle and pitch speed. Pay attention to your stamina meter, though, or you'll end up throwing duds by the 4th inning. Backing you up, the fielders under your control run like their pants are on fire. And depending on your timing, you can make the fielders either jump or dive after a ball and send it flying towards a teammate. Triple Play 2001's visuals remain on par with last year's release. Player graphics deliver near-perfect representations of their real-world counterparts, while all 30 stadiums are rendered in marvelously myopic detail. The game has all the exhibition, home run derby, and player draft creation modes that Triple Play lovers have come to expect. And the ability to unlock such legendary players as Babe Ruth or Hank Aaron is a bonus. Home runs abounding, Video Games gives Triple Play 2001 an 8.2 out of 10.
Now, some may call the PlayStation a dated system, but a game like that still demonstrates its power. Now, last year we looked at Rayman 2 for the N64. Definitely one of the best games for the system and one of the best 3D platformers ever. Now, how do you improve on something so good? Well, the Dreamcast version has now come out, and it's stunning enough to be worth a second look.
Rayman 2 places the joyless hero as the only hope to save his world from the evil mechanical pirates. In the process, he must collect lungs, magical fragments of the world's energy core. Also, he must free enslaved creatures and meet up with many a friend along the way. One of the greatest aspects of the game is its control. It's so intuitive, it's hard to go back and accept the convoluted control schemes of other platformers. Even with such a simple scheme, it still finds many ways to stay challenging. And those challenges come in a remarkable variety of forms. Rayman 2 is packed with different modes and mini-games, from water skiing with a snake to riding a rocket with legs. This game is determined to keep on surprising you. A lot of Rayman 2 is about presentation. It is undoubtedly one of the best-looking games ever. On the Dreamcast, it's clearly superior to the N64 and even the PC version. There is no pop-up anywhere, and the game flows smoothly from one part to the next. All the details, from character design to its various environments, are so astonishingly realized that you can easily tell how much care was put into this game. The sound is also something to marvel at. Each level has its own tune, which changes during certain scenarios. The sound effects are detailed down to footsteps and snores. Not just content to port the game over to the Dreamcast, Ubisoft has added in extra features, like mini-games found in the Globix Village, and more levels available for download through the official website. Rayman 2 is one of the best platforming experiences available, and is perfect on almost every level. While there are many versions to choose from, the Dreamcast definitely stands out on top, and is a must-have for the system. Video Games gives it a 9.4 out of 10.
Now, in addition to the new mini-games, Rayman 2 on the Dreamcast also has extra animations not on any other version. It doesn't really change the gameplay that much, but it's another wonderful addition to an excellent game. Now, if you're a fan of The Sims, real-time strategy, and sword and sorcery, and you'd like to see them all together, then this next PC game is for you.
Accept Ardania's crown and forge new legends for this ancient land.
At first look, Majesty seems like a fairly traditional fantasy-themed real-time strategy game. As you get deeper into the game, it becomes more than that. As in The Sims, in Majesty, you influence your subjects rather than directly command them, and they don't always do what you would hope. Majesty is set in a medieval fantasy world. Your goal is to establish your kingdom and expand. You have to build castles, temples, and a community that will keep your people satisfied and prosperous. Expanding your territory is Majesty at its most fun and most unusual. It's one thing to construct a guild or a temple and recruit heroes. It's another thing entirely to actually get your heroes to do anything, as they have a will of their own. Majesty's interface is good. You click on a building, character, or item to get information about it and act upon it. Maintaining a revenue stream is extremely important. You need a steady income of resources to survive, and in Majesty, your revenue mostly comes from tax collectors. Majesty is one of those rare games that you won't want to stop playing until you find out what happens next. Majesty combines real-time strategy and role-playing elements for an original, fun, and challenging game. Gamespot gives Majesty an 8.8 out of 10.
If you would like to read the full review of Majesty, go to the Gamespot website. And if you'd like to see the review and the intro and streaming video, come to the Gamespot TV website. And while you're there, why not send us an email and let us know what you would like to see on upcoming episodes.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we take a break from our busy schedules to do some armchair fishing.
Welcome back. Now, the Dreamcast is no stranger to top-notch fighting games, and our next title is no exception. Techromancer blends manga with giant robots and jaw-dropping graphics to make you feel like you're playing in the arcade.
You may remember the giant robot fighting game Techromancer from the arcade. Now Capcom has brought it to the Dreamcast with an entirely new cast and in 3D. Techromancer has a combination of great graphics and solid fighting fun. It feels like a traditional Capcom fighter, but plays like a 3D game. Techromancer may be the first 3D fighter to have as many over-the-top super attacks as it does normal moves. While the full list of attacks and super attacks is impressive, it's the final attacks that offer the wildest visuals. Other sundry effects also give Techromancer that extra level of detail that separates the good from the great. The sounds in Techromancer are all crystal clear and full of punch. Ranging from explosions to laser cannons to robot hydraulics. Likewise, swords clashing, rocket fists firing, and buildings crumbling all get the appropriate audio treatment, and the music is classic Capcom. If you like watching a giant monster film or Ultraman and enjoy a good fighting game, then you'll probably dig Techromancer. Video Games gives it an 8.6 out of 10.
A quick note on Techromancer. The controls may seem sparse at first, but you'll notice that there really are a wide number of combos available, and that's what makes it such a good fighting game. But now it's time for something a wee bit more relaxing. Grab your fishing rod and a handful of virtual night crawlers. Here's our review of Championship Bass.
If you're an avid fisher with the PlayStation, you may want to pick up Championship Bass, a slightly flawed but convincingly realistic bass angling simulation. At its root, the game follows the timeless angling tradition. Pick bait and reel, cast bait, wait for bite, reel in, repeat. The game breaks down into 4 main modes: fishing trip mode, career mode, tournament mode, and challenge mode. Championship Bass offers huge lakes that can be explored by boat. While exploring, you have the option of toggling on an underwater camera to find fish. The camera works far better than conventional underwater sonar and is a unique feature that gives the game an edge on some of its competitors. The fish themselves are quite finicky. Everything matters, including bait type, bait location, and underwater bait movement. A
attracting a fish becomes a purely skill-based affair, dependent on the player's fish-attracting charms. Still, this game has its share of flaws, especially when it comes to control issues. The bait movements are either too subtle or too strong, and the graphics and sound departments are definitely less than stellar.
Try again.
That said, most of the game's flaws are cosmetic. The gameplay features outweigh Championship Bass's lack of beauty and pack enough excitement to warrant long-term commitment by fishing fans, if not hardcore gamers. A final plus is that the game works with ASCII's fishing controller. Video Games gives Championship Bass a 6.1 out of 10.
Championship Bass is also available for the PC. And if you want to go fishing for more game reviews, tool your outboard over to our website, cast your line, kick back, and watch them bite. And while you're there, post your best virtual fishing story to our PC or console message boards. And be sure to enter a haiku in our latest contest. Something like, "Pixelated fish, why do you not bite my hook? Stupid fishing game."
Coming up on Gamespot TV, there's zombie action with Resident Evil Code Veronica. We have the review, and you won't be disappointed.
Welcome back. Now, a good Star Wars game is something we desperately need. And as you probably learned from last week's review of Force Commander, we have to keep on waiting. But nonetheless, it had a pretty cool intro. Here's a look. Ever since the launch of the Dreamcast, Resident Evil Code Veronica has been one of the games to help prove the system. Now, while it may not secure Sega's future, it's definitely going to satisfy fans of the series, or fans of good games for that matter. Here's our review.
Simply put, Resident Evil Code Veronica isn't the game you'd expect from the company that made survival horror what it is. It's even better than that. The game takes place 3 months after Resident Evil 2, with Claire Redfield having been captured by the Umbrella Corporation while looking for her brother Chris. To tell too much about the story is to give away one of the most pleasurable aspects of the game, so rest assured, it easily stands up to its brethren with its 15 to 20 hours of gameplay. The presentation of the game is what got many a gamer excited, and there's every reason to be. The story unfolds through CGs and in-game cutscenes that not only look stupendous, but also seamlessly flow in and out of gameplay. One wonderful improvement over previous Resident Evil games are puzzles that make more sense with their environments and have solutions that are a lot more sensible. That's not to say that strange ordeals and mansions are a thing of the past. Without a doubt, Code Veronica is graphically stunning. As mentioned many times, the game is in true 3D, which not only looks good, but allows the camera to move much more dynamically. Visual effects abound in the game, with real-time lighting and water splashing to the sides as you jump into a shallow pool. The audio, always an important element, is still top-notch in Code Veronica, and used to great effect. And the musical score does everything to bring on the panic in a big battle. One thing that has not changed in the game is the control. Those who find the style awkward won't find it any easier this time around. The auto-aiming feature from Resident Evil 3 is included, but the true analog control from the N64 Resident Evil 2 is unfortunately absent. In the end, Resident Evil Code Veronica is the best game in this series, with its involved linear story, dynamic real-time camera, and some of the best graphics on the Dreamcast. To call it a must-own is an understatement. Video Games gives it a 9.5 out of 10. As you can tell, I pretty much like that game. Now, in closing, we thought we'd leave you with a couple more video game haiku. Now, this Pokemon Snap haiku is by our web PA, Tisha. Orange fire on tail, hidden among red lava. Charmander, I snap. Or how about this one? Blood-sucking zombies, will you just die already? My thumbs are hurting. So until next time, bye-bye. Today on Gamespot TV, we look at some up-and-coming titles for the PlayStation 2. Driving fans, take note. Ridge Racer 5 shipped with the new console in Japan, and we review the import. And we kick butt and go bowling afterwards in our preview of Tekken Tag Tournament. Plus, we step into the Dark Realms with a sneak peek at Diablo 2. Stick around, it's game time. Welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm very glad you are. How are you settling into the show?
Pretty well, pretty well. Although, you know, I realized this week that I was going to have to buy a Dreamcast for work.
Life is so hard, isn't it?
Yeah. So before everybody hates both of us, let's talk about what's coming up on the show.
All right, well, we're looking at 2 PlayStation 2 games. We have an import review of Ridge Racer 5 and a sneak peek at Tekken Tag Tournament.
All right, we're also going to finish up our opening day hysteria with a review of All-Star Baseball 2001 for the N64, and we're finally taking a look at the sequel to my favorite game of all time, Diablo.
That's a very good thing. Yes, we're going to look at the opening movie.
What a lovely transition.
The shelves of your local video and game store are probably beginning to look more alike these days. Many big-budget action films have games based on them. Do these games attempt to capitalize on the movie's name, or are they quality entertainment in their own right? They can range from the good to the bad to the really, really ugly. Disney's recent batch of computer-animated films, A Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, and Tarzan, all have games attached to them. The games all look similar to the films themselves, so the graphics are good, but what about gameplay? A Bug's Life is the weakest of the trio. It looks great, but not much thought was put into gameplay.
I need more grain.
Toy Story 2 is a fun, straightforward adventure game with puzzle and platform elements. The strongest recent Disney film tie-in game is Tarzan. It looks and sounds great and really puts you into the fast pace of the movie. So what about games based on live-action films? The most eagerly anticipated and successful movie can inspire one dud of a game. Well, sometimes these games are released as a tool to help market the movie, much like an electronic Happy Meal. Look at the highest-grossing film of last year, The Phantom Menace. The film played to varied reviews, but no matter what you thought of Jar Jar, it brought in the crowds and the cash. However, the review of the film's spin-off games have been mixed. Phantom Menace's game of the same name has been met by an abysmal response. It has managed to disappoint just about everyone, even the most dedicated Jedi fanatics.
Doors open.
LucasArts was under extreme pressure to finish this title in time to be released with the film. As is so often the case, the game could have been better if they'd had more time to develop it and not tried to market the film through the game.
Misa Jar Jar Binks.
Episode 1 Racer has fared better in the eyes of players. This game takes what is arguably the most entertaining and intense sequence in the film and recreates it in a challenging and beautiful gameplay environment. Here's an example of a game that takes a film sequence and actually improves upon it. Yeah! We said we'd mention the good and the bad, and now here's the ugly. The Fifth Element game. Though the Bruce Willis film did well at the box office, it was made into a putrid game.
I am a little disappointed.
The gameplay is awkward, the levels are simplistic, and the graphics are just plain awful. In fact, the only solace Bruce can take is that the character in the game looks nothing like him. Alien vs. Predator did a very interesting thing with two successful movie franchises. It combined them. The result is a fabulous game that was one of the most frightening and well-reviewed of last year. The undisputed champion of games made from films, however, is GoldenEye. It's the title that all other spy games are measured up against. It's a multi-level, first-person shooter that lets the player actually become James Bond. And who doesn't want to be James Bond? While it may have been one of the more forgettable Bond films, GoldenEye is the best Bond game by far and is among the best all-around games on the market. When looking at all film-based games, the question we have to ask as gamers is, why was this game developed? Was it created just to make money from the movie tie-in, or was it produced to stand on its own as an innovative game? That question can go the other way as we see more games currently in production as major films. Lara Croft will get her day at the Cineplex when Tomb Raider the movie's finished. The next incarnation of Final Fantasy is in production as both a movie and a new game. In any case, the line between films and games will likely become less distinct as games become more cinematic and realistic.
You know, right now I'm playing the gold edition of Aliens vs. Predator, and it still amazes me just how much that game can completely scare me, even though it's in a cube and all the fluorescent lights are on.
Yeah, I had to bring you a blankie yesterday.
You know.
Yeah, well. So I'm playing Jedi Power Battles. We're hating it.
Oh well. Let's have some game news. Sony Entertainment Incorporated will continue to export the PlayStation 2 console. However, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry told the company that the PS2 could not be shipped to Iran, Iraq, Libya, and North Korea. It has been demonstrated that the PS2's technology can be adapted for military use, specifically in guiding missiles and decoding equipment. Bloomberg reports that the PlayStation 2 U.S. launch will include a modem and a hard drive, although details regarding price, speed, and capacity are not available. It has been reported that the drive and modem will be built in rather than sold separately. Sony believes the accessories will allow the PlayStation 2 to compete with the Sega Dreamcast, which has a built-in 56K modem. For the latest in gaming news, go to the Gamespot.com website.
Or click on over to the show's site for more info on transforming movies into games.
You'll also find reviews, as well as video game trailers that are more cinematic than many you'll see on the big screen. All of it in streaming video. Coming up on Gamespot TV, get your peanuts and popcorn. We review the best N64 baseball title ever.
Welcome back. Baseball season is upon us, and indoor enthusiasts can step up to the plate with a cornucopia of video baseball goodness.
Yes, we've seen Sammy Sosa High Heat Baseball 2001 for the PC and Triple Play 2001 for the PlayStation.
And now it's the N64's turn with All-Star Baseball 2001. We played it.
And we enjoyed it.
Indeed, and it's easily the best for the system. Here's the review.
All-Star Baseball 2001 has proved that the N64 does not preclude quality sports games. For those hankering for the arcade experience, single-button pitches and swings are the norm, while realists can enable variable pitching and batting simulation cursors. All-Star Baseball 2001 sees the return of the 3D batting angle system, which, when coupled with the game's subtle pitch guessing feature, gives the title the best control mechanics of any currently available baseball title.
Line drive.
All-Star Baseball 2001's offensive and defensive interfaces are a joy to experience, with intuitive control systems, quick response, and the feeling that you are indeed in control. The pacing is spot on, and the management interface is both stylish and simple. The gameplay will please both casual and hardcore sports fans. The fact that they fit all 30 teams, 35 stadiums, more than 700 players, and a smattering of Hall of Famers on a cartridge is amazing. All-Star Baseball 2001's visuals are crisp, clear, colorful, and full of depth, though the same cannot be said for the sound.
The pitch is fouled away.
The play-by-play is exceptional but devoid of variety, and crowd noise is minimal, and the various organ music embarrassing. Regardless of sound issues, All-Star Baseball 2001 is the best console baseball game, bar none. The visuals are photorealistic, the gameplay itself borders on perfect, and the variety of game modes and multiplayer options offer high replay value. Video Games gives All-Star Baseball 2001 a 9.2 out of 10.
A 3-run home run.
Even though the N64 isn't the sports game platform, the All-Star Baseball series has been consistently strong, showing that the system can actually handle sports titles.
Thankfully. But what it doesn't have much of are those Resident Evil-style action-adventure games. Yet there is another one on the PlayStation that's following right on the heels of Fear Effect. This one's called Galarians. With an obvious nod to the anime Akira, Crazed Galarians comes to the PlayStation, featuring medication-dependent psychics that can do more than bend spoons.
Who am I?
You play Ryan, a boy who finds himself in a hospital bed, robbed of his memories due to experiments that gave him psychic powers. Now Ryan can destroy foes with just a thought, and also sense his way through obstacles, such as being able to envision where a key is for a particular door. With these powers, Ryan pursues a quest for the truth. This is not as easy as it looks. As you use your powers, you run the risk of having episodic shorts, sort of a migraine that automatically kills your opponents, but also drains your hit points. In addition, your offensive powers are limited. By taking the right medication, you recover from your shorts, and your power supply is rejuvenated. Your sensing ability is unique, though it does lend to the game's major drawback, for you spend most of your time running around finding the right items, which can get tiresome after a while. As this is a Resident Evil-like survival horror game, keep tabs on those pesky perspective changes, or you'll be subjected to the death by camera angle. The audio effects and the tense soundtrack complements the eye-catching visuals. Held up against Silent Hill and Fear Effect, Galarians falls short, though it's much better than Carrier. Galarians proves that psychics do have a place in console gaming, and this title would be more of a contender if there wasn't so much fetching to do. Videogames.com gives Galarians a 7.3 out of 10. Not only does fetching in a game really annoy me, but it seems to stretch the boundaries of reality that no one can ever keep their important items with them.
Yeah, hello.
No one can ever
Get a backpack. Big backpack. Anyway, moving on. Not all of us are psychic enough to win every game, you know. Sometimes you just gotta cheat. Ridge Racer 64.
With its unique power sliding feature, Ridge Racer 64 has become an instant classic among console racers. To get more out of this game, try the following tricks. Enter any Grand Prix race, then as you floor it, turn the other way. You'll run into a wall, but as you keep driving into it, you'll break free, allowing you to race in the mirrored version of the track.
Great driving!
If you place first, you'll receive this flashy golf cart that actually makes for a decent racer that even drifts like the other cars.
If that's got you tantalized, then stay put. We have Ridge Racer 5 for the PlayStation 2 later in the show.
And if those Ridge Racer 64 cheats sit by a little too quick to jot down, then race to the Gamespot TV website.
There you'll find more tips, tricks, and cheats than you can wave a checkered flag at.
Yes, and while you're there, be sure to scope out our Spring Fever Roundup. We give you box seats to the latest reviews of the latest baseball video games. And don't forget your Cracker Jacks. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have a review of Silent Bomber, a brilliantly fast-paced new action platformer from Bandai.
Welcome back. Yes, Tekken Tag Tournament is just around the corner, but first we'd like to give some attention to a game that isn't awash in hype.
If such a thing exists.
Yeah, really.
No, actually, I really do enjoy those games that I find out are good all by myself. They actually tend to stay in the console longer.
Well, making its quiet entry is Silent Bomber, which may definitely be one of those titles. Check it out.
Taking its cues from distinct titles like Metal Gear Solid, Bomberman, and Trap Gunner, Silent Bomber comes to the PlayStation as one of this season's surprise hits, courtesy of Bandai. You are Utah Fate, a man with a vague past who is solely driven by the missions he is assigned.
Every day I awaken from the same nightmare.
As you guide Utah through the game's well-balanced levels, you have to deal with a non-stop barrage of foes ranging from mindless drones to lightsaber-wielding mechs. This is where bomb planting comes in, which can be as simple as pressing a button or using lock-on bombs directly on your foes. There's also the combo system, a technique that allows you to plant bombs on multiple targets at one time. When you're ready to detonate, just press triangle and kaboom! Your targets are not just your enemies. Everything from glass windows to gun turrets is fair game, and sometimes the debris will reveal usable items. These items include E-chips, which boost your stats according to preference, and material liquids, which are deadly offensive weapons. If you need a breather from your missions, try the VR Arena, a 2-player versus mode with 12 characters to choose from. Some of the matchups are unbalanced, yet it's still a fun way to get a second player involved. The graphics are spot on, blending sci-fi surroundings and pyrotechnic effects at a comfortable frame rate. With incredible control and a compelling and wholesome environment, Silent Bomber is more than a treat, proving that Bandai is capable of more than just their Gundam games. Videogames.com gives Silent Bomber an 8.2 out of 10.
The fact that a limited 2-player mode was added to Silent Bomber serves as an important reminder that you gotta be able to play games with other people.
Yes, you've got to show off your skills. And fighting games are probably the best for beating down your friends.
Nice!
Well, it's that idea of violence and friendship in mind that we're going to take our long-awaited peek at Tekken Tag Tournament for the PlayStation 2. Tekken Tag Tournament is an upgrade to Tekken 3 with the addition of a few new moves. These new moves are evident in the Tekken 2 characters that have been brought back and need a little help to compete against their Tekken 3 buddies. As the title indicates, the game also includes the same tag team style fighting in games like Street Fighter EX3 and Dead or Alive 2. However, unlike other tag battle fighters, the fight ends only after one fighter has been defeated, rather than letting it continue on as a one-on-two fight. There is a one-on-one game included, as well as the standard team battle, time attack, and survival modes. One of the more interesting unlockable modes in the import version is the Tekken Bowl mode, which lets you toss glimmer globes at Heihachi-headed bowling pins. It doesn't take much to figure out that the game has taken a huge leap forward graphically. The arcade version looks downright ugly by comparison. One interesting element of the Japanese version of the game that many have noticed is the contrast between the ground and backdrops. The ground seems to be a spinning platform surrounded by a near-stationary background. This same problem has been in all Tekken games, but it's curious that it still appears with the power of the PlayStation 2 behind it. That said, Tekken Tag Tournament is promising the same good old solid Tekken experience that has made the series such a standout. Of course, nothing will be certain until it arrives on our shores, hopefully alongside the PlayStation 2 later this year. For more fist-flying action, go to the Gamespot TV website, where you'll find our Tekken Tag Tournament preview in streaming video.
And while you're there, don't forget to submit a video game haiku for your chance to win a Shenmue prize pack. Now, here's an example of a Tekken Tag Tournament haiku. Oh, Eddie Gordo, your capoeira can't match my panda style.
Powerful.
Yeah.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have an import review of Ridge Racer 5 for the PlayStation 2. Good, you're still here, because we have something big for you.
Well, you know, it's my first episode of the show, our first import review, and I, too, am an import.
Synergy. Synergy. Yes, we got our hands on the Japanese version of Ridge Racer 5, and we've cast our critical eye upon it. And believe me, there's a lot to look at.
3, 2, 1, go!
The best way to describe Ridge Racer 5 is to say that it returns to the general driving style of games like Ridge Racer and Ridge Racer Revolution. Graphically, Ridge Racer 5 is the most impressive of the Japanese PlayStation 2 launch titles. It looks like other Ridge Racer titles, but without the pop-up and pixelated vehicles and environments. Little things like trees on the side of the tracks and the glow from your brake pads as you brake around corners really brings a lot to the game.
On top of that, the cars are well designed, and the almost too shiny look of your car is pretty amazing. That's not to say they're flawless. The game has a very aliased appearance that makes the edges of cars and tracks look very jagged. The third-person view is also much closer to your car than in previous games and takes some getting used to. The gameplay is focused around the Grand Prix mode, the mode that gets you additional cars, trophies, and engines. The standard mode starts you out with a base car that can be improved upon through your success. The track design is pretty standard fare. Each track uses a lot of the same portions of road, and many of the stretches are heavily influenced by the original Ridge Racer. Differing environments would have been nice, and as a result, it has a limited replay value. The car's handling in the game is similar to older titles in that there is a greater emphasis on power sliding. The control itself is excellent with the DualShock 2 controller, although it isn't clear if analog gas and braking make much of a difference. Ridge Racer 5 is a great-looking game that is sure to appeal to older Ridge Racer fans. Players that got into the series around the third or fourth game may be a little disappointed with the car handling. It does feel rushed with its track design, and one hopes that the aliasing issue will be resolved before its release in the US. Videogames.com gives the imported version of Ridge Racer 5 a 7.7 out of 10.
There goes the winner.
Now, while Ridge Racer 5 wasn't completely overwhelming, it's important to bear in mind that many Japanese launch titles aren't terribly strong as they're rushed out for the new system. But there is a lot to be excited about for the future.
Well, speaking of excitement, after many a missed release date, Diablo 2 is finally in beta and on its way.
You'll believe it when I see it.
He shall mete out his vengeance upon all flesh, and the blood of innocence shall run as great torrents.
See? What did I say? What did I say?
All right, so have you gotten to play the beta?
Yes.
And do you like it?
Yes.
Can I borrow it?
No. Well, I'm using it for a preview so that I can show it to, the people.
All right, so in the interim, make sure you come over to the Gamespot TV website and check out that movie many a time over, and tell a friend.
Indeed. And don't forget to submit your video game haiku for many a Shenmue goodie. And now, for inspiration, I will give you my Ode on a Quake server. Bang, 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 boom, bang, 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 dang.
Very good.
Thanks.
And this is mine for Ghosts and Goblins. Arthur, run for love. Demons, zombies will not win. Without pants, it's cold. If you need help getting those haiku juices flowing,
Like we do.
Join us this Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern for a chat.
Until next time, we're out.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I am a little disappointed.
Gamespot TV, we have an exclusive look at the upcoming PC adventure title, Sacrifice. Shiny Entertainment gives us the lowdown on their world of gods and wizards. Plus, there are more spells in your PC as we step into the monstrous realms of Diablo 2. And if you're finished with Final Fantasy VIII, there's an upcoming RPG from Square that'll put the magic back in your PlayStation. We review the import version of Vagrant Story. Stick around, it's game time!
Welcome to Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello. Today on the show we have Diablo 2, among other things, like Diablo 2.
Yes. We also have an import review of Vagrant Story, but first we're going to look at a game that's not as imminent as those two titles. It's Sacrifice, a game from Shiny that uses the Messiah engine.
Now, I heard that did really well at the Game Developers Conference.
Yes, well, quite a few people, and it stands to do the same at E3.
This
original idea behind Sacrifice was what happened is we were sort of working away on games like MDK, and this is normal, Earthworm Jim, MDK. And if you look at movies in Hollywood, a normal Hollywood movie is about 2 hours long, and they have to entertain you from end to end. In a video game, we have to entertain you for maybe up to 40, 50, 60 hours of gameplay. And that's an unbelievable amount of work for us. And so our programmer said, let's make a strategy game. And so that to me sounded like a great idea, because then you just play in this strategy world. But the reality is, once we started developing the game, we realized, well, we still have to have all of the single-player RPG elements in the game. And so it's actually turned out bigger than any game we've ever made before.
The backstory really comes down in a nutshell to the fact that there at one time was this omnipotent God, single God that ruled over everything in a world that was already full of wizards and so on. But through a very bizarre series of circumstances, a sort of schizophrenic explosion takes place, and this God splits up into 5 more elemental gods.
Sacrifice, when you hear it described to you, it's a large fantasy multiplayer kind of game. It's very epic. It's got lots of great ideas. But I think personally the thing that's going to make it different is that while you think you're playing the game, there's actually gods above you playing the game through you, and these gods are manipulating you.
What differentiates it from other real-time strategy games is primarily its pace. It's very fast-paced.
An enemy wizard is approaching
Your goal is to go from actually your lowly wizard that has just 1 creature spell usually and 1 magic spell.
Guard me!
And by sacrificing to your god, by completing missions for your god, and by killing the minions and the wizards of the enemy gods, you gain experience and ultimately try to become the champion wizard of one of the gods. In order to win the game in the multiplayer, you have to be the last wizard standing. So if it's a one-on-one game, it's as simple as finding where the enemy's altar is and, against all odds, completing a desecration ceremony at that altar. Once the altar has been desecrated, what that does is it removes the wizard's link to his god, so the wizard then vaporizes and he's out.
Your creatures are dying!
With the Sacrifice team, we actually have a group of people from the original StarCraft team that's working on this game. So it's not like we are just a bunch of platform console guys trying to make a multiplayer game. We have absolute thoroughbreds working on this title, and that's part of the way Shiny is. It's constantly reestablishing itself and trying to draw in talent that's going to push us in new directions.
It's good to note that if you have that gigahertz processor, like all of us, and you don't know what to do with it, Sacrifice does. The game runs on a scalable engine, which increases graphical depth depending on your processor power.
Right, pretty much. So if you're running it on a gigahertz monster, you can see all the daisies in the field before you trample them.
For whatever that's worth.
Yeah. And now, the game news.
Daikatana, John Romero's latest design effort, is no longer a work in progress. IDOS, the game's publisher, announced that the game has officially gone gold and will be on store shelves during the second week of May. It should be noted that Daikatana has been steeped in delays for nearly 4 years. Following South Peak Interactive's recent announcement of its Dukes of Hazzard game comes another game based on a 1970s TV show. Empire Interactive said that it has signed an agreement with Sony Pictures to publish a game based on Starsky and Hutch for the PC and next-generation consoles. The game is scheduled for release in 2001. According to the London Times, the Italian Bishop TV channel concluded that Pokemon did not have any harmful moral side effects. While groups across the globe, including the Mexican Catholic Church, have been condemning Pokemon for inciting violence and illicit behavior in children, the Vatican channel went on to praise the phenomenon, stating that it was full of inventive imagination.
For the latest in gaming news, go to the Gamespot.com website.
And if you want more on Sacrifice, come to the Gamespot TV website, where we have extra gameplay footage
in streaming video.
Hey, don't forget to send in that V-mail and get your fabulous mug on Gamespot TV.
Hi, my name is Curtis from Chicago, Illinois, and here's what's coming up next on Gamespot TV.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we review MDK2. The game looks fantastic, but it's really, really hard to play. And we get behind the wheel in our review of Porsche Unleashed. And welcome back. So, Adam, I've been hearing these desperate cries of anguish coming from the game lab for days now. Please share. What's the matter?
Well, you see, Kate, I've been dying. I've been playing MDK2, and I've been dying. Now, the game is the sequel to the original from Shiny, and this time the developer is BioWare. The game still retains that sleek design from the original, but it's a tough one.
But is it fun?
Yeah, it's fun, but, well, you know, Kate, this is why we have reviews.
All right.
MDK2 has you play the three characters of janitor turned hero, inventor, and robotic dog as they once again attempt to stop the alien threat to Earth. The game's level structure is very linear and is almost a throwback to side-scrolling platformers. You pass checkpoints until you reach a boss and then start a new level over. The most refreshing element of MDK2 is that it doesn't take itself too seriously. The game is filled with funny pop culture references.
Oh, I'm just from my own mess. Hello, Earth. Who's your daddy?
And while Shiny's influence from the first title is evident, it's not too obnoxious. The control scheme in the game is similar to N64 shooters. The 4 digital buttons move the characters, and the analog stick determines where they face. Triggers control jumps and shooting, and the digital pad has a variety of uses. The good use of the limited Dreamcast button, but tight spaces and ledges will become difficult to navigate. The graphics were one of the selling points of the first game, and in MDK2, they're even more impressive. Environments are large and detailed, lighting effects are spectacular, and textures are distinct and creative. The game's significant flaw is that it's insanely difficult. There's no shortage of well-armed aliens to shoot, and some of the platforming is very, very tough. Boss battles can prove needlessly challenging as you figure out what you're supposed to do. In fact, the game would actually be playable in only a few hours were it not for the insane difficulty factor. Nonetheless, MDK2 is a worthwhile experience. The humor makes it very likable, and the variety of game mechanics make it far more than a mundane shooter, and much better than the original. Video Games gives it an 8.3 out of 10.
Did I mention that the game was hard?
No, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Actually, the game is definitely fun, but you need to be dedicated and possess some very well-honed skills to avoid unrelenting frustration.
Well, you know, there's another way to avoid unrelenting frustration.
Oh, how?
Talk about a different game.
Good idea.
All right, the latest Need for Speed is out, but this one only features one type of car. So do you think that's going to automatically limit the appeal, or?
Well, it can, but in this case, it's a Porsche. Porsche.
Well, whatever it is, it's unleashed.
3, 2, 1, go!
Need for Speed Porsche Unleashed is an ambitious title that features cars exclusively from one manufacturer, Porsche. With a product line spanning over 50 years, be assured there will be dozens upon dozens of models to choose from. Detail abounds with accessible hoods, trunks, and interiors, plus working turn signals and headlights. Controls are spot on. Thanks to realistic 4-point physics, you'll be witnessing the car's independent suspension at work. Not since the first Need for Speed have open road courses been available. This, plus lush scenery, lighting effects, and exquisite detail make Porsche Unleashed look fabulous. Cars from Porsche's classic era up to the present are yours to drive in the Evolution, the game's campaign mode, where you'll earn cash to buy new models. You'll be able to tweak with a variety of parts to suit your performance taste. If you truly do have a need for speed, check out the innovative Factory Driver mode, where you become a test driver for Porsche's fastest cars. You'll be given assignments ranging from generic driving challenges to rally races. Other modes include the Quick Race that allows for up to 7 opponents, knockout and elimination type setup, and the Chronicle, a historical retrospective with beauty shots and print media. Driving enthusiasts should fall for Unleashed in no time, despite the fact that this game only features Porsches. Gamespot.com gives Need for Speed Porsche Unleashed an 8.8 out of 10.
Now, if that Need for Speed review left you in the dust, then come by our GameSpot TV website to catch the review in streaming video.
And while you're there, don't forget to take our Speed Demons poll. Let us know which racing sim finishes first. Could be Gran Turismo 2.
Need for Speed.
Oh, maybe Gran Turismo 2000.
Or Ridge Racer 64.
I can't take it.
The choice is yours. Coming up on GameSpot TV, first, we do battle in the Star Wars universe in our review of Jedi Power Battles. And then we duke it out on pavement in Street Fighter Alpha 3. beautiful 3D fighting games coming out for the Dreamcast, it's really easy to forget the earlier games that made the whole thing possible.
Yes, like Street Fighter 2 that ruined my GPA my sophomore year of college. Yes. Well, now let's wash ourselves in nostalgia and check out an excellent-looking Street Fighter for the Dreamcast.
Capcom does it again with a superb translation of Street Fighter Alpha 3. While the PlayStation release was satisfying, the Dreamcast version proved to be more fitting, offering larger character sizes, cleaner visuals, and blink-of-an-eye load time. Continuing the classic Street Fighter legacy, Alpha delivers familiar characters that we've grown to love and hate. Meanwhile, the game stays fresh, with the help of new characters and a noticeable amount of fine-tuning. Not much has changed since Alpha 2, though the new options are considerable. These include the isms, which are combo styles taken from Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. What should appeal to the single player is the World Tour mode, where each match has their own victory prerequisites. If that's not enough, try out the Survival and Dramatic mode, the latter being a 3-player 2-on-1 game. Street Fighter Alpha 3 on Dreamcast is the closest you'll get to an arcade-perfect version and has enough options to leave your PlayStation version in the closet.
And if you think that looked good, get ready for Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Yeah, a lot of people were getting ready for this next game. Unfortunately, it's probably time to redirect some of that energy.
Yeah, that power battle.
Yeah, I hate to do it, but here's some bad news. LucasArts' track record with console games is a fairly rough one. Although they've done decently with the PC, console games come up short. LucasArts' latest offering, Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battle for the PlayStation, unfortunately does nothing to improve the company's TV game reputation. In this game, you choose from one of 5 Jedi to get through the game's 10 levels. Each Jedi has his or her own force powers and special items. The game follows the film's plot from the Trade Federation ship to the final battle with Darth Maul. The gameplay is a refined version of that found in The Phantom Menace. You use your lightsaber to carve up droids, deflect blaster shots, and platform hop. You can lock your sights on the nearest enemy with a touch of the R1 shoulder button. The fighting is clearly the best power battles feature once you get used to the control scheme. But there are many points in power battles in which you'll die unnecessarily because of a bad camera angle. Trying to pull off a platform jump is another matter entirely. Slashing your way through a few dozen enemy droids only to get killed because it's hard to tell how far away a catwalk is can be very frustrating. The levels are quite long, with no mid-stage save points other than periodic checkpoints. You can be doing fine, then miss a jump, and end up having a lot of backtracking to do. Though not as ill-conceived or badly carried out as its Episode 1 adventure game can, Jedi Power Battle still has enough problems to warrant it a game to be avoided. Videogames.com gives Jedi Power Battle a 5.5 out of 10. All right, let me reiterate here. If you don't hit the right shoulder button, you're going to be running around with droids kicking you from behind, unable to face them, pretty much like this.
Yes, it kind of takes the coolness out of being a Jedi.
Yeah, but it's still cool to throw super combo punches.
Yes, it is. For those of you that missed Capoeira class this week, check out more fist-flying action with the Dreamcast Street Fighter Alpha 3 preview. It's at the Gamespot TV website and part of our Fighting Game Frenzy Roundup.
All right, then of course post your thoughts on our message board on which fighting game you want to get your mitts on. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or Tekken Tag Tournament for the PlayStation 2 or what? Coming up on Gamespot TV, we look at the import version of the excellent RPG from Square, Vagrant Story. And it's finally out. We step into the dark realms of the highly anticipated Diablo 2. Welcome back. We missed you. As the gaming world goes mental over the next Final Fantasy, yes, some RPG fans might not realize that Squaresoft has a mind-blowing title due out in the U.S. as early as this summer.
Yes, it's developed by the brains behind the very innovative Final Fantasy Tactics, and after playing the import version, it's pretty clear that it's got the muscle to take over your PlayStation.
The close of spring will usher in what promises to be the console game of the season, Squaresoft's Vagrant Story. Caught within the conflict between the Knights of the Crimson Blade and the Mullencamp cult, we find Ashley Riot, an agent for the Valendia Knights. His chance meeting with the enigmatic Sidney Losserot, Mullencamp's leader, ensues a cat-and-mouse game amidst a backdrop that is larger than the two of them. Gameplay is alternated between Ashley's exploration through the game's labyrinth and the battle mode. In battle, the amount of detail is astounding, usually allowing for attacks on the body part of your choice with individual percentage to hit and damage stats to assist your combat decision. A useful technique are chain attacks, an eye-pleasing offensive defensive ability that is executed as a combo. Ashley can also cast devastating magic spells and utilize break arms, massive attacks that drain some of Ashley's hit points. Customizing is key when it comes to weapons and armor, which can be forged in factories. You can transfer stats from sword to sword, disassemble weapons using its parts for new ones, and inlay gems to alter your weapon's stats. While some adventure gamers can't be bothered with intermissions, Vagrant cinemas are definitely worth your attention. Vagrant Story serves a visual bank with a fluid animation and dramatic lighting that would make solid snake jealous. In place of potentially tiresome vocals, dialogue is presented in word balloons. This allows for attention to be devoted to the game's incredible score, courtesy of Final Fantasy Tactics' own Hitoshi Sakimoto. Vagrant Story breaks ground as a seamless cinematic experience, using multiple styles of gameplay that come together in a near-perfect Squaresoft release. Videogames.com gives the import version of Vagrant Story a 9.6 out of 10. You know what really does make this game stand out is the sophistication of the battle system. The grid sphere used to target enemies is similar to the one used in Square's Parasite Eve. Except this time, it really worked.
There you go. Well, you know, the old click and kill still works just fine for me. That's right, and I just cannot say enough about how much I love the Diablo 2 beta. No, so here's a good start. You said you wouldn't believe it until you saw it for yourself, and here it is. More than 3 years after the release of the mega-hit Diablo, Blizzard has finally come out with the beta code for its much-anticipated sequel, Diablo 2. Fans of the creepy, monster-slashing, spell-casting epic should be thrilled with the results. Diablo 2 retains most of Diablo's most popular elements. Throw in a deeper plot, faster load times, and better graphics, and you have a rare thing indeed, a sequel that's even better than the original. Diablo 2 adapted the previous game's character classes and updated them with more balanced skill sets and better powers. Diablo's warrior becomes 2 characters. The Barbarian, a melee fighter with a high-damage leaping attack, and the Paladin, a warrior graced by divine intervention. The Paladin can cast auras that add damage or improve the skills of everyone in his party. Both are good company in multiplayer mode. Diablo's Sorcerer becomes 2 characters as well, the Sorceress and the Necromancer. The Necromancer doesn't do much actual fighting. Instead, he can summon the undead to do his dirty work for him. Summoning the skeleton from an enemy corpse is an effective power, plus it makes a nice, sickening sound as it explodes from the body. Gross. Cool. So what happened to the rogue? She's been replaced with the Amazon, a stronger, better fighter with proficiency in the bow, spear, and javelin. Diablo 2 looks fine, sounds creepy, and plays fast. Most importantly, look up from a Diablo 2 session, and it can be 10 hours later with your eyelids glued open from forgetting to blink. We can't wait for the final code. Take it from me, this game is a day eater.
So I could tell from your glazed eyes and your absence from the desk all day long.
Oh, yeah? Whatever, Mr. MDK2 is hard. Let's go shopping.
You want more? prefer Diablo 2, and I know you do, then come to the website to find an extended preview of this spellbinding sequel, as well as extra footage in streaming video.
And speaking of sequels, tech chick Jessica of Londonderry, New Hampshire sent us this email as a tribute to her favorite sequel and yours, Rayman 2. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Jessica, and I wrote a haiku about my favorite game, Rayman 2. Here it is. Swimming snakes, big bomb. Rayman, he's our man. Big metal pirates die. The end. Have a great time on GameSpot, Kate.
Thanks, Jessica. Hey, there's still time to submit your video game haiku to win a 10-move prize pack. Just come to the website for more details, and good luck.
Yes, and come to the website and check out some of our favorites of your haikus. And until next time, game over!
This is Tony Hawk. You're watching Gamespot TV, my favorite TV show, Right Down Circle.
Today on Gamespot TV, we come to you from the floor of the biggest gaming convention of the year. It's E3 in Los Angeles, and we'll be showing you the best console, online, and PC titles, the latest news from the next-gen console systems, including the Xbox, a few surprises from Nintendo, and an insider's view of the biggest event on the gaming calendar. Stick around, it's game time!
Hello and welcome to GameSpot TV. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Vitello, and we are coming to you from the floor of the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles.
It's E3, the largest gaming convention in the U.S., the place where you can see all the latest titles.
And the hardware. You know, Sony's PlayStation 2, of course, is making a huge buzz around here, but Microsoft's Xbox has a definite presence and is raising some eyebrows.
Our feet are blistered, and our eyeballs are all but dried out.
We are damaged, we are tired, and we are happy.
So happy. This year's E3 was, as usual, a blast. There were stars galore and some rather peculiar sightings. There were half-pipes set up for some of the country's top skaters and writers. It's absolutely insane. Sparks' star power and Hollywood background led to some very special effects. Activision had their own stars.
E3 is a little overwhelming.
And Filter played the Sega party. Don't be fooled, though. Under all the hype and bright lights, big deals were going down behind closed doors. Sony came out big this year with their PlayStation 2 console. Already launched in Japan, it has a U.S. arrival slated for October 26, 2000. Developers, press, and gamers were impressed with its technology. For $299, the console's DVD game capabilities will make it a hot holiday buy. It looks great, and with developers like EA and Oddworld Inhabitants, the PS2 will most likely take the lead in the console wars, at least for now. Microsoft also had a huge presence at this year's E3. Realizing the importance of the console gaming market, the software giant, though still 16 months away from launch, came to the conference to woo developers and gamers to their new console system, the Xbox. So they wouldn't say who was on board for development, they came to show off the power of their new system. They were adamant that the Xbox will allow developers to overcome technological problems and therefore concentrate on games as an immersionary art form. Sega, having already launched its next-gen console with Dreamcast,
showed off their latest titles, many having already been released in Japan. Shenmue and Space Channel 5 both had a large presence at the Sega booth, and some of the other impressive titles included Jet Grind Radio and Echo the Dolphin. Perhaps feeling left out in the next-gen hubbub, Nintendo announced that they weren't announcing anything about the next console, the Dolphin. Then they went on to show off at least one game that no one thought Nintendo, known for its cute Pikachu-type characters, would ever release.
Everybody's so offensive around here.
Move over, Mario. Conquer is back, and he's definitely having a bad fur day. Besides the big console companies, some of the best game developers in the world came to show off what they do best. Square, the RPG giant, gave us a look at Chrono Cross. There was more on Black and White. Castle Wolfenstein got a makeover after all these years, and titles that have been thought to be PC-centric were seen making their way onto multi-platforms in a new way.
The circus, man.
There was so much to do in so little time. When the convention center got to be too much, one could run over to the parking lot across the street from the convention center and party with God. Yes, the gathering of developers was up to its usual trick, showing off their latest titles with miniature versions of their game heroes and their usual flair. All in all, it's going to be a very good year.
It's a zoo in here. It's awesome.
It's amazing. Being a gamer at E3 is kind of like being the kid in the candy store.
Yeah, or the bull in the china shop. I'm serious. Every time I walk past another booth, I find another game I cannot peel my eyes off of.
Like Onimusha for the PlayStation 2.
Return to Castle Wolfenstein for the PC.
Now, if you want to find out what we're talking about, and I know you do, then come to the Gamespot TV website and check out our special E3 report. This includes interviews with the creators of Baldur's Gate 2, Oni, and Munch's Odyssey.
And of course, as always, it's in beautiful streaming video. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we run down the hottest PC and online titles from the floor of the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles.
I'm Dr. Zayas, and you're watching Gamespot TV, filthy humans.
Welcome back. Now, while consoles definitely dominated the talk of the show, there was a lot of excitement on the PC side.
Oh, yeah, we have got to take some sneak peeks. Really cool stuff. It's not even done cooking yet. Black and White, Tribes 2, Warcraft 3. I mean, hello, how lucky are we?
As lucky as they are.
In the PC realm, strategy and role-playing games are big this year, with game developers using the latest technologies to enhance their creativity. Tribes 2 looks like a huge improvement over the original Tribes. It takes the team-based first-person shooter to the next level with better graphics and tighter gameplay. Blizzard Interactive made a strong showing this year with the hotly anticipated Diablo 2 and Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 is similar to Warcraft 2, but takes place in a robust 3D environment. Diablo 2 also resembles its predecessor, except it has a much bigger gameplay world and more complex characters.
Memories are lost.
The Diablo universe and the Warcraft universe are so rich and are so detailed that you can just get excited thinking about them when you're not playing the game.
In the non-sequel world comes Vampire Masquerade. It features a storyteller function that allows a single player to control much of the action and intervene when necessary.
The storyteller in this game has tools to allow him to modify the game while players are playing his adventure.
So I think it has a real potential to be a crossover hit and to pull a lot of fans of the horror and sort of, fantasy genres into gaming that may just have never wanted to participate before.
For those who want a little more divine power, 2 new games let you play God. Empire Earth lets you dominate the world by your own means, from starting wars to creating your own natural calamities. The much-anticipated Black and White from Lionhead Studios also lets you play God over a rather well-rendered universe. This game has been in development for quite some time, though it now has a release date of September 2000. Early results look promising. Halo is one of those titles that continues to erode the line between video games and movies. The characters' mouths move in sync with what they say.
single-player mode focuses on a third-person mission that has you moving over land, air, and sea, while a substantial multiplayer mode focuses on team-based tactics and strategies. Non-player characters are given freedom of choice with an advanced new AI system developed for the visually stunning XCOM Alliance from Hasbro Interactive. Emotive AI empowers the NPCs to react individually and emotionally to the player's actions.
They do things based on emotional urges, just like players do, or just like human beings do. So if I order somebody to go do something, their emotional state will control how they do it, or even if they do it without resistance.
The smooth physical movements of individual players is also very impressive. With multiplayer online options spreading to the console world, PC game developers will have to keep the innovations coming in order to keep gamers engaged.
You know, you can hardly even mention a new PC game these days without getting into the multiplayer or online element of the whole thing. You know?
Yes, but now with the Sega Dreamcast Network about to go full force, we're now seeing it move over into the console arena.
Oh yeah, the Xbox, PlayStation 2, the Dreamcast, all of those are ways to bring internet gaming to those who might not necessarily be techies.
But remember, it started on the PC, and you're going to see the most innovation on the PC. So let's start by checking out some of the top multiplayer titles here at the show.
Online gaming had a strong presence at E3 with the biggest buzz surrounding Neverwinter Nights. The game allows players to customize their own worlds for other players, effectively making them game masters like in pen and paper role-playing games.
Our goal is to capture that experience and distill it into being the entire adventure. You always have a sense of control, and someone is behind the scenes creating this difficult challenge for you, and you always have to be on your toes to defeat them.
The expansion pack for EverQuest, The Ruins of Kunark, was another highly anticipated title at E3 this year. The game adds a new race and areas to explore. In the online strategy category, there was only one shining star, Warcraft 3. It will allow a larger number of players online and multiple game types, including team play and questing. Online shooters Tribe 2 and Halo advanced the idea of creating in-game bonuses for team play, making it more fun than going it alone. Other than the PC, consoles are the next big thing online, but there was little offered at this year's E3. For the PlayStation 2, Unreal Tournament was the only game we could find that'll come out of the box with real network gaming potential.
The 76ers.
Sega's Dreamcast had a few titles with online capabilities. NBA 2K1 and NFL 2K1 will allow online team play where different players can control different members of the same team. The coolest thing for consoles at the show was Quake 3 with its cross-platform capability. Dreamcast Quake players can play PC Quake players online. And what does the future hold for online gaming?
I think it's very probable that you'll have games where you can participate in full-blown form on your PC or on your home game console, but that you can participate in to some other degree with your cell phone or with your PDA.
The rapidly increasing presence of online games is really leaving a lot of us with two words on our lips. Broadband, please.
And what better way to articulate that than with the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox both supporting Ethernet cards?
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, who'd have thought I could be sitting on my couch, fragging people in a deathmatch, all on the console?
Yes, and I was just getting used to those horseless carriages. And if you want more online gaming excitement, come to the Gamespot TV website where you can check out all the multiplayer games from the show.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, the consoles dominated this year's E3. We show off the best titles, including The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask, Metal Gear Solid 2, and Jet Grind Radio.
Yo, what's up? This is Coolio with the Flow, representing the almighty UN, know what I'm saying? And you watching Gamespot, no pop.
You know, of all of the consoles here at E3, Sony's PlayStation 2 has definitely emerged as the dominating force.
Yeah, even to the point that most people now believe that the only competition that the PlayStation 2 can have will be coming from Microsoft Xbox.
Now, that is not to say that Sega has not come out with some totally gorgeous titles. I mean, hello, Shenmue.
And even Nintendo with the quickly aging N64 manages to have a few games here that will definitely catch your eye, especially one that's a little squirrely. Much has been said about the different console systems and how they stack up against each other. However, what it really comes down to is who has the best games, and there is plenty of ammo at this year's E3. Sports games made a particularly strong showing. Skateboarder Tony Hawk can be seen in the graphically enhanced sequel to his popular Pro Skater for the PlayStation. Jet Ride Radio for the Dreamcast take inline skating, tagging, and running away from the authorities into a safer and repercussion-free at-home environment. Sega Sports showed NFL 2K1 and other sports titles, giving players great graphics and the ability to play online via SegaNet. To our delight, some familiar console characters resurfaced this year. Zelda returns in Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. New puzzles, magic, and bigger bosses fill the interactive environment, and the game offers significant replay value as you need to play it through several times to interact with all the characters. Banjo and Kazooie are back in Banjo-Tooie. The smallest level in the new game is bigger than the biggest level in the original game. And Conker has reinvented himself in Conker's Bad Fur Day for the N64. Large environments with plenty of room to roam are popular on the next-gen consoles. Shenmue's immersive free environment was explored extensively on the Dreamcast by the E3 attendees. Oni, a title being simultaneously developed for all new platforms, also features a large free environment. Great graphics and inventive fighting techniques give players a variety of gameplay. Midnight Club for the PlayStation 2 allows players to drive wherever they choose in 3 major true-to-life cities. Speaking of getting behind the wheel, Gran Turismo 2000 made an appearance at the show, racing on the PlayStation 2. Sony's racing sim is said to offer 10 times graphical quality of its predecessors. With its eye-popping graphics, Onimusha Demon Warrior for the PlayStation 2 was one of the most beautiful games at the show. Set in an age of civil war in Japan, the highly anticipated new game brings Resident Evil gameplay to the medieval age. And creatures from an even earlier era bear their teeth in Dinosaur Planet for the N64. This title is attracting a lot of attention at the Nintendo booth because of its graphics and gameplay. Dinosaurs also rear their scaled heads in Dino Crisis 2 for the PlayStation. Oddworld Munch's Odyssey has some of the most impressive graphics yet seen for the PlayStation 2. It is still in development for both the PC and the PS2 and promises to be one of the more inventive games of the year. Also on the odd front, take a look at Sega's Z-Man. It's the player's job to raise and keep these odd creatures alive so that they can evolve into humans. The campy appeal of these fishy mutants may make this Japanese game a big seller in America. If you like the aquatic motif, Echo the Dolphin for the Dreamcast looks like it will create an impressive watery gameplay environment. The show stealer, however, was the impressive preview of Konami's Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty for the PlayStation 2. The huge video wall drew large crowds every time this footage was shown. The impressive part is, everything on the screen is actual gameplay. No full-motion videos were shown in this piece. This title is currently slated to be released close to the same time as the PS2, and if it delivers all it promises, it may be the game to launch Sony to the top of the console wars.
Even though we've already had a lot of great things to say about the PlayStation 2, seriously, if I were a console designer, I would have a really hard time choosing which platform to focus my designs on.
Well, also considering that coming into the show, there was all this talk about the anti-aliasing problems or jaggies on the PlayStation 2 game. But now that the show has started, that criticism is much quieter.
Well, there have been demos playing all over the floor, and whether you can actually play the game or not, so many of them are so gorgeous just to look at.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Tango Master Bushido. Oh.
Anyway, if you want to find out about all the console games featured on the show, you know where to go.
ZDTV.com/
GameSpot TV. Coming up on GameSpot TV, Adam and I give you our views on the best titles from E3.
Hey, this is Matt Hoffman, and you're watching GameSpot TV.
Hey, welcome back. So many games, so little time.
Yes, but rest assured, every single platform here has 2 or 3 outstanding titles.
And, you know, there are so many great things to look at here, but we thought we'd take a couple of minutes and show you some of our personal favorites.
So, gamers, lend us your eyes.
With so many cool games, it was really tough to pick my favorites. But still, I found a few titles that I'm going to be keeping my eye on this year. One of these is Spider-Man, but there was almost no chance to play it at E3 because the gamers were buzzing around it like flies. The game lets you step into the Spidey suit, flying from rooftop to rooftop on strings of sticky web, but swinging on your Spidey vine isn't the only way to get around. You can fulfill that childhood dream of being Peter Parker without having to get bit by a radioactive spider first. Now, those of you who didn't grow up with Spidey may have grown up with Wolfenstein 3D, the premier first-person shooter that changed gaming forever. Now, one of my all-time favorites has been reincarnated. Enter Return to Castle Wolfenstein. It's still cooking, so we really can't show it to you yet, but we played it and it is amazing. One of the coolest new trends is games that make you want to get up and dance. And one of those titles, Sega's Space Channel 5 for the Dreamcast, is a great example and totally fun. It's an innovative way to get gamers going in rhythm with enough of the coolness factor built in to keep them playing for a while. Dancing games are fun for kids and grown-ups alike, and they really make me want to shake my tail feathers. Well, that's what's got me going to E3 this year, even though picking just 3 seems unfair to all the other awesome titles. But fortunately, Adam's got a few more faves to share with us.
Okie dokie, Kate. Conker's Bad Fur Day seemed destined to be on many an attendee's lips at E3, and there's no question it was. Yes, the game surprised many with the extent of its adult content, but it surprised me more by promising to be an excellent platformer as well. My worries have been that Rare would jettison decent gameplay in favor of shock value. I don't think this is the case. Conker's may be the title that will wrest the PlayStation 2 controller from my hand this holiday season. Munch's Odyssey is, in a word, simply stunning. Okay, that's 2. Anyway, it's one of the few titles that truly displays the sheer power of the PlayStation 2 and serves to demonstrate that games can be considered works of art. Problems with aliasing may hold it back, but Munch's Odyssey will be worth the trouble and the wait. Finally, one of the most interesting titles I found was XCOM Alliance. This is a very ambitious title using a very well-respected franchise. The game uses extensive motion capturing to humanize the troops you lead. This is integrated to an AI system that will demonstrate a variety of emotions and behaviors, affecting the effectiveness of your team. Many times, these promises don't deliver in execution, but in this case, I want them to work. In a year with most PC titles at E3 lacking innovation, Alliance's ambition itself is admirable. And ambition is what E3 should be all about.
All great. Just another show, baby.
Well, bummer. That's it. It's over. We have no more time. It all went so fast.
I need a nap.
Hey, but you know what? If you want to catch the rest of our Insider Scoop on E3, join us in the chat room on Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern.
We'll have many a tale to tell.
You bet. Until then, game over! Hey, by the way, what did happen to us this morning?
Nothing.
Our foot off the gas with a look at 2 new driving games for the PlayStation 2. And we shake our thing with Gasso and a whole new cast of disco queens in Busted Groove 2, the follow-up to last year's dance title. And we go where no one has gone before in our review of Star Trek Armada. Stick around, it's game time. Hey, welcome to Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler, and we're here on the coast of San Francisco, California at Seal Rock to check out the Musée Mécanique, which has a collection of games from the turn of the century, so they're not based on the ones and zeros like the games we know.
Hey, come on, you're missing all the cool stuff. Hurry up.
Well, I'm gonna go win myself some bubblegum, but first let's look at some games that are a little bit more contemporary and involve the free environment seen in games like Shenmue. But these aren't action-adventure games, they're driving games, and they're both for the PlayStation 2. It's Smuggler's Run and Midnight Club.
Both games are similar in one respect in that they feature wide open environments. So Angel Studios specializes in kind of real-time physics and these huge expansive worlds. So Smuggler's Run is a game where it's all based on smuggling and the art of collecting and delivering contraband. The point of it is really driving hell-bent for leather across wide open environments against numerous other opponents and against law enforcement to collect contraband and deliver it to a certain place. These environments are huge. I mean, literally a 5-mile square. And so you can drive for 5 or 6 minutes wide open across an entire plane. There are no cull rooms, no limitations. Midnight Club is all about illegal street racing in the largest cities in the world. So New York, London, and Tokyo are featuring in this version of the game. And it's a wide open map of the city. So it's not a track that looks like Manhattan. It's actually all of Manhattan with about 90 kilometers of roads length. And so we have all the neighborhoods, or a number of neighborhoods. We've made kind of a caricature of each city so that all the major landmarks are there that you would recognize. The cities have full traffic. You know, you can make huge pileups. There are parked cars. It's mayhem. Both games feature Angel Studios' physics engine, which we've been developing for a number of years. The PlayStation really takes advantage of it because these open environments really show the vehicles interacting with the environment very, very accurately. You start seeing very subtle motions of the suspension, very subtle interactions with the rocks in the environment or the buildings in the environment. And so we do temper it a little bit, and that pure physics isn't that much fun because you have no control. So we kind of we'll balance it out a little bit with recovery from an accident fairly quickly. We'll kind of keep the car up a little bit. You can still turn over on your roof and you can still go on your side. Two-wheel driving is a big feature, but it's fairly simple to control. It's a very accessible driving model. We're very impressed with the PlayStation 2's capabilities. We've been waiting so many years for a console to actually have some horsepower, some guts to it. Both these games could not happen on any other platform right now. There's this procedural terrain, huge traffic jams. It just wouldn't be possible with any other device.
You know, Rockstar Games is releasing both of these titles, and they hope to have them ready for the PlayStation 2 launch in the fall. Man, check out what racing games used to be like.
Yes, it's so immersive.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll do this. Y'all watch the news. Go.
Sony filed another suit against Bleem, which states that the emulator is infringing on 6 of Sony's patents. This comes after Bleem's announcement that it has created software that will enable Dreamcast owners to run PlayStation games on the console. Previously, Sony attempted and failed to sue Bleem over the software that allowed PlayStation games to be played on a PC. Shoichiro Irimajiri of Sega will resign from his position as president. However, he will stay with Sega as vice chairman, where he will contribute to the design and development of the successor to the Dreamcast console. A representative of the company said that the main reason for Irimajiri's resignation is due to the lackluster sales of the Dreamcast. Lionhead officials revealed the release date of Black and White, Peter Molyneux's nearly complete God game. According to one of the designers, Black and White for the PC will hit store shelves on September 23, 2000. While EA has not confirmed or announced this date, Lionhead feels confident that the game will be ready in time to make its scheduled launch.
For more gaming news, go to the Gamespot TV website.
And for more info on Rockstar's upcoming titles, go to the website too.
Yes, and there you can find an interview with the game's creator, Michael Limbar.
And if you want more information on where we are today, check out the site for the Musée Mécanique.
Yes, get nostalgic for a time before you were born.
way before.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we combat terrorists in our review of Rogue Spear's add-on pack, Urban Operations. Welcome back. As you can see, the unbelievable mechanical farm is only one of the very impressive displays they have here at the Museum Mécanique, and in fact, it's pretty much space age for its time.
Of course, for our time, we have titles like Free Space 2, Starlancer, and if you haven't had enough space sims, here's Tachyon.
Tachyon: The Fringe is a fast-paced, action-packed space combat game with an amusing story. It's a space sim that drops you in more than a few deep space dogfights with style. One of the game's selling points is Tachyon's main character, Jake Logan.
Whoa, that's a big gun.
Now, it's not the fact that Jake is charming, which he is, but the fact that he's been voiced by none other than Bruce Campbell, the star of the Evil Dead series. And Campy Campbell adds his own brand of cheeky wit to Jake's personality.
Oh, and I'm fine too. Thanks for caring.
The game's story is based on a freedom fighters versus corporate swine premise, and the campaigns, though not very detailed, are lots of fun. The graphics in Tachyon go from great to standard. The cockpit reflections and ship explosions are eye-catching, and the nebulae and space stations make you want to join up with NASA. Weapons effects, unpolished heads-up displays, and unconvincing motion-blurred streaks, however, are rather disappointing. The sound department boasts a techno-symphonic soundtrack that changes with the game. As the tension mounts, the music goes with it. The controls are responsive, and there's a great mid-flight feature that allows you to zigzag through battlefields. Tachyon also has a multiplayer and online component. Though the game doesn't break new ground as a space sim, you'll still have a good time playing it. Gamespot.com gives Tachyon: The Fringe a 7.5 out of 10.
Oh, another one bites the dust.
All right, now let's come on back down to Earth for a minute, where the now classic Rainbow Six Rogue Spear has an add-on. Check this out.
Careful, it goes inside.
Saying Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Rogue Spear Mission Pack Urban Operations can be a mouthful. And while you might think that the title has more substance than the game itself, Urban Ops does hold its own, even though it is only an expansion pack.
Mission success. Objective completed.
Bluntly speaking, here's what you get. 4 new weapons, 2 new mini-campaigns with 5 maps each, and 8 new multiplayer maps. Now, the word mini should be taken literally in regards to the campaigns. These are plotless, unrelated missions based in well-made environments. 5 of the maps are from the original Rainbow Six, and it is intriguing to see them run on the Rogue Spear engine.
Mission failure. A hostage was killed.
What makes Urban Ops a worthwhile purchase is the custom missions option. You're allowed to replay on any map with different mission goals, opposing up to 50 terrorists. This option adds significant single-player replay value, setting up about 60 distinct missions spread amongst the game's 18 maps. These maps add more life to the online experience as well. The multiplayer-only maps might be small, but they're still fun to play.
Tangos have body armor. Place your shots carefully.
Urban Operations makes no attempt to depart from Rogue Spear, but it is substantial in both single and multiplayer modes, making its suggested price of $20 very reasonable. Gamespot.com gives Rainbow Six Rogue Spear Mission Pack Urban Operations a 7.2 out of 10.
Ooh. This looks like it's a different sort of urban operation. Anyhow, for those of you who are Star Trek fans, you've probably been quite disappointed with many of the games that have been tied in with the series. But take heart, this next game, Star Trek Armada, is something different.
Bajor, Kronos, Earth, they're all assimilated planets.
Most Star Trek games aren't exactly stellar. Star Trek Armada, however, manages to come through as an impressive real-time strategy game. Armada lets you do battle with fleets of 4 of Star Trek's most popular races.
I will see to it that day never comes.
It isn't an especially complex game, but it's fun thanks to good visuals and decent gameplay. Star Trek Armada's design scheme is exceptional. The game's 3D graphics engine gives it crisp details and bright colors. The spacecraft look and move almost exactly as they do in the next-gen episodes and movies, which is key if you're a detail stickler. Combat details are well done, even up to the sound effects.
Initiate maneuver.
Dwarf Theta 1.
Phasers and photon torpedoes sizzle against enemy shields. Armada's outer space is filled with swirling nebula and dense asteroid belts. Now, the nebula disable or impair any ships within and may create tactical opportunities for ambush or retreat. Armada's a fairly simple game at the strategic level. Each race has about 5 different vessels suited to combat, and each race's vessels have an analogous counterpart on the 3 other sides. Unfortunately, Armada's technical problems can get in the way and can suddenly lock up on you in the middle of a mission.
Today is a good day to die.
Star Trek Armada is essentially no different from other real-time strategy games, aside from its appeal to trekkers.
Captain, we are receiving a transmission from the Borg cube.
On screen.
Now, if you can deal with the bugs, Armada's a lot of fun. It's also one of the few Star Trek games to do the series justice. GameSpot gives Star Trek Armada 7.9 out of 10. Kaplach!
Resistance is and always has been futile.
By the way, in case you're wondering, that really was me playing Armada and dying lots, so Adam had to put up with a lot of stupid, stupid Klingon type exclamations coming from me. Now, if you want to put a good exclamation point on your tech romancer battles, then check out this tip.
Capcom's Tech Romancer is an over-the-top giant robot anime fighter that can be quite demanding unless you know how to be resourceful.
Extreme Impact!
The final attack needs some careful attention because its slow startup time can make the attack blockable. To ensure that you connect, always use your final attack as a follow-up to your steel dash. With good timing, your opponent's attack will be countered and you can end the match swiftly and surely. Sal found the hidden humor in our tips and tricks.
Yeah, apparently. But if you missed any of it, just check out our website at zdtv.com/GameSpot TV, where we'll have everything we just talked about in beautiful streaming video.
And make sure you stay tuned because we're re-announcing the lucky winners of the Shenmue Haiku giveaway.
But if you can't stand the suspense, just check out the website now for the names of our 3 lucky winners. What is so funny?
The whole thing's disturbing. Coming up on GameSpot TV, take your Dramamine. We have a preview of Power Stone 2. And we hit the dance floor in our preview of Busted Groove 2.
Welcome back to the Musée Mécanique in San Francisco.
Which one did you use?
Fly, dude. Well, it looks like Sega's Dreamcast has been out long enough that there are actually sequels coming out for games that launched with the system.
Yes, Power Stone was a good, if overlooked, fighting title, but the sequel's going to do a lot more to get your attention.
How's the arm?
It hurts.
Pride?
Hurts. If you're worrying that Capcom will resort to giving you more of the same in Power Stone 2, then a pleasant surprise may be on its way. The game has new environments, new characters, far more interactivity, and it supports 4 players. Someone correctly realized that the simple controls provide the perfect basis for a multiplayer free-for-all. And with more fists flying, this means that getting 3 Power Stones will be a whole lot trickier. In addition to duking it out for yourself, you can also take sides and fight it out in teams. While that should be enough, the real excitement is in the levels themselves and how interactive they are. New additions such as tanks you can drive around and blast players with, to swimming from submerging ships, add to an already frenetic concept. Topping all this is a level which requires you to battle your opponents as you race from an Indiana Jones-style boulder. Most reassuring, though, is that the game still retains the pick-up-and-play appeal of the original, so getting 3 other buddies to duke it out in cartoonish mayhem should prove pretty easy. So is it worth straining friendships? Well, we'll let you know when it's released later this year.
That game's got a lot going on. I'll tell you what, why don't we see what Grandmother says is coming up on the show? No one lives forever.
According to the 007 Guide to Existence, you only live twice. According to the espionage game due out by Fox Interactive, no one lives forever. Though less optimistic with its title than the movie, the game also revolves around a very stylish 60s spy. But this time, the agent is a woman. Combine Austin Powers' camp with a first-person shooter wearing knee-high white boots, and you've entered the world of Agent Archer, a smart and savvy female operative on a secret mission of great importance. Not only will Agent Archer have conventional weapons and tools at her disposal, but she'll also be armed with a number of experimental gadgets and weapons that she'll either begin the game with or pick up along the way. Archer, Agent Archer, will travel to exotic locations all around the globe in search of key characters and hidden items critical to her mission. And, true to the Bond-esque formula, enemy operatives have laid a number of cunning traps in key locations. It'll be up to the player to use their brains and space-age gadgets to defuse the nasty surprises that await. Prospective super spies will be able to explore a seedy world of assassins, intrigue, and tall hairdos at the end of this year when No One Lives Forever is scheduled for release.
Bring me a soda.
You know, I remember the booth for this game at E3 featuring a very bored-looking go-go dancer in a cage.
Well, she should have been playing Busted Groove too, because that's a dancing game that never gets boring, even in a cage. Continuing the burgeoning dance game craze, we have Busted Groove 2. Though not as innovative as the original, Part 2 makes a valiant attempt to keep up with previous standards. Much has been carried over from its predecessor, with appropriate refinements. Special attacks and evades look better, and the dance view mode has been kept so you can learn the moves yourself.
Everybody get loose and jazz!
Some characters from the first game are absent, though the replacements are more than decent. These include Bio, Gasso's zombie dad, and Pander, a kabuki-style dancer. Fans of the first game should note that the series has changed music labels from Avex Tracks to East-West Japan, so you might notice differences in style, yet it's still predominantly the same J-pop we've all grown to love. The new characters are the game's main draw, if you can stand the cheese. The first game was innovative enough that much wasn't changed and should be something to look forward to this summer.
I so had my groove on playing that game.
Yes, but it is a little hectic until you get those buttons down cold.
Yeah, no kidding. Not as hectic as Power Stone 2, though.
But little is. But if mayhem is what you love, then come to the Gamespot TV website for more. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we flash to the past in a look at some old favorites now available for your PC.
Welcome back to the Musée Mécanique in San Francisco, and you know, we can hardly look at all these beautiful old games without paying some sort of homage to games of yore.
Yes, what comes to mind more when one thinks of classic games than Atari?
Hopscotch?
Pai Gow. Back when Journey kept the wheels in the sky a-turnin', a company named Atari kept the quarters in my pocket a-movin' with what are now some of the most classic arcade games possible. The box set Atari Arcade Classics for the PC brings back my memories of pre-adolescent happiness with 12 titles like Centipede, Pong, Battlezone, and my personal favorite, Crystal Castles. Go Bentley Bear, collect gems. But many a gamer will tell you that these games are available with dubious legality on the web. But this box set has a few other goodies that would definitely appeal to the nostalgic gamer. Firstly, you can customize the game for various lives and difficulty levels. Also, the discs provide for enhanced graphics. No, they're not going 3D, but there's definitely a difference. Okay, it's gimmicky, but it's a fun gimmick. Also, the discs contain the archives, with many a photo of old promotional materials for arcade games, photos of 2600 cartridges, and our friend, the trackball. Also available are excerpts from the book Phoenix, The Fall and Rise of Video Games. It's a fun little package that should appeal to anyone that spent too many hours in dank arcades and pizza parlors. And it also goes to show how much of a cultural force gaming has been and continues to be. But most importantly, it allows you to take Bentley Bear home. Another nice thing with the Atari Arcade Classics is it's much easier to play Missile Command with a mouse. And with history on the mind, many gamers are fans of Sid Meier's Civilization or its sequel, Civilization 2, Call to Power. Another game is in the works, so here's something to help you look forwards or back.
about timeless civilization, huh? Now, outside the U.S., soccer, or football, as everyone else in the world calls it, is hands down the most popular sports game for consoles. So let's take a look at our cheats for Virtua Striker for the Dreamcast, and hopefully they'll help you out with your hooliganism. Shoot! In Virtua Striker for the Dreamcast, you have access to 32 highly skilled teams. Actually, make that 33 highly skilled teams. Go to Team Select in the arcade mode and do the following. Select Yugoslavia, hit Start. Select USA, hit Start. Select Korea, hit Start. Select Italy, hit Start. Team Yuki-chan will appear, giving you a team of snowmen and polar bear forwards, mariachi defenders, and a turtle for a goalie. Now, if that isn't going global, I don't know what is.
Well, there you have it. That's our show for this week, and we'd like to thank the Musée Mécanique here in San Francisco, California, underneath the Cliff House, right off of the Great Highway.
And now, the moment you have all been waiting for, we will announce the names of our 3 winners of the Shenmue Haiku Prize Pack giveaway.
Yes, it's Gary of Wyandotte, Michigan.
Kip in Georgetown, Kentucky.
And Brian of Bristol, Tennessee.
Congratulations, Haiku Masters. Your Shenmue Prize Packs are on their way.
And if you would like to see the winning haikus, come to the Gamespot TV website. So until next week, Game over.